Chapter 1. Her throat felt as if it were ablaze, and her entire body radiated heat as if she were on the brink of succumbing. Mukue opened her eyes in the throes of illness, gazing upon the familiar face of her younger brother Mu Zhao, who appeared on the verge of tears. A smile graced her lips. This sensation of teetering on the edge of death was indeed a long-lost experience. In her previous life, she had also found herself in a similar predicament, where her soul journeyed to Earth, allowing her to acquire a wealth of knowledge. In this world plagued by calamities, she had managed to survive an additional 3 years alongside her brother. Yet, in the face of natural disasters, the beastmen remained woefully insignificant. Ultimately, the siblings could not evade the grip of disaster, perishing amidst a cataclysmic snowstorm whose flakes were as large as millstones. However, in this second chance at life, Mukue returned with all the power she had possessed at the moment of her demise, her starting point now elevated beyond measure. In this lifetime, Mukue harbored an unwavering confidence in her ability to protect her brother and those she held dear, enabling them to endure longer amidst the chaos of calamity. To persist always. Activating her fourth-year purification abilities, the pathogens within her body, spawned from the harsh winds and cold, were swiftly eradicated. Simultaneously, her physical form began to recover rapidly, bolstered by the robust constitution of second-tier beast pattern warrior and the healing prowess of her fourth-tier abilities. The cost, however, was that her already limited stomach shrank instantaneously, igniting a fiery hunger that made Mukue feel as though she could devour an entire unicorn rhinoceros. Her throat, still parched from dehydration, retained a slight rasp. Suddenly sitting upright, Mukue addressed her brother. "Adi, I am well now, merely a bit hungry. Please fetch me something to eat." "Jia, are you truly all right?" Mu Zhao inquired, astonishment overshadowing his joy. The situation felt surreal. "Indeed, I am fine," Mukue affirmed with a nod. "I was just blessed by the beast god. Not only has my illness been cured, but I have also gained some extraordinary abilities." The beast god, the creator deity of the beastmen continent, was the sole, true god revered by the beastmen, a reality that could not be overstated. In her former life, Mukue had been a shaman, a profession that allowed her to interact closely with the beast god. Her rebirth was, in fact, facilitated by the beast god's intervention. Thus, shifting the blame for her unusual circumstances onto the beast god posed no psychological burden for Mukue. "Ah, I see," Mu Zhao exclaimed, "then cheer, that is splendid. Jia, I shall go and roast some meat for you right away." Legends of the beast god's blessings were not absent from the tales of the beastmen continent. As a devoted brother, Mu Zhao harbored no doubts regarding any words spoken by his sister. Mukue approached the water tank, scooping a large bowl of water with a leaf vessel, quenching her thirst and alleviating her hunger before surveying the meager furnishings of their cave. 2 large beast hides, approximately 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, lay on the ground, each covered by a slightly smaller hide. This constituted their shared sleeping quarters. In addition, there was a stone water tank, several stone jars, leaf vessels, a pile of firewood, a few wild fruits, and a heap of fresh meat stacked to a height of nearly half a person. Such was the entirety of their meager possessions. The food appeared ample, particularly the substantial pile of meat, which, if transported to Earth, would command a price in the thousands. Nevertheless, this was the beast world, where the consumption capacity of the beastmen vastly exceeded that of ordinary humans. For Mukue, with her current appetite as a second-tier beast pattern warrior, consuming that amount of meat would only suffice to satisfy her immediate hunger. Their food reserves were critically low. However, Mukue felt no anxiety regarding this matter. In her reborn state, she possessed knowledge of various food resources unknown to other beastmen. The beastmen continent experienced a full cycle of 21 months each year. Amongst these, the eastern continent, where Mukue and her brother resided, was the harshest environment of all. The wind season lasted 4 months, during which only the first month was mild. The remaining 3 months were plagued by fierce gales. The rainy season spanned 3 months, during which torrential rains would fall incessantly. The dry season persisted for 7 months, marked by a complete absence of rain, leaving the land parched and barren, with lakes and rivers evaporated to reveal only dry riverbeds. The snow season also lasted 7 months, with snow falling continuously, making even the act of staying indoors by the fire perilous, as one could easily freeze if not careful. Moreover, on every full moon, a blood moon beast tide would come to pay a visit. Strictly speaking, the time available for the beastmen to recuperate under fair weather amounted to less than a month. Now, it was the beginning of the 3rd month of the rainy season. Mukuei was aware of a type of tree known as the tung-tung tree, which was abundant during the rainy season. This tree bore a segmented appearance akin to bamboo, with a hollow interior that stored tree powder. Its powder was snow-white, non-toxic, and edible, closely resembling finely processed glutinous rice flour, albeit lacking the fragrance of rice. As long as they could stockpile a significant amount of this tree powder, they need not fear hunger throughout the rainy season. After consuming 2 large pieces of roasted meat and drinking a stone jar of boiled water, the fiery discomfort in Mukuei's stomach finally subsided. Before drifting off to sleep, she instructed, "Adi, do not go hunting with the team tomorrow. I have something of greater importance for you to attend to." "Oh, very well." Accompanying the hunting team was their primary means of acquiring food. Although Mu Zhao was puzzled about their sustenance without joining the hunting team, he refrained from questioning further. Having lost their parents at a young age, Mu Kuei had single-handedly raised her brother. This trust was sufficient for Mu Zhao to unreservedly believe in any decision made by his sister. With her eyes closed, Mu Kuei pondered the events that had transpired at this same time in her previous life. The tribe leader's daughter, Yixian, coveted the beauty of her brother. At the end of the 2nd month of the rainy season, she had orchestrated an incident that forced Mu Kuei into the floodwaters. Warning Mu Zhao that her patience was wearing thin should he refuse to comply, she would dispose of his sister. Had it not been for Mu Zhao's desperate rescue, Mu Kuei would have long been swept away by the flood. Yet even after being saved, her condition did not improve significantly. A high fever persisted. On the brink of death, Mu Kuei's soul departed her body, her memories suppressed as she lived for over 20 years on Earth. Upon her return, her memories resurfaced, awakening her healing and purification abilities, narrowly allowing her to cling to life. After a few days of recuperation, she finally regained her health. Moreover, the very next day, Yixian would orchestrate an incident during the hunt, resulting in Mu Zhao's left arm being broken, rendering him unable to join the hunting team and forcing him to rely on her for survival. Though Yixian was merely a late-stage first-tier beast pattern warrior, she was not to be underestimated. The difficulty lay in the fact that she was backed by the 2 most powerful figures of the entire winged tiger tribe. Yixian's father, Yimeng, was the tribe leader and the strongest among the winged tiger tribe. With the strength of a peak 5th-tier beast pattern warrior, he posed a significant threat to Mu Kuei, who was only at the initial stage of 2nd-tier strength. Additionally, Yixian's mother, Chun, was the tribe's sole priestess, capable of divining, bargaining with the beast god, and crafting powerful ritual implements. Both shamans and priests belonged to the realm of mystical professions, with their distinctions lying in their specific practices. Shamans could conduct rituals and heal individuals, while priests specialized solely in the art of rituals, excelling in divination, curses, and cloaking their enemies' perceptions. Priests were categorized into apprentices, priests, high priests, and sacred priests. Shamans were divided into initiates, shamans, high shamans, and sacred shamans. Aside from their differing titles, the delineation of their ranks was essentially the same. Currently, Mu Kuei was a fully fledged shaman, yet she still lagged behind Chun by a significant tier. At present, Mu Kuei could only shield from Chun's divinations matters closely related to her and her brother. However, should Mu Kuei take action against Yixian, Chun, who shared a direct bloodline with her, would undoubtedly discover her involvement. I must refrain from rash actions for now. It is prudent to wait until I become a high shaman and can obscure Chun's divinations before confronting Yixian. Otherwise, it may prove challenging for my brother and me to maintain our standing within the winged tiger tribe. Mu Kuei had contemplated fleeing the tribe with her brother. However, The outside world was fraught with peril, lacking the strength of a fourth-tier beast-pattern warrior. Attempting to live independently outside the tribe would be tantamount to courting death. Joining another tribe was also out of the question. It was akin to the impossibility of cats and dogs cohabitating on Earth, or the enmity between snakes and eagles. The racial discrimination among beastmen was far more severe than the distinctions among human races on Earth. Beastmen of different tribes were seldom welcomed into one another's folds. Even among the same species, if the entire tribe of beastmen had white fur and one individual possessed black fur, that individual would face discrimination, and in severe cases, could even be expelled from the tribe. The winged tiger tribe had no other tiger tribe beastmen in the vicinity. Wherever Mu Kuei took her brother, they would inevitably face rejection and expulsion. The following day, Mu Kuei took charge and utilized all their stored food to prepare breakfast. Though Mu Zhao was not permitted to join the hunting team today, Mu Kuei still intended to take her brother out in search of sustenance. It was imperative to eat enough. Lacking strength during combat would surely be awkward. The winged tiger tribe was a large tribe, and the hunting team ventured out daily at the break of dawn. The tribe gathered in the square before their dwelling. After ensuring everyone was present, they ventured into the forest for hunting, with the spoils distributed according to each individual's contribution during the day's hunt. Those who chose to abstain would face no repercussions at most. They would find themselves without a share of meat when the hunting party returned that afternoon. Mu Kuei timed her departure deliberately, waiting until the hunting team had set off for a while before she and Mu Zhao began their journey. Gazing at the dense curtain of rain outside the cave, resembling a cascading waterfall, Mu Kuei took a deep breath and declared, "Let us proceed." The siblings plunged into the torrential downpour. The relentless raindrops pelted their bodies painfully, and their eyes were struck to the point of near blindness, their vision obscured as though veiled by thick frosted glass, rendering everything a hazy blur. Such was the norm of the rainy season. After a brief moment of adjustment, the astonishing adaptability of their beastly physique allowed their sight to gradually return to normal. Stepping through the ankle-deep puddles, the siblings descended along the mountain path. The residents of the winged tiger tribe perched upon a steep cliff. The beastmen not only carved caves into the cliffside, but also constructed stone steps along the mountainside, connecting each cave. At present, the water merely reaching their ankles was but a trivial matter. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the floodwaters that rose to shoulder height would serve as a stark reminder of the adage. Traveling during the rainy season relies on swimming. Everywhere one looks is a land of marsh. The winged tiger tribe comprised beastmen with tiger-like wings during the rainy season. They could either fly or swim. However, battling the wind and rain while flying presented too great a resistance comparatively. Swimming was far less exhausting. The two siblings dove into the water, propelling themselves forward with a dog paddle stroke. As they neared the outskirts of the tribe, several winged tigers leapt from towering ancient trees, their heights reaching dozens of feet. "Zhao, are you two leaving the tribe? Kuei is still unwell. It's too dangerous for you to venture out like this." These winged tigers spoke human language, greeting the siblings. "Rest assured, we will remain close to the tribe and won't stray far," Mu Kuei reassured them. Noticing Mu Kuei's bright voice and healthy complexion, the winged tigers expressed surprise. "Oh, Kuei, has your illness subsided? Yesterday, I sweated profusely under the bee's skin at home, and I feel much better now." "Oh, I see. Then please be cautious. Do not wander too far. If you encounter any danger, call out. We will rush to your aid at the first sound." We will. Thank you." After bidding farewell to the patrolling beastmen, Mu Kuei resolutely led Mu Zhao eastward into the water. Before long, towering trees, their trunks composed of smooth, dark brown segments and crowned with broad, taro-like leaves, came into view. "Elder sister, what are we doing in the tube tree grove?" Mu Zhao inquired, puzzled. Mu Kuei replied, "We are in search of food. The tree powder from the tube trees is actually edible, and I know how to prepare it." Of course, more importantly, holding her breath, Mu Kuei plunged underwater, plucking the red, round fruits that grew on a shrub about half her height. Surfacing, Mu Kuei raised the red fruits and said to Mu Zhao, "Little brother, These are May fruits, which can be used to concoct medicinal potions. Go fetch 2 lengths of tube tree trunks and hollow out the inner powder to make small boats for carrying our findings. Medicinal potions. Upon hearing this term, Mu Zhao instinctively covered his mouth and whispered, concocting medicinal potions? Isn't that the work of a shaman? Elder sister, is the ability bestowed upon you by the beast god related to this? His reaction was not unwarranted. The winged tiger tribe forbade the presence of shamans. This term was a taboo within the tribe. It's not just that you've only guessed a small fraction. I will explain the details once we return, Mu Kuei responded. Shamans typically served as healers within a tribe, capable of concocting various miraculous potions to cure ailments and save lives. The distinction from shamans lay only in the latter's ability to conduct rituals, a power the former lacked. Mu Kuei was vaguely aware of the reason behind the taboo against shamans in the tribe. Ever since her parents, both shamans, died mysteriously 4 years ago, the tribe leader, Imeng, and the shaman, Chun, had imposed a strict prohibition against the presence of shamans in the tribe. It would be odd if there are no ulterior motives behind this. In her previous life, Mu Kuei had sought the truth, but, constrained by her own abilities and the tribe's silence regarding her parents' deaths, had ultimately given up. In any case, whether due to her conflict with Yi Xian or the mystery surrounding her parents' demise, Mu Kuei would not spare Meng and Chun. With the assurance that his questions would be clarified, Mu Zhao ceased to inquire further. Following Mu Kuei's guidance, he quickly fashioned 2 boats, each 3 meters wide and 1 meter high, resembling oversized bathtubs. Mu Kuei placed the gathered May fruits inside, then called Mu Zhao to assist her in collecting materials for the potions. During their foraging, they also managed to catch a few small creatures not exceeding 1 meter in length and gathered some edible wild fruits and vegetables. After a long and arduous day, they finally filled the boat to the brim. Each of them took hold of a vessel, dragging behind them a segment containing tree powder as they returned to the tribe. The roots of the red flame tree were ground into powder, while the rain prayer grass was pounded into a paste to extract its sweet juice. Upon arriving at the cave, Mu Kuei promptly concocted the ill-fated potion. Achieving a quality deemed perfect, the grades of shamanic potions are classified as inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, and perfect. Mu Kuei had previously crafted this potion numerous times in her past life, mastering the process with ease that, as its name suggests. The ill-fated potion is designed to bring misfortune to others. Its effects are peculiar, reminiscent of causative weaponry, yet such potions are commonplace within the Orc continent. The term shaman and priest both derive from this concept. Mu Kuei's creation of the ill-fated potion is not intended for malice. Rather, it serves as a catalyst for a secret art that diminishes one's presence. Stand still, she commanded. A complex incantation flowed from Mu Kuei's lips, and the rosy-hued potion was guided into threads, weaving an intricate pattern upon Mu Zhao's youthful visage. Moments later, as the spell concluded, the pattern faded, and Mu Zhao's handsome face, imbued with a strange energy, became forgettable, rendering it impossible for anyone to recall his exact features. Furthermore, it would create an illusion of normalcy, evading suspicion. Even Chuan, the high priest, would find it impossible to detect anything amiss when the perfect ill-fated potion was employed. Yixuan, a thorough esthetician, was enamored solely by her brother's visage. Since eliminating her swiftly was not feasible, addressing the root of the problem was the only recourse to prevent her relentless pursuit of her brother. The primary concern was Mu Kuei's fear that Yixuan would return, compelling her to restrain her own restless hands. Should she inadvertently miscalculate her strength and eliminate Yixuan prematurely, she would be forced to embark on a perilous escape from the tribe with her brother, all while still lacking the prowess of a 4th-tier beast warrior. The stakes were simply too high. For a being as easily dispatched as Yixuan, it was not worth the risk. Orcs' appetites are often proportional to their size. Thanks to their remarkable digestive capabilities, a typical orc can consume an amount of food equivalent to their beast form's volume. A 1st-tier beast warrior can devour food amounting to 2 to 4 times their beast form size per meal. The 2nd-tier warrior, 4 to 6 times. This pattern continues thereafter. Mu Zhao's beast form resembles a majestic saber-toothed tiger with pristine white wings, measuring over 3 meters in length. Mukue, being female, is slightly smaller than her male counterparts. Yet upon becoming a beast warrior, her size has significantly increased, now resembling a 4-meter-long female saber-toothed tiger adorned with white wings. The two cylindrical segments they brought back, containing tree powder, measured approximately 4 meters in diameter and 10 meters in height. Such dimensions allowed them to float on the water's surface, attributed to the lightweight nature of the tree material and the air trapped within, as the powder did not entirely fill the segments. Nevertheless, even so, the extracted tree powder would suffice for a hearty meal for the siblings. The cave they inhabited was rather rudimentary, devoid of tables, chairs, or a stove. Typically, their diet comprised 3 unchanging staples: roasted meat, stewed meat, and vegetable soup. The only seasoning available was low-quality sea salt, in limited quantity, providing merely a hint of saltiness, while the predominant taste was a bitter and astringent flavor. Occasionally, they would even find grains of sand within the salt. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter, Mukue thought, deciding not to commence cooking immediately. D. Please fetch me some larger grinding stones. The bigger, the better. I have a use for them, she instructed Mu Zhao. Sure, I'll be back shortly, he replied dutifully. Grinding stones, a material akin to marble in the beast world, are exceptionally hard and, once polished, possess a mirror-like smoothness. Moreover, their stable properties prevent them from becoming rough upon contact with acidic substances, making them popular among orcs for crafting stone pots and pans. In terms of heat conduction, they rival iron pots. Consequently, they are rarely utilized for furniture or flooring. The prolonged drought lasting 7 months during peak summer dissuades any orc from opting for such attractive yet heat-conductive materials in construction. Mukue intended to create a kneading board and several large stone pots from the grinding stones. The leftover scraps could be fashioned into stone plates and bowls, but to ensure they do not conduct heat excessively, the base must be sufficiently thick. She already had a mental blueprint for the construction. While waiting for Mu Zhao's return, Mukue inspected the stone jar containing their salt. It was nearly half empty, approximately equivalent to 2 standard bags of salt on Earth. The salt was acquired during tribe gatherings, which would not occur until the first month of next year's windy season. Currently, they were only in the 3rd month of the rainy season, and based on previous years, they would have to rely on this limited salt supply for the next 15 months. However, Mukue, possessing memories from her past life, was aware that the roots of the water trumpet plant could yield salt. Thus she remained unperturbed. She added water to the salt jar and placed it over the fire to boil, intending to filter the low-quality sea salt and refine it into pure salt. Lacking a stove made the task challenging. Mukue approached a section of stone wall within the cave, transforming her hands into tiger claws, sharp and elongated nails protruding from her pads as she began to excavate. In the orc continent, both male and female orcs can freely transform between their beast and human forms upon reaching adulthood. For Mukue, maintaining her human form while manifesting tiger claws was a trivial feat. Some orcs, particularly pleased with their beast forms, even choose to display their ears and tails to attract the opposite sex. She first extracted an irregular stone block measuring 10 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 2 meters in height from the wall. Building upon this block, she carved out a stove cavity, pot positions, fire access, smoke outlets, and ash disposal structures. Before long, a stove featuring 5 hot water pot positions capable of accommodating 2 2-meter diameter pots. 2 1-meter diameter pots and 2 half-meter diameter antimony pots was freshly created. The concept of aluminum was still unknown in this beast world. Thus, their antimony pots were not made of aluminum. However, Mukue planned to craft 2 antimony-style pots from the grinding stone, which would be practical for simmering soups and steaming buns. The orcs' appetites are indeed substantial. Despite the stove boasting 6 main pot positions with ample openings, during meal preparation, all would undoubtedly be put to use. When Mu Zhao returned with the grinding stones, he found his sister cradling an oddly shaped large rock, pacing within the cave, seemingly contemplating where to place it in the beast world, where the male population outnumbers the female. Every female is a precious gem, delicate and requiring careful protection. Sister, let me handle it, Mu Zhao exclaimed, startled, as he hurried to relieve her of the heavy stone. Thud. I've decided. It shall stay here for now. Once the kitchen is ready, I will move it inside, Mukue declared, placing the stove a short distance from the woodpile. Turning to see Mu Zhao, she cheerfully asked, "You're back. Did you find the grinding stones?" "I need them right now." Relieved that his sister had finally set down the hazardous object, Mu Zhao curiously inquired, "Sister, are you all right carrying such a large stone? It must be quite heavy. I doubt any ordinary female could lift even a corner." At this, Mukue suddenly remembered she had yet to inform her brother that she was now a second-tier beast warrior, possessing strength surpassing his own, that it's nothing. "It's quite manageable," she reassured him, lifting the stove slightly off the ground to demonstrate her newfound strength. "This is the result of the beast god's blessing. I am now a second-tier initial stage beast warrior, even stronger than you, Adi." "Second tier," Mu Zhao gasped in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the sister who had relied on his protection just a day prior had now surpassed him in strength. However, with his mere first-tier abilities, could he still protect his sister? Upon this thought, Mu Zhao's cheeks flushed slightly. A sense of shame washing over him, he realized he was still too weak. He could not even protect his elder sister now. Raised single-handedly by her, Mu Kuei, upon noticing his expression, could not help but understand the turmoil within his heart. She offered him words of comfort. "Little brother, you have never experienced a full meal in your life. And to awaken as a first-tier beast pattern warrior just as you reach adulthood is already quite remarkable. With time, if you eat more, your strength will surely increase. Yes, I will strive to grow stronger and protect you." "Elder sister," Mu Zhao firmly declared, clenching his fist and nodding resolutely. He had made up his mind to quickly become stronger, so he would no longer be a burden to her. "This is the stove I constructed. A platform capable of accommodating many pots. The pots made of grinding stone need to be in this style. Come, little brother, help me Yukue sketched the three-dimensional structure of several pots on the ground, urging Mu Zhao to assist her in hastening their completion for the sake of cooking. The claws of the beast served as their sharpest weapons in the face of grinding stone, which could never withstand their claws. It proved more effective than any chisel, axe, or electric drill. The sound of scraping echoed continuously, with occasional sparks flying during their processing. That be why the time the hunting team returned, calling out for meat outside the cave. Mu Kuei had completed the pots she desired. Alongside them, she had also fashioned a cutting board, 2 grinding stone knives for steaming trays, 5 high-footed stone plates, 6 large stone basins with ears, 2 large covered bowls, and 4 thick-bottomed large sea bowls. Thus, their dining utensils were nearly complete. After several rounds of boiling, the inferior sea salt had been purified to a satisfactory level, and Yukue extinguished the fire, allowing the residual moisture within the stone jar to evaporate slowly in the residual heat. Such pure salt, Mu Zhao marveled as he cautiously dipped a finger into the jar, tasting it and immediately feeling a spark of delight. "It's salty, with no bitterness." "Indeed?" Mukue nodded with a smile, explaining, "I used the boiling method to eliminate the impurities from the sea salt. This should be considered refined salt. Using it to roast meat will greatly enhance the flavor compared to before." "That sounds excellent, but..." Mu Zhao observed the noticeably diminished amount of salt in the jar, expressing his concern. "After removing the impurities, the salt has decreased. I fear it may not be enough for us." His words were already conservative, for in truth, even the unrefined salt would scarcely suffice on a daily basis. They supplemented their intake of salt with animal blood and a bitter, astringent herb known as gray grass. "Do not worry. I know how to procure salt," Mu Kuei said with a mysterious smile. "From now on, we shall never lack for salt again." "Really?" Mu Zhao exclaimed in surprise. The days without salt had been exceedingly difficult. The thought of having an endless supply filled him with joy. He tasted the salt once more, and a wave of happiness washed over him. Next, Mu Kuei sketched 3-dimensional diagrams of tables, chairs, soup spoons, skimmers, chopsticks, forks, rolling pins, and whisks, instructing Mu Zhao to craft them from the wood and common stones found within the cave. Meanwhile, Mu Kuei began the process of preparing dinner. She mixed powdered tree bark with water and salt, kneading the mixture into dough on the cutting board, rolling it into strips, and cutting it into small segments. Then, she rolled these small dough pieces into wrappers, filling them with a mixture of egg and salt-infused meat. In the beast world, the chickens were generally quite large. The goo chicken, a gray bird with mottled patterns, stood half a person tall, agilely leaping among the treetops. Its beak was dull, causing no pain when pecked, and its tender meat was favored by females and younglings alike. The eggs they found in the nests of several goo chickens were 6 in number, each as large as an outstretched palm. Even bigger than goose eggs, Mukwe placed the filled glutinous rice dumplings into the steaming trays of the antimony pot, and once steamed, they would become savory, glutinous rice cakes. Additionally, she prepared savory rice cakes without sugar or sesame, coated in nut powder, sweet and savory dumplings filled with fruit and fresh meat, and savory rice cakes and baked glutinous rice cakes devoid of sugar and milk, given the simplicity of their conditions. Mukwe could not create many variations. Nevertheless, when the final dishes were presented at the table, Mu Zhao, who had only ever tasted roasted meat, stewed meat, and wild vegetable soup, was utterly astonished. "Elder sister, can we truly eat all of this?" Mu Zhao gazed at the array of exquisite dishes. Inhaling their tantalizing aroma, he longed to reach out, yet feared ruining the delicate creations, his expression one of conflicted desire to go wash your hands. "Once you're done, you can eat," Mukwe instructed Dado. "All right," Mu Zhao exclaimed, quickly washing his hands and returning to seize a snow-white glutinous rice cake, eagerly taking a bite. In the next moment, "So delicious," he exclaimed, stars sparkling in his eyes. Happiness causing him to squint as he mumbled indistinctly, unable to stop himself from devouring the food on the table with the fervor of a whirlwind scattering leaves, seeing her little brother, who had become as thin as a reed due to long-standing hunger. Mukwe felt a pang of sympathy. She ladled a bowl of meat soup and handed it to him, admonishing, "There is plenty of food. Eat slowly, don't choke at them, elder sister. You should eat too." And Mu Zhao took a large gulp of the meat soup, eagerly urging Mukwe to join him. "All right, I will eat." Mukwe smiled as she scooped a dumpling with a wooden spoon, savoring it leisurely. "Kwe, is Kwe home?" A youthful, clear voice rang from outside the cave as they were halfway through their meal. Mukwe set down her wooden spoon and responded, "Yes, Inling, come in." She stood and walked towards the cave entrance. Outside the cave stood a silver-haired, silver-eyed young girl, clutching a fruit the size of a basin, looking sprightly. Her fair skin and exquisite features marked her as a rare beauty, though her silver hair was damp from the rain, clinging to the side of her face, giving her a rather disheveled appearance. This was Inling, a soon-to-be adult female who had formed a close friendship with Mu Zhao. The gender ratio in the beast world was strikingly unbalanced. Taking the winged tiger clan as an example, male cubs were born in beast form and matured into adulthood within 3 years, able to shift seamlessly between beast and human forms. In contrast, female cubs were born in human form and required 7 years to reach adulthood, lacking the protective fur of their male counterparts. The growth cycle for females was more than double that of males, leading to a high mortality rate among female cubs born without fur protection, compounded by the inequality in growth rates. Consequently, the current gender ratio in the winged tiger tribe had reached an astonishing 5:1, meaning that, on average, every 5 male beastmen could only pair with 1 female. Moreover, it required the female's favor to allow a male into her family. Otherwise, he would remain single, without a wife or offspring. This was the reality of the winged tiger tribe, that if nothing unexpected occurred, Mu Zhao would likely follow the same path, becoming one of Inling's companions in the future. However, Mukwe's experiences on Earth had left her profoundly shaken. The world where everyone could enjoy a full meal seemed nothing short of paradise to her. Thus, the monogamous marriage system of her homeland had become deeply ingrained in her mind, akin to a divine decree. Naturally, Mukwe would not allow her little brother Mu Zhao to become just another companion among Inling's numerous suitors. Yet she harbored no significant animosity towards Inling either. Survival and reproduction remained the eternal themes in the beast world, dictated by the prevailing circumstances. Unless the gender ratio eventually balanced, such situations were unlikely to change. "Kwe, I heard you were ill. Are you feeling better?" Upon seeing Mukwe, Inling scrutinized her with a hint of confusion. Pondering, just yesterday, she had heard that Kwe had been pushed into floodwaters by Yi Xian's people, contracting a cold and suffering from a high fever. How could she appear so well now? "Yes," Much better. Mukue nodded. She noticed the curiosity in Yinling's eyes, but chose not to elaborate further. By the way, Yinling, is there something you needed to discuss with me? This is the persimmon fruit my mother picked. It's for you. Yinling extended the verdant fruit in her hand, saying, Mother sent me to check on your condition. She mentioned that if you're feeling better, you could accompany her tomorrow for foraging. With a rosy complexion adorning her delicate face, Yinling skillfully diverted the conversation. Kue, what delightful concoctions have you prepared? It smells absolutely divine. Mukue, fully aware of Yinling's true intention to see Mu Zhao, chose not to reveal it. Instead, she maintained her composure and replied, I have prepared some fresh dishes. How about you come in and sample them? Yinling's silver eyes sparkled with anticipation, though it was unclear whether her eagerness was directed towards the food or the prospect of seeing Mu Zhao. Oh, Kue, your home has transformed remarkably. As she stepped closer to the cave, her gaze fell upon the newly added stove, tables, and benches, as well as the exquisitely smooth stone bowls and plates that gleamed like mirrors. Yinling's mouth gaped in astonishment. Mukue's cave had once been barren, devoid of any furniture. Yinling had even contemplated having her family construct a separate cave for her to accommodate Mu Zhao once she reached adulthood. Now, even the addition of a mere set of tables and chairs, alongside a cooking platform, was strikingly beautiful and functional, unlike anything she had seen before. And those stone bowls and plates, heavens, are they crafted from grinding stones? They appear so sophisticated. Carefully, she reached out to touch the bottom of a bowl filled with steaming soup, exclaiming in surprise, It's not too hot. Kue, how did you manage this? ISNT grinding stones supposed to become scorching when it encounters heat. Why aren't the bowls from your home hot? Simply put, the base of the bowl is made thicker, Mukue explained, turning an empty bowl upside down to show Yinling the substantial base. Then I shall ask my father to create some like these when I return. Subsequently, Yinling's gaze shifted to the array of dishes on the table. Her appetite piqued. These dishes look splendid. I have never encountered such ingredients before. Kue, what did you use to prepare them? Despite her inquiry, her eyes remained fixated on the most visually appealing glutinous rice cake, yearning to taste it. However, out of respect for her host, she hesitated to take any without being invited. Mukue handed her a fork, saying, Feel free to take whatever you desire. There's no need to be polite. All right, I shall take just one, Yinling emphasized, eagerly spearing a snow-white glutinous rice cake and bringing it to her mouth. The soft, chewy exterior of the rice cake yielded to reveal a savory filling that exploded with flavor upon her first bite. Salty, fresh, fragrant, and tender, the unparalleled taste provided her taste buds with an exquisite experience. Yinling's luminous silver eyes closed in bliss as she instantly fell in love with the flavor. It wasn't until she had devoured the entire cake that she licked her lips in satisfaction. Setting her sights on the other dishes on the table, if the glutinous rice cake was this delectable, surely the other dishes would not disappoint. In that moment, despite knowing that Mukue's family faced hardships, she couldn't resist the temptation of the food, and, her cheeks flushed, she timidly asked, May I have just a bit more? Mukue chuckled at her eagerness and handed her a bowl of sweet dumplings. Given the robust digestive capabilities of beastmen, Mukue was unconcerned about Yinling, a young female, overindulging in the sticky tree flower. Go ahead. These are all made from the flower of the tubular tree, which can be easily found during the rainy season. You needn't worry about us going hungry. Really? The flower from the tubular tree is edible. I'll have to let Mother try it too, Yinling exclaimed, surprised but quickly silencing herself as the delectable food lay before her. Her cheeks bulging like a little hamster as she devoured the morsels. I only recently discovered this myself, Mukue explained. Previously, I never realized that tree flower could be consumed. The tubular tree is typically felled by beastmen to construct boats. During the rainy season, when the tree is cut down, the flower is left exposed to the incessant rain, leaving behind an impression of discomfort from the sticky flower that clings to one's body after being splashed by the rain. The Ihu tribe remained quite primitive, relying solely on hunting and gathering for sustenance, without even the inception of agricultural civilization or milling tools, thus never considering turning powdered substances into food. Mukue, having traversed Earth in her past life, was the one to uncover the potential of tubular tree flower as a natural ingredient. Though young and unable to transform into their beast forms, females like Yinling had not yet developed excessive appetites. After indulging in the bowl of sweet dumplings, a piece of rice cake, and several glutinous rice cakes, Yinling finally let out a satisfied burp, realizing she had succumbed to the allure of food and overindulged. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze and murmured, "I'm sorry, it was just too delicious, and I couldn't help myself." She cautiously lifted her gaze to Mu Zhao, then turned to Mu Kuei, hesitatingly asking, "Do you still have enough to eat?" Mu Kuei smiled, unperturbed. "We have plenty. The flour is easily obtainable during the rainy season, so there is no worry about going hungry." Relieved, Yinling breathed a sigh of relief. She intended to admire Mu Zhao's striking features once more, but curiously, despite him being so near, she found herself forgetting what he looked like. Puzzled, she wondered why Mu Zhao appeared so captivating, yet her memory of his visage was fleeting. With such thoughts weighing on her, she bid farewell to the siblings and left, deep in contemplation. Since Yinling's arrival, Mu Zhao's expression had soured. Seeing this, Mu Kuei assumed it was due to Yinling's indifference towards him and explained, "I used a potion on your face to cast a spell. For the next month, no one will remember what you look like. This is primarily to prevent Yishuan from developing any further interest in you." After a brief pause, Mu Kuei continued, "Even if you were to be with her, she would undoubtedly seek more than just you as a partner that I do not wish for you to suffer. So I have arranged for a female who can solely belong to you. Though she is currently away from our tribe, she will undoubtedly cherish you." As Mu Kuei spoke, her voice softened. Though the scarcity of females often spared those capable of bearing offspring from discrimination, the Yihu tribe rarely intermarried with outsiders. Her assertion was, in truth, somewhat tenuous. Unexpectedly, Mu Zhao lamented, "She consumed so much of our food. Sister, you usually eat only this much for breakfast." Mu Kuei was taken aback, stifling a laugh. So, her brother was displeased with Yinling's hearty appetite, concerned that she would be difficult to sustain. It made sense. He had only recently reached adulthood and had yet to develop any emotional bond with Yinling, making it easy for him to sever ties. Following this incident, Mu Kuei estimated that she could forego the effort of persuading him. For those accustomed to hunger, the food in their bowl represented everything. Anyone daring to intrude would face dire consequences. "MHM, Yinling eats too much. Let us not associate with her," Mu Kuei soothed. "The one I found for you not only vows to be yours for life, but also comes with an endless supply of meat. She is undoubtedly the perfect match for you." Really? At the mention of endless meat, Mu Zhao's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Who is she? Which tribe does she belong to? When will she come to our tribe?" Mu Kuei's thoughts drifted to distant memories. "Her name is Xueji, a female from the rabbit tribe, who has been thinking of you for quite some time. She is your sister's savior." The final sentence was spoken silently in Mu Kuei's heart. Her rebirth was no simple matter. Many had exerted effort to aid her, among them the leader of the rabbit tribe, Xueji. After the meal, the sky outside the cave had already begun to darken. Yet Mu Kuei understood that it would be quite some time before nightfall was complete, that a day on the Beastman continent differed significantly from that on Earth, this time in her previous life. Mu Kuei had merely been an ordinary female, too weak to perceive her surroundings. However, the reborn Mu Kuei could distinctly sense the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds. If one were to equate a day on Earth to 24 hours, then a day in the beast realm stretched to 72 hours, threefold the temporal disparity. Spending 3 years in the beast realm was akin to living 16 years on Earth. 7 years in the beast realm corresponded to 37 years on Earth. Translated into earthly terms, a male winged tiger matures to adulthood in 16 Earth years, while a female reaches maturity in 37 Earth years, resulting in a staggering age gap of 21 Earth years, a disparity reminiscent of the difference between a youthful lad and an older lady, strikingly uncomfortable to behold in the eyes of humanity. Every female in the beast realm could easily be seen as a typical case of an older cow courting tender grass. Yet, this was the beast realm, where generalizations could not apply. Take Yinling. For instance, she was nearing 7 years of age and on the brink of adulthood, yet her actual time spent equated to roughly 36 Earth years. Nevertheless, her physical development resembled that of a human girl of 15 or 16. Who could claim she was old? The males of the beastman species, upon reaching adulthood, also took on the appearance of young men in their teens, when two individuals, seemingly of similar age, engaged in romance. Who could, with a clear conscience, assert that the female was merely a case of an older cow with younger grass? Their cave lacked beds, furniture, or even basic facilities such as a kitchen or restroom. Storage rooms, studies, and ice cellars were nowhere to be found, and a significant transformation was imperative, as the beast tide was imminent in 13 days. When the beast tide arrived, countless avian and monstrous creatures would surge into the cave, necessitating robust defenses. Presently, it was still far from dark outside. Sleeping was out of the question, and Yukue grasped her younger brother's hand, excavating the stone walls, contemplating how to establish a kitchen first. Meanwhile, she crafted stone sofas, cabinets, wardrobes, nightstands, and shelves from the stones she unearthed. Additionally, Mukue drew inspiration from modern oven designs, substituting iron rods and trays with remnants of grinding stones, and using ordinary stones from the cave for the outer shell, creating a small oven that could be heated from the outside using a handle on the back to generate airflow. The outer dimensions measured 60-40-40 cm, while the internal space was a mere 50-20-20 centimeters, smaller than conventional ovens, likely only capable of baking a 6-inch cake. Nevertheless, Mukue felt content. Currently, only 2 eggs from the clucking hen remained, and not long ago, Yinling had gifted her a persimmon fruit. The persimmon was spherical, roughly the size of an enamel basin, ripening to a green hue, composed of peel, juice, flesh, and seed. The peel was thin yet resilient, resistant to puncturing. The juice was somewhat viscous, reminiscent of a seedless persimmon. The flesh also bore the taste of persimmon, albeit with a crunchy texture, far from soft. The seed, once roasted, could be consumed like a nut. The sweetness of the persimmon juice was adequate, barely suitable as a sugar substitute, making it perfect for Mukue to prepare a 6-inch tree powder cake for her brother the following morning. After her rebirth, Mukue's memories of her life on Earth had sharpened to the point where even a fleeting glance at a piece of text or an image could be recalled with clarity. This was also the reason she could construct the oven. The delicacies from her memories remained vivid, as if she had savored them just yesterday. And Mukue did not concern herself with whether she could enjoy a slice of cake in the beast realm. Instead, she yearned for her brother, who had endured a life of hardship, to taste it, and one understood the life they had lived better than Mukue herself, who had experienced it firsthand. 3 years without a full meal might not sound shocking. But what if translated into Earth time? Their parents had met with misfortune the day after Mu Zhao was born at that time. Mukue was just over 4 years old, a frail, weak female unable to transform in her beast form. Resembling a 10-year-old girl on Earth, in the beast realm, there existed a type of milk fruit, white like a coconut, available only during the snow season, growing on towering cliffs. Once the external temperature surpassed 0°C, it would spoil, and Mu Zhao was born right at the beginning of the 5th month of the snow season. Having lost her mother shortly after birth, Mukue could not reach the milk fruit and had to rely on her tribe for sustenance, while her younger brother often cried out in hunger. Later, as the wind season came, the milk fruits provided by the tribe dwindled. 3 months in the beast realm equated to 9 Earth months. A forced weaning occurred after just 9 months. From the moment of birth to reaching adulthood 16 Earth years later, her brother had gnawed on tree roots, consumed tree bark, licked moss, and caught insects. But he had never had a full meal. Contemplating this, Mukue turned away, quietly wiping away the tears that had begun to flow from her eyes. She wanted to provide the best for her younger brother, whom she had raised and who had grown accustomed to hardship. She would do everything within her power. The workload for one night was considerable. The current pace, Mukue was confident that within 4 days, she could create 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a restroom. In 10 days, she would complete the construction of a storage room, a medicine room, a study, an ice cellar, and the defensive works against the beast tide. With 13 days until the beast tide erupted, they still had ample preparation time. That night, the 2 stone sofas were occupied by the siblings. Each taking one, they spread a hide over the sofas, covering themselves with the remaining piece. With dreams of a better future in their hearts, They soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, the siblings rose early. They first felled a tube tree with 7 segments. Dragging it home to prepare breakfast, those who had endured hunger for years possessed an incredible dedication to food preparation. Having observed Mu Kuei yesterday, Mu Zhao was now able to assist in mixing the filling. Baking glutinous rice cakes and wrapping tanyuan in glutinous rice balls that MUK, too, found time to prepare the glutinous rice, tree powder, cake. Egg yolks, water, tree powder, and a small amount of melted animal fat were mixed into a batter. Plant oil could also be used, but Mu Kuei had yet to acquire it, so animal fat was her only option. Egg whites were combined with persimmon juice and whipped into a creamy white consistency. Standing firm on the chopsticks, the 2 mixtures were then blended together and placed into the baking tray, which was shoved into the small oven. The grinding stones brought back yesterday had been entirely used, leaving Mu Kuei without even an extra cake mold. However, she did not mind the aesthetics. As long as the taste met her standards and her brother could enjoy it, that was sufficient. Team mealtime. Mu Kuei presented the somewhat sunken, dark yellow tree powder cake, which hardly qualified as visually appealing, to Mu Zhao, a new delicacy. Let us see how it tastes, she encouraged. The winged tiger tribe members had keen senses, and Mu Zhao had already caught the unusual blend of persimmon and egg scents wafting from the freshly baked cake, stirring his appetite. Yet he refrained from diving right in, instead asking, "Sister, have you tasted it?" "I have," Mu Kuei replied, pointing to a small bite taken out of the edge of the cake. Is that really considered tasting? Mu Zhao clearly did not accept his sister's definition, using chopsticks to divide the cake into a large and a small piece. He kept the smaller portion for himself and offered the larger piece to his sister. "This soft, fluffy treat is more suitable for females. I'm a male, so just a taste will suffice." Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Kuei realized that if she did not eat, her younger brother would stubbornly refuse to consume anything. Reluctantly, she took a small piece from the larger portion and placed it in her own bowl, then pushed it back towards him. "There, now I've truly tasted it. The remainder is for you. Don't hesitate any longer." Before Mu Zhao could make any further gestures, Mu Kuei added, "You saw how this tree powder cake was made. We have an abundance of tree powder, and we can also find gugu chicken eggs and persimmons during our foraging. This is something we can make again in the future. It's not a rarity. Just eat it when offered. There's no need for back and forth." Hearing this, Mu Zhao had no choice but to relent. He understood that this was merely an excuse from his sister to reserve the good things for him, just as he had wanted to keep the largest piece of cake for her. However, they indeed lacked no raw materials for making the cake. The only limitation was the size of the oven. With this thought, Mu Zhao decided not to dwell on it any longer. He planned to quietly procure a grinding stone after their hunting expedition in the afternoon and, following his sister's method from the previous night, construct a larger oven to surprise her. That way, they could both enjoy the tree powder cake. As he bit into the crisp outer layer, the aroma of egg and a subtle sweetness reminiscent of persimmon burst forth in his mouth. The slightly glutinous texture made him crave another bite after the first. Instantly captivated by the unique taste of the glutinous rice, tree powder cake, Mu Zhao felt compelled to retract his earlier statement that the cake was only suited for females. Delicious food, after all, should appeal to both genders. Although Mu Kuei had already attained the strength of a second-tier beast pattern warrior, she had no intention of revealing this fact just yet. Not everyone, unlike her younger brother, would trust her unconditionally. Speaking of the beast god's blessings would only invite envy and wariness from others. Mu Kuei required a process, a means to justify her status as a beast pattern warrior. Thus, she would follow the females out for foraging, as usual, while Mu Zhao joined the hunting team. Whether foraging or hunting, both groups would venture far from the tribe, typically not returning until afternoon to ensure efficiency. Before departing, Mu Kuei needed to prepare convenient and portable cooked food for their lunch. Previously, she had always made jerky. During times when food was scarce, she would often turn half of their daily meat harvest into jerky, ensuring that Mu Zhao had enough sustenance for his hunting endeavors. Yet, even though it would only leave him half satiated, the winged tiger tribe was said to be divinely blessed. Upon reaching adulthood, each male beastman would usually awaken as a first-tier warrior within a year and would inevitably develop varying degrees of wind abilities. Mu Zhao had awakened as a beast pattern warrior right upon reaching adulthood, demonstrating considerable talent. However, due to insufficient nourishment, he could not fully exert his strength during hunts, often resulting in him being the least productive member of the hunting team. This led to a vicious cycle of inadequate yield and subsequent hunger, stunting his growth and preventing any change in his situation. Consequently, despite having been a beast pattern warrior for over 9 months, his strength remained stagnant at the initial tier. With ample tree powder available this time, Mu Kuei was determined that her younger brother would not go hungry during lunch. She prepared a generous amount of roasted meat-stuffed glutinous rice cakes and meat-filled glutinous rice balls, supplemented with a few nut powder dumplings. All 3 dishes were easily portable and ready to eat. She filled a large wooden jar, measuring 2 meters in diameter and 4 meters in height, to the brim with food, ensuring it was more than sufficient for Mu Zhao's midday meal, and Yu Kuei also took another jar of the same size, packed full of food that as they stepped out. Both siblings carried their wooden jars into the pouring rain at this juncture. The foraging and hunting teams were gathering. Along the way, they encountered many others, similarly hauling large jars or stone containers while braving the downpour. "Hey Zhao, that wooden jar you're carrying is significantly larger than before. Come clean, what have you got inside? Did your sister prepare something special for you?" The banter continued. "Wow, with such a big jar, your meals must be quite delightful today. I haven't tasted Kuei's cooking in ages. How about we swap meals during lunch?" Almost every male beastman who spotted Mu Zhao made light-hearted remarks. Those with whom he shared a close bond even embraced him, playfully winking as they arranged to exchange meals. Meanwhile, some females noticed Mu Kuei carrying a large jar and inquired curiously. After all, females generally had much smaller appetites than males, making such a large jar somewhat excessive for them. It is simply convenient for carrying food. The cylindrical boat can take in water, making it impractical to store certain items within. As she spoke, Mu Kuei would lift the jar with one hand to demonstrate that it was not heavy and did not contain much. Now that it was the rainy season, the once familiar tribe square had long been submerged. The gathering spot for the foraging and hunting teams had shifted to a large cave halfway up the mountain, measuring 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. Here, Mu Kuei parted ways with Mu Zhao, carrying her large jar towards the area where the females congregated. "Kuei, thank you for inviting Yinling for dinner last night. That little one has no self-control and must have caused you quite a bit of trouble." A beautiful female, appearing to be in her 20s, greeted Mu Kuei upon her arrival. This was Yinling's mother. "Not at all." Mu Kuei waved her hand dismissively. "The tree powder from the cylindrical tree is plentiful during the rainy season. It's not a rare commodity. We have enough food. So treating Yinling to a meal is no trouble at all. Yi insisted. "In the evening, I'll have C bring you some tender beast meat. Don't refuse. I have my own motives." With a resigned sigh, Mu Kuei acquiesced. She understood Ye's ulterior motive, as I was Ye's 4th son, a male who had yet to find a mate. Females were precious in the beast world. Previously, due to malnutrition, Mu Kuei had appeared frail and emaciated, leading everyone to believe that her condition would hinder her ability to bear offspring, and thus no males approached her. Now that Mu Kuei had discovered the cylindrical tree powder and their food supply was secure, her health would undoubtedly improve. In essence, she could bear children, and Yi hoped to pair her son with Mu Kuei to ensure future generations. When it came to matters of the heart, those were trivial. Even if it resulted in a fleeting romance, as long as they could establish a connection and persuade Mu Kuei to bear a child for C, it would be a gain for Yi's family. Even if Mu Kuei ultimately chose not to make C her permanent partner. Such was the straightforward and unpretentious nature of beastmen in their world, with a gender ratio of 5:1. And considering the older females who could no longer bear children, the males had no choice but to compete fiercely for mates, driven by desperation. Following this, Yi engaged Mu Kuei in further discussion about how to prepare tree powder. Other females, upon noticing, gathered around to ask a question or two. "Kuei, you've truly been a tremendous help to us. Indeed, I never imagined that the tree powder from the cylindrical tree could be edible. There's an abundance of it during the rainy season. Now, the orphans in the cave won't have to worry about food for the next few months." Upon hearing the mention of the Mukue's expression grew distant. As the name implies, serves as the refuge for orphan cubs within the Ihu tribe. However, it is predominantly a haven for male cubs, as female offspring are considered precious, and, even in the unfortunate event of becoming orphans, are swiftly adopted, and Yukue stands as a unique exception. Her insistence on being adopted alongside her younger brother deterred many prospective guardians. The sole family that agreed to take them and had ulterior motives, intending to groom a bond between Mukue and their unwed males while neglecting her brother's needs, even confining him away from her. Sensing this betrayal immediately, Mukue decisively returned with her brother. Fortunately, in this beastly realm, females possess inherently robust mental faculties, capable of providing mental guidance to male beastmen and even influencing their own pregnancies. Conversely, male beastmen, despite their formidable combat prowess, exhibit frail mental strength. Post-battle, they may become agitated, and excessive mental strain could lead to a loss of sanity. Without timely intervention, they risk devolving into mindless beasts. Females enjoy a certain privilege, should a mental lapse occur during guidance. Resulting in a person's incapacitation, it is merely a minor mistake, and the consequence is often limited to a few years of obligatory labor. Muk, determined to take her brother away, faced no opposition from the family, for they feared her future retribution once she matured and could provide guidance. They understood that should they refuse her, the repercussions would be unbearable from that moment on, even if others wished to adopt her and her brother together. She would no longer consent. As the only female cub aside from occasional hunger, Mukue faced little hardship. In fact, male cubs often share their rations with her. Some of those who had grown up have since left while others continue to endure the harsh reality of hunger. Having returned to life, Mukue felt compelled to assist resolving to bring back additional food after her afternoon gathering. Kawai, you are now an adult. Do not follow Ping's example. Seek a partner soon, lest you find yourself alone when the decade is up. Otherwise, you will have nowhere to weep. As the females conversed, they unwittingly shifted the topic to Mukue. In the Ihu tribe, females must find a partner within 10 years of reaching maturity. Failure to do so results in enforced arrangements by the tribe, often presenting them with an array of males. The skewed gender ratio, exaggerated to nearly 5:1 when accounting for the infertile, leaves many males eagerly awaiting the embrace of a nurturing female. Ping, overwhelmed by choices upon reaching adulthood, inadvertently let the decades slip by. Oh dear! This predicament delighted the chief, who was troubled by the increasing number of unattached males. He hastily prepared 50 suitors and delivered them to Ping's doorstep the same day. Such efficiency would render earthly salespersons speechless. Fear not. Within 4 years, I shall find a partner, Mukue assured, her words intended for the ears of the gathered females. She aimed to convey that she had no intentions of defying norms, reassuring Chief Meng and Priest Chun. Furthermore, it served as a declaration to the outside world that she and her brother were no longer easy targets for bullying, that Mukue was poised to find a powerful mate, compelling Meng, Chun, and other beastmen with designs on the siblings to reconsider their actions. The trials faced and had heightened Mukue's vigilance to an extraordinary degree. She found it impossible to trust anyone unfamiliar, let alone contemplate a partnership. Fortunately, her past experiences led her to a creature that suited her perfectly, a blank slate ready for her to shape. That creature was a black snow wolf cub named Mo, journeying from the distant northern continent to stand before her. This was Mukue's ideal choice for a partner. But as her thoughts wandered, the leader of the gathering party, Aku, ascended the platform to commence roll call. Aku, a bronze-skinned, athletic female adorned with a thin layer of muscle, bore a fearsome scar that stretched from her right cheek to her left jaw. Clearly, she was not one to be trifled with. Aku was a once-pampered individual whose family had perished in a calamity, leaving her a wretched soul, and she was the tribe's only mid-tier female beast warrior. ISE present today. Here. Kawai. Are you here? Present. Yukue waved to indicate her attendance. After roll call, Aku led the assembly out of the cave and down to the foot of the mountain. There, amid the torrential flood, several canoes floated, water pooling within, nearly reaching their ankles. These vessels had been prepared for the females when the hunting party departed. The rains of the season fell like a waterfall, causing pain upon contact and swiftly filling any empty boat to the brim, sinking it. Once aboard, Mukue began scooping out water with a wooden ladle, pondering whether she should seek an opportunity to construct a canopy for their boats. However, given the intensity of the rain, a conventional canopy would prove ineffective unless it extended beyond the boat itself and could prevent rain from seeping in. Lacking a reference design, Mukue would have to devise a plan herself. After traversing 2 mountains, Aku, braving the rain, ascended to survey the local resource distribution before halting the group. We shall gather here today. To the south lies a persimmon grove, to the west a thicket of tubes, and a gathering area for cuckoo birds. The resources in other locations are more varied, so I shall leave it to you to explore. Now, hang your wooden and stone jars on that eastern pine tree, marking them well to avoid confusion. I will keep an eye on them. The pine tree, towering over 10 zhang, boasted an umbrella-like canopy with countless needle-like branches and small, oval leaves clustered together, sprouting from the tips. Upon hearing pine tree, Mukue's eyes sparkled. Within the needle-like branches of the pine lay a core stem responsible for delivering nutrients to the leaves. How intriguing! It could be used as a substitute for Sichuan pepper. The stone and wooden jars carried during foraging and hunting serve as the orcs' lunchboxes, commonly referred to as food jars. However, due to the astonishing appetite of the orcs, these food jars are often exaggeratedly large. To facilitate transport and organized storage, orcs typically attach 2 straps to their food jars. The straps may be crafted from strips of animal hide or resilient tree bark and vines. The straps on the wooden food jars are fashioned from the fibrous bark of the blood-red vine, twisted together like hemp rope, resulting in a deep crimson hue. Once the food jar is secured, Mukue selects a dozen or so tree needles, each about a foot long, breaks them, and extracts the fibrous core, which he bundles together with the food jar. Thus, a spice that can serve as a substitute for Sichuan pepper is acquired. Subsequently, a group ventures into the persimmon grove. Along the way, Mukue spots a parasitic plant on a large tree. Its smooth stem adorned with heart-shaped, wing-like leaves the size of basketballs, bearing fluffy fruits resembling golden clouds. He plucks several of these fruits, and upon biting into one, a mildly sweet juice cascades down his throat, leaving a delightful, cotton candy-like satisfaction lingering in his heart. This is the puff fruit, a delicacy favored by females and younglings alike. Though the persimmon fruit has a flavor reminiscent of persimmons, the persimmon tree bears no resemblance to the actual persimmon tree. It more closely resembles a banyan tree, with densely packed, nail-sized, greenish leaves that filter even the most torrential rains of the rainy season into a gentle drizzle. The basin-sized persimmon fruits, whether green or unripe, hide amidst the dense foliage, making them quite elusive to find. Using the ubiquitous vines of the beast world during the rainy season, Mukue focuses on gathering the green fruits. The unripe ones are toxic. While orcs may not be fatally poisoned, they would suffer from stomach pain for several days if consumed. After collecting around 20, the vine net bulges like a small hill. Mukue halts, returns, and hangs the vine net filled with persimmon fruits alongside the food jar before heading west towards the tubular woods. There, several robust females are shedding their animal skins to transform into their beast forms, using their wings, sharp as blades, to flit about, harvesting tubular boats. Others are collecting unopened tube segments, preparing to return with tree powder for food preparation. Before becoming beast pattern warriors, orcs' clothing would fall away when they transformed. However, once they attain that status, they can change along with their garments. Moreover, if one wears armor prior to transforming, the armor's defensive capabilities can proportionally convert to their fur. To convert weapons into claws, horns, teeth, or other sharp attack forms, one must undergo special forging by a shaman or invoke blessings to inscribe ritual patterns onto the weapon. Of course, that is a topic for another day. Beast pattern warriors exhibit beast patterns upon their forms, and their sizes are significantly larger than ordinary orcs of the same race. The first tier beast pattern warrior bears patterns on their claws. The second tier adds patterns to the tips of their tails. The third tier sees patterns appear at the knee and elbow joints. The fourth tier extends patterns to the roots of their legs. The fifth tier marks a spinal vertebra with patterns that can be manifested when summoned. The sixth tier sees patterns on 2 vertebrae, and so forth. And oh, one knows precisely how many tiers of beast pattern warriors exist, but based on a number of vertebrae and animals, it can be inferred that there are likely many more to come. As Mukue wishes to conceal her identity as a beast pattern warrior, she cannot reveal her beast form in public. With 5 puff fruits as a reward, Mukue successfully trades for a tubular boat with a diameter of 7 meters. On the way there, Mukue's food jar was so large that other females had to share a boat amongst several. While she alone occupied one this time, returning with a larger boat would make it easier for her to carry her haul. As they venture deeper, a chorus of clucks fills the air. Gray, half-human-sized speckled chickens nimbly leap amongst the treetops, evading capture by the females, quickly transform into beast form and bite it dead. Over there, it's heading your way. The time to flaunt their figures has arrived. Observing how each female confidently shows off her form and shifts into beast form to catch chickens, Mukue glances at her own slender frame. Indeed, her nutritional deficiencies are severe, and she must indulge in a hearty meal to Mukue, agile as ever, leaps between branches and swiftly approaches a clueless clucking chicken. Grasping its neck, she exerts force, and with a sharp crack, the chicken's head tilts, lifeless. Wow. Kue, your human form is quite agile. You have a knack for catching chickens, the astonished females exclaim upon witnessing this scene. If it were them, they would never catch a chicken so effortlessly without transforming into a more advantageous beast form. In total, Mukue captures 6 clucking chickens and stumbles upon a nest, collecting over 20 eggs before continuing her search for gatherable food in the forest. By noon, Mukue, shouldering her food jar, finds an unoccupied treetop and quietly devours the jar filled to the brim with food. In the afternoon, she encounters the remarkably agile bouncing rabbit, capable of leaping 3 meters high, armed with a makeshift wooden knife. She chases it for a brief moment, causing the rabbit to scare itself into a tree, meeting its demise. The bouncing rabbit, comparable in size to an adult dog on Earth, possesses legs powerful enough to injure a typical winged female. Yet its intelligence is utterly lacking. It often bounces about only to collide with walls or trees, resulting in its untimely demise. Thus, the name bouncing rabbit is derived, after retrieving the foolish rabbit that met its end through sheer clumsiness. Mukue continues her search in the direction the rabbit appeared, eventually discovering a network of tree-hollow rabbit burrows. After considerable effort, she finally captures a nursing female rabbit. During the pursuit, 2 adult rabbits also meet their end through unfortunate accidents. Not a single baby rabbit is found, as the cunning mother rabbit has hidden them well. Kue, why are you capturing a live bouncing rabbit? Those legs can inflict quite a bit of pain. They're not meant for entertaining the younglings. One female kindly reminds Mukue upon seeing her hold a lively rabbit. Rest assured, I'm just keeping it for fun, not to tease the orc younglings. Mukue replies. She recalls the first month of last year's windy season, when she was still a juvenile, playing outside and becoming famished. Spotting a bouncing rabbit, she foolishly chased after it, recalling the moment when the rabbit kicked a stone, shattering it, an event that now feels like a distant memory, yet it still makes her sweat at the thought of her past self. Eventually, that rabbit, due to its sheer stupidity, leapt about aimlessly until it met its demise, allowing her and her brother to reap the rewards. Since then, Mukue has gained a profound understanding of the rabbit's folly. After a day of diligent labor, let's go. Time to head home. The females call out, loading their respective bounties onto their boats, one by one. The variously sized tubular boats drift along the floodwaters, steered by the females toward the direction of their tribe, and Mukue's haul today is quite substantial. Not only has she filled the 7-meter diameter tubular boat to the brim, but she has also stuffed smaller items in the empty food jar until it is completely packed. Kue, you have gathered an impressive amount today. With so much food and tree powder, it seems your family will not lack for sustenance any longer, the females remark, eyeing the abundant supplies on Mukue's boat with envy. It feels like you've gained quite a bit of strength today. One female remarks. Mukue smiles, casually explaining, I wasn't well fed before, hence my lack of strength. That makes sense. The tubular tree powder was discovered by you. You must have had a hearty meal before heading out this morning. The females were deeply convinced and accepted the words of Mukeu in every small group. There are always a few standout individuals. Today, there were indeed females who gathered as much, if not more, than Mu Kuei. These were acknowledged in the tribe as diligent and fierce females. Some were even close to qualifying as first-tier beast pattern warriors. The cylindrical boat came to a halt at the foot of the mountain. It was laden with quite a bit of cargo, and the weight was not light. Given Mu Kuei's current strength, she could, with gritted teeth, manage to carry the fully loaded cylindrical boat up the mountain. However, in the eyes of outsiders, she still appeared as an ordinary female, so such an endeavor was certainly not feasible. Finding a stone pillar crafted by the orcs in previous years, Mu Kuei secured the boat and first carried the food jars back to the cave. When she returned, several males were already stationed at the boat's mooring place. It must be quite strenuous for you, a female, to move these items. Let me lend you a hand, said an unfamiliar voice. Kuei, I'll help you. If you make something delicious later, don't forget to save me some, chimed in a familiar one. Currently, the hunting party had yet to return to the tribe. Among these males, some had just come of age and lacked the strength to join the hunting team, while others had withdrawn from it due to injuries and were performing patrol duties to sustain their livelihood. The bounty from the hunting team was not entirely distributed to the participating orcs. A significant portion went directly to the orcs, while the remainder was divided into two parts. One part was made into jerky and stored in the tribe's warehouse to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, and another portion was paid as hunting tax to the tribe, for which the patrol orc salaries were deducted. The leftover scraps would be sent to the orphan cave. Thank you in advance. Mu Kuei did not refuse their assistance. After all, should they ever require her help, she could provide some free psychological counseling, or if there were any delicacies, she could send them some, thus repaying the favor. Currently, the Ihu tribe did not possess any currency, but there was a contribution value system meticulously recorded and managed by the tribe for verification and settlement. After the male orcs exhibited signs of agitation, those with females at home naturally had no worries. However, those without females needed to seek willing females to assist in providing counseling. This counseling was not without cost. They could register the management center to pay contributions to request a female's assistance. Alternatively, they could accumulate small favors over time to earn a female's help for free. Of course, a few males with sufficient charm could persuade a female to provide assistance solely based on their personal allure. Those who came to help often sought to secure an opportunity for free counseling. A boat full of items was mostly seized by these eager males. Mu Kuei held a gugu chicken in her left hand and cradled a persimmon in her right. While not entirely empty-handed, it was nearly so, considering the formidable physique of the orcs. Cheongshu, the powder from the cylindrical tree, can be eaten. Simply mix it with water to form a dough. Divide it into small portions, add water, and boil it in a stone pot until the dough floats to the surface, and it is ready to eat. Along the way, Mu Kuei engaged in casual conversation with a slender young boy. Of course, if you wish to learn more cooking methods, do stay a while and see how I do it, she added. The boy named Cheongshu had once been a companion in the orphan cave, having come of age alongside Mu Zhao. However, due to malnutrition and inadequate talent, he had not become a beast pattern warrior like Mu Zhao. Is that possible, Sister Kuei? Cheongshu's eyes lit up, feeling somewhat tempted. Of course, I still need to prepare some tree powder to send to the orphan cave that I might not manage alone. So if you learn, you could lend me a hand. After all, readily available labor is invaluable. Aha! Sister Kuei, I do have quite the appetite. Who knows, while you're cooking, I might just sneak a few bites. Oh, you little rascal, you've got quite the audacity. What do you think would happen if Zhao came back and found you pilfering? Ah, that guy hits really hard. Sister Kuei, you mustn't let that slip. I was just joking, merely jesting. Upon returning to the cave, Mu Kuei thanked the assisting orcs. Cheongshu helped her organize the gathered bounty. Wow, Sister Kuei, your home has changed so much. What is this? A cooking station. It looks so clean, much better than my messy cave. 1, 2, 3. Sister Kuei caught 6 gugu chickens. That's impressive. It must not be easy for a female to catch these. The young lad exclaimed, his eyes brimming with envy. If only my home could be like this. What a pity. Cheongshu feigned a sorrowful shake of his head. Mu Kuei kneaded the dough without turning her head. It's simple. These techniques are not complicated, that if you work a little harder and spend more time, you could achieve it too. Xiangshu's lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately, he held back. In truth, he wished to vie for a position as Sister Kuei's partner. Yet every time he tried, she feigned ignorance, leaving him at a loss. Moreover, he was not even a beast-pattern warrior yet, and there were countless males in the tribe who were superior to him, certainly leaving him with little qualification to compete. After 2 pots of glutinous rice cakes were steamed, a voice from outside the cave called out, "Sister, I'm back. Look what I brought for you." "Oh." "Xiangshu, what are you doing here?" Before catching sight of his sister, Mu Zhao's voice rose sharply upon unexpectedly encountering an irritating male in his home. "I came to help Sister Kuei prepare tree powder to visit the orphan cave and check on the cubs," Xiangshu awkwardly explained, fidgeting with his hands. Though he knew he lacked the qualification to pursue Sister Kuei, he still felt intimidated in front of Mu Zhao. Certainly, encountering a younger brother-in-law often left him feeling inferior. But more so, he was haunted by the psychological shadow left by the painful beatings from Mu Zhao. Mu Zhao's protectiveness over his sister was renowned in the orphan cave. In the past, which male cub had ever attempted to get close to Mu Kuei without facing a beating. Mu Kuei had long since grown accustomed to the dynamics between the two, and after washing her hands, her gaze immediately focused on the large oven Mu Zhao was holding. "Did you make this, little brother?" Mu Kuei was both surprised and delighted. Her younger brother's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. Having seen her make it once, he had learned to create it himself, and it would be no exaggeration to call him a genius. Moreover, she had been contemplating making a large oven, yet her brother had prepared one in advance. How thoughtful of him. "Well, sister, didn't you say the oven was too small? I thought I'd make you a bigger one while I was at it," Mu Zhao replied, presenting the large oven with a look that begged for praise. This oven was comparable in size to the old-fashioned top-opening chest freezers. Not only could it accommodate a 6-inch cake, but it could also fit 2 16-inch cakes inside simultaneously. Such a large one will save so much effort while baking. Mu Kuei's eyes crinkled with joy. "You are the best, little brother. I was just thinking of needing a larger oven." She happily accepted the oven, opening it to inspect the internal structure. "Yes, it's almost identical to the one I made. With no discernible flaws, it should work just fine." Plus, Zhao thoughtfully made some small modifications, constructing it as a 3-tier oven that Mu Kuei instantly retracted her previous thoughts. If a 16-inch cake received even heat inside, it could bake 6 at once, perfectly suited for the orc's enormous appetites. "What is this oven for?" Xiangshu leaned in, examining the peculiar structure of the oven with curiosity, and Mu Kuei explained, "It's a device used for baking food. For example, putting meat inside, then adding fire and blowing air from the outside. Before long, you'll have roasted meat that if you place the tree powder cakes inside, they can be baked and eaten as well." Xiangshu understood, silently committing the structure of the oven to memory. "This can roast a lot of meat, and tree powder cakes can be baked too? I'll go make one myself later." The male cubs are voracious eaters. Due to their growth needs, their appetites are even greater than those of the ordinary adult winged tigers. Typically, a male cub, if bereft of its father and not particularly favored by its mother, or pressured by other partners, will be sent to the orphan cave. This explains why the orphan cave is filled with numerous male cubs, all without guardians. Mu Kuei, Mu Zhao, and the enlisted Xiangshu busied themselves for over half an hour, and only when the call for meat distribution echoed from outside did they manage to produce a small portion of tree powder. "Let us descend for the meat distribution." "Sister, I have hunted quite a bit today," Mu Zhao boasted. "Really? That is splendid news." Mu Kuei responded with delight, pulling Mu Zhao and Xiangshu towards the large cave where they had gathered in the morning. This location is known as the Sacrificial Cave, aside from serving as a venue for roll calls. It is where the tribe conducts rituals, meat distributions, or other large gatherings that are inconvenient to hold outdoors. Deep within the cave lies a circular step altar, 200 meters in diameter and 4 meters high, currently piled high with an array of game. The blood seeping from the wounds of the prey is automatically absorbed by the altar, never spilling over its edges. At this moment, the tribe leader, Yimeng, and the priest, Chun, stand upon the steps of the altar. Meng is a burly man with a thick beard, his muscles bulging, standing at least 2 meters tall. Chun, with a height of around 1.70 meters, is a stunning beauty with sharply defined features. However, her narrow, upturned eyes lend her a somewhat haughty demeanor. as the gathering neared completion. Meng turned to Chun and said, "Let us begin." Chun nodded slightly, raising the ceremonial staff and reciting incantations as she commenced a ritual dance around the altar. Symbolizing blessings, simultaneously, the male beastmen transformed into their beast forms, howling towards the heavens. The females, on the other hand, crossed their arms over their shoulders, slightly leaning forward with heads bowed, their eyes half closed, exuding an aura of reverence. In an instant, the previously spacious cave became densely filled. As the dance concluded, the meat upon the altar appeared to have lost most of its blood. Mukue knew that the essence of the blood had been extracted. The creation of the sacred water requires the essence of animal blood as its primary ingredient. While the beast god absorbs the faith of the beastmen, Chun's dance serves not only as an offering to the beast god, but also as a means to instill deeper devotion among the beastmen. The sacred water is the only item that the priest can produce with healing properties. However, its effect is limited to accelerating wound healing and does not cure diseases. Furthermore, the healing process consumes the beastman's vitality. After consuming the sacred water, if energy is not replenished promptly, it may even affect their lifespan. As the tribe leader, Meng personally distributes the meat after the ritual, a means to bridge the gap between him and his kin, reinforcing his authority as chief. The prey on the altar is substantial, with the smallest measuring at least 2 meters long, larger than most wild boars on Earth. The largest specimen exceeds 20 meters in length, comparable in size to several elephants combined, resembling a small hill and occupying 1/10 of the altar's area. Meng wields a gleaming black crescent-shaped bone knife, summoning a small whirlwind that lifts several pieces of game. With deft strokes, he separates flesh from bone, leaving the skeletal remains pristine and devoid of any meat, so clean that one could see their reflection in the bones. And no matter how many times Mukue witnesses Meng's extraordinary butchering skills, akin to a master chef carving beef, she remains in awe. Such artistry in knife work is nothing short of remarkable. It is no wonder that Meng has maintained his position as tribe leader for over a century, with no one surpassing him. It is worth noting that, aside from Meng, who is a pinnacle 5th-tier beast pattern warrior, the strongest among the tribe are merely 4th-tier warriors, representing a significant disparity in power. While beastmen have a brief growth period, their lifespans are notably long. For instance, ordinary adult winged tigers can live for around 400 years without illness, while those who become beast pattern warriors see their lifespans increase by 100 years with each tier ascended. Of course, longevity has its drawbacks, particularly in terms of low fertility rates. An ordinary female winged tiger may bear 3 litters in 10 years, which is considered prolific, but this becomes increasingly difficult after ascending to beast pattern warrior status. There are also shorter-lived species, such as the rodent tribe, where adult rodent beastmen typically live only 20 to 30 years, starkly contrasting the longevity of the winged tigers. Meng, at over 200 years old, has a lifespan cap of 900 years as a 5th-tier warrior, placing him in his prime. For any challengers seeking to usurp his position, the task is exceptionally daunting. Meng began the meat distribution. A striking figure clad in a long fur robe appeared on a lower step, capturing attention. This handsome man had naturally wavy silver-gray hair, with elongated phoenix eyes that subtly turned upwards at the corners, evoking a sense of intrigue without suggesting frivolity. His pupils, a translucent ash gray, seemed to hold unfathomable depth and mystery. This was G, responsible for coordinating and recording the contributions of the tribe members, occasionally hosting ceremonies such as bonding rituals and celebratory feasts. Every individual in the tribe tasked with recording and accounting is referred to as G, a title that serves as a positional designation, similar to the role of Zhu, who oversees construction. However, this G is a contemporary of Mukue's father and Meng, now over 200 years old. The tribe commonly refers to him simply as G. His true name has long become a mystery. At G's feet lay a thick stack of thin stone slabs used for recording information. He picked one up and, with a voice imbued with a magnetic quality, began to read aloud, bang, 50 contributions. Immediately, a bronze-skinned, 2-meter-tall muscular man stepped forward. Below the altar, 2 stone platforms, each 10 meters in diameter, flanked either side. Upon hearing Ji announce Bang's contribution for the day, Meng proceeded to slice the prepared meat in two, tossing the larger portion onto the left stone platform. The smaller portion remained on the altar, distinctly separated from the pile of game, designated as Bang's rightful share, while the remainder would be collected as hunting taxes and stored in the storage cave alongside contributions from other beastmen. The storage cave serves as a repository for communal resources, maintained at low temperatures year-round by beastmen proficient in ice abilities. Individuals holding positions within the tribe, such as sentinels, ji, zhu, leaders, and priests, receive their salaries from this cave. In the event of unforeseen circumstances or a decline in collective harvests leading to famine, the tribe may access the storage cave based on each individual's historical contributions to provide sustenance to their kin. Deshur, 30 contributions. Wu Yin, 32 contributions. For families that have formed around a female, Ji would recite their contributions in one continuous breath. Meng would then allocate the meat for that family to the same stone platform. The sacrificial cave is approximately the size of 6 football fields, having hollowed out a significant portion of the mountainside. Its internal structure is uniquely designed by the tribe's builders, featuring amplified sound and echo effects. Moreover, Ji possesses the strength of a pinnacle 4th-tier beast pattern warrior, allowing his voice to reach every corner of the cave, despite its volume being relatively low. The total population of the winged tiger tribe exceeds 20,000, with the hunting party maintaining a consistent strength of around 5,000 members. The meat distribution progressed slowly, and Mu Kuei and her brother waited for over an hour before it was their turn. Mu Zhao, 10 contributions. Under ordinary circumstances, a 1st-tier beast pattern warrior can earn a maximum of 15 contribution points in a single hunting expedition that a 2nd-tier beast pattern warrior can garner up to 35 points, while a 3rd tier can achieve a maximum of 60 points. And a 4th tier can reach as high as 100 points. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei felt a surge of delight. Quite impressive indeed, far surpassing previous yields. The harvest of a peak 1st-tier beast pattern warrior typically only amounts to 13 to 15 contribution points. Given Mu Zhao's early-stage 1st-tier prowess, securing 10 contribution points in a single hunt is indeed considered a bountiful catch. Qiong Shu, equally astonished, remarked, "Zhao, have you grown stronger? I recall you used to hover around 7 and 8. That was merely due to my insufficient nourishment. Otherwise, my contributions would have been significantly higher," Mu Zhao replied with pride. The pile of meat they had amassed stood nearly 2 meters high, roughly equivalent to the weight of 5 hefty pigs on Earth. Qiong Shu, who did not participate in the hunting team, assisted with the workload. The 3 of them quickly transported the meat in one trip, after bustling about in the cave for a while. Estimating that the meat below would soon be divided, Mu Kuei made another visit to the sacrificial cave, selecting several suitable fan bones for crafting bone knives, as well as some large thigh bones perfect for stewing. Following the division of the meat, the sacrificial altar was left with only the cleaned animal skeletons, along with a few intestines and stomachs. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all included with the meat and had been distributed. Only the intestines and stomachs, which are difficult to clean and notorious for their unpleasant odor if improperly cooked, remained behind. This was to be the sustenance for the orphan cubs in the Gutsai cave. The bones would serve to help the cubs sharpen their teeth. The stomachs and intestines would undergo a simple cleaning before being tossed into the pot. The taste, as one might imagine, was beyond description. While still in the Gutsai cave, Mu Kuei, benefiting from her human form, could at least ensure the intestines were cleaned adequately, providing the cubs with a somewhat cleaner meal. Nowadays, however, those caring for the cubs were merely some disabled males earning a meager wage, a rough group of men. If they lacked dedication, one could only hope that they would manage to squeeze out the excrement from the intestines before cooking. With a sigh, Mu Kuei resolved to bring the salt jar from home when she next visited the Gutsai cave. Intending to prepare a lavish feast for the cubs using the fatty intestines, just as she was about to leave with the provisions, footsteps suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. Ji, clutching a stack of recording tablets, emerged from within. Despite the vast and spacious cave, he made a beeline for Mu Ku as they were about to brush past each other. He halted, not turning around, but unexpectedly inquired, "Which family do you belong to, little female?" This individual was responsible for accounting. With over 20,000 people in the tribe, Mukwe was certain he could recall even the pregnancy status of every female with remarkable clarity. Cursing him for his hypocrisy internally, Mukwe scoffed and replied straightforwardly, "No need to guess. I'm not the person you seek." G was taken aback by her response, surprised. "How did you know I was looking for someone?" Mukwe responded, "Not only do I know, but I'm also aware that you are searching for a special female. However, I assure you, I am not that person." Suddenly, his grip tightened around her shoulder. And G's handsome face loomed large before her. His usual smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression as cold as ice. Oh no, it was more than that. Frost had already formed, from their standing point, within a 10-meter radius. The ground was coated in a layer of ice, and icicles sprouted from the cave walls. The temperature within the cave plummeted, transforming it into a veritable skating rink. "What else do you know? Speak, where is she?" His voice was chilling, instilling a sense of dread. And Mukwe involuntarily shivered from the cold, abandoning any thoughts of evading this enigmatic individual. "Let me make it clear. I am merely delivering a message on someone else's behalf. Once you've heard it, no matter what thoughts arise, keep them to yourself and do not direct them at me." The ice within the cave rapidly dissipated, and the temperature soared back up to G, suppressing the icy aura that had unconsciously emanated from him. Replied, "All right." Upon hearing this, Mukwe's mind drifted into distant memories as she spoke slowly. She said she is not in this world and cannot be certain when she will return. "You may wait or, upon becoming strong enough, seek her out following the guidance of fate." With that, Mukwe hastily slipped away, fearing that lingering too long would lead to being apprehended. The Beastman continent had already been destroyed in Mukwe's previous life. Her rebirth was due to a group of powerful individuals reversing time, restoring the Beastman continent to a pre-destruction state, and urgently repairing the world to prevent its annihilation. Mukwe was merely a fortunate passenger brought back by these individuals after they mended the world. The one who sent her with the message was named Fuchun, a remarkable figure capable of dismantling and reconstructing the devastated Beastman continent single-handedly. The G was said to be a fragment of Fuchun's beloved soul. To retrieve him, Fuchun even journeyed to this already destroyed world, offering his services to the beast god, partaking in the act of creation. Mukwe was acutely aware of the implications if she grew too close to G. A misunderstanding could arise, leading to unforeseen complications with the powerful individuals. Watching Mukwe hastily retreat, G murmured softly, "Not here." A rare look of confusion flickered in his typically inscrutable ash-gray eyes. "Who exactly are you?" A fleeting image crossed G's mind. A majestic empress clad in a robe adorned with 9 phoenixes, crowned with a phoenix diadem, her sharp gaze commanding authority as she stood atop a high white jade staircase. Imperiously addressing her consort, "Remember, you are mine, and can only ever be mine." The empress's hand, adorned with delicate calluses, traced the elegant contours of her consort's face repeatedly. "Your body, your heart, your soul, and everything that is you belongs solely to me." Her fierce eyes held an unwavering determination and stubbornness. Her fingers slowly trailed down the seductive curve of her consort's throat and collarbone. "My possessions can only be possessed by me, and only I can admire them. If, one day, you break your word and fail to deliver." The Empress's eyelids fluttered slightly, her expression indifferent as she whispered, "I shall no longer have you." Gazing down at the vast expanse of land, "I will embark on this journey alone, forever walking this path." The solitude and desolation embedded within her words were palpable. This vision had only appeared in G's dreams the previous night. He had thought it to be the product of his long-standing singlehood, a figment of his imagination creating the perfect female. However, upon awakening, he found every detail of the dream etched vividly in his memory, from the grand palace contours to the intricate reliefs on the white jade steps. As if he had truly experienced that journey, G could no longer dismiss it. Love, inexplicable in its origin, had taken deep root within him. An instinctive awareness whispered to him that the peculiar female before him was destined to be the sole mate he would eternally pursue. As for the situation on G's side, Mukwe remained blissfully unaware. After all, she was merely the messenger. Once the message was delivered, Her task would be complete, as for how the love story of the powerful individuals would unfold. That remained a mystery. Mukai expressed that while it is permissible to observe the unfolding events from the sidelines, he would never partake in them, as he does not wish to be the unfortunate fish caught in the crossfire. He had been busy in the cave for over an hour. For the meals of the orphan cubs, Mukai prepared only 2 dishes, glutinous rice balls and tree flower pancakes. The primary reason for choosing these 2 items was their convenience in preparation. Mukai knew how to mix the filling for the glutinous rice balls, requiring only to knead the dough. The tree flower pancakes were similarly straightforward. Once rolled out, they could be placed in the pan. And with Xiangshu watching from the side, there would likely be no significant issues. Furthermore, another reason for selecting these dishes was that, apart from the abundant tree flower readily available during the rainy season, the other ingredients were minimal. While he could afford to care for the orphan cubs, such considerations were contingent upon his own capabilities. Mukai had yet to reach the level of self-sacrifice. If the glutinous rice balls and tree flower pancakes were to be drenched in rain, they would lose their appeal. Seizing the opportunity while the last batch of tree flower pancakes was being cooked, Mukai instructed Mu Zhao and Xiangshu to fashion 10 makeshift food containers from the trunks of the now exhausted tube trees, which no longer contained any tree flower. Each of them carried 2 containers, while Mukai took one, necessitating 2 trips to transport everything to the den of the orphaned cubs within the spacious cave. There were tiger cubs no larger than common house cats, recently born, alongside larger winged tigers measuring 2 meters in length, nearing adulthood. Among these winged tigers, some languidly lay on the ground, conserving energy, while others rummaged through a pile of bones in search of edible morsels, savoring the cartilage at the joints as if relishing a rare delicacy. Some smaller winged tigers without fully developed wings nestled beneath the larger ones, nudging them in an attempt to nurse. Not far away, a small mountain of fatty intestines lay piled up. There, several disabled beastmen were setting up a large pot, pouring in the tree flour, when Mukai and the others arrived with the food containers. This was the scene before them. Without kneading the dough, they were pouring directly into the pot. The behavior of these males was indeed hard to describe. Mukai's lips involuntarily twitched as he shouted, "Step aside, I'll handle it." He handed over the remaining 6 food containers to Mu Zhao and Xiangshu for transport. Mukai hurried to the pot, shooing away the beastman in charge of stirring. He tore off some of the oily residue, clinging to the outside of the intestines, and instructed the disabled beastmen to do the same with the remaining pieces. After cleaning the oil, they would cut it into small sections, add water, a pinch of salt, and then place it in the pot to simmer. Mukai called over a familiar large orphan cub, about 2 meters in length, to watch the fire, instructing him to alert her when the water in the pot was nearly evaporated. Next came the cleaning of the intestines. First, Mukai had the disabled beastmen and the larger orphan cubs come over to squeeze the intestines and stomachs. Then, Mukai took over, removing the connecting parts of the intestines and washing them for the first time. After flipping them over for a second wash, he also removed any lumps of meat and blackened fat. He coated them in tree flour and scrubbed them repeatedly. The process for cleaning the small intestines was quite similar. This scrubbing task required little skill, and after the disabled beastmen had completed their earlier assigned tasks, they came to assist Mukai. He delegated this work to them. By this time, the oily residue was ready. Mukai mixed the tree flour with water and salt, adding some of the oil residue, stirring it into a uniform filling. At this point, Mu Zhao and Xiangshu had also completed their 2 trips to help. The prey captured by the hunting team was quite substantial. Even the small intestines were only slightly narrower than the usual large intestines. Mukai instructed the 2 of them, along with the disabled beastmen, to tightly bind one end of the intestines, fill them with the tree flour mixture, then secure the other end and place them in the pot to cook. This was the preliminary process of making glutinous rice-stuffed intestines. Of course, it was essentially made using tree flour, thus could also be referred to as tree flour-stuffed intestines, with the remaining tree flour. Mukai prepared meat-filled glutinous rice dumplings and tree flour pancakes topped with a layer of meat. Although there was a large stone pot in the orphan cub's cave, there were no steaming racks, making it inconvenient to prepare glutinous rice balls. Once again, he used tree flour to thoroughly cleanse the animal stomachs. During this process, Mukai's purification ability detected several stomachs containing toxins, prompting him to swiftly discard them into the waste pit. The species of beasts in this world are incredibly diverse, with many unverified. No one knows which substances are toxic and which are not. Some beastmen from one race can consume a certain item without issue, while another race may perish from the same food. Some originally toxic items may become harmless when combined, while others that are harmless could trigger food poisoning when mixed. Furthermore, there are instances where hunters have died from toxins remaining in prey that consumed contaminated food. Previously, while still in the orphan cub's cave, Mukai had witnessed many cubs fall ill or even perish due to consuming unclean food. Perhaps this was the impetus for her later awakening her purification ability. Although this ability cannot be used from a distance, it can sense toxins. This significantly mitigated the risk of Mukai accidentally succumbing to poison while experimenting with new dishes after blanching the stomachs. They were cut into strips. One portion was placed in boiling hot oil to fry, seasoned with salt, and then simmered in water. The other portion was set aside. Mukai collected the cartilage from the skeletal remains and pried open the large bones, at least the thickness of an arm, to extract the marrow within. The cartilage, marrow, cut strips of stomach, and a small amount of tree flour were added to the pot in succession, followed by water and salt, creating a thick, viscous broth. This would serve as food for the smaller orphan cubs still nursing. Although Mukai had caught a living mother rabbit in her nursing period today, the meager amount of milk she produced would barely suffice for the cubs. She intended to use that rabbit milk to make more authentic, glutinous rice cakes for her younger brother, hence it was not brought along. However, this bone broth would be more than adequate to satiate the little ones. Once the glutinous rice, tree flour, intestines were cooked, the disabled beastmen called for Mukai to take a look. "Kawai, these intestines have risen to the surface. Do you think they're done? Can we just scoop them out and eat?" Mukai inspected the pot and indeed found the intestines bobbing to the surface. "They're almost ready. It's fine to eat them like this, but they still lack a bit of flavor. I'll let them cool down before frying them again to enhance the taste." "Oh, all right." The disabled beastman who inquired expressed a hint of disappointment, that he was intrigued by the peculiar method of preparing tree flour intestines and had been eager to sample the flavor. But it seemed he would have to wait a while longer on another side. A large orphan cub, keeping watch over the fire, leaned closer to the pot, sniffing the aroma of the simmering stomachs and shouted, "It's ready." Mukai approached, extinguished the fire, and prepared to let the stomach simmer a bit longer. That moment, the large orphan cub nudged Mukai with his substantial head, his tiger eyes fixed on the pot. Visibly salivating, Mukai reached out and gently patted the tiger cub's head. "Good boy, just a little longer, and you'll be able to eat." Mu Zhao and the others also gathered around. "It smells so good." "Sister, how much longer until we can eat?" Mukai gently pushed him aside, saying, "Just a little longer. Go wash your hands. You can only eat after that." "Oh." Mu Zhao left, glancing back 3 times. By the way, sister has never cooked stomachs and tree flour intestines before. I must be the first to taste them." He pulled Qiangshu outside to wash their hands in the rain. Mukai urged the disabled beastmen to do the same. "You should also wash your hands. After doing so, you may sample the flavor, but remember, this food is for the orphan cubs, so don't eat too much. If you really want some, go back and follow my method to make it yourself." "Oh, we'll go wash our hands now." Upon hearing they could taste the food, the disabled beastmen were delighted and rushed into the rain, seeing that the tree flour intestines had cooled sufficiently. Mukai sliced them, then heated oil in the pan to fry the pieces until both sides were golden brown. Why does it smell so good all of a sudden?" The beastmen who had returned after washing their hands looked puzzled. "Strange, it didn't smell this good before it went into the pot." There were quite a few beastmen and cubs in the orphan cub's cave, so Mukai only placed 1 piece in each of their food bowls. "This first batch is for you to taste. Once the next one is ready, you can eat at your leisure." The quantity of food is indeed woefully insufficient. Some solitary cubs, measuring 1 to 2 meters in length, would eagerly roll their tongues into the food bowl, only to have their morsels vanish before they could even savor the taste, causing them to call out in desperation to Mukai. Meanwhile, Mu Zhao, Qiangshu, and the other humanoid beastmen, having retained their human forms, relished the rich intestines, smacking their lips in delight after satisfying their appetites. The aroma was intoxicating, surpassing even that of roasted meat. Mu Zhao cast a pitiful glance at her elder sister, her face pleading for more. "Sister, I want to eat more." Mu Kuei replied. "Wait a moment. The second pot is nearly ready. This pot is for you all. But the subsequent servings will be for the solitary cubs." As her words resonated, Mu Kuei intended to scoop out the slices of intestines from the pot, but Mu Zhao and Xiong Shu swiftly beat her to it, their chopsticks moving like shadows, and in no time they had extracted the delectable morsels. The other beastmen, eager to assist and partake in the feast, found themselves hindered by their unfamiliarity with chopsticks, arriving a moment too late. "Zhao, I've been meaning to ask since I saw you carving earlier. What is this?" inquired one of the disabled beastmen. Xiong Shu, brimming with pride, quickly interjected, "These are chopsticks, just like the tube tree flower. Sister Kuei was the first to create them." Having assisted Mu Kuei before, he had already become acquainted with chopsticks. Mu Zhao beamed with pride. "Yes, they're chopsticks. My sister invented them. They are very easy to use, and you can learn just by watching a few times." "Is that so?" The disabled beastmen, skeptical yet curious, picked up the chopsticks to give them a try. Those who failed to grasp anything were not the only ones to falter. Some merely applied a little force, resulting in a sharp crack as their chopsticks snapped in two. Xiong Shu chuckled at the sight, shaking his head in disappointment. "This won't do. You're too clumsy. You can't even use chopsticks properly." However, as he said this, he exchanged knowing glances with Mu Zhao, silently urging him not to divulge the fact that he himself had broken 10 pairs of chopsticks in one go when he first learned. Once the stomach was stewed to perfection, Mu Kuei lifted the pot lid. Instantly, an enticing fragrance wafted forth. The disabled beastmen, seeing this, rubbed their hands together, a bit bashful as they approached. "Kuei, how about we share this pot too? I promise. The rest will be for the solitary cubs. We won't touch it." These disabled beastmen were responsible for caring for the solitary cubs, and regardless of their diligence in preparing meals for them, it was wise to avoid offending them, lest the cubs suffer. Mu Kuei readily agreed. "All right, this pot is for you. Additionally, you can try the tree flower dumplings and tree flower pancakes, but don't overindulge." "Oh!" The disabled beastmen cheered, nearly lifting the pot away in their excitement. The 8 pots of tree flower pancakes, tree flower dumplings, stewed stomachs, and tree flower intestines were prepared. Mu Kuei and the others began to portion these delicacies into the bowls of each solitary cub. The long-toothed cubs eagerly dug in, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction as they savored the flavors. The longer the bone broth was simmered, the more fragrant it became, and only when all the food was ready did Mu Kuei unveil the pot lid once more. A rich aroma of bone broth permeated the cave, overpowering even the enticing sense of the stewed stomach and tree flower intestines. Yet, whether it was Mu Zhao, Xiong Shu, or the disabled beastmen, none of them suggested sampling the bone broth. Instead, they meticulously adjusted its temperature before using soft tubes to feed the small tiger cubs. The tubes were crafted from the stems of a specific plant that Mu Kuei also picked up a black and white speckled tiger cub. Ready to feed, oh her surprise. The little creature immediately nudged against her, eager to suckle. Mu Kuei felt her cheeks flush at the sudden display, gently pulling the little one a bit farther away before inserting the tube into its mouth. "Your food is here." The little one clutched the tube, instantly captivated by the rich flavor of the bone broth. Slurping eagerly, it even placed its 2 tiny paws on the tube, occasionally growling protectively as it drank. Mu Kuei found herself utterly charmed by the fluffy little cub, gazing at its round tiger ears, the pink, pudgy pads of its paws, and its size, which was hardly less than that of a kitten. She couldn't resist sneaking in a few affectionate strokes while feeding Dada. So soft, and its fur is nothing like that of the adult tigers. It's so smooth and gentle, with a slight plush texture gliding through my palm. Mu Kuei was instantly smitten, indulging in one more stroke. "Sister," Mu Zhao appeared behind Mu Kuei, his voice laced with disappointment as he gazed at the cub happily consuming its food, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Kuei's hand froze in mid-stroke, her body stiffening involuntarily. "Oh no," caught red-handed. Mu Zhao transformed into his beast form, a saber-toothed tiger with pristine white wings, striding gracefully before Mu Kuei. "Sister, don't you think my beast form is unattractive?" Mu Zhao's tone was filled with grievance. "You clearly said you only like mine. Why are you petting another cub? I just couldn't help it." "Couldn't resist? Heh. Mu Kuei chuckled nervously, gently placing the little tiger cub on the ground before slowly backing away, spreading her hands in a self-deceptive gesture, feigning innocence as if she hadn't touched anything. Admitting to her actions was out of the question. Even if caught, she wouldn't concede, as long as she remained unrepentant. Her brother would be powerless against her. Mu Zhao looked on with exasperation. He was an adult now. Yet his sister still behaved this way, attempting to evade responsibility whenever caught. Did she truly think he was still the gullible cub he once was? The saber-toothed tiger stepped forward, laying its head beside Mu Kuei's feet, its agile tail curling around her hand, urging her to pet him. "Sister, stroke me. I'm much more pleasant to touch than that little cub." As he spoke, his tiger ears twitched, the soft sensation brushing lightly against Mu Kuei's palm. Mu Kuei was tickled by this gesture, and a wave of guilt washed over her. It seemed she had once claimed that her brother's beast form was the most beautiful and enjoyable to touch, professing her fondness for it. Now, so easily succumbing to the temptation of the little cub, was it not a bit shameful? She squeezed the cub's ears, patted its head, and ultimately lingered on her brother's ivory white, razor-sharp saber teeth. Although my brother is grown and his fur has become prickly, it still feels quite delightful in its own way. Indeed, I still prefer my brother's beast form above all. Previously, I thought the little winged tiger was adorable. It must have been an illusion. Mu Kuei found herself unwittingly ensnared in the furry trap woven by her brother. Noticing his sister's indulgent caresses, the saber-toothed tiger's eyes glimmered with triumph. Though my sister appears wise, she is in fact easily swayed. See, I sent it all too easy. At the same time, unbeknownst to Mu Zhao, clarity shone in Mu Kuei's eyes. "Oh, little one, your skills are still lacking. You will always be my brother in my eyes. To me, you will forever remain a cub. Understand? Time to go. I'll visit again soon." After feeding the cubs, Mu Kuei waved goodbye to the solitary ones. The larger cubs felt a pang of reluctance, but showed understanding and refrained from holding her back. The smaller cubs, however, were a different story. The little winged tiger, now able to fly, stumbled over, wrapping its tiny paws around Mu Kuei's neck and refusing to let go. The grounded ones scurried over to join in, nibbling at her toes or clinging to her legs. Determined to prevent her departure, one little cub was already a threat to his position, and now so many more. Mu Zhao transformed back into his beast form, glaring fiercely at the little winged tigers clinging to his sister. Roar! The mighty roar echoed through the forest, startling several cubs into releasing their hold and scurrying behind the larger ones for comfort. Suddenly, a loud crack resounded. A small winged tiger, utterly frightened, plummeted from the skies. Soon, 2, 3, and several others, barely having learned to fly, were on the verge of crashing to the ground due to a thunderous roar. The saber-toothed winged tiger, swift as the wind, darted forward, using its beastly form and wings to catch these fledgling creatures who dared to flaunt their new skills. 4 perched upon its wings, 1 on its head, and 2 upon its back. Upon witnessing her younger brother's comical appearance, Mu Kuei couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Serves you right. Let's see if you dare to frighten the cubs again next time. If they bother my sister again, I shall be fierce," Mu Zhao declared, having set the little ones down, full of righteous indignation. Zhao, forever unable to part from his sister, eternally stunted in growth, Qiong Shu jested. "Qiong Shu, I heard that intense battles can aid in breakthroughs. Shall we practice together?" "No, I haven't roared yet," Qiong Shu responded. The distance to Qiong Shu's home was not far from the orphan cub cave. In midway, the 2 siblings parted ways. "Brother, did Yi Xian trouble you today?" Mu Kuei inquired, glancing around to ensure no one was near to know. "It seems she didn't even recognize me today. She barely glanced my way." Preoccupied with Qi, he replied, "That's good." Mu Kuei sighed in relief. It appeared that the effect of that secret technique was quite satisfactory. "Oh, sister, look, isn't that C?" As they approached home, Mu Zhao pointed at the tall, robust figure standing before their cave. Mu Kuei glanced over and confirmed. Indeed it is. Suddenly, she recalled her conversation with Yi from that morning. He must be here to deliver something that Mu quickened her pace. Refusing a male's advances without a direct confrontation often leads to self-deception, where procrastination and evasion are rampant. N01 possesses a thicker skin than the excessively competitive males, perhaps with a little persistence. They might worm their way into a female's heart. Competing for a mate is a significant life event that surely deserves utmost seriousness. I was a tall, handsome young man, exuding a masculine charm. Upon seeing Mu-Ka, he scratched his head and handed her a carefully wrapped package made of large leaves. Kue, this is some meat from the Gullah beast. Mother asked me to bring it to you, as thanks for treating Yinling to dinner yesterday. Mu-Ka accepted it without opening it and said, "Please wait a moment." She then entered the cave and returned with a small food container holding a freshly baked 6-inch persimmon-flavored tree powder cake. Outside the cave, in the brief moment it took for her to go and return, Mu Zhao and Si had already found themselves at odds. Why sister's favorite is me. She would never consent to you entering our home. So don't dream, Mu Zhao childishly declared. As I attempted to explain, Zhao, partners and family are not the same. Even if I were with Kue, you would still be her brother. We could live together. No, my sister is mine. Mu Zhao insisted. I refuse to share her with outsiders like you. The atmosphere between them grew tense. That moment, Mu Kue emerged, letting out a soft sigh as she handed the small food container to Si. This is a freshly made treat from tree powder for Yinling. Si, could you please take it over for me? Upon hearing this, Si's body froze, and he asked, "Oh, all right. Kue, do you have anything else to deliver?" According to the customs of the winged tiger tribe, when a male gifts something to a female and she reciprocates, it signifies a pursuit. However, since Kue stated the gift was meant for Yinling and not for him, it served as a polite rejection. Kue shook her head. Nothing else. Seeing the tall, masculine boy sulking with his head hung low, Mu Kue sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of sympathy. Such a strikingly handsome young man, brimming with masculinity, in the entertainment industry of Earth, would surely be a star, attracting countless fans eager to bear his children. Yet in this world, where the gender ratio is heavily skewed, he constantly faced the risk of remaining single. Competing to find a partner? Yes, she turned away. Mu Kue softly remarked, Gullah beasts are hard to catch. It's not worth your effort here. Perhaps next time, you should catch one for the female you admire. Si stood frozen in place, his expression resembling that of stone. That I wish you the best in finding a partner. This final blow landed perfectly, and Si's expression came alive. Yes, I will, he nodded, clutching the small food container as he disappeared into the rain. As his distant voice reached Mu Kue's ears, she smiled knowingly. She understood that Si had moved on. Henceforth, he would no longer set his sights on her. Females have numerous options, and when faced with the pursuit of males, they typically dangle the bait before selecting a few outstanding candidates or those they genuinely favor. Avoid missing out. Some males cast their nets wide, simultaneously courting several females they find appealing. Mu Kue was aware that Si had other targets. Given this situation, her decisive rejection would not severely impact him. It merely reduced his options by one. The water trumpet is a moving, large, blue-hued flower that only blooms during the rainy season. It continuously absorbs the rainwater that falls from the sky, growing larger until the rainy season ends, at which point it withers overnight, leaving behind delicate, paper-thin remnants. Its roots are robust, with rounded tips devoid of fine roots, resembling an enlarged yam but with a darker hue, appearing deep brown and rich in salt. However, perhaps due to its growth in the rainy season and constant submersion in floodwaters, the saltiness of the water trumpet's roots had yet to be discovered by the beastmen. When cleaned and thinly sliced, the water trumpet roots are boiled until the deep brown strands turn snow white, after which the strands are removed, leaving only the cooking water. The salt content from the roots remains predominantly in this broth. Following this, water is repeatedly added and boiled until white salt crystals are extracted. While gathering, Mu Kue discreetly uprooted a considerable amount of water trumpet, and upon cooking it all, she ultimately filled an entire jar with salt. After tasting it and confirming its flavor was identical to previous fine salt, Mu Zhao cheered, "Wonderful. We needn't worry about salt anymore." That Mu Kue smiled in agreement, secretly thinking, salt is just the tip of the iceberg. My brother, you will discover that there are far more seasonings than just salt. With tree powder, meat consumption can be drastically reduced, enabling the preparation of jerky and cured meats for storage in anticipation of the beast tide 12 days hence. Among the meat distributed, there were a pair of lungs, 8 kidneys, and 6 slices of liver. Having grown weary from preparing food for the orphan cubs in the cave, Mukwe opted not to cook them directly, but instead cleaned and salted them for future use. Once dried, they could be used directly in cooking. The same went for the beast meat, most of which was salted and smoked to create cured meat. The remaining portions were combined with tree powder to prepare dishes such as glutinous rice balls, tang yuan, and tree powder cakes. The meals were similar to those of the previous night, yet the tang yuan and glutinous rice balls contained a hint of spiciness, a result of Mukwe adding some conifer heartwood. They're delicious, a bit different from yesterday, but even better, Mu Zhao exclaimed, savoring the surprise and the added flavor. You will find that these dishes will only become more delicious in the future. Mukwe presented Mu Zhao with a 12-inch milk-flavored tree powder cake as a delightful dessert following their meal. The oven was sufficiently spacious. Not only did Mukwe bake 2 12-inch cakes, but she also prepared 4 16-inch ones as snacks for later after they finished their tasks. After dinner, seizing the opportunity while time permitted, the two of them set about organizing the kitchen. For the silly bouncing rabbit, Mukwe crafted a cage, nurturing it as a new companion. For the foreseeable future, the household's dairy provisions would rely entirely on it. That night, Mukwe held several beast bones she had carefully gathered, contemplating the precise method to utilize them. There were a total of 4 bones, 2 short fan bones, suitable for crafting kitchen knives, and 2 longer ones that could be fashioned into weapons. The kitchen knife they possessed was hastily fashioned from grindstone and was rather ineffective. After all, a stone is merely a stone, easily cleaved by the claws of a beastman. Its strength was inadequate, and its sharpness left much to be desired that a significant portion of the meat allocated today had been harvested from a unicorn rhinoceros, and while the meat remained intact. The blade of the grindstone knife had suffered a chip upon contact. The unicorn rhinoceros, measuring 5 meters in length, boasted thick skin that was difficult to breach. Even its meat was denser and tougher than ordinary meat, offering a satisfying chew. Such meat, akin to what one might find on Earth that would be nearly impossible to bite into without thorough cooking, was highly sought after in the beast realm. Beastmen, with their strong teeth, found gnawing on unicorn rhinoceros meat to be as effortless as enjoying beef jerky. The short fan bones, shaped like fans, did not initially appear suitable for crafting knives, yet Mukwe had her own methods. As she summoned the sharp, elongated claws characteristic of her beast form, she concentrated her heart's energy upon one of the short fan bones, etching runes of transformation upon it. Heart energy, a force cultivated through shamanistic rituals, essentially materializes the power of the mind, enabling the performance of numerous metaphysical feats. This is why shamans could divine omens, summon winds and rains during rituals, and even cast curses, seals, and amplifications that, in truth, the extraordinary feats achievable by shamans through heart energy can also be replicated by witch doctors, who employ various plants, minerals, and animal parts to concoct wondrous potions imbued with rule-based powers. However, external forces are ultimately just that, external. While witch doctors can create potions with weak rule-based powers, crafting those with formidable rule-based strength involves either a complicated process or demands a painful price to pay. When income and expenditure are disproportionate, the notion of counterbalancing becomes moot. This stark contrast in capability is a primary reason for the disparity in status between witch doctors and shamans. The shaman is a synthesis of both witch doctor and priest, capable of utilizing heart energy to assist in potion crafting, achieving feats that would otherwise require significant sacrifices from witch doctors. Strictly speaking, if a shaman is well versed in the ways of the priest. Within the same realm, a priest would find themselves thoroughly suppressed by the shaman. Big sister, what are you doing? Upon noticing her sister manipulating a piece of bone, Mu Zhao inquired curiously, etching ritual runes. Mukwe explained that I intend to craft 2 kitchen knives from this, and additionally, 2 long blades that can seamlessly integrate with my claws when transformed, directly enhancing my strength. The use of tools is one of the defining characteristics of intelligent life. In a confrontation of equal strength, One wielding a knife would undoubtedly hold the advantage over an unarmed opponent. In the tribe, beastmen with the means often carry weapons such as knives, guns, clubs, or gauntlets while hunting to augment their abilities. Her younger brother must not fall behind. Moreover, possessing a knife for self-defense would afford Mu Zhao some safety during his hunts, allowing Mu Kuei to feel more at ease. Animal hides and bones serve as exceptional conduits for heart energy. Mu Kuei also planned to craft a leather armor for Mu Zhao, endeavoring to equip her brother to the fullest extent. Ritual implements, Mu Zhao exclaimed, surprised. Isn't that something only priests can create? How can you do it too? Big sister? Not just witch doctors. Mu Kuei mischievously winked at her younger brother. I am now a shaman, which you can understand as possessing the abilities of both a witch doctor and a priest. A shaman? Mu Zhao felt a sense of disbelief. Does that mean you can conduct rituals like Chun and bless the tribe? Yes, Mu Kuei nodded. However, it is not as simple as you think. Chun is currently a high priest, while I am merely a formal shaman within the realm of rune transformation. There are 3 minor realms within formal shamans: Qi Tian, rune transformation, and divine listening. Above these are the high priest and great shaman levels. At present, I am not capable of contending with Chun. Revealing my shaman abilities would only make me a target. Therefore, this ritual implement must be crafted discreetly, without drawing attention. Mu Kuei made a shushing gesture. Mu Zhao understood. I won't speak of it, big sister. Good, Mu Kuei smiled approvingly. Chun had taken on the role of priest for over 100 years, yet not a single apprentice had emerged in the tribe. This was clearly abnormal. Without sufficient strength to rival Chun, stepping forward would be a foolhardy endeavor. Rune transformation involves first etching ritual runes onto an object with hard energy, followed by a gradual process of blessing, constantly washing the implement with hard energy to ensure the runes are fully integrated. Subsequently, the ritual implement would gain unique abilities such as sharpness, transformation, and storage. By investing heart energy into this foundation, one amplifies the effects of the powers represented by the runes. The same procedure can be applied repeatedly. Soon, Mu Kuei had inscribed the transformation runes onto the remaining short fan bone, subtly adjusting its shape into that of a kitchen knife. The 2 longer bones were etched with runes symbolizing sharpness. In addition, Mu Kuei intended to create 2 food containers capable of compressing space, though she would need to source different materials for that. The tubo tree and ordinary stones had poor conductivity for hard energy. And even with runes inscribed, the efficacy would be significantly diminished, making it unworthy of her efforts. The following day, they convened at the ritual cave, as usual. The method for producing tree powder had already circulated throughout the tribe. Kuei, I made these persimmon dumplings. Could you taste them and let me know if there are any issues? My male relatives keep saying they don't taste good, but I find them quite enjoyable. A female offered Mu Kuei a dumpling wrapped in leaves from her food container. The dumpling, the size of a peanut, appeared exquisite and petite. With one bite, the thin skin burst with rich persimmon juice, creating a delightful sensation akin to eating a burst dumpling. Other than its small size being somewhat unsatisfying, everything else was satisfactory. The flavor seems fine, and you've wrapped them so small and beautifully. I could hardly match your skill. Mu Kuei carefully chose her words. However, if it's for the males, the dumplings might be too small. Next time, try making them larger with meat filling. They should appreciate that. Ah, I see, the female remarked in realization. Kuei, take a look at this. Is this how tree powder should be made? Another female approached, quickly surrounded by others, forming a tight circle around Mu Kuei. Thank you for discovering tree powder. The males in my household adore the meat-filled tree powder cakes, and the glutinous rice cakes have been a hit with the little ones at tea that moment. Another female squeezed through the crowd, presenting a leaf-wrapped offering to Mu Kuei. This is my new batch of yin-yang with jerky for you. This might not be appropriate. Mu Kuei did not go to fetch it. Yin-yang wood is a precious material that aids the advancement of beast warriors and is only available during the dry season. It has long been said that it grows in solitary peaks, thriving only at the summits of towering mountains that pierce the clouds. Wherever yin-yang wood exists, the surrounding area is barren, ultimately leaving only that single tree reaching towards the heavens atop the peak. This is also the origin of the name yin-yang wood. The wood endures the harshest rays of the sun during the dry season. The longer it grows, the more potent its effects, yet it must be harvested before the onset of the snowy season, lest it lose its efficacy and decay into a rotting log. Indeed, this tree possesses a mere lifespan of 7 months. Although the winged tigers can all fly, the skies above the Yunyang wood are typically inhabited by cloud beasts that feast on the parasitic Mycena fungi. When the cloud beasts strike, they often do so in swarms, appearing and disappearing at will, rendering many of the beastmen's attacks ineffective. Their diverse array of offensive strategies makes them exceedingly difficult to counter. Thus, it is easy to imagine the challenges faced by the beastmen in attempting to fell the tree amidst the disturbances caused by the cloud beasts. Such a valuable item. How could Mukue dare to accept it? If you insist on holding on to it, so be it. My family has many males, and with our combined strength, felling the Yunyang wood should be quite simple. This is merely the Yunyang wood from January of the dry season. It holds little value. Without further ado, the female thrust the package into Mukue's hands and turned to leave, and Yukue stood in stunned silence, gazing at the departing figure of the female. Her voluptuous form growing increasingly familiar, the distant memory surged forth in her mind that Mukue suddenly recalled. This was Ping, who, after a decade without a mate, had been aggressively thrust 50 males, if that is the case. It seems her family does not lack for Yunyang wood in January. Mukue tucked the package away, refraining from pursuit. Although a D could now eat his fill at every meal, recovering from malnutrition was not a quick endeavor. If he wished to rapidly advance to the mid-stage of the first tier, it may well require the use of this package of Yunyang wood jerky as a catalyst in the harsh environment of the beast world. Where natural disasters are frequent, every bit of strength translates into greater security. Thus, Mukue was reluctant to refuse the Yunyang wood jerky that had been offered to her. At worst, she could later see what Ping needed and then take the initiative to repay this favor. Yishan Shan arrived late, inquiring of Mukue, "What was that thing you sent to Yinling last night? How is it made?" "Yinling has been pestering me to recreate it, and I have tried numerous methods without success." Mukue replied, "That is a tree powder cake, made from tree powder, persimmons, and cuckoo eggs. First, you do this, then that. Mukue elaborated on the simple recipe for tree powder cake, while other females listened curiously. Some eager to try their hand at is the tree powder cake truly that delicious? If Kue made it, the flavor must be exceptional. Finally, Mukue instructed the females to spread out a bit and drew a three-dimensional diagram of an oven in the dirt with her claws. To make cake, you need an oven. This is how we do it in my family, of course. There may be other methods to create a cake, but I haven't thought of them yet. The females diligently memorized the diagram on the ground. They would later have my family handle it. From Ye's description, I should quite enjoy the tree powder cake. Aku arrived, calling names before setting off to gather resources. The supplies from yesterday's mountain had been nearly exhausted by the females. So today they moved to another mountain. The primitive forest, shrouded in shadows, offered limited visibility, and the rain was sparse, trickling down in a thin veil. Fortunately, the winged tigers possessed night vision capabilities, allowing them to see even in complete darkness. The dim light in this forest did not hinder the female's efficiency in gathering. As Mukue collected, she activated her purification abilities, scanning the surrounding plants for toxins. Any non-toxic specimens would be carefully harvested in small amounts for future experimentation. In her previous life, at this same time, Mukue's purification powers had just awakened, and she could not sense toxins from a distance. To determine whether something was poisonous, she had to taste it. The inefficiency was painfully apparent. Moreover, the purification effect of her abilities had limitations. At lower levels, Mukue dared not sample everything, which meant she had not found many suitable ingredients for seasoning. Now, however, her situation had improved considerably. After searching for a while, she discovered a plant with smooth, elongated leaves that were notably thick and succulent, adorned with clusters of orchid-like flowers at the tips, which piqued Mukue's interest. Jilong grass? Mukue exclaimed with delight, quickly approaching to uproot it. The leaves of Jilong grass are excellent for stir-frying, and the flowers can counteract the venom of the black mud serpent, making it a rare find during the rainy season. This area seems well suited for the growth of Jilong grass. After some more searching, Mukue ultimately gathered a total of 15 plants, sufficient to prepare a dish. Help! Someone save me! Help! Woo-woo-coo! Hurry! A cry for help echoed from distance. Had someone encountered danger? Mu-Kuei frowned, unfurling her pristine white wings and swiftly flying toward the source of the commotion. What happened? Who's in trouble? She asked upon arrival. A sobbing female replied, It's Qian. She and her companions were dragged away by a black water serpent. The black water serpent? Mu-Kuei's pupils dilated in shock. Hadn't the hunting team cleared the gathering areas around the tribe beforehand? How could a black water serpent be here? The black water serpent is a creature that, upon reaching adulthood, measures at least 1 meter in diameter and 10 meters in length. It can spray dark ink like an octopus. And this ink has a potent anesthetic effect. Once a beast man is touched by it, they become utterly incapacitated, easy prey for slaughter. Strictly speaking, it is not a venomous snake, but in water, it is far more terrifying than most poisonous snakes. Such a colossal creature would never escape once detected by the hunting team during their sweep of the gathering areas. Otherwise, any females who venture to gather would stand little chance of survival if targeted by such a serpent. The winged tiger tribe boasts 4,752 females, among them 527 aged over 200 years and 43 immature females. Over 1,000 are healthy and capable of reproduction. Very few are over 300 years old. This is because ordinary winged tiger females, once they surpass 300 years, exhibit physical capabilities akin to those of an elderly woman. They can no longer bear offspring, and their mental strength declines rapidly, rendering them unable to provide guidance to males and often requiring care themselves. Young cubs may have dedicated caregivers, as they represent a fresh influx of vitality for the tribe. However, elderly beastmen have little utility for the tribe. In an environment where even satisfying hunger is a challenge and conditions are exceedingly harsh, the quantity of young and strong individuals often determines a tribe's survival. The elderly are always the first to be abandoned. Currently, the number of females gathering resources inside and outside the tribe remains consistently above 3,000. Though this figure is not far from the hunting team's over 5,000, nearly 90% of the tribe's reproductive females are present here. Conversely, the males of the hunting team do not encompass all the young and strong males within the tribe, and if a few females from the gathering team were to perish, it is likely that 1 or 2 of them might have been capable of reproduction, enough to elicit prolonged wails from the males. How many have been dragged underwater? Mu-Kuei inquired. The sobbing female replied, It seems there are over Mu-Kuei's heart sank. Over 10 individuals that represented the mates of dozens of males and at least a dozen mothers of young cubs. If they all perished beneath the waves, what would become of them? Splash, without a moment's hesitation, Mu-Kuei folded her wings and leapt into the water to rescue the person in distress. The visibility underwater was nearly non-existent due to the recent activity of the black water snake, with the murky depths resembling a void where one could scarcely see their own hand. The inky fluid coalesced in this area, lingering stubbornly, far more troublesome than the ink expelled by an octopus. At that moment, the night vision ability of the winged tiger proved invaluable, as Mu-Kuei struggled to navigate forward using the few monochromatic references at the bottom. All were tainted by the inky substance. The black water snake, being sizable and prolific in its ink discharge, left little else in its wake but darkness. The purification ability could dispel the paralyzing effects of the ink, so Mu-Kuei remained unconcerned about falling victim to it. Before long, a massive elongated shadow darted past her, its tail entwined with the silhouette of a beast, a tiger form, adorned with wings. The ensnared creature was indeed a winged tiger. Assessing the situation, Mu-Kuei activated her wind abilities, which had awakened after becoming a beast-pattern warrior, to accelerate herself and swiftly pursued. With a roar, Mu-Kuei transformed into her beast form and lunged, her long, sharp saber teeth sinking deep into the body of the black water snake. In pain, the black water snake thrashed its tail furiously, attempting to dislodge Mu-Kuei. Simultaneously, its serpentine body recoiled rapidly, aiming to ensnare Mu-Kuei and leverage its immense constricting power to eliminate this unwelcome guest. The protective scale defense of the black water snake was not particularly formidable. A first-tier beast-pattern warrior could breach its defenses, and Mu-Kuei denied it the chance, employing her claws alongside her teeth. And before the snake could constrict her, she shredded its tail, liberating the winged tiger. Sensing that it still had breath, she concluded that it was likely not in dire straits, not lingering in battle. Mukuei maintained her beast form, utilizing her wind abilities to propel the water and swiftly swim upwards. Just before breaching the surface, she transformed back into her human form, feigning exhaustion as she dragged the unconscious female, winged tiger ashore. Ah, this is Hui, is she all right? Upon seeing someone rescued, several females quickly gathered to examine the condition of the unconscious female. Thankfully, it appeared she had merely fainted, likely having swallowed a significant amount of water. Quick, press on her chest to expel the water. During the rainy season, when floods were rampant, the females were well-versed in emergency rescue techniques. Promptly commencing CPR on Hu. Mukuei glanced around but did not see Aku. Inquiring, has Aku arrived? Yes, she just entered the water. It may take a little while for her to rescue someone, replied one female. Did anyone send word for the patrol beastmen to come? Mukuei asked. Yes, several of the strongest females have formed a group to return. They should be safe, the female answered. Upon hearing this, Mukuei felt considerably reassured. She re-entered the water, hoping to save more individuals by the time the patrol beastmen arrived. Mukuei had managed to rescue 3 more, while Aku had only brought up 2. Although Aku, like Mukuei, was also a second-tier early beast pattern warrior, she lacked purification abilities, necessitating that she maintain a protective barrier of wind to separate herself from the ink, which slowed her progress significantly. Furthermore, the rapid consumption of her abilities meant that after rescuing 2 individuals, she could no longer afford to enter the water. When the patrol beastmen arrived, they worked with impressive efficiency, quickly rescuing 5 individuals. However, due to the lengthy delay in summoning them, some females were discovered to have drowned after being submerged for too long. 2 had been found in a state where they had been devoured by the black water snake, leaving only remnants. 1 more had vanished entirely, with no trace of where the black water snake had taken it. On the way back, the females were engulfed in silence, and Mukuei, too, was lost in her thoughts. Her earlier joy at discovering the Zhilong grass, now a distant memory. Even in previously cleared gathering areas, perilous threats capable of claiming the lives of females still lurked. What a D's situation. The hunting team had always been tasked with exploring the wilderness, traversing territories fraught with danger. The primal forest they ventured into were rife with ferocious beasts, venomous creatures, and even lurking flora and fauna, with threats lurking at every turn. Unlike them, no one had scouted ahead to mitigate potential dangers. That it is truly unsafe. I must swiftly find materials with strong mental conductivity to craft a full suit of armor for a D, arming him to the teeth. Additionally, I must prepare some medicinal herbs for a D. Even though the rainwater during the rainy season may wash away powders and render offensive potions ineffective, healing and detoxifying remedies must be plentiful. A profound sense of urgency surged within Mukuei. All other matters could be temporarily set aside, but the issue of safety must be addressed promptly. Upon returning to the tribe, Mukuei experimented with the various materials she had brought back and discovered 2 valuable items. One was the bark of the knotted tree, possessing a spicy yet non-toxic flavor. Although it offered a different kind of spiciness compared to ginger, it could effectively serve as a substitute. The other was a type of wood that became toxic once it had been detached from its trunk for some time. Mukuei found that this would exhibited excellent mental conductivity. While purification abilities could not be directly transmitted, they could still be conveyed through physical contact. If she could eliminate the toxins within, it might be fashioned into a ritualistic food vessel with storage capabilities. Still, it wasn't enough. A D would require at least a leather armor for protection. The pelts acquired by the hunting team were stored in the storage cave, requiring contribution points for exchange. It seemed the time had come to visit the storage cave, as it might contain the materials necessary for crafting the armor. The storage cave. 2 beastmen stood guard at the entrance. After ascertaining Mukuei's purpose, one went to inform G, while the other remained vigilant. After a brief wait, G entered from outside. You have 2,419 contribution points. What do you wish to exchange? He inquired. That I wish to make a leather armor for a D. Mukuei replied. Upon hearing this, G pondered for a moment before leading Mukuei to a stone rack where pelts were displayed. With your contribution points, you cannot afford anything too superior. G retrieved a neatly folded reddish-brown beast hide and handed it to Mukue. This is the skin of a red fire lizard. Even a second-tier beast pattern warrior would find it challenging to tear. Worth 400 contribution points per piece. IT should suffice for Mu Zhao. However, G scrutinized Mukue with a bemused expression. Contribution points are best spent during the dry and snowy seasons for water, food, and warm supplies. Are you truly willing to spend 400 points on a single piece of beast hide? Without hesitation, Mukue replied, I'll take this one. We can deal with the dry and snowy season later. Right now, my primary concern is D's safety. G recalled the events that transpired with the gathering team that day, realizing her fear and concern for Mu Zhao's well-being and the hunting team, and thus refrained from further persuasion. Very well. I will transfer the points to your account later, G said, handing the red fire lizard skin to Mukue before turning to leave. Wait, Mukue exclaimed. I want to take a look at what else I can exchange for as well. G halted, somewhat surprised that Mukue had spent 1/5 of her savings to obtain a piece of red fire lizard skin, which he could comprehend. However, who had instilled such courage in this young female to disregard the impending dry season and continue to squander the dwindling contribution points? Ignoring G's curious gaze, Mukue wandered through the storage cave. The storage cave housed a plethora of items, not only grains and beast hides, but also hard animal bones, unknown minerals, and materials akin to yin-yang that could aid beastmen in their evolution. Mukue paused before a medicinal cauldron, captivated by it for quite some time. What's the matter? Taken with it, G approached Mukue from behind, noting her fixation on the cauldron, and teased, This is the Li Shu medicinal cauldron, left behind by a shaman named Li Shu 500 years ago. If you wish to have it, considering our friendship, you can take it for just 200 contribution points. I will cover the rest. Is there something you see? A sense of caution surged within Mukue, and she replied coolly, No need. I merely found the patterns on the cauldron's body visually appealing and looked at it a bit longer. I could exchange for another first-tier beast hide with 200 contribution points to craft an armor for myself. G seemed disinclined to pursue the matter further and casually asked, Would you like to exchange for some more beast hides? A piece of hide capable of withstanding a first-tier beastman's attack costs 150 contribution points, but for 250 points, I can offer you 2 pieces. Mukue seemed to have a flicker of desire, yet ultimately gritted her teeth and declined. No, I face little danger in the gathering team. It's unnecessary. She murmured softly, if something were to happen to the gathering team, a first-tier defensive beast skin would hardly prove effective. Much like today. Upon hearing this, G's gaze turned contemplative, thinking perhaps he was overthinking. Just because Muqin had committed such acts in the past, it did not imply that his offspring would follow in his footsteps and become shamans who might endanger the tribe. Yet, one could not help but wonder if that couple had left behind any bloodline legacy for their siblings. The bloodline of shamans is unique. If an ancestor had been a shaman, the potential for reappearance in the descendants exists. If such a bloodline legacy were indeed present, it would pose a significant challenge. Muqin is the name of Mukue's father. Mukue, unaware of G's convoluted thoughts, diverted her attention from the Li Shu medicinal cauldron and began to peruse other items. Among these items, the one that piqued Mukue's interest the most, aside from the cauldron that could greatly enhance the crafting of shamanic medicines, was the ancient wucopper wood. Wucopper wood is harvested from the wucopper tree and can be fashioned into bronze implements after being subjected to high-temperature smelting. Typically, shamans prefer to use it for crafting medicine jars and cauldrons. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the so-called bronze of the beast world is the same substance as that found on Earth. Mukue was aware of a material known as ironstone, which can be refined into iron. However, the strength of the iron produced is such that even an ordinary female winged tiger could slice through it as easily as cutting tofu. Hence, objects from two worlds may share the same name, yet not necessarily be identical. It is worth noting that the feeble strength of the iron refined from ironstone had troubled Mukue for quite some time in her previous life. The older the wucopper wood, the better the cauldron it can produce. To be candid, Mukue was genuinely enamored with that millennia-old wucopper wood. Unfortunately, Ji was watching from the side. He had harbored peculiar thoughts about Mukue's interest in the cauldron. Who knows if he suspected her intentions? The mystery surrounding their parents' deaths still loomed. And until the specifics were uncovered, Mukue dared not take risks that would expose her identity as a shaman or even a shamanic priest. Ultimately, Mukue chose a rather fragile animal skull and 2 mammoth tusks before departing. Upon returning home, Mukue eagerly retrieved the items she had exchanged in the storage cave. Among them, the skin of the fire lizard was noteworthy. But the crucial find was the unknown animal skull. Despite its lack of hardness compared to other skulls, its heart force conductivity was exceptional, nearly on par with 200-year-old Wucopper wood. Mukue intended to use this as a substitute for Wucopper wood to craft a transitional cauldron. Although she longed for the Wucopper wood, it was unattainable, leaving her to settle for this alternative. The mammoth tusks were long and curved, appearing as white as jade, yet they served as one of the primary weapons of the mammoth, possessing a hardness comparable to the claws of a mid-second tier winged tiger warrior. Although all winged tiger tribe warriors take the form of tigers with wings, their specific breeds can vary. For instance, the beast forms of Mukue and her brother Muzhao are saber-toothed tigers adorned with pristine white wings. Other warriors may take the shape of northeast tigers or South China tigers with bat-like wings. Some female winged tigers even possess wings reminiscent of delicate fairy wings. These mammoth tusks were ideal for being transformed into a pair of decorative items, reduced in size with transformation runes, to be worn around Muzhao's neck. Of course, these decorative items were merely superficial. When the time for battle arrived, they would attach themselves to Muzhao's saber teeth, enhancing their attack power. Undertaking the task of crafting so many weapons and armor at once was quite an undertaking. Mukue first brought out the fire lizard skin, extracted bone needles, threaded them with dried silver silk grass, and used her claws as scissors to cut and sew the fire lizard skin. Finally, as the hunting team returned and Muzhao hurried home with their share of meat, Mukue completed the leather armor. "Sister, I earned 11 contributions today, even more than yesterday," Muzhao exclaimed, placing the beast meat on the stone platform and preparing to head back for the remaining meat. That moment, Mukue called out to him, "Wait, little brother, let me show you something wonderful." Mukue presented the leather armor she had just finished. Muzhao recognized the material and was somewhat surprised. "This leather armor is made from fire lizard skin." "When did you make this, sister?" Mukue replied, "Today, something happened with the gathering team, and I thought about it and realized that with your initial first-tier strength, you would face many dangers in the hunting team. So, upon returning, I exchanged for some fire lizard skin." Muzhao understood that his sister was concerned for him, worried about the potential dangers he might encounter in the hunting team. Touched, he inquired about the exchange price for the fire lizard skin. 400 contributions each. Besides this, I exchanged for a few other items, totaling around 500 contributions. Guessing that this figure would cause Muzhao some pain, Mukue added, "It is indeed a bit much, but it's all necessary expenditures. My spiritual power has greatly increased since becoming shaman, and I can help others with guidance to earn contributions. Additionally, I saved 4 females when the gathering team encountered trouble today, which should also be counted as contributions in the tribe." Upon hearing about the gathering team's incident, Muzhao had caught wind of it on his way back. Now learning that his sister had intervened to save others, he felt a wave of apprehension. "Sister, the blackwater snake is not something females should confront. It's incredibly difficult to deal with. Next time, could you refrain from being so impulsive?" Realizing his words might sound a bit harsh, he lowered his voice. "I don't mean to say you shouldn't save people, but you must ensure your own safety first. I don't care about those females. I only want you to be okay." "My sister." After speaking, Muzhao's face flushed, and he lowered his head, unable to meet his sister's gaze. "I understand," Mukue replied softly. "I, too, only wish for your well-being, little brother. The reason I was able to jump into the water to save others is due to my purification abilities, which shield me from the blackwater snake's ink, and my strength as a second-tier beast pattern warrior allows me to handle the blackwater snake." Muzhao was taken aback upon hearing this. Only then did he remember that his sister had received the beast god's blessing and had become a second-tier beast pattern warrior, actually surpassing him in strength. What he perceived as danger might not even be a threat to her. "I'm sorry, sister. I got carried away and forgot that you are also a beast pattern warrior." Muzhao felt a bit embarrassed, unsure of what to say next. "It's nothing," Mukue reassured him. "I've watched you grow up. How could I not know what's on your mind?" She gently ruffled his now much softer hair compared to his beast form and urged, "You haven't even seen what I made for you yet. Hurry and open it to see if it looks good." At her words, Mu Zhao's attention was drawn back to the leather armor in his hands. Slowly unfurling the neatly folded pieces, the armor consisted of boots, a helmet, chest armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, leg guards, skirt armor, knee guards, elbow guards, and a half-body armor that enveloped the upper body. The winged tiger tribe possesses the craftsmanship for creating simple armor, and Mu Kuei had also drawn inspiration from the armor styles she had seen on Earth, resulting in this creation. "There's so many more pieces than other leather armors," Mu Zhao exclaimed, running his hands over it repeatedly with fondness. "How do I put this on?" he asked. "Like this." Mu Kuei instructed him on how to wear the leather armor. Before long, a small warrior clad in red armor stood before Mu Kuei as she gazed at her brother's youthful face. Now enveloped in a leather helmet, she felt a momentary urge to send him off to battle. However, more than that, a sense of satisfaction washed over her, seeing her little brother grow up. "Look at how handsome this young man is. When you step outside, you'll surely captivate countless females." Mu Kuei clapped her hands in admiration, thoroughly pleased with her brother's appearance in the armor. Really? Mu Zhao was somewhat curious about his current appearance, and, as a rare opportunity, ran to the edge of the water tank to take a look. After a moment, the young lad cheerfully turned his head and exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. This set of leather armor looks so impressive. Clearly superior to the other orcs' leather armors. I'm glad you like it." "Little brother," Mu Kuei replied. "For crafting breastplates, using untreated animal hides is actually better. This red fire lizard skin has been tanned, so it might not be as durable. I will carve a sturdy ritual pattern on it and reforge it later." Saying this, she instructed Mu Zhao to remove the helmet, breastplate, shoulder guards, knee pads, and elbow guards for her, as these pieces needed to be engraved with ritual patterns and reprocessed. "Sister, I haven't finished moving the meat yet. I'll go get it now." Fearing that Mu Kuei would ask him to remove the remaining parts as well, Mu Zhao bid his sister farewell and, clad in his new leather armor, dashed away in a blurred, "Oh, Zhao, that leather armor looks splendid." Along the way, an orc praised him upon seeing it. "Indeed, my sister made it for me," Mu Zhao said proudly. Patting his armor, in fact, to allow more people to admire his armor, he divided the remaining meat. He could have moved in one trip, and a toot the tribe was abuzz with the news. Zhao has new leather armor. Crafted by Kuei, her skills are unmatched, and the design is unlike any other, looking particularly splendid. After meticulously refining the shoulder guards and other parts of the armor, Mu Kuei began to engrave ritual patterns on a mammoth ivory and animal skulls. The ivory was inscribed with 3 patterns: contraction, sharpness, and adhesion. The skull bore 2 patterns: transformation and spirit communication. The transformation pattern altered the skull into the shape of a medicinal cauldron, while the spirit communication pattern allowed Mu Kuei to better control the changes in the medicinal liquid within the cauldron using her mental strength and shamanic powers during alchemy. Shamanic powers differ somewhat from the abilities possessed by beast pattern warriors. The latter's powers, known as beast pattern abilities, are invariably aggressive, such as wind, metal, and ice abilities, typically enhancing the orc's combat prowess. Conversely, shamanic powers are generally non-aggressive and lean more toward support. Mu Kuei's purification and healing abilities are examples of shamanic powers. The wind ability awakened after becoming a beast pattern warrior, along with another thunder ability, is classified as a beast pattern ability. Of course, there are many varieties of shamanic powers, not limited to those like Mu Kuei's. Some individuals possess shamanic abilities that allow them to form contracts with fierce beasts or enhance their alchemical and crafting skills, while referred to as shamans. Mu Kuei believes this term encompasses a collective of all life-oriented professions in the orc world, greatly enriching the diversity of occupations among the orcs. However, it is unfortunate that shamans are even rarer than priests, and traits such as summoning or crafting are possessed by only a select few shamans. The bump tree is a collective term used by the orcs for trees whose bark resembles bumps. There are nearly 1,000 of such trees in the beast world. To aid memory, Mu Kuei named a type of bump tree that can substitute for ginger as ginger bulging tree, meaning a tree covered in bumps resembling ginger. Yesterday, C delivered a Gulu beast, which Mu Kuei set aside, And with the addition of the fungi lawn grass and the 8 liver pieces she received from the meat distribution, she could prepare a few new dishes for dinner. The gullah beast is a small creature about half a human's height, which is considered small in the beast world. However, despite their size, they are remarkably difficult to catch. Gullah beasts possess incredible jumping ability and have smooth skin without fur. Even if several orcs surround one during a hunt, it can easily slip away if not carefully monitored. The meat of this creature is tender and is one of the favorites among females. During meat distribution, it is often the case that one doesn't even catch a glimpse of a gullah beast. Moreover, due to their small size, hunting teams often disdain to pursue them, with so little meat. The effort expended could be better used to hunt larger prey, allowing for more meat to be shared upon return, ensuring the young at home are better fed. Only those orcs keen on pleasing females would gather a team to hunt gullah beasts. C delivered half of a gullah beast. Mukwe carefully removed its hide intact and set it aside. The hide, once tanned, is incredibly thin and soft, making it excellent material for undergarments. The winged tiger clan is not yet even a farming civilization, let alone proficient in weaving or clothing production. The materials used for undergarments are at best slightly softer animal hides. Yet leather is still leather. No matter how soft, it cannot compare to the lightweight softness and breathability of fabric. It is easy to imagine that wearing such materials often feels uncomfortable. Now, with half a gullah beast hide, if used sparingly, perhaps after making herself 2 sets of fitted undergarments, she could spare enough for her little brother to make 2 pairs of boxers. Mukwe stored the half gullah beast hide, planning to tan it and hang it to dry after finishing her tasks for the day, hoping that in a couple of days, she might be able to use it to make clothes. When dealing with the liver, Mukwe's method involved washing it first, then slicing it thinly, rinsing out the blood, and finally using her purification ability to eliminate the toxins contained within. After completing these steps, she would soak it in a light saltwater solution until the blood was fully cleansed, then proceed to cook it. Lacking starch, Mukwe attempted to substitute it with tube tree powder, but midway through, she halted and discarded the small bowl of liver she had been experimenting with. The reason was simple. Mukwe had initially thought that the tree powder, which she believed to be very stable, produced a corrosive toxin upon contact with the liver. This toxin, although Mukwe's purification ability could neutralize it, had already caused the liver to become pockmarked and unsightly, making it unsuitable for cooking. Consequently, Mukwe firmly noted this discovery for future reference, intending to inform the females in the tribe, when they gathered for collection tomorrow, to prevent anyone from blaming her for any mishaps resulting from consuming tree powder. After this incident, Mukwe no longer considered using tree powder as a substitute for starch, but instead opted to marinate the liver with salt. During the waiting period, she began preparing other foods, such as tree powder cakes and glutinous rice balls. Mu Zhao assisted her, jotting down her unique method for handling the liver. The tender meat of the gullah beast, combined with the ginger-bulging tree bark and needle tree core, which could substitute for ginger and Sichuan pepper, sparked an idea in Mukwe's mind. She suddenly wanted to experiment with making skewers from gullah beast meat. She chopped the ginger-bulging tree bark into fine pieces and, using her wind ability, ground the fragments to a consistency akin to sesame seeds. The needle tree core underwent the same treatment. Mu Zhao watched in amazement. "Sister, how can you control your wind ability so well? When I use it, I can create wind blades and even tornadoes, but I can't achieve the precision you have. That requires practice." Mukwe replied, "Of course. Our mental strength as females is inherently more robust than that of males, allowing for finer control over beast pattern abilities. Even without practice, our precision will surpass yours significantly. I see." Mu Zhao exclaimed. Realizing this, he secretly resolved to practice his fine control over abilities more diligently, not for any other reason, but simply to emulate his sister and use abilities to better prepare delicious food. As for the potential additional benefits of mastering precise control over abilities, Mu Zhao had not yet thought that far ahead. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of food. The gullah beast meat was cut into small pieces and then skewered onto sharpened sticks, placed on a heated stone platter, with a fire lit underneath for roasting. The 5 stone platters made earlier included one with a diameter of half a meter, designed to accommodate the orc's substantial appetites. allowing for more food to be served. Additionally, in necessary situations, it could serve as a grill for roasting skewers. There was no alternative. After all, the grinding stone conducted heat, making it perfect for this dual-purpose use. Thus, with the skewers placed on the platter, they were occasionally turned, sprinkled with salt, ginger-bulging tree bark fragments, and needle tree core fragments. Finally, they were continuously flipped until the skewers were perfectly roasted and ready to eat. Mukwe stood by, instructing Mu Zhao on how to utilize the elevated stone platter to roast the meat skewers of the gulu beast. Meanwhile, she retrieved the simply marinated liver and employed her wind manipulation ability to blow away the excess moisture. In a hot pan, she added strips of ginger wrapped in tree bark and pine core. After sautéing until fragrant, she introduced the liver into the mix. Before long, a unique aroma with a hint of spiciness burst forth, filling the air around them. Achoo! Mu Zhao had never encountered such a scent before and couldn't help but sneeze. Feeling a bit embarrassed, yet his eyes remained fixated on the pot. Sister, it smells so good. It must be delicious. Observing her younger brother's longing expression, Mukwe couldn't help but chuckle and gestured towards the roasting platter, reminding him, the meat skewers in the dish should be ready. You can indulge in those to satisfy your cravings. While the taste of the gulu bee skewers was not as tantalizing as the stir-fried liver, they were still quite aromatic. Tempted by her words, Mu Zhao picked up 2 skewers, offering one to Mukwe as she cooked. Sister, you try it first. Not one to refuse, Mukwe opened her mouth and took a bite. The flavor is delightful, just what I was hoping for. Her eyes sparkled, and she devoured the entire skewer with her brother's hand still guiding it, savoring every bite. This truly is a long-lost sensation. She couldn't help but reminisce about her days of enjoying skewers back on Earth. That so? Then I shall have a taste as well. The sudden voice startled both siblings in an instant. The skewer that Mu Zhao had intended for himself vanished. Ji, who had appeared at their home without warning, snatched the skewer and relished it with great delight. Mu Zhao, indignant, exclaimed, aren't there grilled ones in the platter? Ji, if you came over, you could have taken your own. What I stole tastes even better. Ji replied nonchalantly, finishing off a skewer with an elegant demeanor. Mukwe remarked very well. That is quintessential Ji style. Just like in my past life, always playing pranks and harboring a dark side. She pondered how the esteemed Fu Chan had developed such a fondness for this type, yet she herself found it unappealing. There are grilled gulu bee skewers in the platter. Feel free to take some if you wish. With a casual invitation, Mukwe shifted to the main topic, asking Ji, you came here late at night. There must be a reason, right? TSK. Little female, you are truly unappealing. Ji twirled a skewer between his long fingers, shaking his head slightly with a hint of regret. So direct, lacking any gentleness. Not many males would appreciate that. I have never been one to beat around the bush, Mukwe replied casually. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her expression softening. Moreover, I do not care how many males might fancy me, as long as those I acknowledge can accept me as I am. That is enough. The siblings had grown accustomed to a solitary life, only allowing those they truly knew to enter their home, and this applied to Mu Zhao as well. Without the gradual process of familiarity, Mu Zhao could not easily accept random males, let alone one or several as his brother Dash and Dashlaw. And Mukwe prided herself on her skills in nurturing. The idea of finding a childhood husband to cultivate into her ideal partner had been a long-held plan. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted to a certain all-black snow wolf cub. With its pure black fur and dog-like appearance, it was indeed a wolf that barked like a dog in its youth, yet grew into a majestic and formidable wolf king. The perfect beast form resonated with her, and as for its temperament, that could be nurtured over time. Ji leisurely finished his skewer before stating, today you rescued 4 females, earning 200 contribution points from Meng. I've noted it down for you. He then pointed to a large stack of bundled bee skins on the ground. This is the serpent skin harvested after the patrol beastmen eliminated the dark water snakes. I heard you've been in urgent need of bee skins, and the rescued females insisted on giving this to you. Surprised yet quickly understanding, Mukwe expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She found a large leaf bowl to transfer the stir-fried liver into. Then wrap the roasted gulu bee skewers in a soft, sun-dried large leaf. They must have heard from you about my need for bee skins, right? Mukue took a small food box, placing the leaf bowl and wrapped skewers inside before handing it to G. We don't have much to offer in return at home, but a little food, though not abundant, has a unique flavor for you to try. G accepted the food box, weighing it lightly. The skewers did indeed smell delightful. A few casual words had yielded a sumptuous meal, which he deemed quite a bargain. After bidding G farewell, Mukue could no longer hide her smile that G felt that this was a win. And she believed she had benefited greatly. Although the scales of the dark water snake could be pierced by a first-tier beast-pattern warrior, the defensive gap between them was not overly vast. In the storage cave, a first-tier defensive bee skin required 150 contribution points, and what one typically obtained was not a complete skin, but a cut piece measuring roughly 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. The red fire lizard skin Mukue had exchanged was precisely like that. However, the dark water snake skin G brought over was not only 5 complete pieces, but also measured at least 3 meters wide and 10 meters long each. With such 5 large skins, how many leather armor and clothing could be made? After finishing, they might even have enough left over to make 2 bed sheets. The sweltering heat of the dry season, lasting 7 months, was no easy ordeal. It was essential to prepare cooling facilities in advance. The dark water snake was a water snake, and using its skin to make cooling mats and summer bee skin clothing would undoubtedly be more refreshing than those made from other skins. If cooling ritual patterns could be engraved on them, the effect would be superb. After counting the dark water snake skins, Mukue turned around, ready to stir-fry another batch of liver, only to find her younger brother looking despondent. "Sister, I haven't even had a taste of a new dish you've made." Feeling a bit awkward, Mukue reassured him, "There's still the prepared liver. Stir-frying won't take long. Just wait a moment, and it will be ready soon." "Oh, and Yu Zhao nodded, still looking somewhat downcast. He was upset that he hadn't been the first to taste his sister's cooking. Continuing with her previous steps, Mukue quickly prepared another plate of stir-fried liver. "Come, try this. No one will snatch it away this time." "Really?" Mu Zhao instinctively glanced outside the cave, and upon confirming there was indeed no one else, he finally relaxed, picking up a slice of liver to taste. Tender and smooth, it carried the aromatic spiciness of ginger bark and the pine core, devoid of the fishy and bitter flavors he had previously associated with liver. "Sister, this is delicious." Mu Zhao eagerly took several more pieces, savoring each bite with evident enjoyment. "As long as it's good," Mukue replied, pleased to find that the fishy taste had been completely subdued by the ginger bark. Finally, the household no longer had to resort to hastily boiling offal or marinating it with inferior salt. Lacking scallions, ginger, and garlic, and even the salt was of low quality, they could only use a tiny bit each time they cooked. It was easy to imagine how unappetizing the dishes, especially the offal, had been. With dinner still not prepared, Mu Zhao continued roasting gulu bee skewers. While Mukue prepared tree flower cakes and other dishes, she also picked the long, smooth, thick leaves of the Jilong grass. After blanching them, she sauteed the shredded ginger bark and pine core in hot oil, then added the Jilong grass leaves. Before long, a plate of vibrant green stir-fried Jilong leaves was ready. Mu Zhao looked at the beautifully presented dish with confusion. "Sister, why are we eating grass?" Being carnivorous, members of the tiger clan could occasionally enjoy fruits, but the idea of nibbling on grass was utterly unpalatable to them. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables was essential. Mukue picked up a chopstickful and placed it in Mu Zhao's bowl. "Do you not trust your sister's culinary skills? It's not that bad. Give it a try." Skeptical yet intrigued, Mu Zhao took a bite. It's surprisingly different from the gray grass, and Yu Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Their household often lacked salt, and the two siblings usually nibbled on the most bitter and astringent grass. The coarse gray grass that left their throats are wide in comparison. The prospect of sought edgelon leaves, a genuine vegetable, seemed far more palatable to who, if you like it, indulge a little more. "I'll seek out other suitable ingredients later. I recall there are river flowers, lotus, in the river before the tribe. We can gather them when the dry season arrives." That evening, the two siblings diligently excavated the bathroom. Mukue's home was nestled near the mountain's peak, with no neighbors nearby, allowing them to dig the cave as large as they desired without the fear of breaking through to someone else's dwelling. Consequently, the bathroom's interior space was quite ample, divided into a toilet area, a changing zone, and a bathing section, with stone walls partially separating the changing area from the bathing area. The changing area was equipped with stone benches and hangers, while the bathing section featured a tub crafted from cylindrical trees. Though it was termed a bathroom, it was essentially a collection of 3 small rooms. The mist enveloped her, washing away all fatigue. Immersed in the tub, Mukue felt utterly content on the 3rd day since their rebirth. Their cavern had transformed from expansive, empty space into a modestly luxurious abode complete with a kitchen and a bathroom. They could now enjoy soaking bath as she relaxed. Mukue recalled the innovative structure of the sailboat she had been pondering recently. A brand new idea blossomed in her mind. Tomorrow, I shall experiment. Once the sailboat is complete, I can gather without the need to row while bailing water. Mukue wore an expression of eager anticipation, and no longer would she have to return home with a boat laden with supplies, only to find it half filled with water, requiring her to retrieve the supplies one by one from the depths. The following day, at the ritual cave, Kue, I cannot thank you enough for yesterday. Without your help, we would not have returned. Several robust males approached, expressing their gratitude to Mukue, who had been dragged underwater by the blackwater snake and, in shock, had not participated in the day's gathering. I was merely fortunate. We was pulled far by the snake, Mukue explained. Indeed, Kue's luck is remarkable. She always emerges shortly after entering the water. We and the others are fortunate too. Having encountered the same luck, the females present who had witnessed the event readily supported Mukue's words. Clearly, after Mukue's explanation, everyone attributed her swift rescue to her good fortune, coincidentally entering the water just as the female was being dragged down by the snake. Mukue took pleasure in this notion. At the same time, she considered preparing herself for the opportunity to convincingly showcase her prowess as a beast-patterned warrior. The shaman, as a healer and priestess, had considerable insights into the cultivation of medicinal herbs, and Yukue had devised a plan. In the gathering area in the wild, she would cultivate a potent medicine to enhance the orc's strength. Enlisting a few females nearing the first tier to accompany her in gathering as she broke through, the others would likely follow suit, and no one would suspect anything amiss. Yesterday, while using tree powder to cleanse the liver, I discovered that when mixed, they produced bubbles, and the liver was left pitted and eroded by the tree powder, that I was so frightened that I promptly discarded that piece of liver. During their casual chat, Mukue recounted the alarming incident from her cooking the previous night. It was truly terrifying. I never expected that tree powder would pose such a danger when in contact with liver. Thankfully, I had not considered chopping the liver leaves into minced meat to incorporate into the tree powder dumplings. Upon witnessing Mukue's expression of dread, the other females exchanged surprised glances. The females present were all seasoned adults, and to them, Mukue, who had only recently reached maturity, seemed exceedingly young. Kay, you are far too daring. You dare to experiment with everything. It's fortunate you didn't proceed, or the consequences would have been dire. You must be more cautious in the future and refrain from recklessly concocting new dishes, the females advised, jotting down the toxic nature of mixing tree powder and liver before collectively moving on from matter. After all, Mukue was merely a young female who had inadvertently discovered that tree powder was edible and had almost caused a mishap. She had no prior knowledge of the incompatibility of tree powder and liver. Upon discovering it, she had shared the information to prevent anyone else from encountering similar problems. As they reflected on this, the females sighed, recognizing that Kue was indeed too youthful, willing to try anything. Mukue, your excellent tree powder has caused my grandmother to suffer from a stomachache. Who knows what poison she has ingested? A loud voice broke the conversation from a distance that a group of individuals approached, carrying an elderly female with a gaunt face and snow-white hair, marching towards the area where the females had gathered, exuding an aggressive aura. What has happened? Many turned to glance, and upon witnessing the scene, instinctively stepped aside to clear a path for the group. Upon hearing that someone had suffered ill effect from tree powder, Mukue furrowed her brow, realizing that she had discovered the toxicity of mixing tree powder and liver too late. She hoped that the elderly female had not encountered any serious issues as she approached. Observing the elderly woman curled up in pain, Mukue felt a pang of sympathy. Quietly, she used her healing ability to send a bit of detoxifying medicine through the woman's pores. Did she consume tree powder and then liver? These two items mixed together are toxic. I only discovered this last night and did not have the chance to inform you. I sincerely apologize. Nonsense. My grandmother didn't eat liver last night. She only consumed tree powder and suffered the consequences. Mukue's polite remark was met with hostility from a young male who hastily accused her. Realizing there was no need to maintain a cordial demeanor, Mukue replied, consuming only tree powder would not cause any issues. She must have eaten something else before or after. Reflect carefully. It could very well be a new food poisoning discovery, which should be identified so that everyone can be aware and avoid similar accidents in the future. Indeed, Koei just informed us that tree powder and liver cannot be consumed together. Tree powder was only recently discovered to be edible. And it's entirely normal for there to be unexpected outcomes, as we have yet to fully understand some items. Other females chimed in to support Mu Kuei, since she knows that liver and tree powder should not be consumed together. Why didn't Tishi mention it earlier? Why wait until someone suffers before speaking up? Who knows what ulterior motive she harbors? The young male's accusations grew increasingly aggressive, his brows furrowed in anger. Seemingly unwilling to heed any counsel, and Yukue chose not to engage further with the young male. Estimating that the medicine she had administered would soon take effect, she helped the elderly woman to her feet and asked, "Grandmother, what did you eat yesterday?" "Huh." The elderly woman, hard of hearing, required Mukue to repeat her question before she understood, responding, "I had a kidney and a large bucket of tree powder mush." "Did you add anything to the tree powder mush?" Mukue inquired further. The elderly woman, bewildered, replied, "Add what?" "Nothing. I didn't add anything." Then she muttered softly, "I haven't had salt in 2 months. This old woman is going to meet my companion soon." Mukue felt a pang of sorrow that in the harsh environment of the eastern continent, elderly orcs truly suffered. Few lived to see their natural as the effects of the medicine began to manifest. The elderly woman's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and Mukue understood that the poison had been neutralized. Leaning closer, she whispered in her ear, "I discovered last night that liver should not be consumed with tree powder. The internal organs might react adversely to the tree powder. Please refrain from mixing them in the future, dear grandmother." "Huh." The elderly woman gasped in surprise, then shook her head, "But there are many children at home. I only have a little bit of internal organ for each meal." As she spoke, the elderly woman patted her belly, a look of reluctance on her face before sighing again, and Yukue had lost count of how many times she had sighed that day. "In the future, I will regularly prepare some meat-filled dumplings for you, grandmother. Please do not mix internal organs with tree powder again. It could truly be fatal. Do you understand?" Upon hearing that Mukue would bring her food, the elderly woman's cloudy eyes lit up with joy. "Ah, good." The elderly woman chuckled heartily, and it was then that Mukue noticed her teeth were still intact. In such circumstances, it could either be due to exceptional care, or perhaps her age was not as advanced as Mukue had imagined. Most likely just over 400 years. Mukue leaned towards the latter, for it seemed from the old woman's tone that her family did not treat her well. Moreover, the old lady was so gaunt that her bones were nearly visible, her sunken eyes giving her the appearance of a mere human skeleton wrapped in skin. Anyone with a timid disposition would surely have nightmares upon seeing her. Despite her frail state, the presence of her good teeth contradicted the notion that she was well cared for by her family. "I've heard that tree flower is delicious, especially during the rainy season when it's plentiful, so one wouldn't go hungry. Unfortunately, I lack the strength to gather it myself," the old woman lamented. Casting furtive glances at Mukue, her demeanor a blend of timidity and cautious hope. She was well aware of her family's nature. Since her companions had all passed away, she had lost her standing within the household. The prospect of her family providing her with tree flower for a hearty meal before reuniting with her departed loved ones seemed utterly impossible. What about this young female? She appeared kind-hearted. Could she perhaps fulfill the old woman's wish? The elderly lady's heart raced anxiously at this thought. In that moment, She felt more nervous than during her first qualification test as a sacrificial apprentice. The tubular trees were abundant during the rainy season, and lending a hand to gather some tree flower would not be a burden at all. Mukue readily agreed. I shall bring you some sections of the tubular tree tomorrow. Splendid, splendid. The old woman clapped her hands together, and upon receiving this assurance, she felt as joyous as a child, believing that her days of hardship might finally hold a glimmer of hope, an overwhelming sense of happiness blossoming within her. The boy continued to shout, while others from his household busied themselves with stoking the fire, completely oblivious to the fact that the old woman they had carried over was now fine. I tell you, Mukue hasn't fully grasped whether the tree flower is entirely safe, and this is her dilemma. Now that my mother is in trouble, it falls upon her to take responsibility, declared a burly man with thick lips. The boy added, my grandmother is still lying there. Who knows if she is about to be poisoned? Just because my grandmother is old, does that mean you disregard her life? Mukue helped the old lady to her feet and scoffed at the boy's words. Before you speak, might you first assess your grandmother's condition? You bring her here and then abandon her. Yet you find time to bicker while neglecting to check on her well-being. Mukue's icy gaze fell upon the group, her tone laced with sarcasm. Is this how your family values the life of the elderly? Truly a unique approach, my grandmother. The boy was about to assert that his grandmother was likely gone, but upon turning, he saw her being supported by someone, standing there alive, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Grandma, how are you? He stammered, at a loss for words in the face of such a situation. However, one of the lean middle-aged men quickly reacted, pushing through the crowd to stand in front of the old woman, his face alight with joy. Mother, it's truly wonderful that you are all right. So wonderful. He then lifted the old woman onto his back, saying, Mother, it's cold outside. I'll carry you home to rest. And perhaps by tomorrow, you'll be completely well again, and no worries at all. Mukue found his actions somewhat perplexing, but she recognized that he was merely putting on a show. Otherwise, why would he express such concern for his mother while his attention remained fixated on the female companion he had brought along, failing to notice when his own mother had recovered? Nonetheless, Mukue felt it was not her place to interfere in another's family matters. She merely sighed inwardly, offering a reassuring glance to the old woman, contemplating how she might assist within her means. With the rainy season providing an ample supply of tree flower, she resolved to deliver several servings of dumplings to the old lady, ensuring that she could enjoy some comfort during this time. After all, the tubular trees were plentiful, akin to picking them up for free. What she was doing required little more than her time and labor. As for the fillings, she could easily catch a few clucking chickens to suffice. It would indeed deplete her family's provisions, and Mukue felt no remorse about it, the very least. Ensuring the old lady had a few hearty meals was worthwhile, as the lean middle-aged man departed with the old woman. The rest of his family quickly followed suit, vanishing into the crowd as swiftly as they had arrived, leaving no trace behind. Mukue felt that their confrontation had fizzled out rather abruptly, after piecing together what she had overheard and consulting with some familiar females. Mukue gleaned a general understanding of that family's circumstances. The boy was named Yenhu, the one who had initially raised his voice. The burly man with thick lips was Yen Fong, the youngest son of the old woman and also the uncle of Yenhu. The lean middle-aged man was Yen Kei, the eldest son of the old woman and the elder brother of Yen Fong, thus making him Yenhu's father. The two brothers, Yen Fong and Yen Kei, along with several other male beastmen, were associated with a female named Qingyu. The old woman was affectionately referred to as Liapa, likely named Li in her youth. This year, Liapa was merely 383 years old, still shy of 400. However, due to the early departures of her companions, her two sons, since aligning with Qingyu, had rapidly turned into ungrateful wretches, treating Liapa with disdain and hostility. Depriving her of provisions had become a commonplace occurrence. The reason behind this behavior was simply that Liapa had previously crossed paths with Qingyu, prompting her sons to abandon their mother's care in a bid to maintain their standing before the female. Upon clarifying the situation, Mukue felt a wave of unease wash over her. Such a polygamous family arrangement was enough to rival a moral drama. Just hearing about it was disheartening. This realization affected Mukue mood throughout the morning, causing her to speak little to anyone. In the afternoon, after gathering a sufficient amount of supplies, Mukuei began to craft a canopy boat in a secluded area. Utilizing her wind abilities, she felled a massive tubular tree, measuring nearly 10 meters in diameter and close to 100 meters tall. This was nearly the maximum height for tubular trees. She fashioned the 9-meter-thick section for the hull of the boat, slicing the bottom 10-meter-thick section in half to create a semicircular canopy. Then, she erected 4 wooden pillars on the circular hull to serve as supports for the canopy, binding the semicircular top with vines. Thus, the canopy was smaller than the hull. Next, she wove a mat of vines around the 4 pillars, which would serve to shield against the rain, for visibility and navigation. She could also create small windows in the mat. The craftsmanship was rough, exuding a primitive essence. However, the boat possessed all the functionalities she required. If there were any major hazards, it would be that the canopy was larger than the hull, making it difficult to control while rowing, and if a strong wind blew, the boat might capsize. Yet, these were challenges she could overcome. With a boat laden with supplies, even if winds arose, it would not easily overturn. Moreover, Mukuei was strong enough to manage the boat, and even if her sailing skills were not refined, her wind abilities could assist in averting disaster should the boat show signs of capsizing. It was a makeshift solution. Mukuei was capable of crafting a more refined vessel, but this design represented the utmost limits achievable by a clever female of the Ihu tribe. Anything better would exceed her capabilities. Drawing undue suspicion, Mukuei entrusted the gathered items to Aku for safekeeping. Once the canopy boat was complete, she grasped the oar and tested it, finding it manageable. She then set out towards the crowd. The unique shape of the canopy boat immediately caught the attention of the females. "Kuei, what on earth have you made this tubular boat for?" they asked, their faces filled with curiosity and confusion. "To keep the rain out," Mukuei replied, pushing aside a section of the vine mat to peek outside. "You won't believe it. There really isn't any rain inside. Is that so? Let me take a look." Several curious females, led by Aku, lifted the vine mat and ventured inside to inspect. There really isn't any rain. The females were pleasantly surprised once they boarded the canopy boat. Inside the boat, aside from the water that had entered before it was fully completed, there was barely any sensation of the rain from the outside. During the rainy season, who would wish to toil under a torrential downpour if they could avoid getting soaked? Given this dreadful weather, it was commonplace for some frail females to catch colds while foraging during the rainy season, unwittingly succumbing to ailments. Just like Mukuei before, who, due to her frail constitution, was pushed into the floodwaters and subsequently suffered from a high fever that almost claimed her life. Less exposure to rain equates to a reduced risk of falling ill. For the Ihu tribe, which lacked a resident shaman, this meant an additional layer of life assurance. "Kawai, how did you manage to create this?" Aku, recognizing the allure this boat held for the females, hesitated momentarily before inquiring, prompted by a subtle nudge from another female. "I initially had this thought." Mukuei briefly outlined her design concept before detailing the specific steps involved. Upon hearing her explanation, the females praised Mukuei's ingenious idea. "Oh dear, why didn't I think of that? Kawai, you're truly impressive." Previously, there was someone who, during the rainy season, would carry a wooden basin atop her head while foraging, shielding herself from the rain above but unable to fend off the droplets that circumvented the basin. Everyone had ridiculed her for her futile efforts. However, Kawai's creation was distinct. It not only protected against the rain above, but also shielded from the surrounding downpour. If that person were aware, she would surely be delighted. Regrettably, she had succumbed to a cold last rainy season and passed away. This is indeed a wonderful invention, but I believe there is room for improvement. Let us pool our contributions and consult the builders. The females eagerly discussed among themselves, each one keen to craft a similar boat. By the way, Kawai, have you named this boat? What shall it be called?" One female inquired. Mukuei replied, "It resembles a canopy on water, so let us call it the Canopy Boat." Canopy Boat, that is a delightful name. With a new boat name, the females felt even more motivated. They began to gather in groups to create their own canopy boats, pooling their contributions. They intended to hand over this fund to the builders in the tribe, entrusting the specialists to enhance the canopy boat further. Mukue was naturally pleased with this development. The builders in the tribe were quite skilled. Each generation of builders possessed extensive knowledge of construction methods and exceptional talent for innovation, making the improvement of a canopy boat a trivial task. Thus, Mukue would not need to reveal any advanced boat-building techniques that might invite suspicion on the way back. Each female carried her own canopy boat, animatedly chatting across the vine mats. Finally, I no longer have to wring out a bunch of water for my clothes on the way home. However, when they arrived at the tribe and transported their collected goods home, they would still get drenched. It would be splendid if we could create something akin to the canopy to shield our heads. But a wooden basin seems inadequate. As the discussion continued, someone proposed the idea of crafting something similar to an umbrella. Upon hearing this, Mukue remarked, "The rain during the rainy season is exceptionally heavy. An umbrella may not suffice to shield against the rain that sweeps in from the sides. However, if we could create a raincoat to wear, it would likely prove more practical than an umbrella." The female's curiosity was piqued immediately. An umbrella. I recall many tree canopies resemble umbrellas. Are you referring to a rain-shielding tool that mimics the shape of a tree canopy? That seems fitting. What about a raincoat? Mukue responded, "You could say that. A raincoat is designed to prevent rain from soaking you. Wearing it wouldn't hinder foraging efficiency and would block the majority of the rain." The females exclaimed, "That truly sounds like a marvelous invention. Let us have the builders brainstorm how to create it, and once they have a plan, we will follow suit." At this point, everyone turned their gaze to Aku. "Aku, you are close with the builders. We entrust this matter to you. That if you speak up, they will surely take action without charging us for contributions." Aku's expression became somewhat uneasy at this remark. "I don't have much of a connection with them." Yet, under the unanimous insistence of the other females, Aku reluctantly agreed to approach the builders once they returned to the tribe, pondering how to broach the subject. After all, she led this foraging team. And naturally, she had to look out for her OW and WY. The way, Kawai, regarding that incident with Old Lee today, we didn't catch what happened. How did she end up with an upset stomach? Since Old Lee's family had left in the morning, Mukue had seemed rather disinterested, and the others had hesitated to ask. Now, recalling the matter, one casually inquired. She ate a kidney and then consumed tree powder, which caused the poisoning. Thankfully, a single kidney isn't that toxic, so after some discomfort, she recovered. Mukue summarized, issues arose from consuming liver and kidney together. I've tried intestines and stomach, and they could be consumed with tree powder. However, tree powder and animal viscera do seem to clash. I wonder if there are any other viscera besides liver and kidney that shouldn't be mixed with tree powder. The females nodded in agreement. Vowing never to combine tree powder with animal viscera, excluding intestines and stomach in the future. Upon returning home, Mukue began to tally the day's foraging yields. Several portions of tree powder, numerous nuts, 10 persimmons, 3 Qingxin fruits, 5 ranky herbs, 1 colorful fruit, 2 non-toxic evergreen snakes over a meter long, 3 nests of unknown bird eggs, and over 20 tree squirrels. The materials required for crafting a digestive potion included ranky herbs, Qingxin fruits, colorful fruits, feathers from the Lixiang geese, and May fruits, among others. Among these, the Qingxin fruit is a blue fruit that is non-toxic and edible, refreshing in flavor, juicy, and abundant during the dry season. Serving as a rare remedy for heat, though it is scarce and difficult to find during the rainy season. The colorful fruit, as its name suggests, is a vividly colored fruit that is highly toxic. The leaves of the ranky herb resemble teardrops and only grow during the rainy season. After counting, Mukue discovered she was nearly equipped with the materials for the digestive potion, with only the feathers from the Lixiang geese missing. The Lixiang goose is quite formidable, and this area has been thoroughly foraged. Leaving no trace of them, it seems you should inform Adi to pay close attention while hunting. If he spots a Lixiang goose, he should find a way to obtain its feathers. Mukue contemplated this, knowing that would secure the ingredients for her digestive potion. The digestive potion is a concoction that enables beasts to consume even more than their already exaggerated appetite, allowing for quick and gentle absorption of nutrients from their food. The reason Mukue wished to concoct this is primarily to swiftly replenish the nutrients that have been lacking for the siblings over the years, particularly for her younger brother, Mu Zhao. After replenishing his nutrition, Given his potential and with the aid of Yunyang's dried meat, he might even break through to the mid-stage of the first tier. In a world fraught with peril, every bit of strength provides an additional safeguard. Mukuei is currently unable to reveal her own strength as a second-tier beast warrior, nor can she join a hunting team that requires at least a first-tier beast warrior. To ensure her younger brother is not bullied in her absence and possesses the ability to respond to dangers, it is imperative to elevate his strength as quickly as possible to Old Li's home. Upon seeing Yin Ke return from outside, Yin Feng eagerly inquired, "How is it? What was Meng's reaction?" Yin Ke replied, "There hasn't been any significant reaction. It seems they've observed the two siblings growing up and have ceased to protect them." Then, Yin Feng clenched his fist, excitement evident on his face. "Does that mean we can avenge our father and seek trouble with those two brats?" "It's hard to say." Yin Ke shook his head. Since Meng made such a decision back then, it likely won't be easy for him to relent now. Let us wait and see. The materials for concocting digestive potions were meticulously organized into a designated stone drawer. Alongside the collection gathered today, Mukuei commenced the creation of the bedroom. Taking into account the distinct conditions of the dry and snowy seasons, she planned to install 2 beds within their shared quarters. One crafted as a stone bed measuring 1 meter in width and 2 meters in length. Featuring a hollow base, this design would allow for the storage of clothing and other items. During the sweltering heat of the dry season, the contents could be removed and water and ice could be placed inside to mitigate the temperature of the bed. The second bed would be a large Kong bed, 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, primarily intended for the snowy season. The heated Kong would serve as an effective barrier against the cold, and its expansive surface would comfortably accommodate 2 transformed winged tigers without feeling cramped. During the frigid snowy season, it was customary for the fur-covered beastmen to huddle together for warmth in previous years. Mukuei and her younger brother had endured this, so the Kong was essential. Otherwise, they would struggle to withstand the terrifyingly low temperatures of winter. Upon returning home with the apportioned meat, Mu Zhao noticed that his elder sister was not in a hurry to prepare dinner, prompting him to join in the construction of the bedroom. By the time dusk fell, their labor was complete. "Sister, are we going to stay here tonight?" Mu Zhao inquired, eyeing the 2 beds, one large and one small. With eager anticipation, the siblings, having recently reached adulthood, had previously toiled daily for survival, living a rather rough existence. Upon returning home, they typically lay in a state of lethargy, conserving energy to minimize food consumption. Mu Zhao could hardly fathom that their home had transformed so remarkably in just 4 days, now exuding an air of luxury. Indeed, Mukuei nodded, "We shall sleep here tonight, and tomorrow, once we prepare another bedroom, each of us will have our own space. Separate." Mu Zhao exclaimed in disbelief, "Sister, this bedroom is so spacious. We could share it." "Foolish younger brother." Mukuei ruffled Mu Zhao's soft hair affectionately. "We are both adults now. And you, too, are a man. It is no longer appropriate for us to share a room." "But sister, we used to live together." Mu Zhao gazed up at her with a pitiful expression. His woeful demeanor made Mukuei's heart ache, and she couldn't resist playfully messing up his hair even more. Resolutely, Mukuei turned her face away and stated, "What was in the past is in the past. Now, you must learn to sleep alone." "Oh." Mu Zhao lowered his head, visibly dejected, resembling a forlorn puppy. Mukuei stifled a laugh and said, "Well, we have finished today's tasks. It's time to eat. I caught 2 long green snakes and over 20 tree squirrels today. We shall feast on them tonight." Tree squirrels? Long green snakes? The mere mention of these delicacies revitalized Mu Zhao. The long green snake was non-venomous, boasting tender meat that was far tastier than most other snakes. The tree squirrels, residing in the tall trees year-round and primarily feeding on bark, wood, or non-toxic fungi, produced meat that varied in flavor depending on their diet, yet all were exquisite. Although Mu Zhao had only tasted these 2 dishes a few times, he had already fallen in love with their flavors. The long green snakes were to be decapitated and skinned, then cut into segments and placed into a pot of boiling water seasoned with salt and ginger bark. After a vigorous boil, the heat was reduced to simmer. The meat of the long green snake was inherently delicious, and even with just a sprinkle of salt and ginger bark, the resulting stew was remarkably flavorful. The tree squirrels were skinned, their heads and entrails removed, and washed clean before being salted and marinated. Strips of ginger bark were placed inside them, wrapped in long, palm-sized leaves reminiscent of sweet flag, and steamed. Just as the snake stew finished cooking, the steaming of the tree squirrels reached completion. Each squirrel, after being decapitated and skinned, was reduced to the size of 2 palms, after tearing off their hind legs. The siblings each took one, eagerly devouring them before even ladling out the snake stew. The savory and flavorful morsels delighted their palates, captivating their senses. When the pair finally came to their senses, they realized they had consumed an entire squirrel each. Yet they still craved more, yearning for another. "Let us share one more and savor it slowly," Mukue suggested. "All right, I'll serve the snake stew." There were 2 pots simmering with snake meat. Yet the substantial size of the long green snake meant that they could not fit everything into the 2 pots. Mu Zhao roasted the remainder, bringing it all to the table. The snake meat in the stew was snow white, and as Mukue placed a piece in her mouth, the exquisite flavor made her forget the heat, compelling her to savor every bite. The roasted snake meat had a light golden crust, and with one bite, she first encountered the thin, crispy skin, followed by the tender flesh, enticing her to reach for another piece immediately. Paired with various delicacies made from tubular tree flower, the siblings devoured the feast with the speed of a whirlwind. Finally, both sat back, satisfied, and let out contented burps. "Delicious. We must catch some more next time," Mukue remarked, stroking her slightly rounded belly, her taste buds still yearning for more. "That mountain we visited today truly is a treasure trove. Tomorrow, once the collection is complete, I shall venture back to that mountain and perhaps capture some evergreen snakes and tree mice to bring back for sustenance." After the meal, Mukue held a piece of condensed wood, channeling her purification abilities through her palms to cleanse the toxins residing within it. This condensed wood, discovered by Mukue previously, becomes toxic after being separated from its source for a period. Its exceptional conductivity makes it an ideal material for crafting storage food containers. Mukue fashioned 2 food jars, each 0.5 meter in diameter and 1 meter in length. After etching ritualistic symbols representing expansion and space onto their surfaces, Mukue could distinctly perceive an increase in the internal capacity of the jars. With continued effort, in due time, these small yet voluminous food jars would prove invaluable. This would also spare Mukue from the necessity of carrying an oversized food container while foraging, which could arouse suspicion among the females over time. Once the ritual vessels were completed, if she wished to enhance their potency through mental cultivation, she could imbue multiple items simultaneously. After crafting the 2 smaller food containers, the condensed wood was nearly exhausted. Should she desire to create more items from this material, further foraging beyond the tribe would be required. Mukue felt quite satisfied with the condensed wood, as it naturally exudes coolness. Inscribing it with cooling and preservation symbols would grant her an unparalleled advantage in food preservation. Additionally, its high-density wood structure serves as an excellent medium for etching resizing symbols. Mukue could easily fashion a food box the size of a lunchbox, endowing it with the ability to alter its dimensions. During meals, she could enlarge the box to retrieve its contents and revert it to its original form when not in use, which would be far more convenient than a small food jar. The following day, referred to in the beast world as the 5th day of the rainy season's 3rd month, there were reports of ideas for improving the canopy boats at the construction site. But materials were still needed. The foraging team, as customary, shifted to a different mountain for their collection. This time, each female set out with a simple canopy boat crafted by Mukue the previous day. Perhaps due to the absence of the torrential rain reminiscent of a waterfall, the females were lively, chatting and laughing as they foraged. As Mukue listened to their conversations, she gleaned numerous tidbits of gossip. For instance, 4 days prior, a male from one household had been injured during a hunt, resulting in the loss of an arm, and his female had subsequently expelled him from their home, opting instead for 2 robust males. The day before, another female had been dragged away by a black water snake and was not rescued. Among her several males, one had already found a new mate. There were tales of a female whose loud cries at night had been overheard by the neighbors and of a male cub nearing adulthood who was being marketed, inquiring if any females were available. Notably, the female promoting the cub had even approached Mukue, to which Mukue politely declined, indicating her intention to seek a partner in a couple of years. Today's foraging expedition led them to a mountain abundant in fruits. Devoid of tree mice, hopping rabbits, or clucking chickens that typically feasted on mushrooms during the rainy season. They discovered deep brown, umbrella-shaped hawthorn mushrooms, as large as a fist, growing on hawthorn trees. Vibrant green pearls the size of a fingertip that parasitize plant leaves. And blue glowing sparrowtail mushrooms, roughly the size of an 8-inch plate, thriving in shadowy corners. They also encountered explosive water lanterns resembling jellyfish, which visibly expanded under the rain, their caps swelling to nearly 2 meters in diameter before bursting with a splash of water. Additionally, they found red-capped mushrooms, the size of a human head, with surfaces marked by cracks, akin to shiitake mushrooms. The mushrooms of the beast world differ significantly from those on Earth. The vibrancy of a mushroom's color is no longer the primary indicator of its toxicity. Some mushrooms possess unique attributes. For instance, the red-capped mushroom is imbued with fire properties. When dried and consumed during the snow season, it may provide superior warmth compared to ordinary white alcohol. However, those who dare to consume red-capped mushrooms during the dry season may find themselves in dire straits, as they could spontaneously combust after a period of time. The aforementioned mushrooms are those that the females can confidently identify as non-toxic. The remaining mushrooms, whether vibrantly colored or more subdued, have either been confirmed as toxic or remain unidentified. Thus, the females refrain from collecting them. The same applies to wood ear mushrooms. Aside from the easily recognizable white silver ear and the colorless transparent water ear, the females did not gather other types of wood ear mushrooms due to uncertainty regarding their toxicity. The rich biodiversity of the beast world leads to the situation where, although one may ascertain that a certain species is non-toxic, it is impossible to confirm whether it has been contaminated by any toxic substances from nature prior to harvesting. Silver ear and water ear mushrooms change color upon contact with toxic substances. The hawthorn mushroom concentrates toxins on its cap. By removing the topmost layer while consuming, one avoids any issues. Green pearls lose their color upon exposure to toxins. The explosive water lanterns and sparrowtail blue glowing mushrooms possess self-cleaning properties. Those in pristine condition are deemed non-toxic, while those with imperfections may either be simply misshapen or have been in conflict with toxins, resulting in incomplete purification as for those that succumb to toxins. They would be decayed and unable to survive. The red-capped mushroom, being a precious fire material, typically incinerates contaminants, making it largely safe that it is only after confirming a high probability of safety that the females proceed to gather. Other items such as tree powder, persimmons, and puff fruits are similarly regarded. Those deemed unlikely to pose issues are considered safe for consumption, that if an unlikely occurrence arises where a collected item becomes tainted by mysterious toxins without detection, then one must simply accept their misfortune. Mukuwe, like others, foraged for mushrooms and collected wood ears. However, unlike her peers, she collected both the aesthetically pleasing mushrooms and those deemed unattractive. She gathered those confirmed as non-toxic, as well as those uncertain in their toxicity, even if they were known to be unpalatable. The same went for wood ears, whether silver ear, water ear, or any black, brown, blue, or purple ear. She welcomed them all, leaving behind an empty space in her wake. Mukuwe, this is unwise. If you gather those with uncertain toxicity and end up with an upset stomach, it would be unfortunate. And why would you collect the ones that taste terrible? The other females expressed their concerns, urging Mukuwe to abandon her pursuit of items whose toxicity could not be confirmed. Fear not. I'm well aware, Mukuwe replied. I have a bouncing rabbit at home. These are meant for it. If it were to perish, it would not matter. Mukuwe maintained her stance, confident in her ability to sense the toxic nature of items due to her purification abilities, assuring that she would not inadvertently gather anything harmful. Ah, Mukuwe, is that bouncing rabbit you brought back still alive? Upon hearing that Mukuwe's rabbit was still alive, Yi expressed surprise that in times past, any edible living creature brought into Mukuwe's abode would scarcely survive beyond the following day. She recalled when Mukuwe had just reached adulthood and had moved out of the orphan cave with Zhao. Ye's partner, Silver Eagle, had captured a young lynx for Zhao to practice hunting. That very night, Zhao had killed the lynx, and Mukuwe had swiftly skinned and cleaned it for roasting. The rabbit was still nursing, and its milk was quite delicious. Mukua evidently reminisced about the hardships of that time. Her smile tinged with discomfort that, "Oh, I see." He nodded in understanding. The carnivorous nature of the winged tiger tribe was indisputable. Despite records of domesticated animals within the tribe, they were typically brought back for cubs to hone their hunting skills, rarely lasting more than a few days before being cooked. Alternatively, during times devoid of milk fruits, they might keep a nursing small beast for the benefit of cubs yet to be weaned. However, once the nursing period ended or the cubs were weaned, the small beasts were no longer needed and awaited their fate in the pot. Instances like Mukue's, where there were no cubs at home, yet a rabbit was kept for culinary pleasure, were exceedingly rare. That why he contemplated whether she should suggest to her companions that they capture some herbivorous small beasts currently nursing to provide Silverbell with some beast milk to bolster her health. Though a bouncing rabbit can be troublesome after a leg is broken, it should pose no danger and can be kept at tea this moment. He felt as though she had opened a gateway to a new world. Her thoughts suddenly expanding in myriad directions. Mukue, lacking the ability to read minds, remained oblivious to Ye's inner musings. Presently, she busied herself gathering wood ears and mushrooms, plucking fruits with the diligence of a little bee, repeatedly ferrying her harvest back to her raft. The bounty was so abundant. How much jam and mushroom paste could be made, and how many dried mushrooms and wood ears could be sun-dried. Alas, the raft was still insufficiently large. Yukue felt a pang of regret. The current capacity of the raft seemed woefully inadequate for the mountain's plentiful offerings, even with over 3,000 female companions. There was no way to gather it all, as so much remained. The thought of leaving it behind was heart-wrenching, causing Mukue to feel as though she could scarcely breathe from the ache. It was impossible to take everything back, so all she could do was fill every available space on the raft. The resources on this mountain were indeed plentiful, not long after their midday meal. The females had filled their respective rafts to the brim. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the harvesting team would return to this mountain the following day. Yukue steadied the raft and took a reluctant glance back. After returning to the tribe to stow her goods, she would seek out the cold congealing wood. Mukue was determined. Once she located the cold congealing wood, she intended to craft several large wooden boxes and inscribe expansion runes upon them. Even though, with her current abilities, the boxes would only expand their internal space by 1% after inscribing the runes, that would still allow for an additional 1% of goods to be transported back. In Mukue's eyes, there was never too much food. Upon returning to the cave and neatly organizing the gathered fruits and mushrooms, Mukue set out once more, propelling her tubular boat into the open. "Kue, where are you headed? It's unwise to venture into dangerous places alone." A patrolling orc called out to Mukue just as she was about to exit the tribe. "Just wandering nearby. I won't stray far." Mukue replied candidly, "If I wander too far, I fear I won't be able to return." Hearing this, the patrolling orc felt reassured. "Then be careful. If you encounter danger, shout for help, but don't wander too far." "Yes, I will," Mukue assured. Bidding farewell to the patrolling orc, she confidently propelled her boat towards the mountain where she had gathered yesterday, as for her claim of not wandering far in front of the patrolling orc. Mukue chose to selectively ignore it. The gathering area for the females had been pre-cleared by the hunting team. In such a location, even alone, Mukue could ensure her safety with her early-stage, second-tier beast pattern warrior strength. 3 evergreen snakes and 15 tree squirrels. Before long, Mukue achieved such a harvest. Today, the tree squirrels appear to have learned their lesson. They were not only incredibly swift, but also burrowed about like rabbits, resulting in Mukue's haul being less than the previous day. Utilizing the resources at hand, Mukue crafted several wooden boxes based on the push-pull structure she had seen on Earth, filling every available space within the raft before ceasing her efforts. She opted against making hinged lids, considering the need for a flat surface above the boxes to facilitate stacking more on top. Additionally, Mukue experimented with creating 2 3-tiered portable food containers and 5 palm-sized flip-top wooden boxes. The 2 portable food containers and 5 palm-sized boxes were intended for long-term nurturing, gradually expanding their internal space to serve as convenient storage vessels. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, such as needing to travel far or flee, She could easily pack supplies into these small containers without the fear of being unable to carry her belongings in a rush. The flavors of the evergreen snakes and tree squirrels were indeed delightful. Mukwe would undoubtedly return to this mountain frequently in the future. It was time to consider how to appropriately present herself as a beast pattern warrior. Mukwe resolved to locate a fruit tree on this mountain to conduct her offering. The sour fruit, a small red orb the size of a finger, grew on shrubs taller than a person and was highly favored by the females for its sweet and tangy flavor. However, due to its diminutive size, the females typically did not make a dedicated effort to gather these sour fruits, opting instead to pluck a few while passing by to satisfy their cravings. Selecting a sour fruit tree, Mukwe retrieved a small altar from her pocket, roughly the size of her palm. This altar had been specially crafted. It was not merely any random design that could be used. It bore multiple intricate runes and required dedicated nurturing through heart energy over time before it could be employed. Offering sacrifices to the beast deity necessitated offerings. The deity valued respect and would never engage in transactions without compensation. Even if one simply placed something upon the altar, the intention would be acknowledged, but if the offering was not worthy, it would merely collect dust, extracting the heart energy or lifespan of the offering individual as a form of remuneration. However, should one place nothing at all, it would reflect a lack of respect, and the beast deity would pay no heed. Positioning the small altar before the sour fruit tree, Mukwe began to scour the mountain for the few venomous snakes and insects overlooked by the hunting team. These were unstable elements during the females' gathering and could only be beneficial if cleared in advance. More importantly, Mukwe intended to use these venomous snakes and insects as sacrifices. The beast deity only accepted the deceased, rejecting the living, and would never accept sacrifices made from its own or kin. Violating these taboos would not yield rewards commensurate with the value of the offerings, but rather invoke a curse from the beast deity. Moreover, placing refuse, decaying animal corpses, rotting wood, or dried weeds upon the altar would also result in punishment. Generally speaking, priests did not engage in such foolishness. The offerings were simply rinsed with rainwater before being placed on the small altar. The altar possessed a containment function. No matter how large the offering, it would be proportionately reduced in size upon placement. However, once offerings were placed, a ritual must be immediately performed. Otherwise, the beast deity would become enraged, believing one was mocking it. Thus, using the altar as a storage device was not feasible. Employing all her artistic skills, Mukwe arranged the offerings as attractively as possible. It was said that such efforts would more likely win the favor of the beast deity, yielding returns exceeding the value of the offering. Kneeling, she clasped her hands in a prayer position. Utilizing her heart energy, Mukwe initiated communication with the small altar, sending out signals to capture the attention of the beast deity. As the creator god of this world, who had also brought forth the existence of the orcs, the beast deity held a revered status in Mukwe's heart, akin to that of Pangu and Yuwa in Eastern mythology or Odin in Western lore, sacred and inviolable. Therefore, despite having embraced notions of equality for over 20 years on Earth, Mukwe felt no psychological burden in kneeling to be human is to retain one's proud spirit. Bowing to heaven, earth, and one's ancestors suffices. And the beast deity embodies the essence of heaven, earth, and ancestors combined. The instant Mukwe linked her heart energy to the altar, the torrential rain shifted away from her. The places where the rain had struck her instantly dried, and even the surrounding temperature became as warm as the first month of spring. This was the protection offered by the beast deity to the priest conducting the ritual. There were accounts of priests evading disaster through this method, and others using it to find relief during the sweltering heat of the drought season. Typically, the beast deity did not impose penalties, provided the offerings were appropriate and not made in jest, and sufficient heart energy was employed to initiate the ritual. The deity did not mind granting temporary protection to its priests. However, such protection was exclusive to the priest conducting the ritual, in larger ceremonies. Only those who had linked their heart energy to the altar would receive such protection. Others present, regardless of their status as priests or otherwise, would not be shielded unless their heart energy was connected to the altar. Usually, this served as a lifeline for priests in desperate situations, providing a brief respite. Rainwater began to coalesce into vapor, forming a small white cloud that drifted above the altar point. Two adorably large eyes appeared on the little white cloud, gazing at Mukue with an indifferent expression. This time, the manifestation is a cloud. Mukue was well aware that in rituals of this scale, beast deities typically only spare a fraction of their attention, casually creating an avatar from nearby materials as a mere formality. This avatar could manifest as a blade of grass, a tree, an animal possessed, a wisp of light, a bolt of lightning, or a cloud, among other possibilities that, in essence, it is all rather nonchalant. In contrast, during grander ceremonies, beast deities tend to invest more effort, and the avatars resemble humans more closely. Yet they would never inhabit sentient beings. Thus, in the Orc continent, if any Orc claims to be an avatar of a beast deity, it is without question a deceit that, "Oh my people, articulate your desires." The resounding voice, akin to celestial music, echoed within Mukue's mind. This was a form of mental communion, a unique mode of communication exclusive to the beast deities, priests, and shamans, provided both parties simultaneously prepared an altar for the rite. Even vast distances could not hinder their dialogue. Naturally, the greater the distance, the more mental energy was expended. For a minor shaman like Mukue, who had just entered the realm of patterning, a voice could carry up to 100 miles, roughly the distance a common person might traverse without rest for 10 hours in a straight line. The 7 fruits on the sour fruit tree before her possessed the power to elevate an ordinary orc to the rank of a beast pattern warrior. Mukue concentrated her mental energy to mark the 7 ripe sour fruits and conveyed her intentions to the cloud avatar of the beast deity. The beast deity acquiesced, while utilizing the unique abilities of the shaman and mental energy to nurture these fruits daily. Individuals on the brink of transformation could break through in 7 days, while those without any prior accumulation could do so in a month. Immediately thereafter, the offerings upon the altar were transformed into a pure surge of energy, infused into the marked sour fruits for their enhancement. Mukue felt a sudden drain of her mental energy, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of emptiness that was decidedly uncomfortable. Mission accomplished. As she witnessed the cloud avatar dissipate, Mukue tucked away the small altar. Her spirits lifted that in just 7 days, she would rightfully possess the strength of a beast pattern warrior, granting her greater freedom to act. The mountain had recently been visited by a gathering team, and the resources available were already dwindling. Nonetheless, there was still enough for Mukue to gather another load to fill her boat. She collected 15 persimmons, several non-toxic sour wild fruits, a handful of nuts, 2 stalks of rain-chi grass, 2 juvenile azure-feathered kites measuring a meter in length, 24 palm-sized sparrows, and 5 nests of bird eggs. In the eastern continent, sparrows typically grew to an impressive meter in length, larger than a common chicken. Thus, even though palm-sized sparrows were comparatively large, they were still considered diminutive in this region, in contrast to the normal sparrows exceeding a meter. These were merely miniature versions, often kept for amusement by females and their young. The azure-feathered kites were no different. Fully grown, they could reach a length of 4 meters, frequently targeted by hunting parties. The 2 Mukue caught were likely freshly hatched, their wings not yet fully developed, unable to fly, and hiding in their nest, making them easy prey for Mukue. Having already acquired long green snakes and tree squirrels, Mukue did not seek further, as she already had enough. The non-flying azure-feathered kites were a bonus, and the sparrows, though capable of flight, were hindered by their small wings and did not fly swiftly in the downpour. With ease, Mukue spread her wings and pursued them effortlessly. With her boat laden, Mukue hummed an unknown tune, propelling herself toward the tribe. Yes, she neared the tribe's warning zone. Several winged tigers greeted her from high above. "Kay, it appears you have gone gathering again. You seem unharmed. You must not have ventured too far." "Not too far. Just nearby. I would be a bit frightened if I had gone farther," Mukue responded with feigned nonchalance. "Glad to hear it. Next time you go gathering like this, you can invite a few familiar females to join you. Just call out in the tribe, and those young ones who have yet to become beast pattern warriors could accompany you." My younger brother's cub has nothing to do all day. You could have him come along to protect you in response to the enthusiastic suggestions from the patrolling orcs. Mukue casually replied. I will. This time it was close, but if I go further next time, I will invite someone to accompany me. Upon returning home, the hunting party had not yet arrived, and instead of rushing to prepare dinner, Mukue decided to make some dumplings filled with sparrow meat, which she would deliver to Grandma Lee. The rain poured heavily, forming a curtain of water outside the cave. A hunched figure curled up near the entrance. Not far from the water curtain, with disheveled and withered white hair obscuring most of their face, revealing only a pair of sunken eyes, murky yet resolute. When Mukue arrived at Grandma Lee's home, just as she was about to call out, she suddenly felt a connection and locked eyes with Grandma Lee's dark, hollow gaze. What kind of eyes were those? They resembled the eye sockets of a skeleton. Devoid of flesh, glimmering with a ghostly light that was unsettling. Startled, Mukue stammered, "Ah, Grandma, what are you doing here?" Grandma Lee chuckled in a hoarse voice, an eerie feeling trailing closely behind. Tree powder, and why, dear girl. Hello, hello. No empty promises here. Tears streamed from her deep-set eyes, tracing clear paths down her gaunt cheeks, marked with age spots that I did not deceive you. Old woman, as Grandma Lee wiped her tears, she offered Mukue a look of both gratitude and terror. Her remaining teeth, though somewhat yellowed with age, sparkled in the light, almost blinding. Seeing this, Mukue felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow for the gaunt figure, resembling a mere human skeleton, an image undeniably chilling. How could this be? Mukue approached, placing the food container down. That I promised to bring you something. I shall not break my word. From the container, she retrieved a bundle of dumplings wrapped in large leaves. Unwrapped one, speared it with a fork, and held it up to Grandma Lee's lips. Here, taste it, and see if it suits your palate. Grandma Lee's eyes fixated on the approaching white dumpling, and before Mukue could present it fully, she opened her mouth and bit down. Crack! The wooden fork snapped in two under her bite, but the old woman paid it no mind. She pushed aside half the fork and blissfully chewed on the dumpling. Before long, with a gulp, the old woman swallowed that dumpling and gazed at Mukue with longing and eeriness. Noticing this, Mukue quickly handed over the leaf-wrapped dumplings along with a new fork. Please enjoy them at your leisure, but take your time. Do not choke. However, Grandma Lee, without a moment to spare, quickly forked another dumpling, devouring it in a frenzy. At times, she would cough violently from her haste. Slow down. There are plenty more dumplings. That Mukue, feeling a mix of emotions, gently patted the old woman's back while offering kind advice. Yet, Grandma Lee merely shook her head, silently stuffing more dumplings into her mouth. Mukue assumed this was a normal reaction to prolonged hunger and did not think much of tea that moment. A mature female voice echoed from within the cave that, "Oh, who has come? Why not come in and sit?" Grandma Lee's dumpling eating ceased abruptly. Following the voice, footsteps approached. Grandma Lee's hands trembled slightly, yet she swiftly stuffed several more dumplings into her mouth, packing them in too tightly. Mukue could see the general shape of the dumplings through Grandma Lee's puffed cheeks, the flesh appearing as a thin layer of skin. Truth be told, if Grandma Lee continued to stuff herself, Mukue feared she might burst that thin layer. Furrowing her brow, Mukue turned her gaze to the figure stepping out of the cave. Qing Yu, a voluptuous middle-aged woman, her face well-preserved, devoid of wrinkles, with gentle features that projected an aura of kindness. Yet, Mukue dared not trust her sincerity. Ah, it is Kue who has arrived. Please, come in and take a seat. Qingwe greeted Mukue with warmth as she entered her home. Her demeanor effortlessly natural without a hint of pretense. Were it anyone else, perhaps there would be no cause for suspicion. Yet Mukue, as a shaman, had cultivated her spirit and could sense the goodwill and malice of others to some extent. The seemingly unremarkable Qingwe before her radiated an overwhelming hostility that threatened to burst forth. Mukue found herself perplexed. Had she offended Qingwe in any way aside from assisting Grandma Lee? Otherwise, why did Qingwe harbor such intense malice and resentment toward her? Far surpassing that directed at Grandma Lee? No. Thank you, that I'm merely here to deliver something to Grandma, Mukue responded, waving her hand in refusal. This was Qingyue's territory, and without a clear understanding of the situation, Mukue was not inclined to take any risks. Who knew if there were a group of second- or third-tier behemoths lurking inside? Mukue possessed only the strength of a novice second-tier beast pattern warrior, and even that was coupled with a lack of combat experience. Though the title of shaman sounded formidable, it was merely a supportive role, even if Mukue could use shamanic potions to poison. The higher the realm of the beast pattern warrior, the greater their resistance to drugs. Without acquiring superior materials to concoct potent shamanic potions, it remained uncertain whether the limited supplies she carried would even affect anyone. I have delivered the items. I must take my leave now. Mukue pushed the food container towards Grandma Li and prepared to depart. Today's events were indeed peculiar, and she felt compelled to employ another of her shamanic talents to divine the truth upon her return. Suddenly, her ankle was firmly grasped. Grandma Li's frail, claw-like hand clutched Mukue's ankle with desperate pleading. "Child, could you stay a little longer?" Mukue's heart softened instantly. The old woman harbored no ill intentions towards her. However, the absence of malice did not preclude the possibility of manipulation. Qingyue, on the surface, appeared to possess a significant level of skill. Indeed, there were matters still to attend to. Mukue bent down, gazing sincerely into Grandma Li's eyes. "May I come to visit you another day?" After a moment of shared glances, Grandma Li, though reluctant, eventually released her grip. Oh, she repeated in acknowledgement, her gaze imploring as she reiterated, "You must remember, come and visit this old woman often." "Yes, I will," Mukue nodded earnestly, offering her assurance. "Though, are you truly not coming in for a while?" The regret in Qingyue's eyes was perfectly measured, and she made no overt attempts to keep Mukue. "Take care. And come play another day." Even the farewell was imbued with warmth, yet devoid of awkwardness. One could easily perceive her as utterly harmless. Indeed, Mukue maintained her composure, smiling as she bid farewell to Qingyue. But her heart bristled with heightened vigilance. The most dangerous individuals are often those who appear innocuous and normal, yet secretly harbor malicious intentions, skillfully concealing their true motives. Recalling certain screen characters from Earth that had left her with profound psychological scars, Mukue quickened her pace. Upon returning home, she paused for a moment before picking up a bird egg the size of her fingertip, channeling her spirit to inscribe an enigmatic and eerie ritual pattern upon its shell. This pattern was known as the inquiry mark. After completing this, Mukue kindled a fire and tossed the egg into the flames. The once fragile egg, now marked with the inquiry mark, exhibited resilience akin to that of a living creature. Bouncing off a protruding piece of wood without sustaining any damage, and landing squarely in the center of the fire, spinning as it drew the flames towards itself. There were various methods of divination, such as burning eggs, casting dice, and incinerating bones or turtle shells. Some skilled practitioners could even pluck a flower and discern outcomes. In short, the methods were diverse, primarily depending on the practitioner's expertise. Mukue had only mastered the art of egg burning and turtle shell divination. Moreover, the process of burning eggs for divination was quite particular. It was best to use spirit-generated illusory fire. However, after her previous rituals, Mukue's spirit had been nearly depleted by the beast deity, leaving her with no surplus energy to generate illusory fire for the egg. Moments later, the flames engulfing the fire pit were completely absorbed by the egg, which transformed into a crimson hue, continuing to spin in place. Suddenly, there was a crack. The egg split open, revealing nothing but an empty shell. Riddled with cracks, with a flick of her hand, the shell floated towards her. Mukue scrutinized the degree of the shell's fracture and the patterns of the cracks, interpreting their meanings carefully. A portent. Was it linked to the previous generation? Mukue furrowed her brow. Did Qingyue have a grudge against her parents? It was said that Mukue's mother and father were the most beloved male and female in the tribe, each followed by a long line of admirers. Ultimately, these two equally extraordinary individuals united, forming a celestial couple that evoked envy among others. Could Qingyue be a rival of her mother-s? Did she harbor animosity towards her by association? Mukue felt a twinge of doubt. For the time being, she would entertain this notion. When her parents were still alive, she had been a sheltered young child, limited in the information she could access. This assumption might not be accurate. But it was clear that Qingyue's deep-seated malice towards her stemmed from grievances of the past. It seemed prudent to exercise caution henceforth. The Qingyue family was one to avoid if possible. If avoidance was not feasible, then each would rely on their own means, taking down one enemy at a time. Mukuwei thought fiercely, in this new life, she would not tolerate anything or anyone that threatened her or her brother's safety, be they human or spirit. Yet, she couldn't help but recall the eager anticipation of Grandma Li for her return visit. Could she trust that elder? If she visited again, would her goodwill inadvertently bring danger to her home? At Grandma Li's residence, Qingyue concealed her amiable facade as soon as Mukuwei disappeared from view. Turning away, she kicked the still stuffing her mouth with food Grandma Li into a corner. Grandma Li collided with the stone wall like a discarded sack. Choking on a glutinous rice ball that lodged in her throat, her eyes bulging in distress. Eat, eat, eat. What are you eating? Qingyue glared at Grandma Li, grabbing the half-empty food container and striding back into the cave. That old hag, lingering on for so long without dying, yet still making my family's Ahu worry. What a nuisance. Upon hearing the name Ahu, Grandma Li's expression dimmed. Cautiously, she spat the rice ball from her cheek into her palm, slowly swallowing the one lodged in her throat, savoring the remnants in her hand. Inside the cave, Qingyue unpacked the bundles of rice balls wrapped in large leaves, calling out to the young Yanhui. Ahu! Ahu! Come here and see what delicious treats I have. Hearing his mother's voice, Yanhui emerged from the depths of the cave, his eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing the food. And he hurried towards Qingyue at a rice ball. It's my favorite. He grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. Slow down. Ahu! There's plenty more here. Eat careful not to choke. Qingyue, standing by, alternated between offering water and patting his back, her gaze towards the young Yanhui imbued with an unusual tenderness and indulgence. If you enjoy them, I'll make more for you later. The events surrounding Qingyue left Mukuwei's mood rather dismal, even diminishing the joy of her abundant harvest. Upon returning, Mu Zhao noticed her demeanor and questioned, Sister, is something amiss? Nothing much, Mukuwei replied, collecting her thoughts. After visiting Grandma Li today, I did a bit of divination and discovered that Qingyue's family might have some past grievances with our parents. Just be careful around them from now on. Oh, I see, Mu Zhao replied, a look of realization crossing his face. He understood that since his sister had specifically brought it up, the matter was likely significant. However, since his sister shared only this much, he decided to trust in that alone. Deep within, Mu Zhao had already resolved to keep a watchful eye on Qingyue's family. If they exhibited any unusual behavior, he would find a way to swiftly address it, ensuring that his sister would not need to worry. As his thoughts fleetingly passed, Mu Zhao presented the meat he had received today to Mukuwei. Sister, look what I got today. The tender flesh of the 3 musu birds' wings, when roasted, is undoubtedly delectable. Really? Mukuwei expressed a hint of surprise. The musu bird is a magnificent creature with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. Not only does it boast 2 long mustaches on its beak, but its body is also adorned with a layer of mustache-like armor. Protected by this unique armor throughout its life, the musu bird's meat is exceptionally tender, particularly in the wings, which are delicate, smooth, and remarkably resilient, offering an exquisite texture. Mukuwei inspected the size of the 3 wings, noting that after removing the bones, they appeared somewhat deflated. However, when fully extended, they measured over half a meter from the root to the tip. Undeniably large wings. With a few spices still available at home, she decided to attempt braising one of the wings. Resolute, Mukuwei set about preparing the braising ingredients. She chopped the bark of the ginger tree into small pieces and sliced the aromatic tree branches. Adding water and salt, she placed the pine core, ginger tree bark, and aromatic tree slices into the pot. The aromatic tree is a staple spice used by the orcs for roasting meat, referring specifically to certain non-toxic woods that enhance the flavor of grilled dishes. However, in her recent foraging, Mukuwei had only found a single aromatic tree, which was indeed rare. Standing at an impressive 10 meters high, she managed to acquire only a branch as thick as her arm from it. Of course, there might be other varieties of aromatic trees that the females had not discovered yet, and perhaps Mukuwei had not had the opportunity to identify them, still hidden in some unknown corner outside the tribe. Gazing at the array of spices in her pot, Mokwai did not immediately start the fire. Instead, she pondered whether she could add anything else. She rummaged through the various mushrooms she had collected that day. Searching diligently, she recalled catching a whiff of a familiar aroma while forging data. There it is. Mokwai picked up a mushroom that resembled a chicken of the woods, yet was known among the orcs as the stinky mushroom. Upon sniffing it, she confirmed it had a distinct flavor of fennel. In that moment, Mokwai mused that perhaps renaming the stinky mushroom to fennel mushroom would be more fitting. Should she add it? Mokwai hesitated, but ultimately decided to include it in her concoction. As the flames ignited and the pot came to a boil, an extraordinary fragrance wafted from it, tantalizing her senses. Mokwai knew her decision to add the stinky mushroom had been a preliminary success. The remaining task was to see how the flavor developed during the braising process. While the broth continued to simmer, Mokwai began to prepare other ingredients. She set about making a soup with the evergreen serpent and roasting the tree squirrel. The tree squirrel received its usual treatment, being fed ginger tree bark and wrapped in leaves for steaming. With limited aromatic tree branches, Mokwai did not use them on the tree squirrel. She cleaned the green-feathered kite. Applying a mixture of ginger, tree bark, aromatic tree branches, and dried, ground fennel mushrooms before placing it over the fire to roast. She combined tremella mushrooms with persimmon juice and flesh to create a persimmon tremella soup. The water ear, a specialty of the beast world, is transparent and carries a natural sweetness. Even when washed and consumed raw, its texture is delightful. When mashed into a paste, it can be spread over grilled meats or used for marinating, imparting a unique flavor. Other varieties like black ear, brown ear, and purple ear have slightly different tastes, yet they remain within the realm of wood ear mushrooms. After Mokwai peeled away the top layer of the hawthorn mushrooms, she did not discard the outer skin but collected it instead. These skins contain varying degrees of toxins. Mokwai intended to extract these toxins to create a defensive poison. Green pearls are best suited for soups. So she cleaned them and added them to the serpent meat broth, confident that the final dish would be even more delicious. That a portion of the blue light mushrooms was set aside for stir-frying. After cooking, the still glowing blue mushrooms resembled art pieces, making them difficult to eat. This reminded Mokwai of an animated series on Earth that depicted chefs preparing dishes. The more exquisite the food, the more dazzlingly it shone. Mokwai jested to herself, wondering if her stir-fried blue light mushrooms could also earn a label of gourmet delicacy in that animation. The fried water lanterns consist solely of the layer of mushroom skin left after they explode. This is best cooked in plain broth with just salt, resulting in an irresistible flavor. The red-capped mushroom possesses fiery attributes and a slightly spicy taste. However, it can only be indulged in without concern during the snowy season. Mokwai took only two, tossing them into the braising liquid as a substitute for spiciness. The remainder was thoroughly cleaned, strung on bone needles, and hung in a spacious area to dry, to be safe for consumption during the snowy season. The other mushrooms followed a similar fate, with Mokwai preparing merely a fraction of them. The rest were threaded and hung in a cool place to air dry. These would serve as their provisions for the future. The dry season is scorching, and vegetation struggles to flourish. Consequently, the availability of prey and foraged resources in the forest will plummet, starkly contrasting the bountiful offerings of the rainy season, with less than a month remaining until the dry season. It is prudent to stockpile as much food as possible to endure the prolonged 7 months of scarcity. Amid her bustling preparations, upon seeing that the braising liquid had simmered sufficiently, Mokwai sliced one of the musu bird wings into pieces and added them to the pot to begin the braising process. Muzhao lingered nearby, entranced by the aroma wafting from the pot. What a distinct fragrance! She wondered how it compared to grilled meat. That was hard to say. After a moment of contemplation, Mokwai remarked, "Braised flavors and roasted meats each have their own admirers, don't they? However, braised meat indeed offers a taste that you have yet to experience, so you should savor it thoroughly when it's ready." The wings of the wood mustard bird remained with two intact. One was coated with a mixture of ginger bark powder, fragrant tree powder, dried conifer core powder, and fennel mushroom powder, transforming it into a sumptuous roasted wing. The other was set aside, as Mukue wished to sample the flavor of the first marinated wing before deciding whether to roast or marinate the remaining one. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally lavish. As each dish emerged from the kitchen, Mukuei's spirits, influenced by Qinghue, gradually lifted. When the final plate of marinated wings was presented at the table, the two sat down to indulge in the feast of delicacies. The marinated wings were a resounding success. The addition of fennel mushroom did not render the flavor peculiar, but rather enhanced it with a unique taste. With this precedent, Mukuei opted to marinate the remaining wing as well. However, given the copiousness of tonight's offerings, Mukuei decided to consume only one marinated wing, reserving the rest for breakfast the following morning. Even when cut into segments, the wing, measuring over half a meter, filled a wooden basin to the brim. The marinated wings, after being cooked, were enveloped in a glistening layer of gelatinous skin. She pierced a piece with her fork, the skin shattered upon biting, releasing the savory aroma in a delightful burst. Following this was the distinctive texture of the wing's outer skin, salty, fragrant, tender, and delectably smooth. Then came the firm texture of the meat, providing complete satisfaction to the taster. Moreover, and crucially, the bones had been meticulously removed during the meat preparation, allowing for an uninterrupted dining experience without the distraction of gnawing on bones, enabling one to relish the meal in its entirety. Finally, a sip of snake meat and mushroom soup complemented the feast, with the bouncy green pearls gliding down her throat, and a gentle bite revealed another delightful texture, unique to mushrooms. This moment. A piece of roasted snake meat with a slightly charred skin or roasted azure-feathered kite meat, accompanied by a few chopsticks of stir-fried sparrowtail blue light mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms with meat, would leave a lingering, exquisite taste in the heart, truly deserving the phrase like a celestial feast. Since sitting at the table, the two siblings had fallen silent, honestly captivated by the allure of the food, quietly turning into diligent eaters. After the meal, they savored a few pieces of tree powder cake smeared with water ear fruit jam and drank a large bowl of persimmon and silver ear soup. All worries faded away, leaving only the anticipation of a beautiful tomorrow. The two siblings, brimming with enthusiasm, also decided to excavate Mu Zhao's bedroom. The layout of Mu Zhao's room was quite similar to Mukuei's, although she altered the bed size to a width of 1 meter and a length of 2.5 meters. The average height of adult males in the winged tiger tribe is around 1.8 meters, and Mu Zhao had just reached adulthood, and due to malnutrition, he had only grown to 1.7 meters. He would undoubtedly grow taller in the future, and if the bed remained at the 2-meter specification, it might soon become insufficient. Sister, do we really have to sleep apart? After bathing, Mu Zhao hesitated, clinging to the door of his sister's bedroom, unwilling to leave. That Muk, seated on her bed, sewing a gulu bee skin, replied without lifting her head, "A man should sleep alone. Otherwise, people will laugh at you." Mu Zhao pouted, his dark pupils shimmering with faint blue specks like stars in the night sky, sparkling vividly. This unique gaze belonged solely to Mu Zhao. Typically concealed, but when emotions surged, the faint blue stars would flicker in his eyes. That moment, Mu Zhao's starry gaze brimmed with unshed tears, the blue specks sparkling enough to melt even the hardest of hearts. However, Mukuei remained focused on her sewing, refusing to meet his gaze. Mu Zhao's eyes were a formidable weapon. She could never withstand their charm. Thus, she chose to evade, and no matter how Mu Zhao pleaded today, she would not relent and allow him to sleep beside her. Now that he was an adult, it was time for him to learn independence gradually. Sleeping apart was merely the first step. In the harsh environment of the eastern continent, where flying flowers could injure and ants could devour elephants, even mosquitoes could drain beastmen dry in swarms, and Mukuei had no intention of raising her brother as a delicate flower in a greenhouse, because such beings did not live long. The silver thread grass, an exceedingly fine and long grass, was no thicker than a hair, with mature plants reaching over a meter in length. Its entire body shimmered silver and was remarkably flexible, making it difficult to break. It was commonly used by beastmen to sew animal skin clothing. With nimble fingers, Mukuei deftly threaded the bone needle through the resilient gulu bee skin, quickly stitching a small vest. Upon seeing her brother still clinging to the doorframe, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Contemplating that she was sewing intimate items, she set down her needle and thread, stood up, and walked towards the door. Although she kept her head down to avoid looking into Mu Zhao's eyes. Noticing his sister approaching, Mu Zhao's eyes sparkled even brighter, mistakenly thinking she had consented. Yet, the next moment, Mu Zhao was incredulously pushed outside by his sister. "Sister," Mu Zhao called out pitifully, his tone lingering with reluctance. Yet he did not resist her gentle pushing. "Enough pretending. I know you can sleep alone," Mu Kuei said, piercing through his facade, "that if you don't leave now. When the snow clears, I will tell Xueji about today's events in full detail." Upon hearing his sister mention the elusive female, Mu Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment and reluctantly departed. Mu Kuei sighed in relief, murmuring to herself, "Actually, even without my saying, she already knows. Having seen the time-space mirror and shared a past life with you, how could she not understand your nature?" 2 sets of undergarments, along with 2 pairs of boxers sewn for Mu Zhao, were just right. Finally, she no longer had to endure torment. After changing into a new outfit, Mu Kuei felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Snuggling under the animal's skin blanket, blissfully drifting into slumber. The morning greeted them with a clear broth of fried water lamps. After finishing the marinated wings, they devoured the glutinous rice balls and drank a generous bowl of soup. The greasiness faded, leaving behind a delightful flavor lingering in the mouth, while warmth enveloped the stomach, providing immense comfort. Today, the gathering team would first visit the mushroom mountain from yesterday. If the resources there were insufficient, they would seek another nearby mountain for further foraging. Mu Kuei, carrying the condensed wooden box inscribed with expansion ritual patterns, set out joyfully. The flavor of the red-capped mushroom bore a slight spiciness. Although not as intense as chili, it nonetheless added a mildly spicy option to their dishes. Mu Kuei initially intended to gather a larger quantity, but the females accompanying her, despite their youthful appearances, were predominantly seasoned individuals who had lived for decades, if not centuries, and were acutely aware of the importance of stockpiling essential resources. The red-capped mushroom, crucial for warmth during the snowy season, would be fiercely contested whenever spotted by the females. Despite Mu Kuei's quick reflexes, she managed to secure only a limited amount. Another cluster of red-capped mushrooms appeared, and the sight of it sent the females rushing in droves. Mu Kuei joined in. But mid-flight, she suddenly veered aside, narrowly avoiding an object shooting towards her at high speed. What was that? A female unfortunate enough to be struck felt a bloody wound, quickly washed clean by the rain. However, the injury had been inflicted. Mu Kuei turned to look at the assailant and gasped. It was the size of a fist, with fluffy feathers as tender as a chick just hatched, appearing utterly adorable. Yet its long, silver-white beak remained sharp and glimmering under the rain, resembling a collection of razor-sharp daggers that sent chills down one's spine. "It's a sharp-beaked bird. Everyone run! Notify a coup. We are no match for them." Recognizing the small yet vicious avian species, Mu Kuei shouted to the crowd, "Those who feel capable, stay with me at the back." Hearing this, a few skilled hunters instinctively drew near Mu Kuei, entrusting each other's backs to one another while remaining vigilant. Although referred to as birds, the sharp-beaked birds had wings so small they could hardly be noticed. Their agility relied on the tiny claws hidden beneath their fluffy feathers, or rather, on the well-developed tendons of their concealed thighs. "Be careful not to get pecked by their sharp beaks. I'll handle the rest." With a firm instruction, Mu Kuei stood ready for battle. The only advantage of the sharp-beaked birds lay in their beaks, capable of piercing through the defenses of a first-tier beast-pattern warrior's hide, along with their astonishingly explosive rate of fire when leaping to in every other aspect. They were hardly formidable. Even an ordinary female winged tiger could easily sever them in two with a swipe of her claws. Targeting anywhere but their beaks, unbeknownst to her, Mu Kuei had acquired a gleaming bone knife, and her shamanic senses were sharply attuned. Whenever a sharp-beaked bird charged, she adeptly parried its deadly beak with the bone knife. The remaining females were astonished by Mu Kuei's responsiveness. However, given that the birds had created their own openings, it would be unreasonable for them to falter against such creatures that could be effortlessly dispatched with a mere swipe. A deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Several females transformed into their beast forms, launching themselves at the sharp-beaked birds, which were left vulnerable after being thwarted. Some bit them in half. Others smashed them into pulp with their claws, while a few swept their wings, dispatching or injuring multiple foes at once. Mukue refrained from transforming and displayed no extraordinary prowess beyond her current persona. With her shamanic powers vastly superior to those of ordinary females, she skillfully blocked each threat posed by the sharp-beaked birds. By the time Aku and her team arrived, those who remained behind were not only unscathed, but had also avoided any life-threatening injuries. Returning to seek some holy water from the priest, a hearty meal, and a good night's sleep would render them almost entirely unscathed. Mukwe bore some wounds, deliberately inflicted to appear tragic, yet they were merely minor scrapes. Had she not been controlling her healing abilities, she would likely have been left without a scar. Aku, being a second-tier warrior, found it effortless to deal with the sharp-beaked birds, whose defenses, aside from their beaks, were as flimsy as tofu in the eyes of the winged tigers. The single sweep of wind blades cleared the area. Mukwe felt a surge of desire. If she could exhibit her true strength, clearing the field with a single move would be equally trivial. Thank you, Kue. Several females who had fought alongside her expressed their gratitude. They were acutely aware of the peril they had faced moments ago. Had Mukwe not deflected all the lethal attacks from the sharp-beaked birds, some might have been severely injured or even lost their lives. Aku approached, saying, "We owe you a debt of gratitude for your timely reaction. Otherwise, the gathering team might have suffered losses again. Such news would be difficult for me to explain to the tribe. Its nothing. I merely reacted well, aided by the bone knife. Otherwise, I would have been helpless against those sharp-beaked birds." Mukwe replied, raising her cracked bone knife. Suddenly, there were several sharp cracks as the bone knife broke apart into fragments. Just moments ago, Mukwe had forcibly dispelled the ritual markings inscribed upon the knife. This bone knife served as a ceremonial tool, and while the chaos of the moment had gone unnoticed, retaining it now would be a blatant liability. The ritual markings on such tools typically could not be dispelled. Even if the tool were destroyed, only its creator could do so. It broke. How unfortunate, Mukwe lamented, her face a mixture of regret and pain. It took so long to find such a sturdy knife. Observing her dismay, Aku remarked, "Consider this as mine. I will arrange to trade for 2 ceremonial bone knives to compensate you." Noticing Mukwe's lips move as if to protest, she quickly added, "Do not refuse. You risked yourself to save 4 females the other day, and today you protected everyone, preventing serious injuries or casualties from the sharp-beaked birds. You deserve this as a token of my gratitude." "Indeed," the other females chimed in. "Kue, you have helped us so much, and we are grateful. Please do not decline." Seeing the resolve in their eyes, Mukwe's internal conflict dissipated, and she seemed to come to a realization, ultimately agreeing. "Very well. I shall accept Aku's knife, but only this. If anyone offers me anything of great value in the future, I shall refuse." This statement effectively curtailed any further offers from the other females, who had intended to repay her kindness with valuable gifts. Mukwe decided to temporarily overlook Ixien, with whom she had a life debt, and instead sought to rely on the tribe as a stronghold, focusing on her development to become a grand shaman. These favors could be useful in the future, so the more she accumulated, the better. "All right, you clever little thing, I see you're keeping track," the females responded with resigned acceptance. Many among them had lived for decades, even centuries, and could discern Mukwe's subtle intentions. Yet they were unfazed. Having only recently come of age at just over 7 years old, she was still seen as a younger generation in their eyes, allowing many matters to be approached with a sense of serenity. Afterward, the females began to clear the battlefield, gradually understanding why this mountain bore such an abundance of fungi. That it was due to the presence of sharp-beaked birds. While these birds favored fruits and nuts, their domineering nature forbade other creatures from encroaching upon their territory. The mountain likely once hosted animals like bouncy rabbits and clucking chickens, yet they had either been exterminated by the sharp-beaked birds or had fled to other mountains. During the rainy season, floods had ravaged the area. Grasses and low shrubs were submerged, leaving herbivores with little food and forcing them to take refuge in trees, where they nibbled on leaves, bark, and the fungi that grew there. This explained why Mukwe and her companions had rarely encountered edible mushrooms during their foraging. Everything had been thoroughly scavenged by herbivores and omnivores. Even some non-toxic varieties, which the females were unaware of, had suffered the same fate. This was evident when Mu Kuei and her group ventured to the neighboring mountain and caught a large number of clucking chickens and bouncy rabbits, yet found not a single non-toxic mushroom. Even Mu Kuei, who possessed purification abilities, had not come across any, a rather absurd situation that a compendium of non-toxic mushrooms. Indeed, Mu Kuei mused, tapping a few of the bouncy rabbits and clucking chickens, feeling a sense of wonder. The remarkable skill these creatures possessed in foraging for food was truly astounding. However, her efforts were not entirely fruitless. Although mushrooms were scarce, bouncy rabbits and clucking chickens were abundant, making it easy to capture live specimens. This time, she managed to catch 3 males and 1 female bouncy rabbit, along with 1 male and 2 female clucking chickens. Additionally, she had tied a colossal ko-luo duck, twice the size of a clucking chicken, and a garlic-headed turtle, both still alive. The ko-luo duck was known for its distinctive call, giving rise to its name, while the garlic-headed turtle bore a head resembling garlic. It was said that the eastern continent also had garlic, with single cloves the size of a fist, yet the area surrounding the winged tiger tribe did not produce this. It could only be acquired during gatherings from other tribes. However, apart from salt, the tribe rarely traded resources for other seasonings, so Mu Kuei had merely heard of it. Having grown up, she had yet to witness garlic in the beast world. With this return, raising these animals could now be put on the agenda. However, Mu Kuei had yet to fully understand their specific habits and diets, leaving her uncertain about their suitability for domestication. Aku, how is the construction of the canopy boat coming along? Have you managed to create the raincoats? I've given it some thought and have a few ideas to share later, the females inquired as they walked. In response, Aku's demeanor became somewhat awkward, stating, "The raincoats have been completed, but the canopy boat will require more time." Noticing Aku's embarrassment, one of the more informed females chuckled. "Aku, I suspect the new canopy boat is indeed finished. Are you just trying to stretch it out?" The teasing tone prompted the other females to perk up their ears in anticipation of gossip. Yet Aku fell silent. Forget I said anything. Upon hearing this, the females rolled their eyes. While she may not have explicitly stated it, the dynamics between females and males were apparent to anyone. Mu Kuei could hardly contain her laughter. She recalled how Zhu Qian had always been entangled with Aku in their past life. Yet, she had never succeeded in her pursuit. This was largely due to the fact that all of Aku's family and partners had perished, leading everyone to believe she was cursed with misfortune towards her kin. Even Aku herself held this belief, which is why she had steadfastly chosen to remain single, shunning any companionship. Many within the tribe had urged her to reconsider, but none could sway Aku's stubborn disposition. Meng had also attempted to persuade her, but as the tribe's acknowledged foremost female warrior, who also led the gathering team, Aku held considerable influence, making it unwise for Meng to press too hard. Moreover, due to some past misfortunes, Aku was unable to bear children, and after numerous failed attempts to persuade her, Meng ultimately relinquished the matter, allowing her to live freely. Presently, within the tribe, Aku was the sole young female who had maintained a single life for over a decade. "That's not true," Aku retorted weakly. However, from her flushed cheeks, the other females could deduce otherwise. After that, Aku refrained from saying another word, but Mu Kuei could sense the weight of her unspoken thoughts, following Mu Kuei's clear refusal of any lavish tokens of gratitude. The other females, with keen understanding, chose not to press the issue further, instead quietly packing all the sharp-beaked birds Aku had caught and gifting them to Mu Kuei. They recognized that, for Mu Kuei's family, nothing was more tangible than food. In fact, some females recalled Mu Kuei's earlier eagerness to seize the red-capped mushrooms and generously shared some of the ones they had gathered with her. At that time, dozens of females had been foraging in the area where they encountered the sharp-beaked birds. Dividing the spoils among themselves, they managed to nearly double Mu Kuei's red-capped mushroom harvest that day. On their way back, they coincidentally met the hunting team finishing their day's work. Mu Zhao, along with several strong males, helped transport Mu Kuei's bounty back to their cave. "Thank you. If you need help with sorting in the future, feel free to seek me out." Mu Kuei expressed her sincere gratitude. However, the assisting males felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing her words. They were not like the disabled beastmen or the newly matured ones who could not join the hunting team. Their eagerness to assist stemmed from a desire to win the favor of the females and gain entrance into their hearts. Yukuei's straightforward refusal, while offering an opportunity for emotional support for the females, ultimately reduced the number of competitors for their affection. As the pool of potential partners shrank, the internal competition among the males naturally intensified. The male's disappointment was palpable, and Mukuei, not blind to their expressions, took note. Yet, she remained indifferent to their feelings. Finding a mate was a lifelong commitment, and she would not be swayed by a mere gesture of kindness to entrust her future to someone else. Seeing that their attempts to evoke sympathy had failed to soften the heart of this resolute female, the males truly felt despondent, their heads hanging low as they trudged away. Witnessing his sister reject so many suitors at once left Mu Zhao feeling somewhat alarmed. He turned away and, with a hint of reluctance, said, "Sister, if you wish to find a partner, I wouldn't mind." That he did not want to be separated from her, nor did he desire unfamiliar males entering their home. Yet he feared that if Aku remained alone, she might feel loneliness without her own offspring. Delighted to see this side of Mu Zhao, Mukuei teased him by pinching his slightly chubby cheeks, playfully remarking, "Your awkward little face is truly adorable. Rest assured, I will find a partner in due time, but not just yet." Turning to him, she continued, "Aku has swept clean all the sharp-beaked birds from that mountain. We have quite a bit to handle. Come help me, and let us strive to process them quickly." Still lost in the flattery of being called cute, Mu Zhao instinctively replied, "Oh, all right." The sharp-beaked birds, though only the size of a fist, were not very meaty, yet in numbers they could prove quite worthwhile. With a deft grip on their small claws, one could easily tear off the feathers, revealing the flesh beneath. Despite their small size, the sharp-beaked birds were encased in 2 layers of skin, one enveloping the thighs and the other surrounding the organs. The outer layer, being thin after the feathers were removed, was not worth keeping. Yukuei planned to use both the skin and feathers to craft clothing, footwear, and bedding for warmth, thus she discarded the outer layer without a second thought. Once removed, the 2 curved, muscular bird legs took up a significant portion of the bird's mass, with the remaining area being occupied by the inner layer containing the organs. By detaching the legs and removing the innards, the sharp-beaked bird was left with little more than a bony frame, devoid of substantial meat aside from those legs, which, though small, were sinewy and robust. As for the head, it was hardly larger than a thumb. Vanishing in a single bite while offering no discernible parts to select from. It was simply too small, and Mukuei couldn't be bothered to clean it. Instead, she had captured a foraging garlic turtle, intending to dry both the turtle and the sharp-beaked bird's innards as feed for it. Ultimately, after everything was processed, Mukuei and her brother managed to secure enough provisions to last nearly 2 days. After seasoning the meat with salt and threading it on as silver vine grass for drying, Mukuei gazed at the strings of bird meat hanging up and smiled. "How wonderful! We can now rest easy for another couple of days." Mu Zhao was even more ecstatic. "Our family has never stored this much food before." Last year, during the snow season, they had moved from the orphan cave, struggling to survive, even with the aid of their kin. They had barely managed in the following windy and rainy seasons. Although they could sustain themselves without relying on others, they still faced difficulties in getting enough to eat, let alone storing provisions that in the future. "We will store even more food, enough to last us indefinitely," Mukuei vowed. Mu Zhao clenched his fist, declaring, "We will never run out. Even if I reach the end of my life, I will ensure all our supplies are consumed before I pass." Hearing this, Mukuei couldn't help but chuckle through her bittersweet emotions, remarking, "Then I shall strive to gather even more, so that when your time comes, I will still find it hard to part with you." In this world ravaged by calamity, reaching a natural end to one's life was a luxury, yet it was also the aspiration of the beastmen. She murmured, "The longer we endure, the more we gain." Outside the cave, shouts rang out as the meat was being distributed. Yukuei washed her hands and, together with her brother, made their way to the sacrificial cave. Following a series of rituals, Meng began to divide the meat. Mu Zhao, 11 contributions that as the announcement was made. Meng quickly allocated the meat, placing it upon a small stone altar below. The siblings stepped forward, beginning to carry the meat. The Aku approached Mukue, wielding two bone knives in their sheaths. These can cut through the hide of a late-stage Tier 1 beast warrior. Both you and Zhao can use them. Aku offered the knives to Mukue. The jade-white bone handles were sheathed in silver-patterned wood. Mu Zhao, having mingled with the hunting team, immediately recognized the material of the sheath. This a silver-patterned wood sheath? He expressed his surprise, knowing that although the sheath bore no ritual engravings, the material itself was comparable to the defensive capabilities of a late-stage Tier 1 beast warrior, making the sheaths nearly as valuable as the knives they contained. Typically, knives obtained from the storage cave lacked sheaths, and Yukue regarded Aku thoughtfully but refrained from any further pretense of refusal. This is too generous. Please convey my gratitude to Zhu. Only a skilled craftsman with complete tools and exceptional craftsmanship could produce a silver-patterned wood sheath in such a short time that Aku was taken aback. Not expecting Mu Kue to be so perceptive, deducing that the sheath was indeed crafted by Zhu. Having a knife without a sheath is impractical. It was a simple task, Aku replied, realizing something. This time, when she heard others mention Zhu, she did not dwell on it but instead exchanged a few more pleasantries with Mu Kue before taking her leave. Seeing the new knives, Mu Zhao was eager to try them out. Noticing his excitement, Mu Kue handed both knives over to him. You can use these too, just return the one you've been using for the past couple of days. Recently, Mu Zhao has been utilizing ceremonial bone knives crafted for Mu Kue. Yet due to their failure to update the records for ceremonial items in the storage cave, these knives have remained shrouded in secrecy. Typically, Mu Zhao has employed them clandestinely, fearful of arousing suspicion if discovered. However, with the two knives gifted by Aku, Mu Zhao can now wield them openly. As for the knife that Mu Zhao replaced, Mu Kue, as the creator, can effortlessly erase the ceremonial markings on the bone knife to eliminate any trace of evidence, thereby avoiding detection on the journey home. Mu Zhao fondly caressed the two knives and eagerly inquired, "Sister, what do you think we should name these blades? Is it not simply a matter of adding an attractive sheath?" Mu Kue replied somewhat enviously, rolling her eyes discreetly, "I never saw you pondering names for the knives I made previously. Let us call them the silver-veined twin blades," she nonchalantly suggested, as the sheaths were crafted from silver-veined wood. Silver-veined twin blades? Mu Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as she praised. "That's a splendid name. We shall call them that henceforth." Upon hearing this, Mu Kue felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy, realizing that her own reluctance to name the two knives had inadvertently led to a sense of inferiority when compared to the stock kept in the storage cave, all of which had been crafted by Chun. "I shall seek out silver-veined wood to create two identical knives complete with sheaths to replace those that are gathering dust." Mu Kue thought to herself involuntarily. For reasons unknown, her jealousy today felt rather unfounded, yet she stubbornly clung to it. After moving the meat, several females approached Mu Kue, urging her to join them in receiving holy water from Chun. It then dawned on Mu Kue that during the battle with the sharp-beaked bird, she had intentionally sustained minor injuries to avoid drawing attention. Now, she belatedly remembered this detail. Glancing down, she realized that her healing powers had somehow forgotten to suppress themselves, and there was not a single scar left on her body. "Just a moment while I change into another outfit," she responded casually, quickly finding a full-body hide garment and taking hot water to the bathroom for a quick wash before changing. Chun and Ming's cave was vast, with numerous passageways leading to stone chambers and long corridors. The stone walls of the corridors were adorned with abstract yet aesthetically pleasing murals. As Mu Kue walked and observed, she gradually realized that these depicted the creation of the beast god. Upon reaching the fourth stone chamber, the stone door rose automatically, revealing the interior scene. Chun knelt before the statue, hands clasped in prayer with closed eyes. The statue depicted a majestic man seated on a throne, clad in a 12-chapter patterned robe, his face obscured by a crown. The robe featured a structure of upper and lower garments, with a dark base and a scarlet waist covering the knees. The upper garment was embroidered with celestial bodies, dragons, dark birds, and landscapes, while the lower garment showcased flames, algae patterns, fierce tigers, and an unknown long-armed ape, embellished with black, white, and blue floral patterns. This was indeed the statue of the beast god. Mukue had the fortune to witness the true form of the beast god during her rebirth and recognized it instantly. Shueji had previously hinted that he was a merchant lord who rose against the odds. The entire stone chamber was enveloped in a sacred and solemn atmosphere, exuding a force that subtly influenced the surrounding beings, guiding them to believe in the beast god. This was the fundamental skill of a priest. A technique Mukue was also familiar with, though she preferred to refer to it as ceasefire, the ultimate weapon for resolving disputes. Calm down, everyone. Until the prayer concludes, let us all believe in the beast god and take a moment to reflect. Of course, should any lingering discontent remain after contemplation, the conflict would inevitably reignite. However, priests often employed this technique to demonstrate their mystique and authority, though it was rare for priests to utilize it on the battlefield. As both sides possessing priests could counteract each other as influenced, that if one side calmed down while the opposing priest employed their techniques to shield their warriors, what would happen? They would simply await defeat. Wuntide, several females instinctively knelt before the statue, clasping their hands and bowing their heads in prayer. Although Mukue was unaffected, she joined in the imitation. After a considerable time, Chun concluded her prayer, rising to regard the gathered individuals, her voice ethereal. Here, to collect holy water, there are 8 wooden tubes over there, 1 for each of you. The females hurriedly expressed their gratitude and approached to retrieve the tubes. With Mukue being the last, as she grasped the wooden tube, she sensed a peculiar change within her body, abruptly freezing in place. Oh no! It had nearly slipped her mind that after several days of reincarnation, she had almost forgotten about her prior nutritional deficiency and that her monthly cycle would not officially arrive until the 3rd month of this year's rainy season. The perceptive priest Chun was the first to notice Mukue's alteration. Scrutinizing her for several moments before speaking in a complex tone, "You are able to conceive now, and you have gained some flesh. That is quite good." The last remark contained an unexpected hint of satisfaction that Mukue found perplexing. Wow, is the grand priest really this perceptive? Mukue's face turned crimson in an instant, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Initially, the females did not comprehend, but after reflecting on Chun's words, realization dawned upon them. Oh, why did you come so late? Kue, they exclaimed, even if you're not seeking a partner, you shouldn't neglect yourself. And why child just reached adulthood this year and is still quite tender. Why not give it a try? It's fine if you don't like him. My elder brother has a pair of twins who look exactly alike. No, mine is better. He is gentle, caring, and knows I'll be affectionate. My brothers is the best. The females teased Mukue, enthusiastically promoting the joys of adulthood. Mukue felt an overwhelming desire to disappear into the ground from embarrassment. Finally, Chun chimed in unexpectedly. When you return, avoid drinking cold water and dress warmly when going out to gather. If a female experiences her monthly cycle and comes into contact with cold substances, it may affect her future ability to conceive. That I suggest you refrain from venturing out for the next 7 days. The tribe will provide for your food during this time. Upon hearing this, Mukue stumbled, nearly toppling over. Is this truly something Chun would say? She pondered, questioning her very existence. Had she misjudged, and Chun was indeed unrelated to her parents' demise? Yet, if that were the case, why the need for secrecy? Shielding the 2 siblings, with a heart full of questions, Mukue engaged in a perfunctory manner with the inquiries of the females, hastening her steps. The females assumed she was merely embarrassed due to her monthly cycle and quickened their pace to accompany her. Kue, are you really not going to give it a try? How about after 7 days, I send those twins from my brother's house to yours, and if you find them satisfactory, you can keep them for a few days? Rest assured, I will ensure their provisions are delivered to you, so you won't have to worry. Mukue forced a smile. It's not about provisions. What is crucial is that I have no desire to engage in relations without clear intentions. Moreover, I only want one partner, one who understands me deeply, whose character resonates with mine, that I'm not interested in 2, even if they are twins. Really, it's unnecessary. I'm not looking for a partner at the moment. Nor do I wish for a fleeting romance. Mukue reiterated firmly. Alas, very well. The females expressed their disappointment. After all, they had finally seized an opportunity to play matchmaker, but alas, the subject remained resolute in her stance. They could do nothing but refrain from forcibly compelling her. After being explicitly declined, the females, albeit regretfully, ceased to press Mukue regarding introductions to the cave entrance. Torrential rain poured down, coalescing into a waterfall that obscured visibility while exuding an implicit threat. "Come on. If you dare step out, I'll personally see to your downfall." Just then, a voice called from behind. The group turned to see a girl with wheat-colored skin, a voluptuous figure, and narrow, slightly upturned eyes. Hastily approaching them while wielding a large wooden basin at least 2 meters in diameter, resembling a cheerleader. However, this cheerleader's prop was rather excessively large. Ixin reached the group of 8 and scanned the seemingly identical females. Her expression somewhat bewildered as she asked, "Who is Mukue?" Upon hearing this, 7 of the 8 individuals instinctively distanced themselves, revealing the last one, and Yuke understood that among the females, many had likely recalled that Ixin was infatuated with Mu Zhao, even contemplating using her as leverage to coerce Mu Zhao into submission. Reluctantly stepping forward, Mukue replied, "That would be me." She perceived that Ixin did not seem to be there to provoke trouble. Hence it likely wasn't a significant issue that Ixin, however, paid no heed to these matters. To her, the others appeared indistinguishable, unworthy of her attention. Upon confirming that Mukue was indeed the one she sought, Ixin promptly placed a wooden basin atop Mukue's head and turned to leave. "Mother mentioned you have your red water, so wearing this will help shield you from the rain." She stated yes. Soon as her explanation concluded, Ixin's entourage had already retreated, disappearing around a corner of an elongated corridor, and Mukue stood in stunned silence. But seeing that Ixin had vanished from her sight, she gingerly touched the bump that formed on her head from Ixin's casual strike, letting out a hiss, and swallowed her myriad of questions, balancing a large wooden basin, over 2 meters in diameter. Atop her head, indeed, kept Mukue relatively dry on her return journey. However, the basin's considerable depth of 0.5 meter proved to be an excellent barrier to her vision. Had it not been for her keen senses, she might have stumbled and fallen. Upon returning home, she removed her boots, and, as she tipped them over, a cascade of water poured out, revealing that they were filled with at least half a boot's worth of water. A gentle breeze, stirred by Mu Zhao, who approached, brushed against Mukue, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Her feet felt cold, akin to being frozen stiff. With a resigned sigh, Mukue recalled that during her previous life, when her red water arrived, she had ventured out in the rain to gather without feeling much discomfort. Why, in this rebirth, with the strength she had acquired, something that would have been impossible in her past life, did she find herself so delicate? As if her feet had turned numb after merely splashing in a bit of water, reminiscent of just emerging from a snowy mountain during the snow season. Mu Zhao's keen observation quickly detected his sister's unusual state, prompting him to inquire, "What's the matter, sister?" "It's nothing, just that my red water has arrived, and I'm feeling a bit unaccustomed," Mukue replied, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. "Red water?" Mu Zhao initially froze, then expressed his delight. "That's wonderful. Sister, you can have your own little ones now." Mu Zhao was genuinely happy for his sister, yet Mukue's expression darkened in response. This boy certainly had a way of stating things so bluntly. She had heard that when a female's red water arrived, she should avoid cold water and not overexert herself. "Sister, you should rest. I'll handle all the chores at home for now." Mu Zhao eagerly urged Mukue to sit on the stone sofa, thoughtfully laying down a hide for her, as if treating her like fragile porcelain. "That is unnecessary. The chores at home are light. I can manage them without any burden," Mukue insisted as she attempted to rise and seek out her needle and thread. She still needed to water the sour fruit trees on the mountain that was abundant with evergreen snakes today. She intended to head out shortly, hoping to prepare herself to avoid as much rain as possible. Observing that his sister was disobedient, Mu Zhao contemplated pressing her back down. However, seeing that she merely picked up some non-strenuous needlework, he allowed her to proceed. "Kue, may I come in?" Aku's voice called from outside the cave. "Oh, come in." Mukue set down her needle and thread, rising to greet her. "Come sit," she invited warmly. Aku glanced around Mukue's home, complimenting, "It looks lovely, much better than when you first moved in. Just a bit idle." Mukue replied modestly, inquiring about Aku's purpose. I heard your red water has come. Here, take this raincoat. It will shield you from most of the rain, but don't wear it too long, or it will still soak through. MDK accepted the animal skin bundle and opened it to reveal a set of smooth, hairless leather garments, complete with a pointed hat and a cloak. Although the pointed hat differed somewhat from a broad-brimmed hat, it bore a close resemblance to a rain poncho. Mukwe was elated. She had been fretting over how to manage her trip to the mountain with the evergreen snakes while keeping dry. Now, with this simple raincoat, it felt as though she had received a timely gift, saving her considerable effort. However, she noticed a character embroidered on the hem of the raincoat, that red coup. The beast script was the universal language of the beast world, typically held by those in higher echelons, while ordinary beastmen might never encounter it in their lifetime. After a moment's contemplation, Mukwe understood. This raincoat was clearly made by Zhu for Aku, and upon hearing that Mukwe had her red water, Aku had brought it to shield her from the rain, and Yuke hesitated to accept it. But given her current status, she felt it inappropriate to directly address the matter of the beast script. Instead, she said, Aku, this must have been made for you by Zhu, right? I cannot accept it. Please take it back. What is given to you, just keep it. If you need more later, I can ask Zhu to make another. Aku insisted, pushing the raincoat into Mukwe's hands. Seeing the raincoat thrust into her embrace, Mukwe examined its structure before returning it to Aku. That I can see how this raincoat is made. I'll simply create one for myself later. You should keep what Zhu made for you. After all, I won't be going out much in the next few days, and I won't need a raincoat often. However, you go out gathering every day, so it's more necessary for you to, and Mukwe preferred to avoid complications. Carrying an item marked with Aku's name, she believed would lead to potential troubles. The tribe was not without its share of females who had found themselves ensnared by males due to such matters. While it was unlikely that Zhu would react negatively, there was still a chance he might harbor resentment if Mukwe took the gift he had intended for Aku, and such grievances often marked the beginning of disputes. Why invite trouble when she could comfortably enjoy her life? After all, Mukwe was not one to be so carefree that Aku tried to persuade her a few more times, but seeing Mukwe's firm refusal, she reluctantly relented. Are you sure you've made up your mind? Should I leave this here for you? Aku asked it. Mukwe nodded, assuring Aku, I've made my decision. Besides, I have some black water snake skins at home. I'm planning to make one right now. Aku, could you help me see if I'm doing it correctly? With that, Mukwe retrieved the skin she had peeled from the black water snake days prior and began to sew. In truth, over the years, the beastmen had evolved their clothing for the rainy season to be quite water-resistant. Cloaks and capes were commonly worn by the more delicate females when they ventured out to gather. However, perhaps due to the exceptional volume of rain during the rainy season, which was hard to withstand, many beastmen still donned conventional animal skins when going outside, especially the winged tiger tribe, known for their robust physiques that were unfazed by the rain. What Mukwe was making this time was a poncho, which, while differing somewhat in appearance from Aku's, would provide superior protection from the rain. This seems rather nice. Kue, you have quite the ingenuity. Aku remarked in surprise. Examining the finished product Mukwe had crafted that moment, Mu Zhao brought over 2 16-inch tree powder cakes. The cakes were first coated with a layer of bright yellow persimmon jam, followed by a thick layer of colorless, transparent water ear jam, adorned with an array of sweet and sour fruit jams, making the cakes resemble enticing, oversized jelly desserts. Furthermore, Mu Zhao had creatively painted an abstract little winged tiger on each cake. Mukwe noted that despite the abstraction, the distinct saber teeth and characteristics of both male and female tigers were evident, leading her to guess that her brother had depicted their beast forms. Well done. I'll take this one, she declared, picking up the cake adorned with the male tiger and pushing the other cake toward Aku. You're a guest. I'll just have one, and we can share the leftover with my brother. This was Aku's first encounter with such a delicate treat, and she curiously inquired, What is this? Mukwe replied, Tree powder cake. My brother coated it with a layer of persimmon jam and water ear jam. Aku's eyes brightened with understanding as she used a wooden spoon to scoop a piece and tasted it. The water ear jam was mildly sweet, creating a sensation akin to savoring jelly. Following that, the thick persimmon jam, along with various sweet and sour fruit jams, combined with the cake's eggy sweetness and its unique fluffy satisfaction. burst forth in her mouth that Aku squinted her eyes in bliss, exclaiming, "Kuei, your family's tree powder cake is absolutely delicious. My endeavors have yielded nothing. They lack both substance and form, appearing not only unappealing but also far inferior to what your family produces. However, with repeated attempts, one can achieve proficiency. You might consider crafting a mold to secure its shape." And Kuei imparted some of her cake-making wisdom to Aku, who, greatly enlightened, rose to take his leave, exclaiming, "Listening to you, I am eager to try it out myself, so I shall not linger. Kuei, be cautious not to come into contact with cold water. These days are crucial for females, and a moment's carelessness could lead to future regrets." She warned, "Rest assured, I shall be vigilant," Kuei replied. After bidding farewell to Aku, Kuei rummaged through the woodpile, attempting several times before managing to assemble a conical hat made from thin wooden planks. This hat, boasting a diameter of nearly 1 meter, could easily be likened to an umbrella perched atop one's head. Although it was somewhat weighty, it posed no significant burden for Kuei, given her current physical condition. Following this, she crafted a raincoat and a fitted bodysuit from the remaining black water snake skin. The raincoat was intended for Zhao, while the bodysuit was specifically designed by Kuei to shield herself from the rain when venturing outside. Indeed, under adequate protection, she had no intention of ceasing her diligent nurturing of the sour fruit tree. The bodysuit featured an opening at the back, fully enveloping her arms and legs, which meant it could only be donned from above. Before returning to her bedroom with the bodysuit, Kuei called out to Zhao, "Brother, put on that raincoat. Accompany me outside for A.B. I teed and Zhao, somewhat startled, replied, "Sister, if you have tasks to accomplish, just delegate them to me." Given the incoming red water, it might be best to refrain from going out. Upon emerging dressed, Kuei spread her arms wide for Zhao to see. "I have prepared adequately. I shall not get wet. This time, I'm heading to the mountain where the evergreen snakes dwell, that I have procured some items there that require ongoing nurturing through shamanic rituals and mental energy to take effect." Zhao, though skeptical, inspected her attire multiple times and, reassured by her thorough preparation, reluctantly agreed, "We shall return promptly after completing our task. Do not linger outside too long," and Kuei readily concurred. "Understood," as they stepped into the downpour. The torrential rain struck the wooden hat with a resounding patter. However, the rain was effectively shielded by the hat, and any droplets that drifted in from the sides merely slid down the raincoat, causing Kuei no harm whatsoever. "Kuei, are you heading out? I heard you arrived at the Redwater. Why venture out now? Be cautious not to become ill from excessive rain exposure." Along the way, they exchanged pleasantries with a few orcs they encountered. Upon reaching the mountain abundant with evergreen snakes, Kuei fulfilled her promise by nurturing the sour fruit tree, allowing Zhao to gather some evergreen snakes and tree squirrels before they made their way back home. This instance of red water proved particularly vigorous. Despite Kuei's makeshift sanitary pad crafted from sharp-beaked bird feathers, it was already soaked through that if they delayed their return any longer, it would surely leak. Moreover, Kuei's intuition was accurate. After this bout of red water, her condition was decidedly poorer than in her past life. Merely venturing outside, the chill embedded in the rainwater rendered her hands and feet icy. Remaining outdoors any longer would become unbearable. Upon returning home, feeling her extremities already numb with cold, Kuei hurriedly boiled a large pot of hot water, soaking her feet and hands. After a quarter of an hour, she finally regained a semblance of warmth. It seemed that over the next 7 days, she would indeed need to remain indoors, a prospect that left her feeling somewhat helpless, given her current state. Any thoughts of gathering resources seemed highly improbable. The disruption of her plans weighed heavily on her mind, as she fretted over the impending beast tide in 9 days and the looming 7-month dry season. If memory served, this blood moon beast tide would last a full 7 days. The very nature of a beast tide lay in the relentless, unyielding assault of the beasts upon the orc dwellings. Furthermore, the stronger the orcs within the cave and the greater their numbers, the more substantial the beast tide they attracted. If all were to congregate, the ensuing pressure would multiply exponentially. The final few boss-like beasts might prove insurmountable even for the mightiest among the tribe. This reality compelled the orcs to engage in battle as families. each fighting for their survival. Even more vexing, when the blood moon shone, the flesh of the beasts would undergo mutations, leading to absurd phenomena where, for instance, a single beast might have toxic thigh meat while its ears remained harmless. This fundamentally prevented the orcs from sustaining themselves through combat. Fortunately, with Mu Kuei's purification abilities, she had little cause for concern. However, once the beast tide commenced, they would scarcely find time to eat, let alone rest. IKT would indeed demand uninterrupted combat for 7 days and nights, should they falter in adapting to such prolonged conflict. Or if their supplies fell short, they would be left to become mere skeletons, devoured by the tide. Isn't there still tree powder? Mu Zhao suggested. I will gather more tree powder to bring back. You could transform it into long-lasting provisions during these days. Mu Kuei sighed. That will have to suffice. Additionally, ensure you collect more condensation wood. The more storage boxes we have at home, the better. IT would be ideal to create a few storage warehouses. Once I inscribe them with cooling ritual patterns and nurture them, the food store within will last longer and be less prone to spoilage during the dry season. And Yu Zhao nodded. I shall go tomorrow. Mu Kuei, recalling the potential hazards, reminded him, be cautious of the condensation wood, as it can be toxic after being removed from the tree for some time. Be careful not to touch it on your return. Including the previously caught female rabbit, Mu Kuei's household now boasts 3 male and 2 female bouncy rabbits, 1 male and 2 female clucking chickens, a kalu duck, and a garlic-headed turtle. It is high time to excavate a small burrow dedicated to raising these creatures. The entrance to Mu Kuei's burrow is not immediately revealing. The outer opening measures 3 meters in height and 9 meters in width, accommodating larger vessels like 2 boats with ease. The inner entrance stands 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, resembling a formidable bulk requiring one to bow their head to enter. This serves as the living quarters for the 2 siblings, aptly termed the living cave. The bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom that Mu Kuei and her brother excavated were all expansions of the living cave. Between the 2 caverns lies a 10-meter-long passageway. Upon entering, a right turn along this corridor reveals neatly stacked firewood, with a narrow path carved through the center leading to a large manure pit. Before Mu Kuei's rebirth, the siblings would frequent this pit to resolve their cyclical grain issues. Regular kitchen waste was also disposed of there. When the pit filled, they would transport it outside and carelessly discard it atop a nearby hill, never contemplating the potential for waste repurposing. Now that the bathroom has been excavated, the manure pit has been sealed, yet the kitchen sink and bathroom toilet are connected via piping to this large pit for efficient waste disposal. A left turn down the passage leads to a spacious cavern known as the Beast Fighting Cave. This cave is solely intended for repelling beast tides and bears no resemblance to the bloody arenas of ancient Roman gladiators. Other households, like that of the Yihu, possess similar configurations, albeit perhaps more meticulously maintained, appearing more orderly and stylish. For instance, at Meng and Shun's residence, their entrance corridor is wide and immaculate, adorned with murals on the walls, and the floor is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting faint silhouettes as one walks upon it. As for the Beast Fighting Cave, it is crafted like a labyrinth, filled with various traps that redirect and ensnare the beasts, causing significant casualties among them. In stark contrast, Mu Kuei's cave, aside from the relatively even entrance passage, features rough-hewn walls, while the Beast Fighting Cave remains stark and devoid of any decorations, resembling a different realm altogether. Whenever a beast tide approaches, Mu Kuei and her brother seal the entrance to the living cave and retreat to the more expansive Beast Fighting Cave to engage in battle. An additional narrow passage connects the living cave to the Beast Fighting Cave, allowing for a respite where they can retreat, eat, and return to combat when fatigued. Essentially, the living cave, serving as their resource stronghold, must remain intact against any beast incursions. Mu Kuei plans to position the breeding room adjacent to the bathroom, enabling direct waste disposal from the animals into the manure pit through the connecting pipe. Fostering efficient composting. As for the compost produced, it will facilitate the establishment of a planting room at home, enabling indoor cultivation as well. During this process, should they discover high-yield, low-maintenance crops, their food supply may become worry-free. The bouncy rabbits will have their hind legs carefully manipulated to prevent them from escaping their stone enclosures. The clucking chickens and Kalu duck will have their wings clipped to prevent erratic flapping. Although the garlic-headed turtle appears docile, it has repeatedly attempted to gnaw through its bindings with its formidable toothless jaw. "Behave," Mukue chided, tapping its head, as she excavated a large pond for it on the edges of the pond, as well as on the rabbit and chicken enclosures. Mukue carved ritualistic symbols of deterrence. Among these animals, aside from the garlic-headed turtle, the other three possess modest intelligence, making the prospect of escaping under the pressure of deterrence unlikely. However, they differ from ordinary poultry and livestock, exhibiting a wild nature that is difficult to tame and a capacity for destruction. Even their casual movements could damage enclosures constructed merely of common stone. Therefore, Mukue inscribed additional symbols such as sturdiness and resilience upon the cages to enhance their defenses, given that ordinary stone poorly conducts energy. Mukue must remain vigilant to prevent them from dismantling her partially completed stone cages. "Sister, isn't one milk-producing, bouncy rabbit sufficient? Why do you need so many?" Wu Zhao expressed confusion as he observed his sister meticulously crafting cages and trimming feathers for the animals. These creatures are easily captured by the beast pattern warriors. Surely, they could simply catch them outside whenever needed. "There are times when going out is inconvenient," Mukue explained with a smile. "Consider this, dear brother. Is it easier to harvest grass or to catch clucking chickens and bouncy rabbits? We can provide them with a daily supply of non-toxic grass and insects, and once raised, they will continuously provide us with rabbit milk, eggs, rabbit meat, and chicken meat." Wu Zhao listened with partial understanding. Growing up in the Yihu tribe, he still struggled to grasp the substantial benefits of raising these animals. Given their consumption needs, even if they raised several clucking chickens and bouncy rabbits, slaughtering them would yield only a meal or two. Was that truly necessary? Mukue merely smiled at his naivety, choosing not to elaborate further. Presently, the scale of their endeavor holds limited utility for the two siblings. However, as their operations expand in the future, Wu Zhao will undoubtedly come to appreciate the advantages therein. The storage room requires a considerable excavation, which Mukue plans to undertake alone the following day. For now, she will excavate the apothecary room, facilitating her work in concocting medicinal brews. Toxic herbs can be stored there to prevent any hazardous mix-ups. Shortly after the siblings commenced their work, a coup arrived once more. "This is for you from the tribe, that I shall visit each day henceforth. Mukue, take care of yourself and refrain from gathering. Even if you go to the ritual cave assembly, I won't accept it, understand?" Mukue casually assured him, "Rest easy. I will remain at home for the next few days and won't venture out to gather." "That is good to hear," Aku replied, relieved as he set down a large bundle before departing. After Aku left, Mukue opened the package to reveal a reddish-brown, elongated object approximately 3 meters long and half a meter thick. The core of a python vine tree. Such a grand gesture. Mukue was genuinely astonished. The python vine tree is a colossal tree entwined with thick vines the size of water barrels, soaring hundreds of meters tall, with a circumference requiring 50 people to encircle, much like a banyan tree. It possesses numerous aerial roots that, upon contacting the soil, sprout new branches, allowing the python vine to extend and thrive. It's not an exaggeration to say it can form a forest of its own. The tree itself is harmless, being merely an ordinary giant, but the python vine that forms a symbiotic relationship with it is the stuff of nightmares for countless beastmen, similar to the water trumpet. The python vine is a mobile plant. However, unlike the harmless water trumpet, it exhibits extreme aggression, capable of strangling any animal that wanders into its territory, offering it as nourishment to the python vine tree. Consequently, the tree flourishes, simultaneously nurturing the python vine, enhancing its resilience and lethal constriction power. This cycle continues indefinitely, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. The heart of the python vine tree is a revered tonic, particularly beneficial for females. Consuming the core after menstruation or childbirth not only effectively replenishes bodily deficiencies, but also nourishes blood and alleviates menstrual pain that adapt to the harsh conditions of the beast world. Female members of the Yihu tribe experience menstruation only once a year, lasting 7 days. This 7-day ordeal is far more arduous than the monthly cycles on Earth. Menstrual pain is an inevitable experience, regardless of a female's health status. This affliction is as unrelenting as the harsh weather patterns on the eastern continent, ever present and only manageable. As Mukue's menstruation commenced, she felt the initial twinges of discomfort. "Sister, are you all right? Are you starting to feel pain?" Wu Zhao inquired with concern upon noticing his sister's unusual demeanor. "Yes, just a little," she replied. Mukue nodded, taking a quarter of the core from the python vine tree, which he then cut into pieces and placed in the steaming tray. Consuming the core of the python vine tree raw yielded little effect. It was only through thorough cooking that its nourishing properties could be fully realized. The python vine tree was formidable. Encountering such a behemoth often required the combined efforts of over 5,000 hunters, who would slowly begin from the outskirts, using wind blades for long-range slicing. This process could take several days, just to sever the branches and vines of the python vine tree and extract its core. This illustrates the immense difficulty of obtaining the core of the python vine tree. Consequently, roasting it over an open flame was the most unwise method, as it would result in significant waste. Boiling or steaming was the preferred culinary technique among the orcs. The core of the python vine tree had a mild nature and cooked quite rapidly. After approximately a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes, a distinct sweet fragrance unique to the python vine tree wafted from the antimony pot. Once removed and allowed to cool slightly, Mukue scooped a spoonful with a wooden spoon and tasted it. The texture resembled that of roasted potatoes, and the flavor was unlike anything she had ever experienced before, a harmonious blend of date paste, sweet potato, and pear. After swallowing, a warm sensation enveloped her stomach and lower abdomen, imparting a feeling of bliss akin to floating in the clouds. The subtle ache in her abdomen vanished instantaneously, yielding immediate results. After delivering the items to Mukue, Aku returned home. Before even stepping through the door, she was startled by a 1-meter-tall cocoon at her doorstep, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Thud, thud. Aku knocked on the giant cocoon. "Move aside, don't sleep here." The cocoon responded with a crack, revealing the shape of wings gradually unfolding. It turned out that this cocoon was formed by the wings of a winged tiger. The black, metallic wings spread open, a figure emerged, hugging its knees, with drowsy golden curls and a bushy beard. "Oh, you're back." The bearded man rubbed his head and flashed a bright smile at Aku, his gleaming white teeth almost dazzling against the dim evening sky. "I've tidied everything up, just waiting for you to return to move in." Hearing this, Aku rolled her eyes. "I only asked you to stay for one night. What is there to move?" "Hee hee." Zhu grinned foolishly, secretly thinking, "I've already moved in. There's no way I'm leaving." This place would eventually become his home. The previous cave was unnecessary. Once inside, Zhu began to pull out items from his storage box. Beds, furniture, pots, pans, and food. There were even a few pairs of undergarments that clearly appeared to be for personal use. Aku grew increasingly irate, exclaiming, "I said just one night, just one night. Why are you bringing your entire home here? My cave can barely accommodate it all." Zhu remained unperturbed, calmly producing several mini mechanical beasts. Once on the ground, the mechanical beasts rapidly enlarged, extending mechanical arms that began to clang and clatter throughout the cave, and oh worries, will expand it a bit more. Veins began to surface on Aku's forehead, only for one night. "Put away all your clutter, and you're leaving first thing tomorrow morning." Zhu patted his palm-sized storage box, explaining, "I can't get used to living without these things. Think of it as me helping you expand your cave with my mechanical beasts. Rest assured, I'll pack up and leave in the morning. I won't cause you any trouble. Leave in the morning, then come back again at night." "Perfect." The next day, Mukue adhered to her promise and did not go foraging. After organizing the storage room, she carved large, cooling ritual patterns into the stone walls surrounding it. Although the walls were made of ordinary stone with poor conductivity, prolonged nurturing could somewhat mitigate the internal temperature of the storage room. This was crucial for the impending long 7-month dry season. Having completed this, Mukue proceeded to the apothecary room. She retrieved a medicinal cauldron and meticulously extracted and purified the skins of hawthorn mushrooms. Venomous insects, poisonous mushrooms, and other toxic substances. Subsequently, she sampled each one, employing her purification abilities to sense which combinations yielded greater potency and lethality. These concoctions were intended for her self-defense. The adult males in the tribe were predominantly second to third-tier beast pattern warriors. Although the likelihood of them acting against Mu Kuei, a female, was low, caution was still warranted, especially with a certain Qinghua harboring deep malice towards her. Thus, it was imperative to remain vigilant regarding safety. Furthermore, there were many dangers outside the tribe. Carrying some toxins could potentially save her life at a critical moment. In the afternoon, the foraging team returned before the hunting team, and Aku brought a few females to visit Mu Kuei. They had discovered a multitude of plum fruit trees on a mountain during their gathering, and Aku proposed naming that mountain Plum Fruit Mountain. It felt noticeably colder today, despite wearing a new raincoat and not getting drenched. An inexplicable chill lingered. It must be dull being home alone. I picked a lot of plum fruits and sour fruits for you. Small items that won't take up much space, just for you. Among the group of females, one was the black water snake that Mu Kuei had rescued, while the other 5 were her good companions from the battle against the sharp-beaked birds. They had all received Mu Kuei's kindness and came bearing gifts wrapped in leaves. As soon as they entered, they began to produce items, either nuts or fruits like puff fruits and plum fruits that the females particularly enjoyed, although the quantities were small individually. Collectively, they amounted to a significant haul. Mu Kuei did not refuse. She planned to reciprocate with some treats later. This mutual exchange fostered their friendship. She had saved quite a bit of rabbit milk over these days, and seeing her guests so enthusiastic, she decided to make a creamy cake from the rabbit milk for everyone to sample. First, she separated the egg whites from the gugu eggs. Then, she took the egg whites, adding rabbit milk, water ear sauce, and a mild-flavored animal fat, whisking rapidly until it was fluffy and expanded. In recent days, Mu Kuei hadn't discovered any means to produce white sugar, but the water ear sauce at least provided a hint of sweetness, which she made do with. The tree powder cake was already baked and ready for use. Kuei retrieved a 10-inch tree powder cake and began to evenly spread the cream over it with a wooden spatula. The oven at home was large enough to accommodate other sizes, but there wasn't too much cream, so a 10-inch cake was just right. The females followed her into the kitchen, astonished by the arrangement. Kuei, your stove is enormous. How can it fit so many stone jars and pots? One female, named Lon Lon, mistook the antimony pot for a large stone jar, circling the stove, seemingly intent on memorizing its structure. Upon seeing Mu Kuei start to decorate the cake, Hui eagerly volunteered, Kuei, can I help? I'm great at drawing. Currently, Mu Kuei hadn't found anything suitable for piping, so she used a large wooden syringe as a makeshift piping bag, with the nozzle replaced by a decorating tip. Hearing this, Mu Kuei handed her the piping tool, replying, sure, just in time. I'll prepare some other items. She busied herself with pure nut powder rice cakes. Meat-filled rice cakes, jam-filled rice cakes, and sugar-filled rice cakes made primarily with gugu egg yolks, as well as persimmon glutinous rice cakes, fruit-flavored rice cakes, and various stuffed dumplings. While Mu Kuei was engrossed in her preparations, Aku and the others lent a hand. Before long, an array of exquisite snacks suitable for afternoon tea emerged. Hui also showed Mu Kuei her creation. The cake was adorned with a vividly lifelike bunny that seemed poised to leap from one branch to another. It was truly as if she were painting on the cake's surface, as if it were a canvas. Mu Kuei was left in awe. Just based on this level of decorating skill, she would likely attract countless pastry shop invitations if she were on Earth. Upon reflection, one cannot compare oneself to the level of skill required to transform a mere chicken into something akin to Patrick Star. It is best to refrain from such comparisons. When Mu Kuei navigated her existence on Earth, her culinary repertoire was limited to simple home-cooked dishes, devoid of any experience in cake making. Although she has gleaned knowledge of the process from the myriad of daily life experiences on this planet, the disparity remains insurmountable. Your artistry in drawing is truly commendable. I find it difficult to bring myself to cut into it, remarked a female, wielding a wooden knife. Yet, her hands moved with remarkable speed, deftly slicing the cake into 8 equal portions. The cake, emanating a delightful aroma of cream, fruit, and a hint of egg, had already tantalized her taste buds in the face of delectable food, mere aesthetics hold no sway. As the mildly sweet cream graced her palate, the females closed their eyes in bliss. The tea is exquisite. I have never tasted such delightful confections before. I shall have my male procure some milk. They chorused in admiration. However, Mukwe found it rather unremarkable. The sweetness of the water ear sauce was merely mild, resulting in a rather bland cream. While the females currently expressed their satisfaction once sugar was introduced, their enthusiasm would undoubtedly escalate. The unique sweet and smooth texture of the cream would prove irresistible to most females. Mukwe contemplated the possibility of using thick fruit preserves or honey as substitutes in the future. Yet, the bees of this beastly world were quite formidable, each the size of a fist, and even second-tier beast-pattern warriors would think twice before confronting them. Rumors circulated that a female from a certain tribe had been brought back by Meng yesterday. The veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Could it be true? With Chun present, Meng would not be so reckless. Would he? During casual exchange, this piece of gossip piqued Mukwe's interest. Could the female brought back by Meng be her? Mukwe's thoughts drifted to the Fox tribe's chieftain, Eugene Hui, a beauty who had captivated Meng to the extent of sacrificing his majestic beard. Her beast form, a nine-tailed fox, echoed through the tales of many. In her past life, Eugene Hui had also arrived at the winged tiger tribe during the rainy season, but only after the beast tide had subsided. The beast tide lasted 7 days, and now, with 8 days remaining until the next tide, whispers of a male bringing a female back to the tribe had emerged. An entire half-month earlier than expected, it was plausible that Eugene Hui had indeed arrived at this time in her past life. But Meng had kept it under wraps, hence Mukwe's ignorance. Nonetheless, a weight settled in her heart. Perhaps the timeline had indeed shifted. This world may no longer face the threat of obliteration, yet its self-regulating capabilities had intensified. Natural disasters remain the eternal law governing this world, and I must not interfere. Understanding self-regulation implies that the celestial phenomena of this realm will become increasingly unpredictable. Variability will abound. These are the words spoken by the illustrious floating dust after reshaping the world. At that time, Mukwe had been entirely absorbed in the notion that disasters would become more frequent post-rebirth, inwardly lamenting, and had subconsciously overlooked the final statement. However, the sudden emergence of Eugene Hui compelled Mukwe to question whether she was indeed the variable referred to by the illustrious one. Moreover, the assertion that variability would increase suggested that Eugene Hui was not the sole anomaly. Could there be other variables lurking in unknown corners of this world, orchestrating events capable of altering the trajectory of the future? A profound sense of urgency welled within Mukwe. She was not prepared to rely solely on memories from her past life for sustenance. Yet, she required sufficient strength and resources to confront the potential disasters and variables that may arise unexpectedly in the future. After bidding farewell to Aku and others, Mukwe found herself lost in thought on the stone sofa until disturbances from the breeding chamber drew her attention. Bang! Bang! The bouncing rabbits incessantly collided with their stone cage. Knock! Knock! The lethargic Kalaoyan emitted its lackluster cries. Cluck! Cluck! The chickens flapped and struggled within their stone coop, their feathers clipped, oblivious to the fact that they could no longer fly. Mukwe opened the door and tapped on the rabbit cage. Warning, behave yourselves. If you continue to bump around, I shall turn you into spicy rabbit heads. Upon hearing her words, it seemed the most raucous, bouncing rabbits understood the underlying threat, immediately collapsing in their cage, their ears drooping as they feigned death. The chickens, however, squawked even louder, their neck feathers fluffed, glaring fiercely at Mukwe, their clucks growing deeper, ready to threaten her with their not-so-sharp beaks. Kalaoyan, on the other hand, had not consumed a drop of water since being captured, persistently knocking and calling, seemingly determined to starve and protest. Mukwe grasped its neck, pried open its beak, and attempted to feed it again. However, the Kalaoyan pressed its tongue against the roof of its mouth, refusing to eat, and even when a morsel was reluctantly ingested, it promptly spit it out the moment Mukwe released her grip. After a brief standoff, Mukwe resigned in frustration. Its obstinacy was simply too great. It was likely unsuitable for domestication. Perhaps a duck soup tonight? Mukwe mused, stealing a glance at Kilauean. The latter turned its head, presenting its rear to Mukue. This stubborn creature is undoubtedly unfit for raising. Perhaps it is best to stew it. Mukue concluded that a glance at the water basin revealed it to be empty, while the cover above remained intact, showing no signs of disturbance. However, water stains marked the area outside the basin. Mukue's eyes widened. Could it be that this turtle is attempting a diversion to facilitate its escape? The breeding chamber was in utter disarray, yielding no results. Subsequently, Mukue scoured every corner of the cave, leaving no area, including the beast fighting pit and firewood pile, unchecked, yet still found nothing. It was gone. Mukue felt a wave of frustration. How on earth did that garlic turtle manage to escape in such a short time? Turning back, she opened the breeding chamber door, just a crack, preparing to enter. Suddenly, she caught sight of Kilauean stealthily pecking at the feed, cautiously glancing around as if afraid of being caught in the act. Mukue quietly closed the door to the breeding chamber, relieved. So it still knows how to eat. I thought it wouldn't survive. Yet, Mukue furrowed her brow, recalling the escaped garlic turtle, her mood swiftly darkening that IT had better not let me catch it again. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly make soup out of you. Despite having fortified the area adequately, frequently checking on the breeding chamber, and even covering the water basin with a stone cage secured by a heavy rock, once she presumed the garlic turtle could not move, she had not anticipated that it would ultimately escape. Ultimately, the deterrent ritual patterns at the basin's edge were insufficiently potent, and the stone cage was not heavy enough. IT might be wise to carve a gravity ritual pattern onto the stone cage. However, that particular task was exceedingly complex. At present, she only grasped the basics and could not inscribe IT. Mukue felt a tinge of regret. The survival of the orc populace on the eastern continent amidst harsh calamities can largely be attributed to their ancestral memories. The formidable beast pattern warriors possessed the ability to pass down their combat experiences and life lessons through bloodline inheritance. Shamans and priests can encapsulate their legacies through specific sacrificial rites, allowing future generations to access these inheritances by performing corresponding rituals or fulfilling certain conditions. Individuals endowed with supernatural abilities, upon reaching a higher level of prowess, can also impart their experiential knowledge and insights regarding their powers to awakened orcs of the same affinity. Thus, the Eastern continent is governed by three primary methods of inheritance: bloodline inheritance, sacrificial inheritance, and supernatural ability inheritance. IT is precisely because of these three methods that the orcs of the Eastern continent do not find themselves utterly lost and bewildered in situations such as sudden upheavals or familial separations, or the absence of elder guidance, as long as there are those who awaken as beast pattern warriors, those who awaken supernatural abilities, or those endowed with shamanic or priestly talents. They can attain inheritance, surmount adversity, and seize the hope of survival. Mukue herself possesses a wealth of such inheritances. However, these inherited memories consist solely of recollections, essentially offering a tutorial on how to proceed, devoid of any actual power. To truly master them, one must engage in contemplation and practice to transform these insights into tangible abilities. The gravity sacrificial pattern is relatively intricate. Once mastered, it can be applied in combat, yet Mukue finds it nearly impossible to fully comprehend it in a short span of time. Without thorough understanding, one's eyes may signal comprehension. Okay, I see it, while the mind and hands might lament, apologies, I cannot grasp it, nor can I depict it. Similarly complex are the patterns of true time, true space, true causality, and true fortune. The space sacrificial pattern is more commonly utilized, with adept practitioners in the sacrificial realm having deconstructed it into more practical forms such as expansion and simplified space patterns. The space pattern Mukue previously engraved is indeed the simplified space. As her understanding of true space deepens, the efficacy of her engraved simplified space sacrificial pattern will improve until she can accurately depict true space. The complexity of the gravity sacrificial pattern arises from its essence as true gravity. In Mukue's inherited memories, there exists no simplified version. Big sister, I'm back, Mu Zhao called out from outside the cave, carrying a tubular tree segment and several pieces of condensed wood. Yukue stepped out to greet him, accepting the condensed wood as she spoke. Little brother, that garlic-headed turtle has escaped. It left not long ago. And I couldn't find it in the cave. Please check outside to see if you can catch it. Oh, all right, Mu Zhao replied. Turning back into the rain. Yukue picked up a piece of condensed wood, gradually channeling her purifying ability through her palm, infusing it bit by bit to eliminate the toxins within. Next, she fashioned it into planks. She continued to purify and create planks until she had enough for a wooden box. After processing all the condensed wood, Mu Kuei produced 2 wooden boxes that ate tea that moment. Mu Zhao returned, carrying a mist from the outside. He set down the 2 large piles of condensed wood and expressed his disappointment. I couldn't find it. I don't know where it ran off, Mu Kuei replied. If you can't find it, then so be it. The garlic-headed turtle naturally loves water, and once it enters the water during the rainy season, it becomes exceedingly difficult to locate. With the remaining time, the 2 siblings collaborated to excavate the ice cellar. The next day, the hunting and gathering teams returned together, and Yukue recalled that they had a wooden basin belonging to the Chun family and sent Mu Zhao to return it. Upon his return, she noticed a peculiar expression on his face. What's wrong? Did you encounter Ishian? Mu Kuei asked with concern. Little brother's appearance had been concealed by her secret technique, and they had been living in peace recently. Surely, Ishian would not come to pester them again. No. Mu Zhao shook his head. Ishian no longer recognizes me. She didn't even glance my way. Seeing her brother's bewilderment, he elaborated. It's Meng and Chun. They had a quarrel. Apparently, Meng brought back a female from another tribe and secretly purchased a cave to settle her, which Chun discovered. Mu Kuei's heart sank, and she furrowed her brow as she questioned. Little brother, do you know the name of that female? Which tribe does she belong to? Mu Zhao replied. I'm not sure of her name, but I've heard she is a female from the Fox tribe. As expected, a deep sense of worry settled between Mu Kuei's brows. The timeline had indeed accelerated, and variables were starting to emerge. Big sister, what's the matter? Mu Zhao asked with concern. Muk did not suppress her emotions, but spoke softly. Little brother, the shaman's spirit senses tell me that this female is quite problematic. Her intentions for coming to our winged tiger tribe may not be pure. Be cautious in your dealings with her, and avoid getting entangled in her affairs with Chun. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao nodded earnestly. Big sister, don't worry. I will definitely keep my distance from that female. After distributing the meat, Aku, as usual, brought a group of females to visit Mu Kuei's home. This time, their numbers had more than doubled compared to yesterday, primarily drawn by the exquisite snacks from Mu Kuei's household. Kuei, we're here to steal your skills. A playful female with twin ponytails winked at Mu Kuei, mysteriously pulling out a large package from behind her, nearly half her height. Mu Kuei remarked. Such a large package. With your small frame, where could you possibly hide it? This was Shuang Ji, a female who had only recently come of age. The package contained tree powder intestines, tree powder lungs, rice cakes, tang yuan, glutinous rice balls, cream cakes, and more. Mu Kuei generously shared her knowledge with the females, not holding back. After all, she had no intention of diving into the catering business in the beast world anytime soon. The skills they learned would merely benefit themselves, posing no competitive threat to her. The tree powder lungs were a discovery Mu Kuei had made later, utilizing animal lungs. After experimentation, she concluded that tree powder should not be mixed with animal kidneys, livers, or hearts. However, most stomachs, intestines, and lungs could generally be paired with tree powder. Of course, there were exceptions, such as snake stomachs, platypus lungs, and the internal organs of poison dart frogs. These were all highly toxic substances. Mixing them with tree powder or anything else would be fatal. I heard that making cream tree powder cakes requires beast milk. Y male just happened to find 2 nursing tabby dogs and brought back some milk. Kuei, do you think this is enough? Ping opened a wooden barrel covered with a lid, revealing approximately 2/3 full of beast milk inside. Yukue raised an eyebrow and replied, it should be sufficient. To be honest, she had tasted cow and goat milk on Earth, rabbit milk in the beast world, and even the flavor of milk fruits, but she was genuinely curious about the taste of dog milk. As per usual, she first checked for toxins using her purifying ability and, confirming it was safe, asked the gathered females, does anyone know how to use this? One female pushed through the crowd and said, When I was young, my father fetched milk from a laughing dog. It had a strong, milky flavor, but you can't drink too much, or it'll taste like dog feces. The laughing dog referred to the Samoyed. But the breeds in the beast world were considerably larger than those on Earth, with adult laughing dogs reaching at least 1 meter in height. The tabby dog stood about 3 meters tall, adorned with tiger stripes and possessing wolf-like tails, significantly larger than the laughing dogs. Since they were all dogs, the flavor of the milk should have some commonality. Mukwe frowned. If the quantity is substantial, it'll carry a fecal scent. The cream produced might be equally unpalatable. Has anyone else tried it? Do you know how to eliminate that odor? She looked expectantly at everyone in response. The females all shook their heads in unison. When we seek milk for our young, we usually look for mouse milk and rabbit milk, or if conditions allow, we squeeze cow and goat milk that we haven't really tried dog milk. With so many people in the tribe, surely someone must have tasted it. Otherwise, should we ask around first? No need. Mukwe shook her head. I recall there's a basin of odorless grass in the kitchen. I'll try that first. The tasteless grass resembles bean sprouts, except its leaflets are a deep green hue and it does not elongate like bean sprouts do. It perpetually possesses only 2 leaflets and a small pointed tip between them. This plant is capable of absorbing a myriad of scents, both fragrant and foul. As it absorbs more and more odors, it gradually turns black from the tip until the entire plant is completely darkened, at which point it instantaneously transforms into a puddle of black mud, from which new tasteless grass emerges, creating an endless cycle of life. This peculiar herb is a common auxiliary medicine among shamans, typically utilized to neutralize unpleasant odors in concoctions, as well as to eliminate the distinctive smells of certain poisons, thereby facilitating the insidious act of poisoning without arousing suspicion. Additionally, some orc households employ this grass to mitigate the stench surrounding their latrines. The potted mallow placed in the kitchen was a whimsical choice by Mukwe, intended merely as an indoor plant, with odor elimination as a secondary benefit. Prior to this, Mukwe had solely regarded tasteless grass as a pharmaceutical raw material, never considering its potential for flavor masking in food at all. Indeed, tasteless grass can neutralize odors. IT has long been kept near the latrine at home, nearly forgotten how a group of individuals energetically prepared 4 16-inch cream cakes before finally concluding their culinary endeavors. Wow, utterly delicious. This time, someone contributed honey, and after the milk from the brindled dog underwent the odor-neutralizing process, its creamy essence surpassed that of cow's milk, allowing the females to finally experience the true flavor of cream, each one blissfully squinting their eyes in delight. Mukwe felt a deep sense of satisfaction with this creation. The cream made from brindled dog milk and honey was rich and sweet, with a smoothness that felt as though one could melt into its delightful embrace. Simultaneously, Mukwe's horizons expanded considerably. With a formidable, tasteless grass at her disposal, she mused that perhaps even ingredients deemed unsuitable for the table due to overpowering odors could surprise her, much like the brindled dog milk did. The females resumed their discussion about the recent changes in weather, noting that the rain had turned colder, causing them to return from their outings thoroughly chilled. Today's gathering team was reduced by over 100 members, all of whom were too weak to endure the harsh conditions. Such occurrences were rare in previous years. They expressed concern that if the temperature continued to drop over the coming days, even more females might fall ill, further hindering their ability to forage. Mukwe understood that this was the world undergoing self-regulation, rendering the weather increasingly unpredictable. Seizing the opportunity during their chatter, she inquired about Meng's intention to bring back females from other tribes. It was said that one such female belonged to the Fox tribe, named Ujinhua, a third-tier beast pattern warrior, even more formidable than Aku. Mukwe was curious as to how she had achieved such prowess. In the Ihu tribe, strong females like Mucheong were not uncommon, and most females spoke of Ujinhua with admiration rather than envy. The physical growth coefficients of orc females and males differ significantly. Females naturally experience rapid growth in mental strength, while finding it challenging to enhance their physical durability. In contrast, males develop their physical strength with remarkable speed, but their mental fortitude remains their Achilles heel. This disparity results in males consuming the same amount of food, utilizing their nourishment to refine their bodies and awaken as beast-pattern warriors, while females primarily channel their nutrients into enhancing their mental capabilities and efficiency in mental guidance. Mukuai pondered deeply and probed for further details that it appears that Chun had caught Meng, leading to a heated argument between them. They are still quarreling now, with Chun even contemplating moving into a separate cave to distance herself from Meng. Xian intends to follow Chun and has already instructed her 20-plus partners to begin digging a cave. Ye and Xiao have approached, seemingly hoping to exploit the situation to undermine Meng. My goodness. The developments are astonishingly swift. Mukuai recalled that in her previous life, Chun had been unable to sever ties with Meng even during her self-sacrifice for the tribe's survival. Now, with Yujinhua's early arrival and the involvement of Ye and Xiao, Chun's staunch supporters, would Chun choose to alter her course? In her past life, due to Adi's unhidden beauty, Yixian often sought to provoke trouble, resulting in a rather strained relationship between Mukuai and Chun's family, as well as with Ye and Xiao, who served as Chun's sycophants. Therefore, even though Chun's behavior seemed somewhat unusual in this life, Mukuai found amusement in observing the turmoil between Chun and Meng's family. What was Chun's reaction? Mukuai picked up a piece of fried, chopped persimmon seed, crunching it with delight as she savored the treat. Rejected, of course. You all know Chun's personality well enough, someone remarked. Indeed, who could possibly replace Meng in Chun's heart, aside from the revered Qin? Hasn't she been devoted to Meng all these years? The females engaged in lively conversation until one suddenly realized Mukuai was still present, abruptly falling silent. The others, belatedly aware, instinctively shifted the topic. Mukuai felt a twinge of regret, but understood that coaxing the females to reveal the mystery surrounding her parents' deaths would be an arduous task. She had gleaned some insight into the complexities among her father, mother, Meng, and Chun. Essentially, her parents had shared a romantic bond, while Chun harbored feelings for her father and Meng for her mother, leading to a clandestine entanglement that spanned over a decade. Ultimately, the melodramatic tale culminated in Meng and Chun finding mutual affection amidst their scheming. The females soon delved into other gossip, while Mukuai nibbled on nuts, half listening. Bang had found a garlic-headed turtle at his doorstep yesterday. He claimed the creature had come to him uninvited, deeming it inauspicious, and made it into a broth to share with the neighboring families. Hua casually remarked, as Frost Bloom chimed in, "How come I never noticed Bang's culinary skills before?" "Mother, why do you think, despite being a peak third-tier beast-pattern warrior, he hasn't found a mate yet?" To this, Frost Bloom blushed and quietly mumbled, "Bang isn't bad-looking either. I've seen him in beast form, and he looks quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Hua shot her a glaring look and reached for Frost Bloom's ear, warning, "Bang is unfortunate. Anyone who gets close to him is bound to face misfortune. Do you understand? Keep your distance from him." "Oh, understood," Frost Bloom replied, cradling her ear with a dejected expression. Mukuai, however, wore an odd expression and remarked, "That garlic-headed turtle, if I'm not mistaken, should be the one that escaped from my home. I had intended to see if I could keep it, but I accidentally let it slip away. Oh, so it's from the Kuei family." Frost Bloom gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "Bang is quite the hunter. I'll get him to catch another garlic-headed turtle for you." Upon hearing her daughter offer such advice, Hua was furious and began to tug on Frost Bloom's ear again. "You little brat, if you don't understand, keep quiet. What if Bang becomes infatuated with you?" Hua admonished, pressing her ear closer to Frost Bloom's. "Never mind," Mukuai shook her head. Initially, she had been somewhat displeased that the creature had escaped, but knowing it had not only failed to evade capture, but had also ended up in a pot. Her heart was now at ease. Mukuai genuinely felt delighted. She had thought the turtle was clever, orchestrating an elaborate escape, only to find itself on the dinner table shortly after its flight. What a satisfying outcome. Ah, it's merely a turtle. Not particularly difficult to catch, but it's troublesome to ask someone to retrieve it. Those single males are quite persistent. Dealing with them can be quite a hassle. The females offered their reassurances. "We'll combine our efforts and bring you back a pair." Lon Lon even rallied a few companions with whom she had fought side by side, vowing to assist. Mukuai expressed her gratitude, stating that if they succeeded, she would gladly exchange delicious food for their efforts. That night, Aku returned home to find an audacious individual washing up in her abode, who even whistled and posed upon her arrival. she promptly kicked over the steaming bathtub, sending water and wood shavings flying in all directions. Chaos ensued. "How much longer do you plan to stay in my home?" Zhu shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Isn't it clear that there's nowhere else to go? Can you bear to see me sleeping alone in the relentless rain outside?" Aku felt a pang of regret. Recently, the temperatures had dropped and the rain outside resembled icy pellets, even though Zhu had already reached the early stages of the fourth tier as a beast pattern warrior. She could not bring herself to chase Zhu away. "Then, why did you sell the cave to Meng? Are you aware that he is using your cave to hide females from other tribes? The tribe is now buzzing with rumors that you and Meng are in cahoots, deliberately helping him cover up his actions." Aku faltered, unable to continue. After all, there was nothing substantial between her and Zhu. How could she accuse him of harboring a female from the Fox tribe, rumored to be incredibly alluring, leading everyone to suspect that Meng and Zhu were involved with her? Having run alongside Aku for so many years, Zhu could easily discern her thoughts. He quickly raised his hands in defense. "This is unjust. I merely sold the cave to Ji, who knew he would turn around and sell it to Meng. Ji is the one who deceived me. I assure you, that scoundrel is full of schemes. This time, he may well have set a trap for Meng, while simultaneously sabotaging our relationship." Aku rolled her eyes. "What relationship could we possibly have? I'll dig a cave and move out before long." Zhu fell silent, his eyes darting around, then leaned closer to Aku, whispering mysteriously, "Don't you want to know how Ji plotted against Meng and why he targeted him?" Aku raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "So why is that?" Zhu replied with enthusiasm. "Xian has recently lost interest in Zhao. She first sought out Qi, but after being doused by Zhu'er, she became Ji's shadow. Zhu'er was Qi's cub, whose mother had passed away. You know Ji. He is so conservative that even in the scorching dry season, he wears boots and refuses to bare his arms. It seems Xian got too close and wandered into Ji's forbidden territory. And then?" Aku urged. "And then," Zhu's eyes sparkled, "I heard Xian found Ji's record stone, which just happened to document Meng's purchase of the cave. Can you guess how this relates to Ji?" "I see," Aku said, realization dawning upon her. Suddenly, she noticed Zhu was almost pressing against her, and she pushed him away, exclaiming in anger, "Go put on some clothes. If you're not cold, I am." On March 9th, during the rainy season, Mukue managed to set up a study room that it was high time to begin teaching D the beast script. The traps of the beast fighting cave were still unresolved. Ideally, they would have asked Zhu for assistance. But unfortunately, his family lacked sufficient contributions to afford his help. Mukue racked his brain, recalling memories from his life on Earth. He rediscovered some simple traps and hearsay mechanisms, and in a corner of his memory, he also unearthed the processes for making wine, vinegar, and sauce. Some of the rustic recipes mentioned that sauce could be made from meat, and the process was quicker and more convenient than fermenting soybeans for a year and a half. Wine and vinegar go hand in hand, and even some processed weeds can ferment into wine, which can then evolve into vinegar through additional steps. The production of soy sauce and vinegar requires the use of wine, and brewing wine is not something that can be achieved overnight. Tree powder lacks flavor. It is neither sweet nor fragrant like rice, merely comparable in texture and properties to glutinous rice flour. Mukue was uncertain if this powder could serve as a brewing material like glutinous rice, but he decided to give it a try. He first kneaded the tree powder into a dough and left it on the counter for a while. Then, he moistened the surface of the dough with water and transferred it into a wooden jar. He sealed it up and wrapped it with layers of clothing sewn from the feathers of sharp-billed birds to maintain high temperatures inside the jar. This was the first step in creating the brewing starter. Next, he would wait for the tree powder dough to ferment and mold inside the jar. It would take several days to see results. So Mukue set it aside and turned his attention to making traps. The tide of beasts was overwhelming. In fact, many traps designed for single beasts were ineffective, and Mukue dug a massive pit at the entrance of the beast fighting cave, filling it to the brim. Then he placed wooden spikes at the bottom of the pit and constructed a precarious wooden framework on top, covering it with large leaves and scattering small stones over the leaves for concealment. The beasts in the tide lacked intelligence. They only knew to charge forward continuously, and this level of camouflage would suffice to the top of the cave. Mukue also crafted some venom launchers and trap arrows. nearly completing his preparations. The remaining time was devoted to digging numerous pits in the beast-fighting cave's floor, ample enough to bury the countless beast carcasses after their battle. With the abilities of a shaman and a beast-pattern warrior, Mukuei was not concerned about their ability to withstand this wave of beasts. Those pits were primarily for clearing the battlefield and storing spoils. Due to the influence of the blood moon, few would dare to consume the beast meat after the tide had receded. But Mukuei was different. He possessed purification abilities, allowing him to discern which parts of the meat were poisonous and which were safe. All of it was to be stored. How could it go to waste? In fact, had time permitted, Mukuei would have transformed the area beneath the beast-fighting cave into an ice cellar. 7 days. Even though the rainy season brought cooler temperatures, the humidity in the air also increased, making it unfavorable for food preservation. WY then, who knew how many of the beasts slain during the tide would spoil before it concluded? What a waste. It was truly too wasteful. Just thinking about it made Mukuei feel a pang of regret. In the afternoon, a visiting female brought unsettling news. Meng had assigned Eugene Huan to the gathering team and had also instructed Aku to send over more than 1,000 females to accompany her. Although Huan was a strong individual, the thought of her leading the gathering made me uneasy. She wasn't a winged tiger. She didn't even have wings and couldn't fly. What right did she have to lead us? What did it matter that she was a third-tier beast-pattern warrior? Compared to Aku, she didn't seem much stronger. The dangers above posed a threat she couldn't handle if it hadn't been for Aku arriving just in time to intercept that green-crowned falcon today. A female would have almost been snatched away. The females who had previously admired strength now unanimously turned against it. The exclusivity of the orc races was glaringly apparent at this moment. The warriors of the fox tribe were indeed inferior to our winged tiger tribe by more than a little, and UK understood this well. Becoming a beast-pattern warrior did not diminish the inherent gaps between races. For instance, a weak mouse beast man, even as a first-tier beast-pattern warrior, would be no match for a single winged tiger. The advantages of race were too pronounced to be compared. By the way, Kuei, one said, I went home last night and tried adding tasteless grass to the milk of the brindled dog. Not only did it eliminate the stench, but it also removed the milky fragrance. Ping looked puzzled and curiously asked, Kuei, how did you manage to get rid of just the odor yesterday? Well, Mukuei was momentarily stumped. She couldn't very well say that as a shaman. Her healing abilities allowed her to finally control the blending of medicinal liquids, treating that tub of cream as if it were a potion, after racking her brain about the properties of tasteless grass. Mukuei finally replied, tasteless grass absorbs strong odors first. If you control the amount well and practice a few times, you should be able to achieve the perfect balance to remove the stench. Oh, I see, Ping said, enlightened. I'll try it when I get back. Not long after, Mu Zhao returned, holding a timid garlic turtle. Yukui noticed that this turtle was a third larger than the one she had caught, and curiously asked, Did you specially catch such a large one? Adi. No, Mu Zhao explained. It was given by Bang that he said he accidentally ate one of our turtles the day before yesterday, and felt guilty, so he caught one to return to us. Upon hearing this, Mukuei nodded. That works. Let's keep it and see how long we can raise it. The females chuckled softly, feeling that Kuei really enjoyed raising things. Mice are easier to catch than bouncy rabbits. And you can catch a whole nest at once. You should try it someday. We'll see about that. Mukai remained unresponsive that in the realm of beasts, rodents are generally larger than those on Earth, with many species reaching the size of domestic rabbits, which indeed meets the standards for breeding. However, these creatures possess a certain unattractiveness, far inferior to the charm of rabbits. Mukai finds it somewhat difficult to reconcile with the idea of keeping rodents at home. On the 10th, there was new information from the gathering team. Ishuan withdrew from the original hunting team and joined the gathering team. The original female gathering group split into 3 teams, each led by Aku, Ishuan, and Eugene. The hunting team discovered traces of the pair-scented goose and Mu Zhao. In collaboration with others, managed to capture one, promptly plucking it bare. The materials for the digestive potion were finally complete. Over the past couple of days, Mukai arranged double portions of meals for her younger brother, aside from lunch, supplementing them with digestive potions and dried meat from Yunyang wood to accumulate energy for breaking through to mid-stage first level. Lon Lon and the others indeed brought back a pair of garlic turtles, which delighted Mukai immensely. She prepared a feast to reward these great contributors that very day. However, as the number of garlic turtles increased, the Kilauea duck began to fast again. Initially, Mukai thought little of it, assuming the duck would sneak food when no one was watching. But to her surprise, she woke in the middle of the night to the anguished cries of the Kilauea duck, only to find 3 garlic turtles tugging at its webbed feet and wings, nearly tearing apart their sole duck. Even so, when Mukai intervened to rescue the Kilauea duck from the turtle's grasp, she discovered it had lost one webbed foot, and its wings were bloodied, with bones crushed and barely holding together. It was astonishing that, despite lacking teeth, they had such strong gums. She tapped each of the 3 garlic turtles on the head. Reflecting on the fact that there was only one duck at home, now so mistreated by these turtles, Mukai felt a surge of anger. Initially, she believed the Kilauea duck was fasting in a show of wildness and longing for freedom. Little did she know, it was actually terrified of the garlic turtles. Mukai realized that these garlic turtles were likely the Kilauea duck's natural enemies. Keeping them together would surely lead to trouble. The Kilauea duck weakly croaked a couple of times, its head drooping, eyes half closed, seemingly resigned to its fate. Mu Zhao arrived upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing the Kilauea duck's miserable state, gasped and asked, "Sister, what do you plan to do with this Kilauea duck? I see it still has some meat. Why not just slaughter it to spare it further suffering and make soup for tomorrow morning?" Hearing this, Mukai glanced at the unresponsive Kilauea duck, contemplated for a moment, and shook her head. "Forget it. I noticed it was quite spirited before. Let us see if we can keep it alive." Mu Zhao felt puzzled. Its wings are ruined, and it's lost a foot. Even if you want to keep it, it may not wish to live. Mukai chuckled. "Brother, do you underestimate your sister's abilities?" As she spoke, her right palm emitted a shimmering green light, first illuminating the leg of the Kilauea duck where the webbed foot had been torn off and was still bleeding. The wound healed instantly, leaving only the fresh blood as it pooled. Abandoned and unsupported, Mu Zhao watched in astonishment, his mouth agape. Though Mukai had previously mentioned her healing and purifying shamanic abilities, Mu Zhao had not had the chance to witness the potency of her healing powers. As he had not sustained injuries during his recent hunts, he vividly remembered her purifying abilities, which could detoxify, allowing her to find various flavorful ingredients like ginger bark, pine tree core, and fennel mushrooms, as well as purifying the toxins from condensation, wood to create storage ritual vessels. The true marvel lay ahead. Mukai, wishing to showcase her skills before her brother, deliberately slowed her subsequent movements. The emerald light, under Mukai's control, transformed into countless threads, weaving over the Kilauea duck's wings, which had been crushed. She reconnected the tendons and bones. With the support of her formidable mental strength, even the shattered bones within the Kilauea duck's wings were meticulously repositioned. And then she utilized her healing powers to restore them. The healing abilities within shamanic powers fundamentally differ from the holy water used in rituals. The latter consumes the life potential of the beastman to heal wounds, and it cannot mend bones or reconnect tendons. In contrast, shamanic powers draw upon the shaman's own strength, allowing the recipient to retain their life potential. Moreover, as one's abilities advance, resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh and bone becomes entirely feasible. Before long, under Mu Zhao's incredulous gaze, the Kilauea duck stood on one foot, curiously flapping its now pain-free and strong wings. Ikati gratefully croaked a couple of times at Mukai and affectionately nudged her hand. Expressing its closeness, Mukai gently stroked the Kilauea duck's smooth feathers, washing away the blood with warm water. Observing the Kilauea duck, now unharmed except for the missing webbed foot, Mukai felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. That webbed foot ended up in the garlic turtle's stomach, and it's not easy to retrieve it. Otherwise, I could have reattached it. The next day, after seeing her brother off, Mukai tidied up the house and dug a small room next to the breeding chamber for the Kilauea duck to reside in. Simultaneously, she reinforced the water pool where the garlic turtles were kept. She meticulously inscribed robust ritual patterns even on the bottom of the pool. The surroundings of the pool were designed to intimidate and poison the turtles. Although the stone cage had been removed, the poison-imbued ritual patterns containing paralysis potions would incapacitate the garlic turtles the moment they crawled ashore, leaving them with no hope of escape, confined to the pool. The paralysis potion was one of Mukai's recent concoctions in the apothecary. Additionally, she had developed a corrosive potion primarily composed of tree powder and liver toxins, as well as the wine soul potion, a blend of various toxins, including the condensation wood toxin. Despite its seemingly innocuous name, the wine soul potion could indeed be lethal, capable of silencing one's breath in an instant. Amusingly, while Mukai had yet to refine her brewing starter, the potion she created already had a hint of wine flavor. However, it was unfortunate that the wine soul potion was extremely toxic. Even a second-level beast warrior could succumb to it instantly. Although Mukai had tasted the wine flavor while testing the potion, her purifying abilities were rapidly depleting, and she dared not treat this potion as if it were wine. After feeding the bouncing rabbit and the clucking chicken, Mukai pried away a clucking chicken that was stubbornly occupying the coop, and, upon glancing inside, discovered a chicken egg. Oh, it's starting to lay eggs. How wonderful! Mukai cheerfully picked up the egg, planning to make scrambled eggs for lunch. "Kawaii, are you home?" A rough voice called from outside the cave. Mukai responded and stepped out of the breeding chamber. "Yes, who is it?" The person outside replied, "It's Sanshan that I've been feeling a bit unstable lately, and would like your assistance with some sorting." Sanshan? Mukai recalled him as a male from the sharp-beaked birds who helped move things the other day. She had promised to assist those males with a free session of sorting. Since Sanshan hadn't gone to the hunting team today and had come to find her, it seemed he was genuinely in need of some emotional support. "All right, come in." Mukai placed the egg in the kitchen and proceeded towards the living cave, which had not yet been expanded, essentially the reception room for visiting orcs. Sanshan was a middle-aged man with bronze skin, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, his features well-defined yet possessing a certain navet. As he entered, his gaze fixated on Mukai, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier, and he awkwardly smiled at her while scratching the back of his head. Orcs nearing the brink of mental frenzy often exhibited such behavior. Their desires magnified, actions uncontrollable, and in severe cases, they could become violent. Fortunately, Sanshan still retained his consciousness and was able to maintain control, his symptoms relatively mild. Typically, females only accepted this level of frenzy, should the condition worsen. Females generally refrained from attending to them alone, instead allowing someone to subdue the individual first, ensuring their safety before providing treatment. Although Mukai felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, she chose to empathize with him as a patient and suppressed her discomfort. "Please take a seat." She beckoned Sanshan to sit down, placing her finger on his forehead, preparing to begin the treatment. We not need to press our foreheads together?" Sanshan inquired, puzzled. Mukai replied, "No, this is sufficient. Some females with exceptionally strong mental powers could indeed perform such an act." Upon hearing this, Sanshan's expression shifted slightly, yet his face remained contorted, so Mukai did not scrutinize it further. An orc in a frenzy exhibited aggression towards everything in their surroundings, which could be quite perplexing for the spiritually perceptive shamans and priests. After completing the treatment, Mukai still sensed hostility emanating from Sanshan, causing alarm bells to ring in her mind. Female, you are truly beautiful," Sanshan chuckled, lunging towards Mukai, attempting to overpower the seemingly dazed female who had just expended her mental energy. Mukai frowned. Who had given this fellow the audacity to act against a shaman armed with medicine? A faint, enticing scent of alcohol wafted through the air. With a swift movement, Mukai evaded him. With a thud, Sanshan's menacing expression rapidly faded as he closed his eyes and peacefully drifted into slumber. Mukai kept her distance, first gauging his condition with her mental energy. He had not succumbed completely. He still had a pulse. Feeling slightly relieved, Mukai pressed her hand against Sanshan's chest, her purifying ability surging forth to temporarily safeguard his heart. Given the urgency of the situation, she had utilized the most potent alcohol soul potion to ensure absolute safety. The reason Mukai had not taken further action, allowing Sanshan to collapse silently, was that she had used her healing ability to directly vaporize the alcohol potion he carried, allowing it to permeate his skin. The primary reason shamans can heal and save lives while possessing sacrificial abilities is due to their unique shamanic powers. These powers possess a quality akin to a universal medium, allowing for the seamless integration of medicinal liquids, enabling precise control and the creation of various shamanic medicines. The control of the alcohol soul potion's vaporization into Sanshin's skin was a result of Mukai's meticulous application of her healing abilities. Shamanic abilities typically allow for remote activation, facilitating the use of medicines for healing and combat. Rarely are there shamanic abilities that require physical contact for transmission, but when they occur, they often possess formidable characteristics. Mukai's purifying ability functioned as a universal antidote, capable of neutralizing all poisons, even eradicating harmful bacteria and viruses without exception. Killing someone in the tribe would be difficult to justify. Mukai kept Sanshan alive, ensuring he did not perish. Today's events felt suspicious. Shortly after her monthly cycle, someone had approached her under the pretense of treatment, seemingly with ulterior motives. Furrowing her brow, Mukai picked up a nut from the stone table, inscribing a divination rune on it with her mental energy before tossing it lightly. She merely wished to inquire whether there was someone orchestrating events behind the scenes, seeking a simple affirmation or denial. The nut, resembling an almond, bounced a few times on the stone table before standing upright, pointed end up. Indeed, there was something amiss. Mukai's expression darkened. She needed to dig deeper and ascertain who was truly behind these machinations. Instinctively, the image of Qingwei resurfaced in her mind. If it were indeed her, the situation would likely be far from simple. Should she employ that method? Mukai felt conflicted. Sanshan was a second-tier beast pattern warrior. His tendency towards frenzy was one matter, but his resolute will was another. Even if she woke him, Mukai was uncertain she could extract the truth through coercion. Furthermore, if someone had indeed orchestrated Sanshan's visit to her home, they would not allow him to approach unaccompanied. Several witnesses would undoubtedly be present. If it were someone as scheming as Qingwei, she would certainly exploit the situation upon returning without having seen the whole affair. Perhaps this was merely the beginning of yet another plot. Forget it. Even if I consume the sour fruit and others advance to the first tier, I will still stand out by reaching the second tier. For now, I will temporarily lower my level to the first tier and later ascend back. The loss is not significant. Having resolved her thoughts, Mukai formed a seal and invoked a forbidden technique known as tracing origins. Her mental energy was instantly drained, followed by the surge of power from a second-tier beast pattern warrior. As the forbidden technique unfolded, a mirror materialized above Sanshan's head. Initially resembling a black void, it revealed no images. However, soon figures began to emerge. These were remnants hidden deep within Sanshan's memories that Mukai had anticipated. The figure that appeared in the mirror was indeed Qingwei. Sanshan, you must be over 300 years old now. While your strength as a second-tier beast pattern warrior could allow you to live to 600. 300 is still quite an age. Have you not found a female yet? Under the rain, Qingwei casually remarked as she approached Sanshan. Alas, Sanshan halted, his face contorting in despair. I am only at the initial stage of the second tier. Other orcs my age are at least third tier. What female would ever look my way? Qingwei replied. Females over 40 are quite discerning, but those who have just reached adulthood are easier to charm. You could try your luck. Sanshan, further disheartened, lamented, It's not like I haven't tried. Those newly adult females have their mothers guiding them and won't pay me any mind. I see this. Qingwei continued walking, and as they brushed past one another, she seemingly nonchalantly whispered, Then seek out those without mothers. Moreover, it is said that females are quite prone to conception shortly after their monthly cycle, if you approach them for treatment during that time and exhaust their mental energy. It is likely they would conceive even if they did not wish to. Once conceived, the males would not allow the females to terminate the pregnancy. The last part was nearly inaudible amidst the rain. But the implication of conception was enough for Sanshan to grasp its meaning. Mukai felt a surge of anger. What vendetta did Qingwei hold against her parents that she resorted to such insidious methods? However, just as Mukai thought things would end there and prepared to weave a forbidden technique to alter Sanshan's memories, the scene shifted, revealing a new image. This time it appeared to be within Qingwei's home. The flickering campfire illuminated her silhouette as she rummaged through a stone cabinet. This is it, Mukai thought, accompanied by Qingwei's murmurs, a thin, Gossamer-like beast skin scroll was unfurled and laid upon the stone bed. Scrawled upon it were numerous minuscule characters written in beast script. Upon seeing this, Mukai's heart sank that it was a scroll documenting sacrificial inheritance, specifically the section on curses. Although she did not understand why a priest would leave such teachings on beast skin rather than through traditional rituals. Qingyue's actions undoubtedly signaled ominous tidings for Mukai. Cursed infants. As long as one makes early contact with the future father of the child and places the cursed seal, once the fetus is formed, they can cast a spell upon the mother, inflicting her with agony, rendering her life worse than death, leading her to perish silently. Subsequently, it pertains to how Qingyue, based on the contents of the scroll, inscribed the curse marks and embedded them within Sanshan's body. You wish for my demise. Mukuei's gaze was frigid, regardless of any grievances that may exist between this individual and Mukuf and Mukomo, or whether Mukuf and Mukomo were at fault for inflicting harm upon Qingyue's family, or any other reasons. They could no longer be spared. The matters of the previous generation were of no concern to Mukuei. All she knew was that Qingyue harbored intentions to kill her and had already taken action. That was sufficient. The enmity of life and death left no room for idle chatter within the tribe. Instigating trouble was indeed no simple feat, however. Qingyue, a mediocre with priestly talents, managed to covertly bring others to their demise. Mukuei, as a dignified shaman, would find it even more effortless. The sole distinction lay in her principles. She generally scorned the use of underhanded methods to harm others. In truth, Qingyue's petty tricks, which she fancied as silent and unseen, were merely her own delusions. The realm of priesthood was fraught with depth. As the sole priest of the tribe, Chun had a unique connection with the Ihu tribe. This connection conferred advantages such as accelerated cultivation speed, significantly reduced mental strain, and enhanced spellcasting power. It was enough to make any shaman or priest without tribal affiliation salivate with envy. A tribe could possess only one such connection. This priest was referred to as the chief priest, as a representative of the affiliated party. The chief priest would share in the tribe's fate. Additionally, the territory of the tribe was tantamount to the chief priest's private garden. Any minor disturbance could capture the chief priest's attention. This was also the reason Mukuei chose to bide her time and conceal Ad's appearance before she became a grand shaman, rather than immediately confront Yi Xian, especially on another's turf on their own land. Divination and inquiry were akin to an open book examination. One could easily discern whatever they wished to know. In contrast, should Qingyue succeed in casting her curse on Mukuei. Chun, as the chief priest, could even be alerted by a prophetic dream in the middle of the night, awakening her to the danger. The methods employed among priests were notoriously unscrupulous, without the comprehensive radar surveillance of a chief priest that enveloped the entire tribe. Priests from other tribes could easily cast curses upon every fertile female within Mukuei's tribe. At that point, one would either incur significant costs to break the curses, instigate tribal warfare to reclaim females from other clans, or simply await the tribe's self-destruction due to the absence of newborns in the years to come. The mirrored illusions dispersed, confirming there were indeed no further deceptions. Mukuei began to weave an intricate spell of memory alteration. This weaving, capable of altering a person's memories, demanded an immense expenditure of energy. By the time Mukuei completed her weaving, her beast pattern realm had regrettably regressed to the first tier. However, since she had previously reached the second tier, the 200 years of lifespan gained from her elevated life tier was not forfeited, and she would face no bottlenecks in reclaiming her former prowess. She merely needed to accumulate energy. In this instance, Mukuei made minimal alterations, simply erasing all the treacherous intentions Sanshan harbored against her, while additionally implanting a condition of impotence. After completing these tasks, Mukuei activated her purification ability, expelling all toxins from Sanshan's body, save for his brain and a few useless remnants. Concurrently, she utilized her healing abilities to erase the damage inflicted by the alcohol spirit potion. Perfection! Mukuei clapped her hands, thoroughly pleased with her meticulous cleanup. Her mind wandered. In the future, should she wish to deal with someone, she could certainly employ this method. A swift ambush followed by healing would render the victim incapable of substantiating any claims of injury. After assisting Sanshan back onto the stone sofa, Mukue poured him a large vial of misfortune potion, subsequently cleansing his mind of toxins to bring him back to lucidity. "Are we all set?" Sanshan still appeared somewhat dazed. "Yes." Mukue offered him no kindness, stating, "If you have nothing further, you may leave. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you." With that, she turned and headed into the kitchen without a backward glance. He's over 300 years old and has only reached the second tier as a beast pattern warrior, and he is impotent. It is only natural that the females look down upon him. With this thought, Sanshan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and without suspicion, he stood up and turned to exit. Bang! Despite being just under 2 meters tall and unable to touch the ceiling of Mukue's cave, Sanshan unexpectedly collided with it, resulting in a large, swollen bump on his head, bright red and glistening till he reached up to touch it. With a pop, the skin broke, and a mixture of pus and blood cascaded down, leaving Sanshan with an unusual visage. Mukue had not walked far. Upon hearing the sound of Sanshan hitting the wall, she turned back. Yet, she remained silent, merely observing him with a quiet gaze. That vial of misfortune potion was the finest she had concocted to date, enhanced with additional ingredients to amplify its potency. Even though Sanshan was a second-tier beast pattern warrior with a stronger resistance to toxins, he would still be affected. Moreover, when treating an adversary, how could Mukue possibly be thorough? She only ensured that he appeared superficially unharmed. For the next 7 days, until the effects of the misfortune potion wore off, Sanshan could expect no respite. And 7 days later, Mukue glanced down just in time to witness Sanshan tumble over in front of her. In another 2 days, the beast tide would arrive. With misfortune looming over him, whether he could withstand the beast tide remained uncertain. In the afternoon, Mukue continued digging pits beneath the beast fighting cave. She intended to create a series of honeycomb-like traps, then lay stone slabs over them, with a central support axis so that no matter which side was stepped on, the slabs would lose balance and plunge downward. After all, both she and AD were Ihu, capable of flight and unafraid of falling through it in due time. Once the beasts were slain, they would automatically tumble into the pits, waiting to be retrieved after the beast tide had passed. The brewing of the alcohol starter had progressed well over the past few days. That a couple of days prior, Mukue had dried a considerable amount of non-toxic plants, whether wild grasses, herbs, or tender leaves. Now, she was grinding them into powder, then mixing them with tree powder, adding water to form dough, and incorporating the starter to mold small balls the size of fingers. This was a control group, as Mukue was uncertain which plants were suitable for brewing alcohol or which would yield better flavors. Next, she would place these small balls into muslin bags filled with various dried grass seeds. After wrapping them up, she placed them in the kitchen. The remaining task was to maintain the kitchen's temperature to prevent it from dropping too low, and after a few more days, the alcohol starter would be ready. The muslin was a common vine in the beast era, its tan skin yielding a net-like fabric similar to loofah cloth. Upon discovering this trait, Mukue aptly named it muslin. Aside from being easily torn, it proved quite useful. Mukue contemplated whether it could be fashioned into clothing in the future. In the evening, Mu Zhao returned. Mukue recounted the day's events to him, advising him to be cautious of those beastmen close to Qingyue's family, lest they inadvertently fall into a trap. That Sanshan and Qingyue's family had ignited Mu Zhao's anger, reddening his neck to the roots of his ears, his eyes sparkling like clusters of pale blue flames. Flickering in and out. I'll call C and Alii to go give them a beating. Alii, a good companion who had once lived in the orphan cave with them, was 2 years older than Mu Zhao and had moved out 2 years earlier. He was now a first-tier beast pattern warrior and had joined the hunting team. AD, don't be impulsive. Mukue restrained him. You and Alii are still first tier, and C has just reached the second tier. You would likely be the ones getting beaten instead. She pointedly stated the facts. Impulsiveness was not without merit. Everyone has moments of frustration that lead to rash decisions. However, before taking action, it is imperative to assess the strength and hidden cards of both parties, and then determine whether to engage and how to proceed. Do you understand? Mu Kuei gently patted Mu Zhao's shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not worry, dear sister. I have never been a mere soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. As for the matter with the 3 mountains, I have already taken action. He will soon find himself beset by misfortunes, and whether he can withstand the beast tide remains uncertain. Regarding Qingyu, Mu Kuei continued with a hint of melancholy. I still need to prepare further, striving to take down that whole family in one fell swoop. A peer of Chun, Mu Kuei would not be as reckless as Qingyu, who thought herself hidden while actually casting spells without caution. Her methods could be far more sophisticated and discreet. MUKA was currently awaiting the arrival of the dry season's plum fruit. The plum fruit possesses dual characteristics. The hotter the weather during harvesting, the stronger the accompanying misfortune effect of the brewed potion. Conversely, the cooler the weather, the more potent the enhancement effects, presently in the rainy season. The harvested plum fruit can be used to brew both misfortune potions and digestive elixirs, yet neither effect can reach its optimal potential in the dry season, even if one uses it to concoct enhancement potions. The final product will inevitably bear some misfortune-related side effects. The same applies to the snowy season. Even if one brews according to the misfortune potions recipe, the resulting potion's efficacy in causing misfortune is uncertain. But it will undoubtedly be a powerful tonic. The misfortune potions brewed from the dry season's plum fruit are particularly formidable, enabling shamans to achieve many extraordinary feats. For instance, they can disregard strength disparities and afflict Qingyu and her family, including those 3-tiered males with potent misfortune buffs. Utilizing auxiliary secret techniques, Mu Kuei could minimize her presence as the caster, thereby evading Chun's perception in a tribe. Aside from the main shaman, there can be varying numbers of auxiliary shamans depending on the tribe size and strength, all enjoying certain benefits. However, the more auxiliary shamans there are, the weaker the benefits received by the main shaman. There are even instances where the main shaman, burdened by the need to fend off the encroaching claws of rival shamans, ends up with benefits not much better than those of the auxiliary shamans who exert little effort. The absence of shaman apprentices in the tribe for many years suggests that Chun is unwilling to share power. She desires to monopolize the tribe's benefits. Qingyu's bee skin scroll, which records numerous spells, is not meant to see the light of day. Mukue merely needs to wait for the dry season's plum fruit to ripen. Harvest it, brew it into misfortune potions, and then, using this as a catalyst, conceal her spell-casting traces and cast misfortunes upon Qingyu's family. That bee skin scroll will serve as evidence, allowing it to emerge on its own. At that time, without Mu Kuei needing to intervene further, Chun will be the first to leap forth, employing swift and decisive measures against Qingyu's family. Should any survive, Mu Kuei could discreetly deliver the final blow from behind. On March 13th during the rainy season, if Mu Kuei's red water had any lingering hue yesterday, today it has completely faded. She enjoyed a refreshing morning bath, feeling light and unburdened. The gathering team had now divided into 3 distinctly separate groups, each consisting of no fewer than 900 and as many as over 1,000 members. Upon arriving at a Ku's group, Mu Kuei overheard the females lamenting about the increasingly cold weather. Isn't it? Each day of gathering, if I don't wrap myself in my snowy season coat, I'm afraid I'll return with a chill that keeps me bedridden. Recently, fewer and fewer individuals ventured out to gather. Yesterday's head count revealed they had not even reached 3,000. Mu Kuei wholeheartedly agreed on her way. She had been frozen upon stepping into the rain curtain, only managing to venture back in after donning 2 additional layers of plumage from the sharp-beaked birds. Even Adi was called back by Mu Kuei to add another layer of clothing before allowing him to join the gathering at the sacrificial cave. The tribe's enthusiasm seemed to be quite high lately. Having improved the tents through multiple iterations, the current 4th-generation tent resembled a pumpkin adorned with a strawberry stem cap. The cabin walls were fashioned into a curved structure akin to that of a pumpkin, while the gunnels also featured an outward curving surface that seamlessly integrated with the cabin walls. When rain fell, it would first be deflected and redirected by the tent's strawberry stem-like structure, then flow along the curved cabin walls to the channel where the gunnels met the walls. However, due to the outward curving design of the gunnels, water would not accumulate significantly here and would slide away, preventing it from entering the vessel. Small windows were also crafted into the cabin walls to allow the navigator to see ahead, though the beams above the windows made it difficult for rainwater to drift into the cabin. The fourth-generation tent structure was considerably more complex than that of the initial version. The entire vessel was no longer constructed from readily available trees, but instead utilized different types of wood, employing solid wood joints for assembly. Today, these tents have become a public resource allocated to the females of the tribe, standardized to a length of 10 meters and a height of 4 meters. With an internal space roughly equivalent to a large pumpkin measuring 9.5 meters in diameter and 3.5 meters in height, a total of 4,000 tents were securely tied to the stone pillars at the foot of the mountain, creating a truly magnificent sight. For those preparing to gather that day, they could first select an unclaimed tent, mark it temporarily, and load their food containers and storage baskets onto it before assembling at the sacrificial cave. Upon learning this, Mukwe bid farewell to Aku and hurried home to transfer her storage boxes made of condensed wood onto the tent she had marked. After days of nurturing, these storage boxes had expanded their internal capacity by about 10%, allowing her to bring back 10% more supplies, which was better than nothing. After setting off, Mukwe paddled the boat closer to Aku and inquired, "Aku, where are we planning to gather today?" Noticing Mukwe's apparent enthusiasm, Aku replied, "I haven't quite decided why you have a place in mind?" With a glimmer of eagerness, Mukwe replied, "Wasn't there a mountain abundant with evergreen snakes and tree squirrels? I wonder if there are any new gathering resources that have sprouted there recently. Could you take us to that mountain on the way?" "I long for some evergreen snake." "All right," Aku readily agreed. "We will first check that mountain, and then look for a resource-rich area nearby to gather." Gratefully, Mukwe thanked her, aware that the 7 sour fruits would soon take effect. She could then effortlessly showcase her beast-pattern prowess before others. The vegetation during the rainy season was lush, growing at an astonishing rate. This mountain had only been harvested on a large scale about 10 days ago. Aku examined the area and found that the resources here were nearly sufficient for her team of over 1,000 to gather from. "Spread out to gather, but be cautious," Aku instructed. As soon as she finished speaking, Mukwe beckoned to her familiar companions, Ja and Ping, and maneuvered the boat toward the sour fruit trees. So many sour fruits. Upon seeing the expansive grove of sour fruits, the females eagerly disembarked the boat, selecting the largest ones to taste. Subsequently, Mukwe gathered a large basket of sour fruits and, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, tossed handfuls into the crowd. Among them, the 7 marked fruits were guided by Mukwe's wind abilities into the hands of their intended recipients. "Hey, Kwe, don't throw them around carelessly." One female laughed, extending her hand to catch the bunch of sour fruits Mukwe had tossed, promptly popping one into her mouth. Before long, a roar erupted. The female transformed into her beast form, her size visibly increasing until she became a 3.5-meter long winged tiger, with beast patterns faintly visible on her claws. "Ah, Huang, you've reached the first tier," one female exclaimed in astonishment. "Roar, roar." Just as the other females were processing this, a series of tiger roars echoed through the area. Muk, Ping, Yija, and the first to transform. Huang. All 5 females broke through at the same time. 3 marked sour fruits remained uneaten. The females were left in a W.I. in the tribe. Those who could become beast pattern warriors were exceedingly rare. One might not appear in 50 years. Now, what was happening? 6 had suddenly emerged at once. That we only ate the sour fruits earlier. It must be that the sour fruits contained precious fruits, which allowed us to break through all at once. Huang was the first to break through and quickly realized what had transpired. She explained to everyone, "I just consumed a sour fruit, and I felt a warm sensation enveloping my entire body, which naturally led to my breakthrough." Bao, Bao Shu, and Bao Yao are collectively referred to by the beastmen as the treasures of nature that assist them in their training. The calamities plaguing the eastern continent are indeed severe, yet they bring certain benefits. This region is abundant in natural treasures, and even some ordinary plants might unexpectedly transform into precious medicines, providing a delightful surprise for the beastmen who gather them. "I feel the same way," I chimed in. Ping, Yi, and Hua all voiced similar sentiments, with Mukwe echoing their thoughts, successfully blending in Dataku, drawn by the commotion, flew over and remarked, "This is a good thing. I'll report it to Ming, so you can also lead gathering teams in the future and earn some extra contribution points," since the gathering team had already been divided into 3 groups. Aku was not averse to forming a few more. "Let us see how it goes," Ping said. "I have more males at home. I'll head over to the hunting team as they can look after me." He added, "I want to check out the hunting team as well. He and Yining can protect me." Wai had 5 partners, the weakest of whom were 3rd-tier beast pattern warriors, while he, Yining, and a Jiao were all 4th-tier warriors, known for their strength within the tribe, and their household provisions were plentiful. Even without the sour fruit incident, Yi estimated that she would awaken as a beast pattern warrior in a few years. "All right," Aku conceded, glancing at Mu Kuei and the others, and asked, "What about you? Do you still wish to join the hunting team?" The combative nature of the Tiger clan was evident, and both Hua Ying and Hua expressed a desire to first visit the hunting team. "I might occasionally join the hunting team, but I want to abandon gathering." Mu Kuei echoed sentiments similar to the others. Aku nodded, briefly organizing the existing females into groups. Going to the hunting team would be a matter for the future. For now, since you're still in the gathering team, let's split into groups and take a few females to gather. Ensure their safety while also practicing the use of wind abilities, with the weather turning colder lately. Some animals intolerant to the chill had become more aggressive, preparing to store supplies for winter. The 5 of us agreed. After leading a team of over 200, Mu Kuei balanced her focus between hunting and gathering, while also ensuring the safety of the females. As Aku had mentioned, with the onset of colder weather, many animals, especially carnivores, had increased their hunting frequency, targeting the sudden influx of females. In just half a day, Mu Kuei had to intervene as a rescuer 5 times. Conversely, some animals became sluggish in the low temperatures. For instance, tree squirrels were plentiful, with Mu Kuei capturing over 10 nests. The tree squirrels were significantly smaller than domestic rabbits, with around 10 nests of tree squirrels. Totaling over 120, Mu Kuei's boat was filled to capacity. The situation for the other females was similar. They had gathered little resources and mostly caught tree squirrels. By midday, the boat was nearly full, and it was time to return home. "Kuei, are you planning to raise those dozen or so small tree squirrels locked in the box?" During lunch, one female, noticing Mu Kuei playing with the lively squirrels, asked curiously. "Indeed," Mu Kuei replied. "The taste of tree squirrels is quite delightful, and I intend to raise a few to slaughter when I wish to eat. Moreover, the crucial aspect is that while these squirrels have small heads, their mouths are not as long and intimidating as those of house mice. They appear somewhat adorable, making it easier for Mu Kuei to raise them without feeling repulsed. Hee, only you have the patience for this." "Kuei, if it were me, they wouldn't last 2 days before ending up in the pot," Ping said, coming over to exchange food with Mu Kuei, unable to suppress her laughter. Hua offered Mu Kuei a piece of cake. Eating as she spoke, "I must say, small tree squirrels are quite tender. If cared for well, they possess a unique flavor." Wai added, "When Yinling was still nursing, I raised some milk mice, perhaps because they were fed clean food. When that milk mouse later gave birth, I whimsically deep-fried them, and it tasted great without causing any stomach issues like other wild mice." Hua, who enjoyed trying new foods, immediately became intrigued. "Really? Many wild mice, and even young mice, can cause stomach problems. Kuei, if you take good care of them and feed them cleanly, I'll bring something to trade for your young squirrels." Mu Kuei couldn't help but smile wryly. She hadn't even started raising them yet, and already someone was eyeing her future baby squirrels. However, with her purification abilities, she could eliminate any bacteria carried by the mice, ensuring that the ones she raised wouldn't cause stomach issues or worries about diseases like the plague. "Ah, that hurts. What is this?" Just as we were chatting, a female suddenly cried out in pain. That Mu Kuei and the others mistakenly thought another beast had attacked, quickly putting down their food and soaring into the sky. "Ah, ouch!" Within a short span, countless females began to cry out in pain. More females, noticing something unusual, revealed the truth that it's needles, ice needles. "The rain has turned to ice. Everyone, run and take cover in the boat," as Mu Kuei took to the sky. She felt it too first. Only 1 or 2 ice needles mixed with the rain struck her skin, causing a slight stinging sensation. Soon, the ice needles became more frequent, and Mu Kuei's mental strength even sensed that some raindrops were directly freezing midair. transforming into ice needles as they fell. With the strength of a first-tier beast pattern warrior, and having previously reached second tier, her physical defenses were strong. The needles striking her felt akin to mere tickles. However, the ordinary females could not withstand such an assault. These ice needles, falling from a height, could easily pierce their skin, causing them to bleed. Worse still, if they landed at the right angle, they could even puncture an eye, potentially blinding someone. Summoning a gust of wind, Mukue briefly cleared the rain, preventing it from striking the females who had yet to board the boat. Hurry, get into the boat. The ice needles are increasing, and we must return to the tribes swiftly. Ping, Hua, and the others also sprang into action, but as they had just become beast pattern warriors, their control over their abilities was still unrefined. Several times, their good intentions inadvertently sent ice needles toward the females. Had Mukue not been there to watch over them and provide timely assistance, it was likely that someone would have been injured severely, leading to animosity with Ping and the others. Aku immediately went to assist the females who were in other locations. Everyone, hurry onto the boat. We're leaving. After much effort, we finally gathered everyone together at tea that moment. Both Aku and Mukue wore grim expressions. We shouldn't have been so reckless during lunch. If only I'd stayed behind. Hua, whose group suffered the most casualties, apologized to Aku, filled with guilt that we share the blame. We should not have let our guard down. Ping and Yi also expressed their remorse. With this wave of ice needles, only Mukue's group noticed early, and with Ping and Ye's assistance, they managed to avoid any casualties. Let us leave for now. Aku sighed. The tribe should have noticed the abnormal weather. Reinforcements will come along the way. The boat can withstand for a while. We just need to hold out until help arrives. Just moments ago, among the over 1,000 females gathered on this mountain, 5 had either been struck fatally by ice needles or were caught off guard by hidden beasts and lost their lives. Furthermore, one was dragged away so urgently that they couldn't even recover the body to AS for the seriously injured. There were dozens, marking a significant toll. A few individuals responded with a sense of gloom, returning to instruct the females to abandon some of the tents and transfer the deceased onto the boats, while the severely injured were crammed onto the same vessel as the healthy females, swiftly making their way towards the tribe. Aku relinquished her own tent and the gathered provisions, soaring through the rain to maintain vigilance. In the brief moment of gathering, the ice needles in the sky had grown larger, beginning to transform into ice cones. Several struck the tops of the tents, impaling themselves directly into the fabric. If this continued, the tents would inevitably succumb to the onslaught. At that point, true disaster would unfold. Mukue remained ever vigilant, watching for any trajectory of ice needles approaching the windows of the females' tents, or large ice cones threatening to descend upon them. She would use her wind abilities to disperse them. However, casting spells from a distance was immensely draining, and though Mukue could still manage, she knew that once the ice needles widely transformed into ice cones, she would have to conserve her energy for self-preservation. Along the way, they encountered Yishuan's group. How is the situation? Aku inquired across the distance. Yishuan bit her lip, her complexion pale. Over 10 have perished, and more than 100 are severely injured. It's all my fault for being too weak to protect them. She too had not boarded a tent, instead flying above to safeguard her team. Noticing her injuries and pallor, and realizing that her summoned hurricane had significantly diminished in power, Aku admonished gently, "Take care of yourself. If it becomes too much, return to the tent. I will guard you here." No need. Yishuan turned her head away stubbornly, flying further into the distance. Mukue, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotion. She understood that while Yishuan had her flaws, her commitment to the tribe was genuine. The group continued their advance. Yujinhua's team also met up with the main force. However, compared to Aku's team, which had lost 5 members, and Yishuan's, with over 10 fatalities, Yujinhua's losses were markedly more tragic. Among the more than 900 who followed Yujinhua, fewer than 500 remained unscathed or lightly injured, with over 50 dead and more than 300 severely wounded. They encountered the blood-calling cuckoo, and many mistook its call for that of a cooing chicken, leading to dire consequences. The blood-calling cuckoo, a palm-sized bird, emitted a sound identical to that of a cooing chicken, but carried a lethal curse. Hearing its call was perilous. If one was injured, It would lead to uncontrollable bleeding, and should the wound be severe or time prolonged, there would be no choice but to await death. Yujinhua possessed a delicate visage, with finely crafted features and alluring peach blossom eyes that shimmered enchantingly. Her lips, soft and inviting, stirred an impulse to kiss. Unlike the bewitching image of nine-tailed fox, she bore a natural charm. Though her white fur coat had been slightly torn, revealing bloodstains on her face and exposed skin, evoking sympathy in many. Yet in the eyes of Mukai, Aku, and Ishuan, she was merely contemptible. Did your father instruct you to lead the gathering team like this? You disregard those not of your kin, do you? Ishuan fumed, her abilities unconsciously radiating as crimson flames flickered from her eyes, with sparks dancing in her breath and hair. Ice cones descending nearby were instantly melted by the heat. Ishuan wielded both fire and wind abilities, but her wind powers were nearly depleted. Aku maintained a stern expression. You will have to explain yourself to the leader upon your return. Yes, I will. Yujinhua responded sullenly, her brows knitted with evident sorrow. Though she had not been particularly devoted to the winged tiger females, she had never anticipated encountering the blood-calling cuckoo, leading to such devastating losses. Now, convincing Ming to unite with the Fox clan would undoubtedly be even more challenging. The number of ice cones in the sky increased, as if intent on riddling the earth with wounds. The tents began to buckle under the strain. Mukuai noticed an ice cone pierce the cabin wall, revealing a sharp point exuding cold air. Despite a half-meter distance, she felt as though the protruding ice tip was pricking her nose. Aware it was merely an illusion, her heart nonetheless tightened with anxiety. Her wind abilities were dwindling, that if this persisted, the tent would be shattered, and the supplies on board would have to be abandoned, compelling them to seek shelter nearby amidst the bone-chilling ice and relentless hail. Waiting for rescue. The path they once traversed, laden with bountiful harvests, now seemed to stretch infinitely to the horizon, devoid of an end. Ding! The clear sound of ice shards colliding mingled with the howling wind. Drawing nearer to their ears, reinforcements had arrived. That Mukuai's eyes brightened. They've come for us? How wonderful! I feared we might not return. I cannot bear to leave my little ones at home. The females also realized this and erupted into joyous tears, cheering to, everything all right? What is the situation? Is my female safe? The males clamored, each inquiring about their loved ones while collaboratively unleashing their powers. The wind grew increasingly fierce, small tornadoes converging above the group, controlled by the males to sweep away the falling ice cones, clearing a path for the females. Finally, they were home. In the distance, the silhouette of the tribe appeared, and Mukuai exhaled in relief, opening the cabin door. She stepped onto the floodwaters, now coated with a thin layer of ice, and promptly withdrew her foot. The water had frozen. The flood beneath would surely be bone-chilling. Flying was the safer option, with wings unfurled. Mukuai cradled a cold wooden box containing live tree squirrels, glancing back at the distant mountains. The ones sent to receive them were disabled beastmen and elderly beastmen with powers. The hunting team had ventured further than the gathering team and had yet to return. I hope my younger brother and the others returned safely. Ice cones struck against the cliff walls and stone steps, producing a sharp sound, followed by a crack, shattering into fragments of ice. The males maintained their wind abilities, escorting the females to the sacrificial cave, for the supplies aboard the tent. They could only mark them and leave them at the mountain base, perhaps soon, without the protection of the male's wind abilities. The tent would be shattered by the ice cone impacts, and its contents would sink into the icy waters, leaving the females with their efforts in vain. Yet at that moment, no one had the heart to concern themselves with such matters. On the return journey, over 20 females perished, and more than 200 injuries escalated from light to severe, with nearly 90% from Yujinhua's team. Thanks to Mukuai secretly using healing abilities, Aku's group suffered no losses. The casualties numbered over 100 dead and nearly 700 severely injured, with countless others lightly wounded. Such losses were unprecedented for the winged tiger clan. The deceased needed to be laid to rest, and the injured required treatment. In the face of human life, material resources had long ceased to hold importance. Chun instructed the arrival of a vat of holy water, directing others to gather wooden scoops for serving. Prepare the food, After drinking the holy water, eat quickly, don't delay. The ingredients included the heart of the python vine tree, meat and humps from the antelope sheep, and dried lotus root segments. The antelope sheep, a massive creature measuring over 20 meters in length and 10 meters in height, with a hump resembling a small hill on its back, was notoriously difficult to capture point one by one. The nourishing provisions were presented, and the awakened beastmen with fire abilities utilized their powers to steam and cook. Before long, the air was filled with a mouth-watering aroma. This was the recovery meal for the females, abundant and precious. Reflecting the tribe's regard for them, a disabled beastman brought forth a small bowl of antelope sheep soup. "Kue, you exerted yourself today. Come, have some soup to ward off the chill. The lamb is snow white, and the broth is crystal clear, with visible wisps of steam rising from the soup, shrouding the air in an enticing haze." Kue expressed gratitude and lifted the bowl to take a couple of sips. The exquisite flavor lingered on her palate, warming her stomach and reviving her from the near-frozen state she had been in. She lifted her gaze towards Aku and Chun. The condition of the injured female had stabilized after consuming the holy water and supplements. And Chun approached Eugene Huan, flanked by Aku and Yi Xian. With a swift motion, Chun raised her hand and struck Eugene Huan, sending her crashing to the ground, and Kue's pupils involuntarily dilated. If she observed correctly, Eugene Huan had attempted to resist just moments ago. However, the strength of her third-tier beast pattern warrior crumbled instantaneously against Chun, creating not a single ripple. Although Chun was a high priestess, her physical prowess was merely on par with an ordinary female. How did she manage to subdue Eugene Huan with such ease? It seems the abilities of the high priestess exceed my expectations, Mu Kue thought. Feeling a weight in her heart and silently grateful she hadn't acted recklessly. Otherwise, she could very well have been the one subdued. Chun cast a cold glance at Eugene Huan and declared, "When Meng returns, I will have him personally escort you to the Atonement Cave. Regardless of your intentions for coming to the Winged Tiger tribe, it will be addressed only after your penance. The Atonement Cave is where females from other tribes and those of the same tribe who have committed offenses are imprisoned. The tribe strictly prohibits fratricide. Anyone who violates this rule, if caught or discovered, faces death for males and is sent to the Atonement Cave for females to bear offspring. The females in the Atonement Cave are confined there for years, deprived of sunlight, their sole purpose being to continuously give birth. Those from the same tribe may eventually earn their release after birthing enough offspring, while those from other tribes remain indefinitely, and their progeny, unless they are winged tigers, cannot survive. This is the unified standard for dealing with foreign beastmen on the eastern continent, ironclad and ruthless. Eugene Huan is merely an exception. Take her away." Eugene Huan, holding her face in shock for a long moment, pushed aside the person approaching to escort her, coughed up a mouthful of blood, stood up, and turned to give Chun a deep look before coldly stating, "I can walk by myself. TCH, what arrogance! It's too lenient for her to merely go to the Atonement Cave after causing so many of our females to perish," muttered a female beside her. Muka remained silent. After all, Eugene Huan was the leader of the Fox tribe, coming alone to the Winged Tiger tribe. Surely she had some hidden cards. This matter, it seems, is far from over. Outside the Atonement Cave, the ice spikes continued to fall incessantly, having grown from finger width to arm width, thudding against the stone steps. Though they shattered upon impact, they quickly reformed in the frigid air, constantly deepening the layer of ice upon the steps. Aku felt a chill run down his spine and asked uneasily, "Kue, are you really going back alone? Perhaps you should wait a bit. I can arrange for a male to escort you." That Kue hesitated, but ultimately shook her head. "And no need. My wind abilities have recovered somewhat. I can manage. I just want to check on things at home." "Very well." Aku sighed. "That I in this dreadful weather. Returning home would indeed be more reassuring." He cautioned, "Take care of yourself." Mukue replied, clutching the cold condensation wood box, steeling herself as she ventured outside. Whoosh! As she stepped out of the Atonement Cave, an arm-thick ice spike suddenly plunged into the ice surface not far ahead. Mukue gasped, channeling her wind abilities to form a small whirlwind around her, sweeping aside the descending ice spikes, and quickly took flight back home. The temperature at home had dropped significantly compared to when she had left in the morning. Upon entering, Mukue lit a fire and first tended to the small tree mice in the wooden box. Their bodies had already been frozen stiff. Had it not been for Mukue continuously using her healing abilities, they would likely have perished by now. They were only partially tanned and had yet to be sewn into clothing, covered instead in layers of bird feathers. After a considerable time, the tree mice finally began to stir, anxiously emerging from the feathers, squeaking in search of food. The bouncy rabbits and chirping chickens huddled together, only beginning to regain their energy once Mukue ignited a fire in the breeding room. She tossed them some food before checking the ice spike rain outside the cave, noticing that the spikes were no longer as dense. She finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a continuous downpour that grew in size, she wouldn't have to resist the urge to go find a D. After preparing some easily consumable rice balls and meat soup, Mukue's heart remained restless. Yu Zhao was only a first-tier beast pattern warrior, though her rank was higher than a DS. She would still exhaust her abilities by the time she returned. What about a D? Would he also run out of energy, unable to cope with the falling ice spikes? Might he have already been injured? Would he face attacks from wild beasts or carnivorous plants? She waited and waited. Mukue's eyes were fixed on the entrance, and after a long afternoon of anxious anticipation, she finally saw the rain cease. And the ice spikes stopped appearing that a D should be returning soon. Mukue stood up and began to pace at the cave entrance. Suddenly, her movements halted as Liapa's emaciated face flashed through her mind. The thought of Liapa ignited an impulsive desire to see the old woman. Mukue understood that this was her intuition as a shaman, subconsciously capturing beneficial information, leading to this sudden urge. Sighing, she decided to pay her a visit, if only for her own peace of mind. Returning to the cave, Mukue retrieved the rice ball she had purposely prepared for a D, scooped out a portion, and added some meat soup, contemplating that it would suffice for Liapa to enjoy a hearty meal before carefully packing it all into a large food box made of condensation wood. Lastly, she reflected and took out a vial of misfortune potion, combining it with incantations and hand signs to cast a spell that would diminish her presence before lifting the food box and heading towards Liapo's home. With the dry season not yet upon them, she had no time to deal with Qing Yu and didn't want her to know about her visit to Liapa, lest it stir up unnecessary trouble. On the way, Mukue cautiously avoided drawing attention to herself, thinking that the path ahead was devoid of any passing beastmen. Halfway through, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Oh no, Sanshan, what happened to you?" On the icy stone steps, Qing Yu, with a concerned expression, reached out to help the fallen Sanshan, who had unexpectedly slipped and injured himself. "Sigh, I don't know what's wrong lately. I've been rather unlucky and keep falling," Sanshan complained, taking the opportunity to wipe his hand on Qing Yu's as he grasped her hand for support to rise. Qing Yu found this strange, but eager to inquire about Sanshan's results. She didn't dwell on it. Noticing the surroundings were empty, she leaned in closer to whisper in Sanshan's ear, "Weren't you supposed to find Kue for the grooming a few days ago? How did that go?" Sanshan looked bewildered. "Grooming? Kue took care of it for me." Qing Yu gritted her teeth and shot him a sidelong glance. "You know that's not what I meant." "Then what are you referring to?" Sanshan, confused, wanted to ask further when he suddenly slipped again, sliding straight toward the edge of the stone steps. Qing Yu was pulled along, and as they felt the cold wind rush past them during their fall and glanced at the rapidly shrinking scenery below, they couldn't help but scream in fright. For a winged tiger, high-altitude falls posed no danger, yet at this moment it filled her with genuine fear. Witnessing this scene, Mukue's pace faltered for a moment. Then, without hesitation, she turned to leave. This venomous woman would be better off if she fell to her demise. Who would care for her? The moonlit night found Qingwei absent from home, leaving Mukue to seek out Granny Li, which alleviated her numerous concerns. As she approached the entrance of the elder's abode, she was met with a heart-wrenching cough that echoed through the air. Following the sound, Mukue turned right and discovered Granny Li huddled amidst a towering pile of firewood. Shivering uncontrollably from the cold, in such frigid weather, the old woman possessed nothing more than a tattered fur coat to shield her from the elements. Beneath her lay a bed of hay, long since compressed and on the verge of disintegration into the earth, providing negligible warmth as the grass and dirt melded into a thin layer. With a soft sigh, Mukue grasped Granny Lee's gnarled hand, channeling her purifying energy to eradicate the illness within the elder's frail body. She then utilized her healing abilities to mend some of the physical ailments afflicting the old woman before gently helping her to sit upright. "Granny, I have brought you some sweet dumplings and meat broth. Do enjoy them while they are warm." Once Granny Lee was comfortably seated, Mukue opened the food container, ladling a bowl of broth and cooling it with her wind abilities before offering it to the elder's lips. Granny Lee, still slightly dazed, caught a whiff of the fragrant fruit and instantly envisioned the female she had longed to see. "The girl has come to visit me," she thought, her heart swelling with joy as she beheld Mukue, who had also brought a bounty of food, as if stepping out from a dream. The elderly woman, believing this to be a beautiful dream at the twilight of her life, beamed with delight and praised Mukue, savoring the broth at a leisurely pace. After finishing a bowl, Granny Lee felt invigorated enough to take the bowl from Mukue's hands, complimenting her on her culinary skills before slowly indulging in the sweet dumplings. Mukue observed the old woman's graceful demeanor, contrasting sharply with her previous ravenous state, and felt a sense of surprise at this unusual behavior. Today, Granny Lee was decidedly different. Watching the elder finish her meal and contentedly burp, Mukue began to tidy up the food container, removing her own warm garments. She layered 2 double-layered bird feather cloaks beneath Granny Lee, covering her with another feather cloak and a fur coat. These were all the warm clothing Mukue had taken with her, leaving herself with but a single garment. "Oh, my dear girl, you need not be so kind to an old woman like me. It is too much, truly." Granny Lee chuckled, her heart brimming with joy. Yet she did not genuinely refuse the offer. Her eyes were filled with gratitude and affection, as though she were gazing at a beloved granddaughter. "Do not worry. I am in good health. You need it more," Mukue replied with a smile. Her visit was not solely motivated by a spontaneous desire to help, nor merely for the potential benefits that might come her way in the future. Perhaps it was more about seeking peace of mind. Some matters, when encountered, become difficult to disregard. The shaman and the rituals they performed were also a pursuit of tranquility. Mukue wished to follow her heart and do something for this elderly woman, and that was all. Once everything was nearly taken care of, Mukue stood and bid farewell to Granny Lee, promising to visit again. She lifted her foot, eager to return home. Mukue was uncertain whether Sanshan had joined the hunting team that day, but the mere thought that he might have just returned from hunting stirred a sense of urgency within her. She longed to see if her brother had come back, whether he bore any injuries, and how he had fared against the capricious forces of nature. However, just as she took her first step, an inexplicable sense of incompleteness gripped her, as if something remained undone, leaving her feeling unsatisfied. Turning to gaze at Granny Lee's peaceful visage, now lost in slumber, Mukue yielded to her instincts and used her healing powers to vaporize a vial of misfortune remedy. Casting a spell to diminish Granny Lee's presence, that a wave of satisfaction washed over her as she turned to leave. The moment she stepped onto the icy stone steps, the slick sensation beneath her feet and the biting wind jolted Mukue back to clarity. She instinctively furrowed her brow. This was her first impulsive act. Although she understood that shamans often reaped rich rewards by following their instincts, Mukue still found herself uneasy with letting her emotions dictate her actions. "Granny Lee is someone I intended to help from the start. This time, I shall let it be. Yet, should a similar situation arise in the future, even if it stems from an impulse, I will not allow anything to sway my resolve." Mukue silently vowed as she made her way home that, "Sister, why have you returned from outside, dressed so lightly?" As soon as Mukue appeared at the doorstep, she was met by Mu Zhao, who frowned and promptly wrapped her own clothing around her sister. "Brother, it is truly wonderful that you have returned," Mukue exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion as she embraced her brother. However, the moment they made contact, she instinctively furrowed her brow. Her purifying energy surged into Mu Zhao's body, revealing a deep wound on his lower back, tainted with poison. Other injuries adorned his body, some minor, others more severe, yet none as alarming as the one on his waist. The poison had seeped into his very being. "What happened? How did you sustain this injury?" Mukue inquired, her brow knitted in concern. The other wounds appear to be caused by sharp objects, accompanied by frostbite, with minimal bleeding, likely inflicted by ice shards, and Yu Zhao did not conceal the truth. Stating, "On my return, Yin Ke attracted a six-winged mantis, and in an instant of inattention, I was struck by its leg. Knowing you could heal me, I kept it to myself and didn't mention it to anyone." The six-winged mantis, a large, venomous creature measuring a meter in length, was entirely toxic. A beast-patterned warrior below the third tier would be condemned to a slow death if contaminated. Even a third-tier warrior, if affected, would experience a devastating drop in strength, plummeting back to the first tier. Mukue's eyes gleamed with an icy coldness as she declared, "Those wretched individuals deserve to perish." It was fortunate that the poison was slow-acting, allowing her brother to return to seek her aid. But what if it had been a rapid, lethal toxin? Would he have perished in the wild without her even getting a chance to see him? In the wilderness, where venomous creatures and predatory plants abounded, she might not even have been able to recover his body in a complete state. The mere thought sent a shiver of dread through Mukue's heart. Her brother had come perilously close to losing his life. "Do not worry, sister. I made sure they did not escape unscathed," Mu Zhao reassured her. "Yin Feng also suffered from the six-winged mantis's poison, and his condition is even worse than mine." Yin Ke's treachery was unveiled. Upon our arrival, he was apprehended, and all his contributions from the past year were confiscated. Over 5,000 worth to this revelation. Mukue's anger flared, and she delivered a swift reprimand to her brother. "You must not take such risks again. Do you understand? They are but scoundrels. I could easily have dealt with them myself. There is no need for you to involve yourself in such matters. You are still young and have yet to grow, even if you wish to support me. Wait until you are stronger." Mu Zhao let out a small yelp, his eyes shimmering with a faint blue glimmer as he pleaded. But at that moment, it truly was just a reflex. They thought themselves clever with their underhanded tactics, and I felt compelled to retaliate. Mukue opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately sighed in exasperation, her tones softening with affection. "Fine, just be more cautious in the future. Know your limits, and do not take your life lightly." "Understood, sister," Mu Zhao replied, lowering his head obediently, offering only the soft crown of his head to Mukue. Seeing this, her heart melted, and she said, "There are sweet dumplings and meat broth simmering on the stove. Go eat something. And if you desire anything else, I shall prepare it for you. I want tree powder intestines, stomach lining, and tree powder lungs." Mu Zhao listed his requests one by one. "Very well, I shall grant your wishes," Mukue responded eagerly. Transforming into his beast form, Mu Zhao wrapped his tail around his sister's leg. Refusing to leave her side, "I want you to pet my fur. You haven't done so in several days," he complained. "All right, I shall oblige," she replied, stroking his fur. "How does my beast form compare? Is it not softer than those of the little ones?" He inquired eagerly. "Indeed, dear brother, your beast form is the finest of all," she affirmed. "I want to sleep with you." "That will not do. You must sleep alone. Sister, just a few days ago, you said I was adorable. Have you ceased to love me?" Mu Zhao's face wore a pitiful expression as he gazed sorrowfully into his sister's eyes, his gaze shimmering like stars until he softened someone's heart. However, Mukue appeared conflicted. Mu Zhao pressed on. "Sister, did you not say my beast form was the most charming? Tonight, will you sleep beside me in my beast form?" "Well, all right then tonight. My dear brother is particularly clingy." Taking advantage of his injured status to act spoiled and stubbornly securing the right to sleep next to Mukue for the entire night. The next day, gazing at the fist-sized hailstones outside the cave, Mukue furrowed her brow deeply. It seemed they would not be venturing out today. Mu Zhao tested the wind abilities and winced. Today's hailstones appear only slightly smaller than yesterday's icicles. Yet their force has drastically increased. Perhaps it is because these hailstones are falling from a greater height. Mukue had experienced the entirety of yesterday's icicle rain. Her mental prowess allowed her to sense that the ice needles and icicles have been directly interfered with by an unknown cold air in midair, condensing into icy. In truth, they did not exist in their icy form from the outset. The current hailstones, however, possess a significantly greater impact compared to yesterday's icicle rain. Meng dispatched powerful beastmen to notify every household, stating that today was an exceptional circumstance. Neither the gathering nor hunting teams would be departing, urging everyone to prepare for the impending beast tide that would arrive in a day as expected. Yesterday's tent had been shattered, and the provisions within had been swept away by the flood, some lost to the waters, others irretrievable, rendering them completely wasted. The hunting team faced a similar fate in their haste to return. Many prey were abandoned, and the distributed meat was delivered by designated individuals in limited quantity. Fortunately, their household had stored a significant amount of tree flour, along with ample supplies of sharp-beaked bird legs and jerky, alleviating their fears regarding the beast tide that would persist for a full 7 days. Seizing the day's respite, they began preparing the provisions, making them ready for direct consumption when the time came. Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao commenced the creation of numerous bite-sized rice cakes and glutinous rice treats. They also produced a generous quantity of soft flatbreads using animal fat, for the beast tide would not afford the beastmen much opportunity for rest. When necessary, they might have to shift into their beast forms and hastily fill their stomachs. The meat was crafted into jerky, and the leg bones of the sharp-beaked birds were removed and marinated for easy consumption. As an assortment of perishable yet convenient foods was prepared, time swiftly passed, and the moment of the blood moon's ascent drew ever closer to Granny Lee's home. After a day and night of slumber, she finally awoke. Glancing at the layers of coverings around her, Granny Lee belatedly realized that yesterday, Kuei had indeed come to visit her. At last, a hearty meal. Granny Lee grinned broadly, and as she laughed, she suddenly rose. Donning the 4 warm garments given to her by Mu Kuei, and without a backward glance, she made her way outside. With her wish fulfilled, it was time to set forth. Though Granny Lee's figure trembled slightly, her steps were remarkably firm as she exited the cave and ventured into the relentless hail. Strangely, the hailstones seemed to show a sentience akin to Granny Lee's, actively avoiding her as she walked. Following the mountain path, she descended until she left the tribe, untouched by a single hailstone. Just as she stepped beyond the tribal boundaries, her form began to waver, her once bent body straightening, and the layer of skin wrapped around her bones grew plump and full. Wrinkles faded, age spots disappeared, her skin regained a creamy white sheen, her figure became graceful, and her white hair, kissed by the evening breeze, turned as dark as ink. Ultimately, as Granny Lee walked step by step into the sky, her form became increasingly ethereal, transforming into a youthful and enchanting maiden. How Feng, a Yao, a Hu, I've come to find you. With the utterance of her final words, Granny Lee's figure completely dissipated into the expanse. Simultaneously, Chun, who knelt before the statue of the beast god in prayer, abruptly awakened, raising his gaze toward the direction of Granny Lee's disappearance. What was that just now? Reflecting on the inexplicable thrill he had just felt, Chun soon found peace. Was a guardian spirit watching over our tribe? He wondered which elder had departed. With a long sigh, Chun closed his eyes in prayer. May you find peace beyond in the realm of the gods. In the beast world, there exist no ghosts nor spirits of the dead. Heroic spirits and guardian spirits are the only forms allowed to exist after death in this realm. Heroic spirits arise when the will of ordinary beastmen and beast-pattern warriors persists after death and, through serendipitous circumstances, coalesce into being, varying in strength. Guardian spirits, however, are formed from the residual will of certain priests and shamans who held a fervent desire to protect something, transcending into being after death through the power of their obsession. Each guardian spirit possesses immense power, but only manifests under specific circumstances. Heroic spirits, on the other hand, can be summoned at any time upon forming a pact with them. After their creation, aside from those heroic spirits that willingly enter into contracts with humans from the moment of their birth, the rest ascend to the beast god's realm, accompanying him in battles beyond and seldom linger on the beastman continent. They can only be summoned under particular conditions, such as when their tribe faces life and death. When a heroic spirit's contractor calls upon them, or when a guardian spirit's charge is confronted with a life-threatening peril, Team Mu Kuei's home. After dinner, a thunderous roar erupted, having accumulated power for so long. At the moment the beast tide approached, Mu Zhao finally broke through to smile graced Mu Kuei's lips as she said, "Brother, quickly check if you have awakened a new ability," that she recalled correctly. In his past life, Mu Zhao had awakened a metal ability after breaking through to the mid-stage of the first tier. Following her suggestion, Mu Zhao examined himself with a hint of surprise. Indeed, I have awakened a metal ability. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he asked, "Sister, how did you know I would awaken an ability after my breakthrough?" Mu Kuei replied mysteriously, "I calculated it." "Oh," Mu Zhao replied, enlightened, and refrained from asking further questions. With some time remaining before the blood moon descended, Mu Kuei tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, then went to the breeding room, providing the animals with enough food and water for 8 days. The extra day's rations were a precaution. Afterward, the siblings donned their leather armor and armed themselves with bone knives, standing at the entrance of the cave, their eyes fixed on the darkening night sky. Prepared for what lay ahead, Mu Kuei's leather armor was crafted later, made from black water snake skin, offering considerably less protection than Mu Zhao's. It was better than nothing as night fell. The hail continued to pelt down incessantly, creating numerous craters on the cliffside and stone steps. The sky darkened with clouds, obscuring the stars that twinkled above. A blood-red moon rose slowly on the eastern horizon, casting a radiant glow across the land, enveloping everything in an eye-catching crimson hue. Gurgle, gurgle, chatter, roar. How at the edge of their vision, a swarm of dark figures rushed forth, gradually revealing their forms. Birds, beasts, venomous creatures, and insects, all manner of animals capable of running, regardless of species or strength, surged toward the tribe in a dense mass. The hail continued to fall, bursting into blood blossoms among the beast horde. Yet these creatures, with their crimson eyes, felt no pain and feared not death. Crashing upon the cliffside where the winged tiger tribe resided like a roaring tide, up to the foot of the mountain was a sea of beasts. The middle and upper slopes were densely populated with birds, obscuring the heavens. "We must retreat." As the avian horde prepared to strike, Mu Kuei grabbed her brother's arm and began to run toward the beast-fighting cave. Chirp, 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 ka, chatter, chatter, as soon as they stepped inside. A sharp, cacophonous chorus of bird calls erupted from outside the cave. Almost immediately, a tumultuous flock of small, dark birds rushed in. They were the size of a clenched fist, their feathers fluffy like that of chicks, yet adorned with long, silver-white beaks. Similarly sized, another type of bird, enveloped in a thick layer of down, lacked wings, and possessed slender talons and a small, round beak, yet exhibited astonishing agility, capable of bounding with such force that it could inflict internal injuries on a Tier 1 beast pattern warrior, the notorious bouncing bird. The ominous calls of the crows, which could continuously stack misfortune buffs, echoed through the cave. Ordinary bats, unremarkable save for their blood-sucking tendencies, became a chilling presence when their numbers swelled. Calmly, Mu Kuei instructed Mu Zhao. "Little brother, activate the mechanism and spray the misfortune potion," focusing on that flock of crows. Encountering a few crows individually posed no threat. Their accumulated misfortune could be easily disregarded by the orc. However, in a scenario like this, where hundreds or even thousands cluster together, it became a matter of urgency. In group battles, prioritizing healers and support was essential. Although these birds lacked coordination, the cawing of the crows, which collectively inflicted negative buffs, necessitated their swift removal. While Mu Kuei had the ability to concoct the misfortune potion, it did not imply she possessed the antidote. Remedies for such curses could only be derived from specific herbs that thrived during the snowy season, which provided corresponding antidote materials. "Oh, understood," Mu Zhao replied. As the mechanism activated, jets of water erupted from the nozzles, thoroughly dousing the incoming avian swarm with the potion. The concoction evaporated and diffused. Mu Kuei extended her healing powers, controlling the mist of the misfortune potion to permeate through the feathers and into the bodies of the birds. Caw, caw, caw. Following the cacophony of crows, the once targeted birds were thrown into disarray. The sharp beaks of the beaked birds inadvertently pierced their allies. The bouncing birds collided with the cliff face, and the bats, in their frenzy, bit and drained the lifeblood of their own kind. The scene turned chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Kuei's eyes brightened, signaling her brother to take action. Waves of wind blades swept through the frenzied flock, causing blood to spray as the birds plummeted to the ground. With their numbers overwhelming, the floor buckled beneath the weight, swiftly transporting the fallen avian corpses to the stone chamber below. In no time, the first wave of birds was entirely cleared away. However, Mukue and her brother remained vigilant, knowing that the beast tide had merely begun. The relentless battle continued through the night and into the following noon. As the brilliant sun struggled to pierce through the oppressive clouds, momentarily counteracting the influence of the blood moon, upon witnessing the countless bodies of their kin within the beast arena, the beast tide lost its fervor. Retreating like a receding tide, and Yukue sighed in relief, glancing at the gruesome scene of severed limbs and mingled blood and entrails beneath her feet, remaining unfazed. Let us hurry back to eat. The midday sun during the rainy season often hides behind clouds, leaving us little time. Mu Zhao responded, likewise avoiding a glance at the carnage, darting towards the winding path that connected to their living quarters. They had long grown accustomed to such grim scenes from their previous encounters with the beast tide. The stench was overwhelming, a nauseating blend of sweat, blood, and bird droppings that threatened to induce vomiting. Yet, Mukue could only endure. After a quick wash with the hot water simmering on the stove, she devoured her meal ravenously. Having gone nearly half a day without food, this meal would sustain them for the next 24 hours, as there would be no time for breaks or meals from the afternoon until the next morning. Eating to fullness was imperative. Even if hunger struck early, they would have to withstand it and continue fighting until the next brief respite from the beast tide, which would not come until noon. Having barely satisfied her hunger, the familiar raucous calls of birds erupted outside once more, interspersed with the growls and hisses of beasts. "We must go," Mukue declared, setting aside her bowl without hesitation. The beast tide was targeting the orcs, as if equipped with advanced radar. Wherever the orcs were, the beasts would charge. Even employing secret techniques to lower their presence proved futile, as the beasts could still pinpoint their location. Remaining in the living quarters would only draw the beast tide towards their supply base at the rear. With wings unfurled, they rushed out without a moment to spare, hastening back to the beast arena. Fortunately, their swift actions meant the beast tide had not yet begun its assault on the living quarters. Instead, upon sensing their presence, it charged directly towards the beast arena. The creatures at the foot of the mountain, having delayed by a day, began to ascend to the summit. Among them, several stout, brown-black snakes as thick as arms infiltrated the flock of birds. Black mud snakes? Mukue's pupils contracted as she warned Mu Zhao. "Little brother, these creatures possess potent venom. Be cautious. Additionally, there may be more toxins following behind, that if you feel unwell at any point, call for me immediately. Understood?" Mu Zhao nodded earnestly. He understood that some matters could not be delegated. While he could spare his sister from fatigue and other tasks, this was not one of them, as expected. Following the initial onslaught of the beaked birds, crows, and black mud snakes, a variety of other beasts began to pour in, including the nimble, poison-laden purple-tailed ferrets, the small but numerous beast-eating ants capable of breaching the defenses of beast-pattern warriors, and various non-flying species like the black-spotted scorpion, centipede, and horned rat. The multitude of easier foes was offset by the troublesome ones, creating a delicate balance. After enduring a day and a night, their stomachs were all but empty. Thankfully, their robust Orcish constitution prevented any ailments from arising. After devouring a meal, they noted that the oppressive clouds outside had thinned, allowing the sun to grant them more time to eat. In fact, after dinner, they had time to boil large pots of water, ensuring they could return to a warm drink and clean themselves with hot water the next day. After a simple wash, Mukue felt revitalized, her fatigue dissipating as she prepared to face the beast tide once more. The new wave of beasts included pythons as thick as water buckets, sparrows with a wingspan of over a meter, and palm-sized blood-calling cuckoos, with an endless stream of rodents following. As usual, they prioritized eliminating the cuckoos that inflicted negative buffs, employing traps to ensnare a wave of larger beasts, and once again clashed with the incoming tide of creatures. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Time flowed both slowly and swiftly. By the seventh day, the siblings visibly appeared gaunt, their ribs protruding prominently, their eyes resembling those of pandas. Dark and bloodshot, utterly exhausted. The midday sun shone brightly, The influence of the blood moon finally dissipated, and the beast tide receded like a retreating wave. Mukue sighed in relief, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed. "How are you, sister?" Mu Zhao asked, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. Concern etched on his face. "I'm all right, just a bit fatigued, nothing serious." Mukue managed to smile for her brother, her wings unfurling as she staggered towards the living quarters. Mu Zhao, struggling to stand, followed closely behind. After washing their hands and faces, they finally sat down to eat. Once their hunger was sated, Mukue boiled several large pots of hot water. The siblings indulged in a comforting hot bath, washing away their fatigue and changing into clean clothes. "Come here, little brother. Let me groom you," Mukue said, noting that after 7 consecutive days and nights of battle, Mu Zhao's mental state had begun to waver. Mu Zhao obediently seated herself across from her elder sister, Mukue, pressing her forehead against Mu Zhao's. Mukue's mental energy flowed through the contact, soothing the restless and disordered expanse of Mu Zhao's mind. It was true that female mental powers were formidable. However, they were not devoid of mental strain under all circumstances. Moreover, whether male or female, the instability of one's mental state tended to escalate after becoming a beast pattern warrior. At this moment, Mukue's mental condition was not at its usual peak, necessitating this method to assist her younger brother in regaining composure. Once the mental alignment was complete, the siblings mustered their strength to return to the beast-fighting cave to clear away the corpses left in the wake of the beast tide. They began by removing the already decaying bodies, after which Mukue meticulously selected the non-toxic parts from the well-preserved carcasses. Then Yu Zhao gathered the toxic and rotten remains into one area before returning to assist his sister in the simple preparation of the edible beast meat. They skinned and cleaned it, then salted it, before transporting it back to their living quarters without further ado. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. After 7 days and nights of sleeplessness, all they yearned for was to collapse into bed and sleep soundly. Without exchanging even a word, the siblings swiftly retreated to their respective rooms, collapsing onto their beds, too weary to even pull the beast pelts over themselves, and fell into a deep slumber. When they awoke once more, it was the 24th. They had slept for an entire 2 days and nights following the cessation of the beast tide. Their stomachs were already clamoring for sustenance. Muk, clutching her growling belly, rose and made her way to the kitchen, only to discover that her younger brother had risen early and prepared a sumptuous meal, simmering on the stove for her. The warmth spread through her heart. After finishing her meal, she found Mu Zhao in the breeding chamber, feeding the garlic turtles in their pond. "How are they? I hope these little creatures haven't gone hungry," she inquired, and Mu Zhao replied, "They're all fine, except for a bouncy rabbit that escaped its cage and trampled some eggs laid by the clucking hens, resulting in a rather tragic scene. This." Mukue took a moment to check on the chicken coop and rabbit enclosure. Among the chickens, one hen lay listlessly on the ground with a broken leg. However, in comparison, the bouncy rabbits fared far worse. Their once pristine white fur was now ragged for being pecked by the hens. Patches were missing, revealing tender pink skin underneath, and many rabbits bore wounds where blood and fur were matted together, creating a distressing sight. "TSK, now that your leg is healing, you can bounce again, can't you?" Mukue admonished, as she gently picked up each rabbit by its ears, healing their external injuries with her abilities and providing them with a bit of restorative magic for their energetic legs. The rabbit's legs recovered more swiftly than Mukue had anticipated. For their once cherished fur, let it be bare. This would serve as a lesson to deter them from provoking the hens in the future. After all, those eggs were the property of their household, and Mukue considered it fortunate that she had not skinned those rabbits for meat, having mended the remaining hen's leg and treated it with her healing powers. Mu Zhao had already finished feeding in the breeding chamber. With no further tasks at hand, Mukue proceeded to the ice cellar to assess their haul from the beast tide. Prior to sleeping, they had merely skinned and salted the beast meat, not even having time to hang it up to dry. The temperature in the ice cellar was still relatively low, and with the external temperature being cooler and the salt already applied. 2 days and nights later, the meat, though not as fresh, remained edible. She began by selecting the pieces that appeared close to spoiling, carefully washing them, then slicing them into strips, salting them, and adding ginger bark powder. pine core powder, and fennel mushroom powder, ensuring an even coating that a small amount of animal fat was placed in the pot, and the meat strips were roasted to create savory jerky. This delightful snack was perfect for casual conversations or as provisions for outings. The meat appeared to be in good condition. Ginger bark was boiled with water until the liquid reached a bubbling amber hue. After washing the beast meat, it was briefly immersed in the boiling ginger water, then salted and hung to cure into preserved meat. Additionally, for low-fat meats such as snake, it was essential to thoroughly cook them in ginger water to eliminate odors and kill any parasites or microorganisms within, followed by smoking to create jerky. The morning's work extended into the afternoon. Finally, Mukwe surveyed the abundance of meat hanging in their home, estimating it would suffice for the two siblings for at least half a month. If mixed with tree powder, it would last even longer. The feeling of having provisions was truly delightful. Mukwe smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Rising, she ventured outside the cave. The bouncy rabbits had been fed only dry rations for several days. It was time to provide them with fresh grass to diversify their diet. Furthermore, she deemed it necessary to supplement the clucking hens and the kilo ducks with some vitamins. The tree squirrels were omnivorous, and mixing in some chopped grass with their feed should suffice. Currently, Mukwe had no specific methods for animal husbandry. She would experiment gradually, hoping to discover a more efficient way to care for them, facilitating the expansion of their breeding operations in the future. The temperature within the cave was not high. Since the beast tide ended, Mukwe had not ventured outside. However, she surmised that the outside world would only be colder. Perhaps even with hail still falling. As she walked along the passageway leading outside, she was met with a blinding expanse of white, dazzling under the sunlight. The hail had ceased. Was it snowing outside? Mukwe raised her hand to shield her forehead as she gazed out. Mu Zhao went outside to collect snowmelt. He explained, following his sister, it had snowed outside, but now it stopped, and the sun has come out. In a couple of days, the snow will likely melt, reverting to the usual rainy season. Snow. The weather is indeed quite unusual, Mukwe remarked casually, her eyes adjusting to the reflection of the snow as she lifted her gaze. Everything was adorned in a silver cloak, the stone steps, the cliffs, the ground below, and the distant mountains, all blanketed in snow. The world appeared a pristine white, pure and unblemished. A cold breeze swept through, rendering Mukwe momentarily dazed. As if she were recalling a familiar scene, it was reminiscent of the very first snowfall of the season. The only difference was that, at present, no snow was falling from the sky, while the snow of the season had never ceased. It was during winter that she had found in the biting cold. The heavy snow fell relentlessly, as the deceased wolf parents fiercely protected their young, holding on until she arrived and rescued one of the cubs. The thought stirred an inexplicable flutter in Mukwe's heart. There was no impulsive whim, yet she felt an overwhelming urge to visit the place where she had once found Mo. She wanted to see if, with the arrival of the snow, Mo had perhaps ventured closer to the Ihu tribe. Once the thought took root, it spread uncontrollably like wildfire. If she did not go and check, and Mo had indeed come, what if she failed to find him in time? Mukwe took a deep breath and closed her eyes once more, but the restlessness within her could not be quelled. A cub, unprotected by its parents, could not survive long in the wilderness. It might starve, freeze, fall ill, be taken by unknown beasts, or, once the snow melted and the dense forest transformed back into the rainy season, be washed away by floods and drown. Upon reopening her eyes, Mukwe realized she could no longer wait. She needed to go to that place and see if Mo had truly arrived early. Mu Zhao, I'm going outside the tribe to gather some rabbit grass. You should check the river in front of the tribe to see if you can break the ice and catch some fish. Fish are likely easier to catch in this cold weather. Before departing, Mukwe advised her brother. All right. Mu Zhao nodded in agreement. Observing that his sister returned with a few extra sharp-beaked bird feathers as she prepared to leave, seemingly in a hurry, he felt a flicker of concern and said, Sister, be careful and don't wander too far. Yes, and while you're at it, stop by the ritual cave to inquire about the upcoming plans for the gathering and hunting teams and find out if there are any significant events within the tribe. Report back to me. As the last echoes of her voice faded, Mukue had already spread her wings and soared down the mountainside. Mu Zhao, in response, felt an increasing sense of perplexity. Today, her elder sister exhibited an unusual demeanor. What was the source of this foreboding feeling? Naturally, Mukue dared not disclose to her younger brother that she was venturing out to collect little ones and that she intended to bring back 3 at once. The black snow wolf cub, Mo, had gotten into a scuffle, resulting in a fall back to the form of the young shaman, Victoria, the queen of the spirit cat kingdom. Additionally, there was a silly, clingy little lion cub that refused to let go. In her previous life, when Mukue had brought these 3 little ones home, her brother had been quite jealous for a considerable time. He often contemplated secretly discarding the cubs behind their sister's back, but could never bring himself to do so. As for Mo and Victoria, it was a certainty that they would be taken back. The foolish little lion cub she had grown accustomed to caring for in her past life and could not bear to abandon such a weaning creature in the wilderness. It seemed inevitable that she would have to bring it back as well. Mukue felt a twinge of guilt. She did not dare to openly express her intentions to her brother, fearing that he might object to her keeping them. After nurturing those little beings for 3 years in her past life, Mukue had long considered them a part of their family, making it exceedingly difficult to simply abandon them. She crouched beneath a fallen tree, its trunk charred, dozens of meters long and several meters high, and emerged into a clearing. Before her lay a verdant expanse of shrubbery. A half-human tall, colorful chien fruit tree bore thick, spoon-shaped leaves, its tender buds layered like petals enveloping a fist-sized green fruit. Among the bifurcated branches, 10 purple fruits and 10 blue fruits, similarly shrouded in tender leaves, thrived. In front of the tree was a small, white mound, the resting place of Mo's parents, who had concealed the little black wolf beneath their bodies. Beneath the tree, a small cave housed a steaming hot spring. Beside it, a hungry little lion cub extended its tongue to lick the moss within the cave. Not far away, perched on the treetops, was a black kitten with ruby-red eyes, gazing intently in this direction, poised to drop down and seek out Mukue's shamanic powers for a swift recovery. Witnessing this familiar scene, Mukue's heart stirred. Had it truly arrived earlier than expected? A small white hillside, a few meters high and stretching several meters long, revealed itself upon closer inspection to be the form of a deceased orc. Judging by the size of the snow wolf, this individual must have possessed the strength of a warrior of at least the 5th or 6th rank in life. The silent demise of such a formidable orc underscored the perils of the wilderness in the orc continent. The cub and wolf mother remained hidden beneath the protective embrace of the wolf father. With such a large beast, even with her strength as a first-rank warrior, Mukue found it challenging to move. She could only lift a corner with great effort, urging the little wolf cub to crawl out on its own. "Little one, can you manage to come out? If you can, hurry, for my strength will not last long," Mukue called tentatively, if her memory served her correctly, when she had encountered Mo in her previous life. He had only recently been born, yet was already capable of comprehending many words. A remarkably clever little cub. Wang Wu, the small wolf cub, responded with a soft whimper, nimbly emerging from beneath the remains of its parents and standing at Mukue's feet. Gazing up at her with eyes as pure and clear as polished obsidian, Mukue, gathering her strength, gently lowered the edge she had lifted, finally free to observe Mo in this lifetime. However, upon meeting his gaze, she was taken aback. In her previous life, his eyes had been a pale blue, translucent like crystal glass, adorned with the distinctive blue film of a newborn wolf, which faded as he matured. But now, what was this? Had the acceleration of the timeline altered Mo's state, rendering him no longer a newborn wolf? Yet what accounted for his size? Mukue raised her hand, cradling the tiny black wolf. As so diminutive was he that she could easily hold him in both hands. A little creature capable of curling up in her palm and snoring softly. This size indeed indicated that he was a freshly born wolf cub. Regardless, as long as the essence of his spirit remained unchanged. Confirming that this was her Mo sufficed. With the timeline having shifted, it was only natural that some changes occurred within him. Mukue dismissed further contemplation, wrapping the little wolf cub in her feathered garment. She beamed at the little one, whose eyes resembled black jewels. "Listen, little one, from now on, you shall be a part of my family. When you grow up, will you be my male companion? Mo was a little black wolf born among the snow wolves, standing out starkly amidst his white-furred kin. Upon his arrival, the clan had suggested treating him like any other cub of a different tribe, even to the point of ending his life, but it was only thanks to the high status of his parents that he had been allowed to survive to the age of 2.5. However, this was the limit. His parents could no longer protect him and had to escape the clan, fleeing to the neighboring eastern continent to seek a sliver of hope from the pursuing snow wolves. Yet, even at the boundary between the two continents, they were ultimately caught, and his parents perished heroically while ensuring his passage through the barrier. Was now 3 years old in the snow wolf clan. Males reached maturity at 4, and in a year's time, he would have transformed into an adult wolf. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances had caused him to regress to a juvenile form. The female before him, of course. He could understand. The snow wolf clan, with its surplus of males and scarcity of females, adhered to a monogamous system, leading many rejected males to seek mates from other tribes. Individuals like Mo, who faced ostracism within their clan, lacked even the qualifications to compete for the alpha position. In fact, from the moment this female had rescued him, Mo had resolved to win her over and take her back to his den to bear cubs. Now, hearing that she was also interested in him, he thought it quite fortuitous, his wolfish gaze fixed earnestly upon her. Wang Uwu, I promise, you shall be my mate. Don't think of escaping, for I shall not allow any other male to take you away. Aside from being capable of understanding the words of their own kin, the cries of cubs from other tribes sounded to beastmen like foreign languages, completely unintelligible without prior learning. The wolf tribe primarily resided in the northern continent, and during her previous life alongside Mukwe had relied on guesswork and inference, thus remained ignorant of his utterances. However, this did not hinder Mukwe from believing that they had engaged in a friendly exchange and solidified their bond. Right? You agree, don't you? It's settled then. In a buoyant mood, Mukwe made a pact with the little one and turned her gaze once more to the lifeless forms of the wolf father and mother. The forest was never lacking in scavengers, and leaving their remains here or carelessly burying them in a pit was simply out of the question. After some contemplation, Mukwe resolved to hold a ritual, just as she had in her previous life, to allow them to become heroic spirits, so they could forever accompany Mo. The Kaishin fruit tree was a precious species. It bore fruit only after a decade of growth from seedling. In the first 10 years, it produced the most basic purple Xian fruit, with the yield increasing by 1 fruit each subsequent year. Once ripe, the fruit would automatically drop, if not collected in time. It would decompose and nourish the surrounding flora that a single purple Xian fruit could reduce the arduous cultivation period of a shaman and priest by 10 years. After 20 years, it would yield the more potent blue Xian fruit, still increasing by 1 each year until it reached 30 years, when it began to produce green Xian fruit. The pattern continued in reverse order through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, culminating in the production of a single red Xian fruit and 10 each of the other 6 colors after 80 years, at which point its growth would cease. Notably, the blue Xian fruit could decrease the shaman's and priest's arduous training by 100 years, the green by 1,000, and so forth. When a shaman or priest initiates their training, they must first condense their mental energy into star particles within their mind domain. Once a certain quantity is reached, they begin to gather their spiritual power, weaving it into a totem through a connection of star particles, thus officially becoming a shaman or priest. To progress further in the future, it is ideal to condense the maximum limit of 49 star particles at this stage. This process is the most time-consuming. Many shamans and priests spend hundreds of years on this step, not necessarily achieving the coveted 40-9. In such instances, treasures like the Kaishin fruit are indispensable aids. In her previous life, Mukwe had acquired this Kaishin fruit tree, which enabled her to establish a solid foundation and condense the strongest essence represented by the 49 star particles. However, in her rebirth, she began as a fully fledged shaman, having already traversed the most time-consuming path. Her subsequent advancements would require more time for comprehension, rendering this fruit merely a means to enhance her spiritual power, mana, limit. Currently, Mukwe's spiritual power was sufficient, so she decided to pick the fruit as an offering, planning to wait until it bore fruit again next year to further increase her limit. After weighing the pros and cons, Mukue hesitated no longer. She took out a small altar from her bosom, plucked the fruit from the Kaishian tree, placed it upon the altar, and began her prayers. Before long, the snow avatar of the beast god appeared. After clarifying Mukue's request, it transformed the two wolves, one large and one small, into a snow wolf pendant. Shaped like a wolf's head and tail, connected by two slender silver chains, which had hung around the neck of the little wolf cub, a pair of stunning figures emerged in midair, a handsome man and an exquisite woman, both adorned in white fur with long, snow-white hair. They gazed lovingly at the little wolf for a while before nodding at Mukue, transforming into two streaks of light that entered the snow wolf pendant. Mo whimpered twice before lowering his head, nudging the snow wolf pendant around his neck, as if he had acquired the entire world, and Yuku gently lifted him, patting him comfortingly. I have ensured that their remains are sealed within this snow wolf necklace by the beast god. In the future, if the opportunity arises, it is not impossible to bring them back to life. Work hard, little one. If you reach the pinnacle one day, the regrets will cease to exist, and the day of reunion will be within reach. Upon hearing this, Mo nodded seriously and barked at Mukue. Thank you, female. I will strive to grow stronger and protect you and our future offspring, just as my mother and father protected me. This secluded little realm, untouched by visitors for ages, saw the Kaishian fruit automatically drop and decompose into the soil, nurturing the growth of many valuable resources that Mukue, cradling the little wolf cub, meticulously searched the vicinity, gathering a plethora of medicinal herbs and wild fruits, and also discovered taro trees, red banana flowers, and coiled budgrass. Among these, the taro tree was a species native to the beast realm, a small tree reaching 2 meters in height, named for its palm-sized leaves resembling those of taro. Though Mukue had never seen taro in the beast realm, the fact that the beastmen recognized the leaves as similar to taro leaves suggested that taro indeed existed in this world. The edible part of the taro tree was its heart, which, when sliced open, yielded a half-meter-long core as thick as a child's arm. Its texture resembled that of peeled asparagus, albeit white, crisp, and sweet, with a flavor akin to that of water bamboo. Beastmen typically harvested the core and consumed it raw, though Mukue, having cooked with it in her past life, knew that stir-frying the taro heart could yield delightful results. The red banana flower was the beast realm's name for what was known on Earth as the banana taro, sometimes called ginger taro in certain regions. However, in the beast realm, ginger taro could grow to heights of 5 to 10 meters, with tubers much larger than those found on Earth. The tubers of ginger taro had numerous uses. They could be processed into glucose, monosodium glutamate, vermicelli, and other products were used in cooking and brewing. It was said that the sweet segments of the ginger taro stalk could also be stir-fried, of course. Mukue had never tried this. During her time on Earth, she had only prepared dishes using ginger taro tubers, while any additional information was merely fragmented memories she would have to explore later. Coiled budgrass, known as fern on Earth, typically grew over a meter tall in the beast realm, divided into 2 varieties, bitter coiled bud fern and sweet coiled bud fern. The bitter variety had a darker hue, with curled young shoots pointing downward and a distinctly bitter taste. In contrast, the sweet coiled bud had its young shoots curling upward, exuding a fragrant aroma and a pleasant texture when consumed. This plant contained toxins throughout, and initially, Mukue did not recognize it, overlooking it upon sensing its toxicity. It was only later, upon discovering the red banana flower, ginger taro, that she recalled the fern from her memories. During this outing, she had identified 3 cultivable crops, prompting her to plan the excavation of a planting chamber at home that Mukue intended to dig a dual-chamber space adjacent to the manure pit, leaving one wall against the cliff, with a window to allow natural light to permeate, providing ample illumination for the plants within. Light-loving plants would thrive in the outer chamber, while shade-preferring varieties would be housed in the inner chamber. Should the weather prove excessively harsh, the outer plants could be moved indoors, where a bonfire could serve as an alternative light source, maintaining temperature while continuing cultivation. Moreover, this arrangement would also provide fodder for the household animals. The leaves of the taro tree, The stems and leaves of the red banana flower and the ferns could all serve as feed for the bouncy rabbits and others, with cultivation and raising coexisting harmoniously. It was a perfect plan. Humming a tuneless melody, Mukue gathered some seedlings of the taro tree, red banana flower, and coil budgrass, then cut a few bundles of non-toxic wild grasses. When it was time to return, she cradled the little wolf cub and leisurely approached the small cave beneath the kai-shien fruit tree, peering inside. Within the cave, the little lion cub, who had waited so long that the flowers had wilted, perked up, rolling over on its back, exposing its fuzzy little belly, and grinning with its toothless mouth in a display of endearment. How utterly foolish, Mukue thought with a hint of disdain. Her preferred fur color for beasts was entirely black. In her previous life, her beloved cubs, Mo and Victoria, were her favorites, while the golden little lion cub that clung to her was comparatively less cherished. This little lion had even dyed its fur black in an attempt to masquerade as a black lion dog, hoping to usurp Mo and Victoria's positions as the most favored offspring. Recalling those memories brought a smile to Mukue's face, though she feigned a look of disdain as she pulled the little lion cub from the cave. Mo, sensing the unusual occurrence, peeked out from the feathered cloak, and upon seeing the female who had recently mentioned taking him as a companion, scolded her for picking up another cub. "Woof woof! Female, you promised to be my mate. You cannot go back on your word. In our snow wolf clan, one has only one mate for life. You made a promise, and you cannot be fickle. You must be responsible to me." Mukui, as usual, could not comprehend his words and gently patted Mo's little head to soothe him. "Be good. No matter how many cubs come home in the future, you will always be my favorite. This little lion is merely a playmate, as I found him adorably foolish. Not be upset. Do not be upset." Upon hearing these words, the wolf's face, concealed beneath a cloak of black fur, flushed crimson. The female declares that her everlasting love is for me. Is this a manifestation of her affections and a pledge of commitment? Very well. I forgive you. The wolf, named Mo, barked twice, indicating his magnanimous acceptance of the female's decision to adopt the lion cub. Yet he firmly asserted that she must not develop feelings for the lion nor abandon him in favor of the new companion. When the lion matured, it was imperative that it be sent away to lead an independent life. Despite the language barrier, the wolf cub and the human interacted harmoniously. Meanwhile, the small lion, ensconced in a feathered garb made of avian plumage, seethed with indignation. Damn it! Wasn't I merely involved in an accident? Why must the heavens whisk me away to this desolate animal realm? It would have sufficed to send me back as a human. To top it all off, I'm now an orphan, unable to fend for myself, and reduced to charming others for sustenance. What is the meaning of this? Good heavens! Am I truly to compete for affection with this obviously unweaned pup? Surely, I stand no chance. This cannot be happening. I refuse to accept such misfortune. He whimsically crafted an oversized wicker basket, filling it with grass, taro seedlings, red banana flowers, fern shoots, and himself, Mukue gently patted the lion cub, reassuring it. Stay put and do not move. If you fall out, I shall not be held responsible. The small lion, known as Shurji, the spoiled second-generation offspring, immediately mimicked the behavior of the little black dog, barking cheerfully at Mukue to signify his good behavior. His parents on Earth had entered into a marriage of convenience devoid of affection, and after their business collaboration, they swiftly divorced, remarrying and having new children. Shurji, as a product of this union, received neither love from his father nor mother, and was raised by a nanny, and O1 was more adept than he at navigating a life of leisure. So what if he had become a lion? Would he be relegated to a mere animal for all eternity? As long as someone cared for him and provided him with food that was not raw flesh, he could accept this new existence. Growl. The small lion lay triumphantly in the grass-filled basket. Just wait. This unintelligent little dog is no match for my cunning. I shall surely triumph and win the affection of the one who tends to our needs. In contemporary times, many cats and dogs have become beloved companions. My aspirations are modest. I merely wish to be the esteemed lion among them, enjoying food and drink, with a caretaker to attend to my needs. Let us depart. We are heading home. Yukue lifted the wicker basket, subtly glancing in the direction of the small black cat, Victoria, before adopting a demeanor that suggested she was ready to return. Smack! As anticipated, just a few steps later, a tiny black kitten tumbled into her path. Meow. The kitten's paws curled up, seemingly unable to extend, displaying a look of distress. Mukue stifled a laugh, choosing not to expose her plight, and approached with a fa of concern. What troubles you, little kitten? Have you sustained an injury? As she leaned in to blow gently on the kitten, intending to offer comfort, Mo unexpectedly emerged from the feather garment, glaring fiercely at the small kitten. Woof, woof, woof. Why must you be everywhere? Leave my female alone, or I shall not hesitate to show my displeasure. Victoria, however, was no mere cub. As a high priestess, she was well-versed in the ways of the world and proficient in the language of the wolf clan. With a dismissive meow, she retorted, "Foolish wolf, who invited you to collide with the remnants of my forbidden magic? It is forbidden, do you understand? The power of such magic is beyond my control. You stumbled upon it yourself. And now you suffer the consequences of your own folly. If anything, I should be blaming you for your misfortune." Mukue pondered. How curious, in my previous life, these two frequently conspired together against my younger brother. Yet now they seem at odds. She did not dwell on this thought for long. After rewrapping Mo, she extended a healing touch to Victoria, subsequently wrapping her in a feathered garment as well, placing her in the basket alongside the small lion. Behind her, the fluffy lion cub and the tiny black kitten were snugly bundled in the feathered attire, with only their heads peeking out, gazing at one another in a silent standoff. Roar! Another one. How many pets must my caretaker gather? Shurji felt a significant threat to his status as the favored lion. Meow. Victoria licked her paw, casting a disdainful glance at the foolish lion. She feared neither the nearly adult wolf nor this unweaned cub. They posed no real threat, with 3 younglings from another clan now in her care. There was no doubt she would be questioned by the patrolling beastmen upon returning to the tribe. Oh, not worry. I shall not burden the tribe, Mukue assured them. The patrolling beastmen remained unconvinced, advising her, "You must inform the chief upon your return. Only with his approval can you keep them." Indeed, Mukue nodded, waving farewell to the patrollers as she uneasily made her way home. "Sister," before she could reach home, Mu Zhao intercepted her on the path. Upon hearing his voice, Mukue stiffened, forcing a strained greeting. "Hello. What are you doing here, little brother?" Mu Zhao wore a sorrowful expression as he glanced at the bundle in Mukue's arms and the 2 in the basket behind her. Lamenting, "Sister, did you not claim that you love me most? Why then do you secretly bring other youngsters home? Am I not adorable enough? Have you ceased to love me and turned your affections towards others?" Mukue felt a surge of panic. She had anticipated this reaction the moment her brother discovered her secret. "No, little brother, please, let me explain. I had no choice but to bring them home. Rest assured, you will always be my beloved brother. No one can replace you. My love for you is not diminished in the slightest." Upon hearing this, the wolf in her arms momentarily paused, peering earnestly at the female. "Woof, woof, my dearest female. Am I not the one you cherish above all? He is merely your brother. I am your true companion. We are destined to share our lives together. You must understand. Awaken to the reality that your brother is now of age. He will inevitably find his own mate and part ways with you. I alone shall remain by your side, forever." With a haughty demeanor, the small wolf cub awaited the female's acknowledgement of this truth. Mukue, indeed, patted the cub's head and turned to Mu Zhao, saying, "See, he quite likes you and is greeting you. What do you think? Is this little wolf cub not adorable?" The little black wolf froze. Who? Who greeted him? A rival for my female's affection. I shall not acknowledge him." Mu Zhao continued to sulk, his lips pursed in discontent as he accused, "Sister, you no longer love me. You have grown fond of another." Meow. Victoria, hidden in the basket, licked her paw, her feline countenance replete with scorn. The familial bonds of ordinary beastmen were indeed tedious and juvenile. Unlike them, she had never bothered to engage with such clingy beings as her foolish brother and dim-witted sister. Conversely, upon realizing that Mu Zhao was the brother of the caretaker, Shurji's interest was piqued. For one intent on becoming the favored lion, having a caretaker was merely insufficient. He desired as many as possible. Peering out from the feathered garment, Ji regarded the awkward and proud youth with satisfaction. Future caretaker, I have high hopes for you. Now, let us continue. Roar. Ji-chong leaped down from the vine basket with a couple of playful roars. Convinced he was diving, when in reality he was merely in free fall towards Mu Zhao. Just a moment prior, Mu Zhao had been sulking with her elder sister, but upon noticing a small cub tumble out, she instinctively reached out to catch it. The atmosphere around them instantly thickened with tension. Holding the little lion cub, Mu Zhao stood frozen, uncertain of how to persuade her sister to reconsider and abandon the notion of raising these little ones. With an expression of disdain, Mu Zhao lifted the small cub, observing its toothless mouth grinning at her in a foolishly innocent manner, causing her heart to waver. Once her sister had made a decision, it was difficult to alter it. Perhaps, she pondered, it would be best to take the cubs home. When food was plentiful, they could offer a meal, and when provisions were scarce, they could simply ensure the cubs were not left to starve until they reached adulthood, at which point they could be driven away. It seemed a manageable endeavor. Seeing the expression on her younger brother's face, Mu Kuei realized he was succumbing to his softer side. Both siblings had once been part of the orphan cub den. With her brother having grown up there since birth, faced with abandoned cubs, particularly those left to their fate, neither could bear to disregard their plight. Previously, the tribe had a den for orphan cubs that took in their own, so this dilemma had not been so pronounced. However, now with these 3 cubs from a different tribe, it was clear that the orphan cub den would not take them in for nurturing. If they did not care for them, these 3 helpless cubs would be doomed. The winged tiger tribe placed great importance on their divine bloodlines. Even the offspring of other tribes born in the atonement den would not be allowed to live. To prevent any dilution of the winged tiger lineage, these 3 cubs, lacking any trace of the winged tiger bloodline, would certainly find no compassion from other tribe members if the siblings chose not to care for them. Thus, they would be left to wander the wilderness, where 3 tender, delectable beastman cubs would soon fall prey to wild beasts, their survival for even a day in question. Gently stroking the small lion cub, Mu Zhao pondered for a moment before gravely inquiring, "Sister, where did you find these 3 cubs? Are you certain they're orphans? Also, is it possible they were secretly discarded from the atonement den?" Such acts of stealthily removing newborn cubs from the tribe rather than immediately putting them to death had occurred more than once. After all, human emotions are inherently compassionate. How could a father truly bear to witness his own offspring perish? Even if they were cast out of the tribe, every second of life counts, providing a flicker of solace. Thus, every year, newly initiated male winged tigers would quietly smuggle orphan cubs from other tribes outside the tribe to avoid their execution, seeking a semblance of peace. Generally, the tribe would turn a blind eye to such matters. It was said that the leader would later have someone monitor the discarded cubs to confirm their demise, ensuring no winged tiger bloodlines were lost before secretly burying them without the knowledge of their fathers. This was an unspoken rule within the tribe. If her sister had secretly retrieved those abandoned cubs, it might breach the tribe's taboos. These 3 cubs had little chance of survival. No. Mu Kuei shook her head, her tone resolute. None of these 3 are the winged tiger lineage. They can be raised. Then, so be it. Mu Zhao acquiesced reluctantly. There was still some rabbit milk at home, though insufficient to nourish them, and the bouncing rabbit had also produced less milk lately, likely nearing the end of its lactation period. I will venture outside the tribe to catch some milk mice later. Sister, after you finish feeding them the rabbit milk, it would be wise to take them to Chun for a bloodline test. And only after obtaining the consent of the shaman and the leader should we proceed with their care. Understood? I shall go shortly. Mu Kuei nodded, inquiring about the situation within the tribe. The carcasses from the beast fight den were cleared away while we slept and have now been gathered for cremation. Chun conducted a ritual and divination, stating that there will be no plague in the near future. Such post-disaster tasks were typically handled by disabled beastmen and young males who had not yet joined the hunting team. And upon completion, the tribe would reward them with contribution points. The beastmen who perished during the beast tide, along with the females who succumbed to the hailstorm days prior, have also been cremated. Their ashes placed in the ritual coffin. This afternoon, Meng will gather everyone at the ritual den for a farewell ceremony. The ritual coffin, elaborately engraved with intricate sacrificial patterns, measures 50-25 centimeters, serving as a ceremonial vessel akin to an urn for the beast world that in well-endowed tribes. The selection of materials for ritual coffins is typically not taken lightly. There exists a saying in the beast world that if one is not interred in a coffin made from a sacred tree, they shall not find peace in the afterlife. The deceased hold great significance, representing the living beastman's respect for them, while also reflecting their sincere wishes for the deceased to enjoy eternal tranquility. Mu Zhao paused for a moment, her face contorted with indignation. Upon learning of her actions, Meng initially intended to send her to the atonement den. However, she possesses a formidable spirit, which he could not contend with. She claimed to be able to bring over 5,000 fertile female foxes, but only if those foxes were granted freedom and no harm came to the offspring born of their union with the winged tiger tribe. Consequently, Meng let her go, and even Chun did not oppose her. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei immediately understood. There was no other choice. Her offer was simply too enticing. The current number of winged tiger females is only a bit over 4,000. And of those, only about 2,000 are fertile. 5,000 fertile females is an irresistible temptation. Even the most affected party, the shaman Chun, could hardly refuse from the tribe's perspective, thus having to reluctantly accept Yu Jinhui as an interloper. This is an overt scheme. Mu Kuei recalled that in her past life, even when Yu Jinhui successfully united the two tribes and brought along the male foxes, the final population count barely exceeded the number of females she promised this time. It appears the previous unification had been rather inflated for the fox tribe's population and their insistence on merging with the winged tiger tribe. Mu Kuei had never truly understood. She only knew that the ancestors of the fox tribe included a time traveler who had left behind a so-called sacred text that recorded Tang poetry and song lyrics. Perhaps Yu Jinhui's persistent desire to unite with the winged tiger tribe was connected to that sacred text. Time travelers have never been rare on the Beastman continent. Mu Kuei herself had traversed to Earth in her final moments. The influx of time travelers from Earth was countless. Yet, it was peculiar that so few of them seemed to make waves in this beast world. Otherwise, with so many Beastman tribes, they would not have failed to develop an agricultural civilization. To Mu Kuei's knowledge, only two had left significant marks. One was the ancestor of the fox tribe, who bequeathed the fox tribe's sacred text, and the other was the founding queen of the spirit cat nation, who enabled the spirit cat tribe to dominate half of the ritual domain. Based on scant evidence, it was likely that the former hailed from ancient Egypt, rather than being a modern individual. Moreover, the influence of the fox tribe's ancestor was limited solely to the fox tribe. Beyond that, no one knew who he was. All right, I understand, Mu Kuei nodded. Let us maintain our distance from Yu Jinhui moving forward. Should the tribes truly unite in the future, brother, do not engage too closely with those fox females. The underlying motives of this unification were likely more complex than they appeared. Mu Kuei contemplated for a moment, ultimately concluding that allowing a multitude of fox females to join, especially with their numbers exceeding that of the winged tiger females, would likely lead to significant trouble. Unlike her brother was not a reincarnate. Whether he could withstand the consequences remained uncertain. After all, the fox tribe was renowned for their beauty, and with over 5,000 arriving at once, it was not far-fetched to expect a myriad of complications to arise. Shuiji, oh Shuiji, you must hurry. If you do not come soon, I cannot guarantee my brother's stability. In the depths of her heart, Mu Kuei could only fervently pray for the timely arrival of her brother's destined partner. Among the fox clan, preferably a female, it was said that over 5,000 alluring vixens have been swept into the fray. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down her spine. Who could say how many households were torn apart after the fox clan merged with the winged tiger tribe in her past life? Even Yinling was not spared. Since the arrival of Yu Jinhui's younger brother, Yunyan, Yinling had been utterly captivated, revolving around him and completely forgetting about her own brother. This was precisely why Mu Kuei, upon her rebirth, severed the connection between her brother and Yinling without hesitation. Overthinking was futile, so Mu Kuei resolved to take things one step at a time, that in the future, if an opportunity arose to prevent the merging of tribes. That would be ideal, that if not, she would strive to minimize her family's losses, ensuring they remained untouched by the impending turmoil. Kuei, you've returned with the rabbit grass. Indeed, the bouncy bunnies at home haven't had fresh grass for quite some time. Oh, why did you bring back a cub from another tribe? That didn't come from the redemption cave, did it? No, I picked it up casually to raise for fun. Then you ought to inform a chief. However, I still advise against raising a cub from another tribe. They're difficult to tame. If you truly adore cubs, you should go to the solitary cub cave and claim a few. Raising them could provide future companions. On the journey home, numerous acquaintances greeted her, and nearly none supported Mu Kuei's decision to raise a cub from another tribe. After an arduous return, not only did Mu Kuei and her brother breathe a sigh of relief, but even the three little ones temporarily set aside their worries. Goodness, does raising a pet in a primitive society truly require such obstacles? Shiji, nestled in Mu Zhao's arms, expressed her concerns. It seemed that the path to becoming a lion's master was fraught with challenges. Rumor had it that primitive people consumed raw flesh and drank blood. Yet judging by the attire of the caretakers and the primitive individuals they encountered, it shouldn't be so barbaric. Nonetheless, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of someone with a craving for lion meat targeting her master. Shiji startled herself with her sudden thoughts, her little paw clutching Mu Zhao's collar tightly, refusing to let go. Meow. Victoria, having groomed her ears, cast a disdainful glance at the foolish lion and gracefully leapt down from the vine basket. Liberating herself from the constraints of the sharp-beaked bird's feather attire, Mo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the female tribe would not accept the cub from another tribe, clinging to Mu Kuei and unwilling to part from her, even for a moment. Mu Kuei went to the breeding room to extract rabbit milk, dividing it into 3 portions. After warming it, 2 portions were placed before Victoria and Shiji, allowing them to feed themselves. The remaining portion was delivered to Mo through a soft tube fashioned from a tender plant stem, while she gently stroked his soft fur to reassure him. Rest assured, Meng will agree to let us raise you, she stated with unwavering conviction. The nourishment of the cubs was indeed of paramount importance. Mu Zhao had already ventured out in search of milk mice. After Mu Kuei finished feeding the 3 little ones with rabbit milk, she wrapped them in the sharp-beaked bird's feather attire once more and set off to find Meng. You wish to raise them? The tribe has many solitary cubs available for you to nurture. Why must you choose to raise cubs from another tribe? Upon seeing Mu Kuei, Meng appeared somewhat dazed, as if gazing through her to someone else, his tone gentle and lacking any aggression. Perhaps it's fate. Upon encountering them, I couldn't bear to see them abandoned, so I brought them back to raise, Mu Kuei replied, cradling the 3 little ones in her arms, her tone light yet resolute. Chun entered with a ceremonial vessel for bloodline testing, her expression indifferent, as long as they are not of the winged tiger lineage. What does it matter if you raise them? However, these cubs are still quite young. In a year or 2, will you still be able to care for them once they grow? Chun's eyes were laced with mockery as she glanced at Mu Kuei's increasingly familiar face resembling Mu Qin and Yun, reflecting the same benevolent nature that often went unappreciated. Oh right, Qin is fond of her kind. He looks down upon his own cunning-natured. As she pondered, Chun's expression darkened, but upon recognizing Mu Kuei's resemblance to Mu Qin, she abruptly halted. She is indeed Qin's child, the one most like him. Chun's countenance shifted, settling into an impassive mask. Bring them up one by one, she instructed coldly, pointing to a small circular platform in the center of the room. Mu Kuei nodded and first placed Mo upon it. A wolf-shaped ethereal figure materialized above the platform. Indeed, they were not of the winged tiger tribe. Meng and Chun nodded in agreement, signaling Mu Kuei to place the next one. Next was Victoria, with a cat hovering above her head, signifying her sole connection to the feline lineage. Shiji bore a lion above him, equally distant from the winged tiger tribe. Are you truly certain you wish to raise them? The tribe will not provide any support. 3 cubs can only stay in your home for a year at most, and you and Zhao will not be able to sustain them. Meng scrutinized Mu Kuei for a long while before finally breaking the silence, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Mu Kuei nodded, her expression nonchalant. Certainly, let us raise them for now, and if we can't manage, we'll figure out then. Humph. Let her raise them. Whether she can afford it or not is her concern. So why should you fret? Chun huffed, decisively settling the matter. Observing Meng's search for traces of Yun and Mu Kuei, she found it exceedingly irksome. Even though the bond between her and Meng had waned considerably. Especially with Eugene Hui's interference, it remained bothersome nonetheless. Fine, if you no longer wish to raise them, simply abandon them. Do not be stubborn. Meng, weary of arguing with Chun, sensed that Mu Kuei seemed to be acting on a whim. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. After departing from Meng and Chun's dwelling, Mu Kuei cast a complex glance over her shoulder. Ultimately, she had relied on her parents' influence, but as long as her objective was achieved, that sufficed. Lowering her gaze, she observed the three little ones peering out curiously, in high spirits. Mu Kuei affectionately patted each of them. Let us go. With our identities established, it's time to return home. Madame Yu Zhao had caught several litters of milk mice. Over 20 of them, roughly the size of domestic rabbits, with about 10 still in their nursing phase. Additionally, he brought back over 30 underdeveloped milk mice, fearing that without the young mice, the milk mice might cease to produce. Mu Kuei had no objections, as it was an opportune moment to expand their breeding efforts. Today, Mu Zhao had also caught a half-meter-long crucian carp and 2 white eels over a meter long, which he placed in the water tank. As Victoria approached the kitchen, she caught the scent of fish. The little milk cat, no larger than a palm, had somehow climbed to the edge of the water tank and was meowing at the 2 fish inside. Meow, what enormous fish! They must taste exquisite. Victoria's little paws clung tightly to the edge of the tank, her ruby-colored eyes fixated on the 3 fish swimming within. Oh, tempting. She wanted to pounce. The white eel, a type of eel known for its ferocity and sharp teeth, viewed the tiny cat as no different from the small fish in the river, merely a delightful morsel to be devoured. When a white eel suddenly leapt from the water, mouth agape, lunging towards Victoria, the overwhelming odor of fish assailed her senses. Before she could relish the moment, a gaping maw larger than her head was hurtling towards her. Meow! The little cub was ravenous. Just as Mu Kuei had finished extracting milk from the milk mice and was preparing to warm in the kitchen for the 3 little ones, she was startled by a piercing yowl emanating from within. Upon rushing in, she found herself faced with a dire situation. The esteemed high priestess had nearly met her end at the jaws of a fish. With swift movements, she dispatched the fish, extracting the cat from its belly. Gazing at the small, palm-sized black cat, its fur matted with slime and blood, Mu Kuei's eyes twitched, while she tenderly ran warm water to bathe Victoria. She chided, "You know, I understand your love for fish, but one might mistake you for someone who enjoys being devoured by them." Purring softly, Victoria buried her head, offering no retort, only emitting a few soft purrs. Her eyes half closed as she feigned death. This isn't merely a momentary lapse. It seems she has forgotten her esteemed identity as the high priestess and has regressed to a cub's form. Had it been in the past, she would have swiftly dispatched those fish and turned them into a delightful roasted dish. Victoria regretted her decisions deeply, lamenting the destruction of her once illustrious reputation. Alas, alas! Shurji raised his fuzzy paws to cover his mouth, emitting a sound akin to a pig's squeal and laughter. It was utterly amusing to witness such a foolish cat. How dull! There was not the slightest hint of threat. The master of this household was undoubtedly me. M.O.'s wolfish visage was etched with disdain as he circled the wooden basin, occasionally barking mockingly at Victoria. Foolish cat, weren't you quite capable? How did you end up in the fish's maw? Meow. Foolish wolf, dare to call out again, and I shall scratch that wolfish face of yours. M.O. replied defiantly, "Come on. In a fight, I have never feared anyone." Mew woof. Observing the little black cat emerge from the water basin to tussle with M.O., Mu Kuei sighed, helplessly separating the two. To how strange it was that these two, once allies in mischief, had transformed into such fierce adversaries. Bickering like sworn enemies, Mu Kuei pondered, wondering what had transpired between them before her arrival to instigate such animosity. Despite the presence of over a dozen milk mice, their size was hardly substantial, merely comparable to that of a domestic rabbit. While their milk production surpassed that of rabbits several times over, it still proved insufficient for the 3 ravenous beastkin offspring, particularly for Victoria and M.O. Neither of them could be considered ordinary younglings. Their appetites far exceeded those of their peers. Mu Kuei had only realized this after feeding the trio. Victoria's voraciousness was anticipated, but M.O.'s appetite genuinely astonished her. Still not satisfied, Mukue mused, gently patting the little black wolf's distended belly. Feeling a twinge of concern, the milk supply was dwindling. What to do? Mo shook his head, feeling a pang of shame. Though he had regressed to a cub state, his appetite could rival that of a 3-year-old snow wolf. The females in the household appeared to be struggling, and it was rather unbecoming for a wolf of his size to rely on them for sustenance. Mo glanced at his petite frame, contemplating offering to hunt for his own food, but quickly felt disheartened. Now a cub, his appetite remained unchanged, yet his strength and size had diminished drastically. Venturing out to hunt might lead him to meet the same fate as that foolish cat, becoming a mere snack for prey, ultimately leading to the females having to rescue him. Mo's ears drooped, flopping down against his sides, rendering the already dog-like little wolf even more so. Seeing the despondent expression on the little creature's face, Mukue felt an irresistible urge to caress him tenderly. "Fear not. I shall devise a solution. I will not let you go hungry." Instructing her younger brother to fetch more milk mice, Mukue seized the unfortunate white eel that had failed to escape her grasp. After scaling, gutting, and cleaning it, she extracted the belly meat. Using her mental prowess, she sifted through the meat to remove any remaining bones. After blanching it in boiling water, she minced it finely and simmered it in a pot with water, a pinch of salt, and ginger-infused water. Though lacking milk, her home was not devoid of suitable ingredients for supplementary food. This task posed no challenge for her. The remaining eel and carp were processed in the same manner to create a nourishing broth. She washed ginger yam tubers, boiled them until soft, peeled them, revealing the snowy white flesh within. A bite revealed a texture that was soft, glutinous, slightly sweet, and tender, making it impossible to stop eating. After enjoying a piece, Mukue glanced down at the 3 little ones eagerly awaiting their meal, feeling a sudden surge of guilt. "Don't rush. I will prepare something for you." With an awkward smile, she hurriedly retrieved the ginger yam from the pot, mashed it into a paste, added water and a pinch of salt, cooking it until it reached a suitable consistency for the cubs. "Come, it's time to eat." Mukue fetched 3 shallow wooden bowls, filling each with a mixture. Using her wind abilities, she cooled the food before placing the bowls before the eager trio. Being mere infants with no teeth, they could only consume porridge. Victoria peered into her bowl of white paste, glancing at the enticing fish broth still simmering in the pot, visibly unimpressed, pushing it towards Shurji in disdain. She desired the fish broth, refusing to eat this unfamiliar mush. "Thanks." Shurji eagerly accepted the bowl, secretly delighted. Ordinary animals lack discernment. This is a fine delicacy, rich in nutrition. Mo wasted no time in devouring his share. Anything given by the female was worthy. Even if it wasn't team meat, he was determined to grow strong and provide for his female rather than rely on her. "Woof! Huh! This tastes quite good. Delicious indeed. Ajay, look what I've caught!" Came the excited voice of Miao Zhao from outside the cave, followed by several childish bleats. "Yes, that sheep." Upon hearing this, Mukue's eyes lit up as she rushed outside. Miao Zhao stood beside a few wooden boxes containing milk mice. Along with 2 little lambs bound by their legs, I encountered a migrating herd of horned sheep. Unable to confront them, I managed to steal 2 lambs, 1 male, 1 female. "Ajay, do you think we can raise them?" Miao Zhao presented the lambs to Mukue. Though labeled as lambs, they stood nearly half a meter tall, comparable in size to adult goats on Earth. These were merely younglings that had recently been weaned. Adult horned sheep could reach a height of 4 meters and a length of 5 meters, making them notoriously difficult for first- and second-tier beast pattern warriors to hunt. Mukue nodded approvingly. "You did well, little brother. If you can't defeat them, it's best not to push. Bringing back 2 lambs will allow us to raise them into adult horned sheep. However, that would take quite some time." Miao Zhao still couldn't grasp why his sister was so adamant about raising them. But since she liked them, he resolved to bring back more small animals whenever he encountered them. Horned sheep were not so different from goats on Earth, merely larger in size. In contrast, there were also curly-haired sheep, domestic sheep, and sharp-horned sheep, antelopes, among others. Despite their similar names, sharp-horned sheep and horned sheep were 2 distinct species in the realm of beasts. The sharp-horned sheep resembled antelopes on Earth, while horned sheep bore a distinctive hump on their backs and were significantly larger. After securing the 2 sheep in the breeding room, Mukue assessed the space, estimating that an expansion was due. Particularly for tree mice and milk mice, which are prone to harboring germs, it was best to create a separate stone chamber to rear them, preventing any impact on the other animals. The single room where Loya lived could also be expanded to accommodate the Gugu chickens for companionship. The original breeding room could focus on the bouncy rabbits, garlic turtles, and horned sheep. Bouncy rabbits were carefree and not easily frightened. Although horned sheep were herbivorous, their capacity for harm was not to be underestimated, and they were not intimidated by garlic turtles. These thoughts flitted through her mind. Mukue casually instructed, "Little brother, keep an eye on the fire and the 3 young ones in the kitchen while I settle these milk mice." "All right," Miao Zhao replied, heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Mukue utilized her purification abilities to cleanse the wooden boxes containing the milk mice, ensuring sanitation. Then, one by one, she used her powers to eliminate any germs carried by the milk mice. Once completed, she proceeded to milk the mice. After finishing, she purified the milk again, heating it to prepare the final beverage for the cubs. The fish broth simmering in the pot was ready. Lifting the lid, the fish belly meat had dissolved, merging into a translucent, gelatinous broth. She ladled it out. The fishy smell was subtle, yet the aroma was tantalizing. Igniting cravings. Mew mew, Victoria clambered up Mukue's pant leg, her little head stretching forward, nearly attempting to immerse herself in the bowl of broth on the stove. "Duppy, eat careful. Don't fall into the broth again." Mukai humorously tugged at her, yet she would swiftly cling back, much like a stubborn adhesive plaster, impossible to peel away no matter how hard one tried. All right, here you go." Mukai, ensnared, had no choice but to serve her a small bowl first. Mo obediently sat before the bowl of rice, though tempted by the fragrant fish, remained silent and still, patiently awaiting her female counterpart as offering. Shurji, having indulged in ginger yam porridge to the point of satiety, appeared rather disinterested, similarly stationed in front of the bowl, merely awaiting a taste. After portioning out for the 3 little ones, Mukai cast her gaze towards the remaining fish in the kitchen. She had just taken some fish belly for herself. Yet there was still an ample amount of fish meat left. The fish head could barely be transformed into a spicy fish head dish. The crucian carp could be braised, and one white eel could be steamed while the other could be grilled. After surveying the available spices at home, Mukai made her decision. Although the crucian carp measured nearly 1/2 meter in length and appeared quite sizable, at least larger than most on Earth, Mukai's 2 large cooking pots, each with a 2-meter diameter, could easily accommodate not just a 1/2-meter crucian carp, but even an eel over 1 meter long. The only difference lay in how many cuts should be made on the fish to ensure better absorption of flavors. After thoroughly cleaning the crucian carp, Mukai calculated, slicing it every 2 fingers apart until she had cut through from head to tail, from the outside to the inside, then applying salt and minced ginger bark for marination. She heated the pan with cold oil to begin frying, retrieving the fish once it was perfectly cooked, retaining the oil, and adding ginger bark, cedar heart, and red hat mushrooms into the pan. The spicy and tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Victoria to scurry away in alarm. What on earth is she doing? It's like she's brewing witch's potions. I hope she doesn't ruin my fish, Victoria expressed her concern, even as the pungent smoke made her sneeze. Yet she didn't wish to stray too far, perching at the doorframe, peering inside incessantly. Growl. Shurji nudged the nearby little black wolf, barking at him twice. "Dog, can you smell it? Ginger, Sichuan pepper, and something uncertain that might be chili. All the essential spices are present. The food in this litter box is quite decent. Alas, I regret not having teeth. It seems I cannot partake." After this monologue, Shurji recalled their language barrier and felt a wave of disinterest. "Never mind. You're just an ordinary dog. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Observing the little lion cub who inexplicably approached and barked joyfully at him, Mo rolled his eyes in boredom and squatted down to check the fire. At a few more sticks, he muttered. Upon noticing the fire remained quite vigorous, Mukai raised her head in puzzlement to look toward the other side of the stove. "Huh. Is Adi not here?" "Woof woof." The plaintive cries of a cub resonated from that direction. Driven by curiosity, Mukai turned to discover a little black wolf sitting in front of the stove, unable to manage the fire. With a piece of firewood clutched in its mouth. "Puffed, Mukai couldn't help but chuckle. Rubbing Imo's little head, she took the firewood from his mouth and coaxed, "Go play over there. It's dangerous here for you." "Woo-woo." Imo, with his serious little wolf face, barked at Mukai twice that "I'm full. I'm here to help." Naturally, Mukai couldn't understand, so she brought him over to Shurji, advising them to play together for a while before returning to the stove to adjust the fire and continue cooking. Once the spices were sautéed, she added the crucian carp, along with water, salt, dried fennel mushrooms, hawthorn mushrooms, and wood-ear mushrooms to simmer. The white eel was blanched to eliminate its sliminess, seasoned with salt and minced ginger bark, and allowed to marinate for a time before being brushed with oil and sprinkled with cedar heart powder and fennel mushroom powder, then placed in the steamer, using red hat mushrooms in place of chili. She crafted a mildly spicy version of the chopped pepper fish head. As Mukai was nearly finished with her preparations, the grilled fish from Mu Zhao was also ready. Victoria entangled around his feet, mewed incessantly, several times attempting to pounce towards the grilled fish, only to be swiftly caught back by Mu Zhao's quick reflexes. Meow. A piercing cat's cry erupted, its sharpness reminiscent of the previous near-fatal encounter with the fish. This cat's desire for fish was unparalleled. Mukai chuckled and shook her head, calling out to Mu Zhao, "Ah Di, it's time to eat. Hurry and bring the dishes over. 3 spicy fish heads, each as large as an adult's palm, glistened in a golden sauce. Finely chopped red hat mushroom pieces and tiny green pearls adorned the dish, making it visually appetizing. Steam billowed upward, carrying with it an aroma that tantalized the taste buds, urging one to indulge. Lacking the likes of debanjiang or soy sauce for color and flavor, the braised crucian carp's broth also gleamed a golden hue, with the fish meat cooked to tenderness without disintegration. Particularly at the cut areas where the mushroom fragments and dried wood-ear mushrooms were prominently featured, creating a striking presentation of white, red, and black, taking in a mouthful of the spicy, fragrant fish aroma. Even Victoria, who had previously been driven away by the smoke and harbored deep suspicions about Mukai's culinary endeavors, now clung to her pant leg, mewing adorably as if to melt her heart. The steamed white eel, its flesh snow-white, was presented next. Victoria sniffed the air and rushed to Mu Zhao, seeking to charm him into sharing his meal. Mo remained at Mukai's feet, neither too far nor too close, watching eagerly as she and Mu Zhao brought the dishes to the table, wishing to leap up just like Victoria. However, his claws, unlike Victoria's sharp and hooked ones, were unable to ascend. Shurji, being a true cub, had even shorter claws than Mo, yet he was clever enough to sit patiently not far under the table, barking a couple of times when the litter box attendant brought over the dishes, then lifting his paw in a cute gesture. Such a well-behaved and adorable lion cub. Surely the attendants could not resist the urge to feed him during mealtime, watching the 3 little ones displaying their unique charms. Mukai couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, bringing over chairs to place each of them upon, then setting a bowl in front of each, filled with boneless, crushed fish meat that you're still young. Your teeth haven't come in yet, so you can only have a bit of steamed eel meat for now that I can't give you any more. The stone benches are not as high as the table, and the bowls of the 3 little ones are placed atop the chairs, rendering them unable to reach the table. After completing these arrangements, Mukai chose to ignore Victoria, who was pouting and clinging for more food, and, along with her brother, began to leisurely relish their first feast of fish since their rebirth, using the tree powder cakes as a side. The fish brain, tender and smooth, could be easily slurped from the head, dissolving upon a gentle bite, its fresh and delicate flavor so exquisite that one hesitated to swallow. The seasoned flesh of the fish face was particularly succulent and delectable, compelling one to savor even the bones, as they sought to extract every last drop of flavor. The red-capped mushrooms imparted a mild spiciness, far less intense than those fiery chilies, yet they delivered a significant warmth. A slice of braised fish meat consumed would envelop the body in a comforting warmth from the stomach outward. The steamed white eel segments were snow-white, with a moderate saltiness, a hint of numbness, and a whisper of ginger and fennel, elevating the inherent freshness of the fish to extraordinary heights, making it impossible to stop eating. Indulging in such a splendid meal, Mukai felt a profound upliftment within her being, After the meal, she cradled her full belly, lost in contemplation, reluctant to move. Meanwhile, Ming had yet to summon anyone to gather at the sacrificial cave. Seizing the moment, Mukuai meticulously cleaned the remaining fish bladders, scales, liver, intestines, and bones, soaking them in water for later preparation. The fish bladders were a given. The scales could be boiled down into fish gelatin for preservation, to be enjoyed later, whether in cold dishes or cooked meals, becoming a rare delicacy. The liver could be turned into fish oil to be added sparingly to the diets of the three little ones, contributing to their healthy growth. Especially for Victoria, who adored fish. If each meal didn't include a hint of fish flavor, she would persistently pester until one yielded. The bones could be simmered for broth, while the intestines, when turned inside out, could also be stir-fried. All three fish were substantial, and handling these parts was effortless, as they were all edible and not to be wasted. Even the gallbladder was saved, cleaned, and set aside to dry, as it could be used in medicine and was a fine material for crafting witchcraft potions. After several days of fermentation, the brewing yeast was now ready for use. Mukuai retrieved it, kneaded tree powder into dough, steamed it, and then mixed in the yeast, creating a donut shape with a hole in the middle, keeping it sealed and wrapped in a thick layer of sharp-beaked bird feathers. She maintained the warmth of the tree powder dough within a day in the beast world equated to 3 days on Earth, if left undisturbed. By the following morning, they would be able to enjoy a low-alcohol tree powder wine. Mukuai followed the method for brewing rice wine. However, tree powder lacked the fragrance and sweetness of rice, leaving her uncertain about the flavor of the tree powder wine that would emerge the next morning. The low-alcohol wine would allow the beast meat to ferment thoroughly, subsequently transforming into soy sauce. With ample tree powder at home, Mukuai made a bit more for future convenience. The taro tree core could be stir-fried or eaten raw. But after indulging in braised fish today, Mukuai found herself craving the flavor of pickled fish. She sliced a substantial portion, salted it, and placed it in a makeshift stone jar to pickle in about 10 days. They would have pickled vegetables ready to enjoy. The taro seedlings, red banana flower seedlings, and coil budgrass could not be left unattended. The siblings first ventured outside to dig up some frozen mud beneath the snow to thaw, planting them in pots in the living room for now, planning to transplant them later when the planting chamber was constructed. The excavation for the planting chamber and the expansion of the breeding chamber would require time. Mukuai had barely begun when someone called for them to gather at the sacrificial cave. "We have some matters to attend to outside. Stay at home and don't run around. Understood?" Mukuai earnestly warned the three little ones, leading them to the warm Kong in her bedroom. The Kong was stoked with firewood, keeping the mouse milk and fish soup warm, ensuring they would not go hungry for a while. Once the three little ones nodded in agreement, assuring her they would not stray, Mukuai felt a slight relief as she closed the bedroom door and stepped outside. Starting tomorrow, she and her brother would join the hunting and gathering teams, respectively, and they would not return until noon. The three little ones were too small to take along. They needed to get accustomed to being alone at home. This would serve as a preliminary drill, and she hoped they would behave and not cause any major disturbances. With a heart full of trepidation, Mukuai and Muzhao donned their garments and arrived at the sacrificial cave. Inside, the sounds of wailing echoed, the flickering firelight illuminating the sorrowful faces of the beastmen. An unspoken silence enveloped everyone, and even conversations were hushed, as if to not disturb the souls of the deceased. Half-meter-long ritual coffins were placed on the altar at the center of the cave, filled with white candles made of resin from the large tree, which crowded the steps below the altar. Each candle was freshly crafted, not cylindrical, but rather shaped into lifelike figures of connecting winged tigers and humans. These were replicas based on the beast forms and human forms of the deceased, with each white candle representing a fallen beast man, positioned correspondingly to the coffins on the altar. Mukuai approached the altar in silence, gazing at the wax figures, both curious to see if she recognized anyone among them and hesitant to accept such a harsh reality. Some of the familiar females, faces she often saw in the gathering team, weighed heavily on her heart. Yes, she circled slowly around the altar steps. Each familiar face deepened her sorrow. Suddenly, upon seeing a gaunt figure, Mukuai felt a tightness in her throat and stopped short. Did Grandmolly not make it through? Her throat constricted as she longed to know how Grandma Li had passed, yet she dared not ask, fearing the answer would be unbearable. Such memorial services for the deceased were typically presided over by Ji, who was nearby, and upon catching Mukuai's voice, he subtly moved his lips, his low, magnetic voice reaching her ears. She left the tribe the day before the beast tide arrived, her expression serene in death. Suffering no torment. Mukuai paused, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a faint smile. At least she suffered no torment. Once the head count was complete and nearly all the tribe members had gathered, Ji stood before the altar and delivered a few opening remarks. Following that, Meng and Chun shared some poignant words, and the memorial service commenced. Chun donned a white mourning garment and began to dance the funeral dance around the altar. Initially, each of her movements seemed to bear the heavy weight of sorrow, tugging at the hearts of the onlookers. Gradually, her motions became fluid and effortless until she appeared to float upon the clouds, solemn and sacred. Mukuai understood that she was genuinely shouldering the weight of grief as she performed the ritual dance. The funeral dance was not something one could undertake lightly. It required bearing the resentment and grief of the deceased, and failing to dispel such emotions could lead to repercussions during the ritual itself, entangling the dancer in malevolence and potentially shortening their lifespan. The males transformed into beast forms crawled, while the females knelt, hands clasped, eyes closed in prayer. After a prolonged period, the funeral dance concluded, and the crowd emerged from the heavy atmosphere that had enveloped them. Lift the coffin! With a sudden, thunderous shout, the relatives of the deceased gradually emerged, carrying the ceremonial coffin of their loved one, that they formed a long queue, departing from the crowd that had split into two lines, leaving without a backward glance. Meng and Chun promptly followed suit, soon followed by the witnesses, Mukuai, and others. They ascended the stone steps until they reached the mountain summit, continuing inward, traversing two hills to arrive at a secluded valley surrounded by mountains, with only a narrow entrance piercing the landscape. Throughout the journey, silence reigned, for fear that a voice might disturb the spirit of the departed, who had accompanied the coffin to this solemn place. It is said that should anyone speak during this sacred procession, the already fragile spirit could be startled away, losing the chance for reincarnation, failing to form a guardian spirit, and ultimately dissipating into the ether. In the valley, a gentle stream meandered, the scenery picturesque and serene. The bereaved placed the ceremonial coffin into a pre-dug grave, and the mourners stood before it, offering tributes and closing their eyes in prayer. A distant funeral song seemed to drift from the horizon, echoing through the valley, soothing the souls of the departed while comforting the living, allowing them to emerge from their grief. White, fluffy flowers, seemingly appearing from nowhere, floated through the valley, settling on the grave and transforming into seeds. These seeds sprouted rapidly, growing into beautiful blossoms. It was only at this moment that the onlookers, taken aback, gazed at the riot of flowers blanketing the mountainside. Lost in reverie, thus, the solemn ceremony for the deceased came to a close. Unbeknownst to them, she had once been quite mischievous, often causing a ruckus at my home. I prepared some tree powder cake, and will bring some for you to taste later. By the way, so many have died in that household. What will happen to their young ones? Will they not all become orphans? What else can be done? They will be sent to the orphan cave. Without their parents, life will be hard for everyone, and it is likely that no one will adopt them that on the way back. The group engaged in laughter and conversation, the heaviness of their earlier solemnity lifted. The departed had found peace, while the living continued with their lives, each with their own calculations and aspirations, striving to improve their circumstances. Such deaths occurred frequently in the Ihu tribe, and the beastmen had long since come to terms with it. After paying their respects to the departed, it was time for the living to hustle for their own livelihoods. Kuei, my sister has passed away, and her 3 male younglings will be sent to the orphan cave. There is also a 2.5-year-old female cub. Would your family consider adopting her? If so, I can bring her to you. Huang approached Mukuei to discuss the matter of adopting the female orphan. Typically, beastmen vied to adopt such orphan females. Huang, being close to Mukuei and seeing that Mu Zhao had grown up yet had not been linked romantically to any female, deliberately saved that orphan. Thinking that if Mukuei's family needed her, they could adopt her, alleviating any worries about Zhao's future partner. Mukue graciously declined Hua Ying's kind offer, saying, "No need. I already have 3 orphans at home. Another one might be too much to handle." Hua Ying, puzzled by this response, remarked, "But those 3 at your home are all male orphans, right? Zhao will need a female partner in the future, and those 3 will also require females when they grow up. Isn't that different?" "It is different, but those 3 will be sent away once they are grown. Whether they find females or not is of no concern to me." Mukue wished to keep her deep affection for the 3 cubs a secret. Fearing it might bring unnecessary trouble upon them, as for her younger brother, he had already found a female he liked, making it unsuitable to raise another female at home. "I see," Hua Ying exclaimed. Then curiously inquired, "By the way, Koei, can you tell me which family Zhao has taken a liking to? Is it Yin? They seem to get along quite well, and the Yi family appears to be trying to matchmake." Mukue shook her head, replying, "No, it is not Yin. It is not the right time to disclose the specifics since my brother has yet to gain the consent of the female." "Oh." Hua Ying's enthusiasm waned significantly, yet she remained insistent, asking, "So, what is that female like? Does she have any interest in Zhao? We wouldn't want a situation where both sides are left unfulfilled, causing delays in Zhao's search for a partner." Mukue responded, "She seems fine. That female has shown an interest in my brother, so there shouldn't be any major issues." Upon returning home, Mukue hurriedly dashed to her bedroom, flinging the door open to check on the 3 cubs to see if they were resting comfortably on the bed. Sure Ji lay sprawled, snoring peacefully. The little black wolf, Mo, struggled to keep his eyes open, glancing occasionally at the doorway, eager to see if the female had returned. And then there was Victoria. The thought of the mischievous little black cat made Mukue look around, startled to find her absence. "Where is Victoria? Why is there no cat in the room?" Mukue dashed into the room, searching frantically. She checked the bed, the couch, the cabinet, and even the drawers, having scoured every nook and cranny. She was still unable to spot a trace of the cat. Mo, sensing Mukue's concern, barked at her a couple of times, raising a paw to indicate the direction of the breeding room. "The breeding room?" Mukue pondered, confused. Isn't Victoria looking for fish in the kitchen? What would she want in the breeding room? With her curiosity piqued, Mukue opened the door to the breeding room. "Meow, I won't just eat your fish for free. This is my payment. Remember to get more fish for me in the future. All right?" A tiny black kitten, no larger than a palm, sat upright, tilting its head to greet Mukue. In front of the little kitten lay a neat row of hairless pink baby mice, each with a scratch mark around its neck, a sign that they had met their demise at the paws of the little kitten. Mukue paused for a moment before picking up the kitten and gently admonishing, "These are our own pets. The baby mice should only be killed once they grow up. Understood?" "Meow." Victoria tilted her head in confusion. Mice were notorious for stealing the beastman's food and often left droppings behind as markers while they pilfered. Keeping them at home, wouldn't it be a worry that they would ruin the household's food supplies? Mukue, unable to comprehend the feline's language, had no intention of offering further explanation. Holding the kitten, she began to pick up the baby mice one by one, preparing to dispose of them in the waste pit. The tiny black cat leaped onto Mukue's hand, preventing her from throwing them away. "Meow." Victoria's paw pressed down on the baby mice, asserting that they were her meal and could not be discarded. Mukue shook her head. "They are too small. We cannot eat them." "Meow, meow." Victoria insisted, sitting on Mukue's hand and mewing sweetly, her delicate voice nearly melting her heart. After a brief struggle, Mukue relented. All right, you and I'll prepare them for you." However, once she agreed, she found herself in a predicament. How does one prepare a mouse the size of a finger? She had never done this before. Looking down at Victoria's tiny form, she thought, well, I suppose a clear broth will suffice. The little milk kitten has yet to grow its teeth, rendering it incapable of consuming fried or roasted delicacies. After purifying the ingredients with my abilities for sterilization, I proceeded to remove the head and entrails, adding water and a pinch of salt before placing it in the pot to simmer. Newly born young mice are exceptionally tender, so delicate that their bones are small and brittle. If simmered for an extended period in the pot, even the bones can dissolve. However, to achieve complete dissolution of the bones, a considerable amount of time is required. Once the meat was simmering, Mukue left it unattended. Accompanied by Victoria, she returned to the bedroom, gently placing the three little ones on a bed adorned with animal pelts, covering each with a small quilt made of rabbit fur, allowing them to drift into a deep slumber. The two siblings began excavating the planting room. After completing the planting room, they expanded the breeding room according to their plans, transforming it into three separate chambers, one dedicated to mice, another for cuckoo chickens and Gila ducks, and the last for horned sheep, bouncy rabbits, and garlic turtles. That Mukwe took stock and realized that their breeding scale had significantly increased. The tally was as follows: Gila duck, 1 female duck; cuckoo chickens, 1 rooster, 2 hens; bouncy rabbits, 3 male rabbits, 2 female rabbits; garlic turtles, 1 female turtle, 2 male turtles; horned sheep, 1 male lamb, 1 female lamb; tree mice, 10 female juvenile mice, 5 male juvenile mice; milk mice, 50 female mice, 20 male mice, 20 female juvenile mice, 30 male juvenile mice. This constituted the current number of animals in their household. The quantity of cuckoo chickens and bouncy rabbits remained insufficient. Mukwe pondered that during her gathering tomorrow, she would pay extra attention in hopes of capturing more cuckoo chickens and bouncy rabbits, especially the hens, as they were in urgent need of eggs to prepare custard for the young ones. Additionally, if she encountered Gila ducks, she would seize the opportunity to acquire more, as they only had one, which felt quite lonely. The fish scales were cleaned, then water, ginger wrapped in tree bark, and salt were added before being boiled in the pot. Once cooked, the fish scales and ginger were removed, and the cooled broth became fish jelly. The fish liver was minced finely, placed in a pot to steam, and left to settle, yielding fish liver oil. Fish bones were fried until thoroughly cooked, then water, salt, and ginger were added to boil until a milky white fish bone broth was achieved. The fish bladders were cleaned, marinated with salt and minced ginger, blanched, drained, then stir-fried with spices and combined with ginger and yam chunks to create braised fish bladders. The fish intestines were treated similarly, cleaned and stir-fried alongside sliced yam cores, after processing the remaining fish offal. The siblings hastily prepared a late-night snack with the braised fish bladders and stir-fried fish intestines. The three little ones snuggled with Mukwe as they slept, each wrapped in a small rabbit fur quilt. Mukwe's sleeping posture was commendable, alleviating any concerns of accidentally rolling over onto the young ones. The next day, Mukwe's first task upon waking was to check whether the tree flower wine had fermented. Upon removing the sealing clay, a faint aroma of wine wafted through the air. Mu Zhao inquired curiously, "Sister, what is this?" "It is wine, tree flower wine," Mukwe replied, scooping some liquid into a bowl and offering it to Mu Zhao for a taste. "Is this similar to monkey wine?" Mu Zhao asked. Monkeys are primarily found in the central continent, and encountering a wild group that brews monkey wine in the eastern continent is exceedingly rare. This is a prized commodity, typically exchanged sparingly during tribal gatherings, reserved for leaders and individuals of standing within the tribe. Upon receiving the bowl, Mu Zhao took a hearty sip, only to cough as it caught in his throat. The flavor was peculiar, unlike fruit juice, yet strangely palatable. Mukwe also sampled a bit of the wine. It was neither sweet nor possessed the distinct flavor of rice wine. It resembled a diluted version of regular white liquor, suitable for infusing medicinal wines and making soy sauce. That Mukwe procured fresh meat, finely chopped it, and mixed it with salt, wine yeast, and ginger, adding the tree flower wine before sealing it in a stone jar. After waiting for over a month, they would finally have soy sauce to enjoy. The vinegar would similarly be left to ferment into acidity, with water added to promote the growth of acetic acid bacteria. In about half a month, they would have vinegar as well. With wine, soy sauce, and vinegar now at hand, Mukwe joyfully prepared a grand and light meal to celebrate. The low-alcohol tree flower brew was also served at the table. Not intoxicating, but sufficient to elevate the spirits. "Come, have a taste." Mukwe cheerfully poured a little of the wine into the bowls of the three little ones. Victoria sniffed the liquid, licked it with her tongue, and promptly pushed the bowl away in disdain. That it was unpleasant, far inferior to monkey wine. Shurji, after tasting, lost interest as he had experienced various wines in modern times. This low-alcohol white liquor did not capture his attention. However, Mo, after sampling it, drank it all. The little black milk wolf then began to spin in circles, Staggering, as if it might topple over at any moment, Mukue found this utterly delightful and couldn't help but laugh. Woof woof, what did you make me drink, female? Why am I suddenly dizzy? The little black wolf staggered over to Mukue's side, clutching her pant leg with a look of grievance. This is wine. You mustn't drink too much, or you'll get drunk, Mukue chuckled, lifting Mo and gently stroking the soft fur, relishing the tender sensation against her palm. Now, be good at home, and don't wander off, all right? Especially you. Meow meow, don't go disturbing the animals we raise. Many of them are larger than you, and you must be cautious they don't mistake you for a snack. If I return and can't find you, I'll have to search inside their bellies for you. Meow meow is the affectionate name Mukue bestowed upon Victoria in their household. Aside from Mo, who had a grand name, Victoria and Shirji were given endearing nicknames. For Victoria, Mukue opted for a casual name to avoid explaining how she knew her true name, that AS for Shirji. Both siblings referred to him as Lion or Lion Ji, which could also be considered a nickname. When Mukue perished in her previous life, Shirji had yet to reach adulthood. He and T transformed into human form or spoken. Truthfully, she was unaware of Shirji's true origins, having always believed him to be an ordinary beastkin cub. Individuals with shamanistic and sacrificial talents possess heightened sensitivity and can discern whether someone is genuine. However, Shirji was transmigrated. His current physical form was reconstructed from the womb. So Mukue could not perceive that he was, in fact, a traveler from another world. Having settled the three little ones comfortably at home, Mukue departed with a heavy heart, carrying a food container. Feeling uneasy as she left, their brief absence for the ancestral rites yesterday was entirely different from spending the entire day away today. She could only hope that the three little ones would manage to look after themselves. At the ceremony cave, Mukue arrived to find others discussing the events of the previous day. I must say, Qingyu is truly something. Grandma, Li had taken her in, yet now that the elder is in her twilight years, she shows no kindness in return. What a lack of virtue! Indeed, when Grandma Li took her in, she was never treated poorly. After she came of age, she only had eyes for the Yin Ke and Yin Fong brothers. Grandma Li never insisted on her taking all the males from her household. Even helping her find other males, Mukue was drawn in by the conversation and inquired further, learning that Qingyu was originally a female orphan adopted by Grandma Li, who had treated her exceptionally well. Qingyu regarded Grandma Li as her own mother. Yet, what kind of conflict could lead her to treat someone she once considered a maternal figure in such a manner? Or perhaps, Qingyu is inherently a wolf in sheep's clothing? Upon hearing this, Mukue felt a twinge of curiosity in her heart, but it was merely fleeting. The enmity between her and Qingyu had already taken root. Whether Qingyu was good or ill did not deter Mukue from seeking retribution, as she intended to eradicate her entire family to prevent any future troubles. The fourth generation of the cylindrical boat had been destroyed, followed by a relentless day of hail and beast tides, leaving the orcs with little respite. Today, the females utilized makeshift sleds for their excursions. The sun had melted much of the snow cover, and a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Everyone speculated that within today and tomorrow, the snow might completely dissolve, giving way to the torrential floods of the rainy season. The heavens would unleash downpour akin to waterfalls, mirroring the typical deluge of the rainy season. Upon launching the sled, it might prove useless for their return at night, necessitating the urgent construction of a cylindrical boat to paddle back. The howling wind swept across the blinding expanse of white snow. A group darted through the dense forest, traversing mountains in search of hills abundant with resources for collective gathering. This is the place. Rare ice heart mushrooms sprouted atop the mountain. Everyone aimed to collect as many as possible, drying them for consumption during the dry season, which will provide considerable relief from the heat. The ice heart mushroom, a translucent crystalline blue fungus, exudes a chilling aura and grows amid the snow. Like the red-capped mushroom, it possesses unique properties. Whether in cooking or brewing tea, its consumption bestows a refreshing and uplifting sensation, earning it a reputation as a revered antidote to summer heat, on par with the cooling fruit. Amidst the snowy expanse, clusters of semi-transparent blue mushrooms dotted the landscape, reflecting the sunlight and dazzling like brilliant diamonds, and Yukue hastily crafted a cylindrical boat, opting not to add a cover due to the light drizzle. Dragging the 7-meter diameter, half-meter-tall cylindrical vessel, she collected the ice heart mushrooms, carefully tossing them into the boat's rear, ensuring the wind carried them gently to avoid crushing them. By midday, Mukue had filled 1/3 of the cylindrical boat with ice heart mushrooms, despite having nearly exhausted the supply on the mountain. This bounty alone was a substantial harvest. Today marked the 25th of March in the rainy season in the Beast Realm. Each month uniformly consists of 30 days. Thus, in 5 days, the dry season would commence, at which point the land would not receive a single drop of rain. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, cracking the ground, withering trees, and drying riverbeds. Placing a quail egg on the sun-baked soil would result in it being thoroughly cooked within minutes. Yet, the orcs had no choice but to venture out under such oppressive heat in search of food and water. Leaving behind enough sweat to form a small puddle, Mukue understood that failing to prepare adequately would lead to dire consequences once the true dry season arrived. After lunch, the snow cover had thinned to a mere layer. The land was once again consumed by surging floods. The icy waters, laden with snow chunks, enveloped everything, imparting a bone-chilling sensation upon contact. Females with weaker constitutions risked losing half their lives traversing such waters. If they failed to take proper care upon returning, they might even succumb to a chill, leading to dire consequences. Under such circumstances, the females gathered resources by soaring through the treetops. The makeshift sled had long been abandoned. Floating on the water's surface, unattended, the cylindrical boat had been crafted as their new mode of transport. Mukue had gathered numerous wild fruits and an array of nuts, and fortune smiled upon her as she discovered some untouched mushrooms among the canopies. After filling 2/3 of the cylindrical boat's capacity, Mukue tightened her sleeves and stealthily approached a nest of quacking ducks she had previously scouted. Knock knock, knock knock, accompanied by a flurry of duck flaps. The transformed Mukue successfully captured 3 quacking ducks. The remainder either fell victim to her claws or were pierced through by her saber-toothed fangs, meeting a fate too grim to be salvaged. Destined for her evening meal. Continuing her efforts, by the time she returned, Mukue had amassed 3 males and 5 females of the quacking ducks, as well as 6 females and 2 males of the hopping rabbits. Returning home laden with spoils, the 3 little ones had matured mentally, no longer mere innocents oblivious to their surroundings. Having ventured out for a day without returning by noon, Mukue had prepared rabbit milk, mouse milk, and bone soup, keeping them warm by the hearth. Upon her return, aside from Victoria, who had playfully sustained a minor injury, both Shurji and Mo were in good spirits, having consumed all the food left for them, and immediately cried out in hunger upon seeing me woo woo. Seeing Victoria cleverly feign an injury on her paw, successfully eliciting the female's care and comfort, Mo's ire flared. The female was his. No one could take her away. He had to devise a plan to regain her attention. After a moment's contemplation, Mo feigned weakness, collapsing dramatically to the ground, calling out to Mukue in a pitiful tone. Woo female, look at how weak I am. I require comfort. What is wrong? Mukue asked, puzzled, as she set Victoria down and lifted the little black wolf in her arms. Frowning, she instinctively channeled her healing and purification abilities into Mo's body. Suddenly, she froze. Her powers were completely absorbed upon entering Mo's form. This indicated that something was indeed amiss with him. Yet Mukue could not pinpoint the exact issue. She was certain Mo's body was healthy. Aside from being a juvenile that moment, she did not consider that Mo might have been affected by the residual effects of Victoria's forbidden technique, causing him to regress to a juvenile state. After all, when she had first encountered Mo, he had indeed been a newborn pup. However, a healthy body that required the absorption of shamanic powers could also imply that he bore the weight of a curse. For instance, G's child had been cursed, resulting in him being perfectly fine in all respects yet unable to grow, leaving him at 4.5 years old still in the form of a pup. Unchanged in the slightest, Yukue felt a pang of fear that Mo might truly be ensnared by some malevolent curse. Without hesitation, she channeled a substantial portion of her shamanic powers directly into the little black wolf. Shamanic abilities could directly dispel curses, albeit slowly, requiring a gradual infusion of energy into the afflicted to effectuate recovery. Mo sensed the female's power coursing through him, seemingly healing the remnants of his battle with Victoria, causing him to feel a surge of joy that if he could rid himself of this condition that had regressed him to a juvenile state, he would likely mature into his adult form by the next rainy season. At that time, he would naturally awaken as a beast warrior, venturing forth to hunt and provide for his female, protecting her from those who sought to harm her. Perhaps the healing process was genuinely too relaxing, as Mo inadvertently drifted into a deep slumber. Observing the little black wolf sleeping soundly, Mukue felt a sense of happiness, quietly withdrawing her powers and covering him with a small blanket. Refraining from disturbing his rest, Victoria, having noticed Mukue's actions of channeling power to Mo, erupted in protest. The shamanic energy of this little shaman was a remedy for her recovery. How could it be wasted on that little black wolf? Meow! Cover! Little did she know, just as she called out, Mukue swiftly covered her mouth. Lower your voice. Someone is sleeping. Disturbing others' rest is inconsiderate. Victoria's ruby-red eyes widened in disbelief. Am I not your most cherished little one? You would silence me for the sake of another cub's slumber? How outrageous! The expression in Victoria's gaze toward Mukue was filled with accusations. However, what she perceived as accusations appeared to Mukue as nothing more than a sulk. Be good. If you wish to make noise, go play elsewhere. There are plenty of other spaces in the house for you to enjoy. Mukue gently ruffled Victoria's little head, discreetly channeling some shamanic energy to her, soothing her with kind words. Victoria immediately began to purr contentedly. Humph. Given your apparent sense, and that you've granted me shamanic energy, I shall let it slide this time. But should there be a next time? Don't expect me to forgive you so easily. Victoria, with a haughty demeanor, let out a huff, only to be instantly soothed by the mystical abilities bestowed upon her by Mukue. The old duck soup proved to be quite nourishing. Yet the milk from the three little ones was insufficient. Thus, supplementary food became of utmost importance. The few ducks that were slain were not spared for her and Adi's culinary delights. Instead, they were used to brew a light broth for the three young ones, simmered for an extended period until the meat was tender and melded into the soup. Merely drinking the broth was not enough to satiate hunger. With the addition of three companions, the previously melancholic Qualuo duck's spirits lifted considerably, and on that very day, it made its first clucking sound, laying a large duck egg in its nest. Subsequently, the other two Qualuo ducks were equally inspired and began laying eggs 2 days later. The three Qualuo ducks captured consisted of one male and two females, all fully grown and capable of laying eggs. The rearing of the gugu chickens and bouncing rabbits had also taken a positive turn, with the household yielding 5 or 6 gugu eggs daily. The initial milking rabbit, as Mu Zhao had predicted, had begun to produce less milk recently, indicating that its nursing period was nearing its end. The later captured bouncing rabbits also included no pregnant females, resulting in a decrease of rabbit milk in the daily diets of the three little ones. After the breeding room was completed, the taro seedlings, red banana flower seeds, and curl grass were transferred there, all nurtured in the outdoor space where ample sunlight could stream in, promoting robust plant growth. On the following day, March 26th, the snow outside melted, reverting to the familiar visage of the rainy season. The water trumpet, a living organism that flourishes solely during the rainy season, would no longer be viable for salt extraction after this season. Thus, taking advantage of the remaining days, Mukue harvested numerous water trumpets to bring home, subsequently boiling them down to create pure white salt. They also stored tree powder. Although many items tend to spoil in the high temperatures of the dry season, even tree powder cannot be preserved for long, yet they resolved to utilize it as long as possible. Worst case, they would consume it before it spoiled, taking digestive agents afterward until all the nearly spoiled tree powder was consumed. Furthermore, any leftovers could be used to feed the animals in their care. In essence, no food should go to waste. Even if discarded, it must be done with value in mind, as per their usual routine. They ventured out to gather resources, and Aku occasionally requested Mu Kuei to assist with some humans. Each time Mu Kuei gathered, she endeavored to capture as many living Kualuo ducks, bouncing rabbits, gugu chickens, and tree squirrels as possible, even managing to catch 3 garlic-tailed turtles, perfectly complementing the 3 at home. Life flowed with a busy yet fulfilling rhythm by the 30th day upon returning home after gathering. Mu Kuei began to tally the fruits of her labor over the past days. Tomorrow heralded the arrival of the dry season, which would bring with it considerable heat, a rapid transition to scorching temperatures as soon as midnight passed. She needed to meticulously calculate her supplies to avoid being caught off guard by the sudden rise in temperature. She meticulously listed tree powder, assorted lean jerky, dried fruits and nuts, and various medicinal herbs. Upon careful consideration, she realized that if she accounted for the supplies saved from the beast tide, their food stock would suffice for her, Adi, and the 3 little ones for 2 months. The dry season lasted a total of 7 months, and while 2 months may not seem extensive, especially since they had not prepared an entire season's worth of provisions, it was still a considerable amount given the less than a month's preparation time they had. Notably, tree powder constituted a significant portion of their stock. Without it, their food reserves would have been drastically reduced. The scale of the breeding and planting rooms had also expanded significantly. Now, their household boasted 8 Kualuo ducks, 20 gugu chickens, 30 bouncing rabbits, 125 tree squirrels, 2 horned sheep, 14 garlic-tailed turtles, and 339 milk mice. After a period of nurturing, the temperature within the ice cellar had decreased considerably compared to the outside, and even the storage room had seen a notable drop in temperature. Consequently, items that were difficult to preserve could now be stored for extended periods, such as the tubular tree powder done on the household bedding. Mu Kuei had also utilized clear heart fruit juice as a catalyst to carve cooling ritual patterns. She even inscribed a 1-month cooling ritual in other areas of the home, a necessity given the oppressive heat of the dry season. It was no exaggeration. Even within their cave, the heat could become alarming, especially with 3 young ones to care for. Without adequate preparation, Mu Kuei feared that the little ones might suffer from heat-related ailments. Mu Kuei's healing abilities possessed a unique advantage in wound recovery. However, for purely illness-related afflictions, the use of shamanic medicine was indispensable. Her purification powers could eradicate pathogens and prolong the onset of illness. Yet they were not a cure-all. Certain ailments, lacking mutation and posing no harm, remained unaffected by her purification abilities. Additionally, they had constructed a dedicated water storage room filled with rainwater. The rain season's water supply posed a significant challenge. For those like Mu Kuei and Adi, who needed to venture out for gathering and hunting, failing to carry sufficient water could result in dire consequences from heat exhaustion. Fortunately, water bags could be exchanged for contribution points, as it was said that Chun had mastered a ritual pattern that could hold copious amounts of water. Nevertheless, Mu Kuei had yet to uncover such a pattern in her inherited memories, perhaps due to her insufficient strength, resulting in its unavailability. Each water bag, costing 100 contribution points, could hold approximately 20 liters of water. When venturing out, carrying one often felt inadequate, especially considering that the 3 little ones at home also required such water bags. Though they remained indoors, they too would feel the heat and desire for water, albeit to a lesser extent than those out gathering. After deliberation, Mu Kuei opted to exchange for 6 water bags. With the contribution points bolstered from Yinji, they now exceeded 7,000. Thus, spending 600 contribution points for 6 water bags did not weigh heavily on her conscience. That night, lying on a bed inscribed with cooling ritual patterns, Mu Kuei felt an undeniable chill, reminiscent of sleeping without covers on a frigid winter night. Nevertheless, with prepared animal skin mats and blankets, she found comfort akin to her usual rest, ensuring a peaceful slumber. Gently patting the 3 little ones, she remarked, "Sleep well. Tomorrow marks the onset of the dry season, and the refreshing coolness of the rainy season will soon be a memory. Cherish this last bit of respite." Meow, woof, a woo. The 3 little ones were somewhat perplexed, particularly Shiji, who believed the dry season merely represented another summer. Surely, it could not be more terrifying than the scorching temperatures of over 30 degrees Celsius on Earth. After all, during those dreadfully hot days, even vehicles would spontaneously combust, Was the summer here truly more fearsome than that? It seemed implausible. Ji fundamentally does not believe it. Ultimately, he surmises that the reason for the oppressive heat is the primitive conditions here. Devoid of fans or air conditioning, before arriving on the eastern continent, Imo had heard tales of its harsh climate, yet the specifics of such harshness remained unknown to him until this moment, as the female repeatedly emphasized this matter. A sense of vigilance arose in Mo's heart, albeit fleeting. Having never truly experienced it, he could not fathom just how severe the weather on the eastern continent could be. Victoria, hailing from the central continent and backed by the spirit cat kingdom and the beast god temple, possessed somewhat more knowledge than Ji and Mo, yet she paid little heed to it. Both the priests and shamans were capable of invoking rain, with Mukoe around, regardless of how parched it might be outside. The water supply within the household would be ample, as long as there was water. Victoria believed that enduring 7 months of drought would not be insurmountable. Instinctively, she overlooked the factor of temperature. Unaware of the little calculations in the hearts of the 3 youngsters, Mukoe, after giving her advice, gently patted each of their soft little heads before closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. She needed to sleep early. Otherwise, once the external temperature began to rise at dawn, it would be difficult to find rest. As expected, shortly after midnight, the tension that had been tightly wound within Mukoe caused her to awaken first. Without hesitation, she removed the blankets covering herself and the 3 little ones. Startled, the 3 youngsters were momentarily confused, yet due to Mukoe's swift and gentle movements, coupled with her wind abilities ensuring a smooth transition, they merely grumbled a few times before sinking back into deep sleep. The following day, Mukoe was roused by the commotion caused by the 3 little ones. Meow. Woof. Victoria and Mo were engaged in their usual squabble, neither willing to concede to the other. Noticing that Mukoe had yet to rise, they secretly resumed their battle, prompting Ji to roll his eyes in exasperation. With half-closed eyes, Mukoe nimbly separated them. Scolding, "All right, you've all been together for quite some time now. Why are you still so fiery? The temperature during the dry season is already high. If you don't cool down a little, you'll regret it when it gets hotter." Victoria and Mo turned their heads away, deciding to temporarily cease hostilities out of respect for the female, planning to resume their bout once she ventured outside. The external temperature had indeed risen significantly. In the brief span of a night, the once slightly chilly rainy season had transformed into a clear, cloudless day bathed in relentless sunlight. After a simple wash, Mukoe stepped to the cave entrance, gazing at the distant mountains, lost in thought. The sky was as clear as crystal, with only wisps of clouds visible, while the brilliant sun hung on the horizon, casting golden rays upon the earth and radiating warmth. Among the trees, one could distinctly see the rising white steam, curling and swirling like smoke or mist. This obscured the distant towering peaks, veiled as if a bashful bride slowly lifting her veil. Below lay a breathtaking earthly scene. However, Mukoe was acutely aware that this was not a good omen. What was to follow would be a prolonged drought and high temperatures lasting 7 months. She observed small puddles on the ground, also emitting white vapor, and before long, the water in those puddles would evaporate entirely, leaving only barren, brownish-yellow soil. Remnants of animal bones washed ashore by the floods and charred branches added an eerie touch to this picturesque earthly tableau. The moisture from the outside was evaporating at a visibly rapid pace. This moment. If one were to extend a hand outside the cave, they would feel a searing pain as if their skin were about to be roasted. The cave walls, thanks to the long-standing rituals of the winged tiger clan, shielded the beastmen from the considerable temperature fluctuations between day and night. Without this protective layer, one would need the strength of a third-tier beast warrior to withstand the harshness outside. This abrupt seasonal shift, occurring overnight, was referred to by the beastmen as the Great Purge. Currently, it was inadvisable to venture out carelessly. Otherwise, succumbing to the residual force of the Great Purge could result in severe injury or even death in an instant. Within the Great Purge tribe, there would be watchful eyes, and Chun would specially cast an oracle to determine when the residual effects of the Great Purge had completely dissipated, after which notifications would be sent to every household. During this period, Mukuei and her companions merely needed to remain at home and await further instructions. Turning back, Mukuei first visited the breeding room. The stone chamber housing the gugu chickens and kilo ducks was particularly lively. At present, these creatures were engaged in a harmonious chorus of clucks and quacks. Mukuei understood that chickens crow, but she was genuinely surprised to learn that kilo ducks also quacked on schedule every day. However, they had been raising these creatures for nearly half a month now. Mukai had long since adapted to her routine. She replenished the feed and water in the chicken and duck troughs. Their diet consisted of chopped weeds mixed with grass seeds. Recently, the household's clucking chickens and kalu ducks had been feasting on this concoction. When Mukai ventured out to gather, she would return with unwanted weeds, transforming them into this rudimentary feed to gauge the reactions of the clucking chickens and kalu ducks, thereby determining which grasses to prioritize for harvesting in the future. The same meticulous approach applied to the bouncing rabbits and tree mice, as well as the milk mice, where each was tested until the most suitable feed was identified. However, with the rainy season now behind them, many plant varieties from the dry season might have vanished after the thorough cleansing. While new species endemic to the dry season would emerge, Mukai would need to embark on her gathering expeditions once more, but she remained undeterred. Blessed with purification abilities, she feared no poisoning and relished the prospect of experimenting with novel species and their combinations. The flora of the beast world was as diverse as it was wondrous, and the combinations were endlessly variable. Such experimentation brought daily surprises, a feeling Mukai cherished, viewing it as a lifelong pursuit. In time, she hoped to compile her findings into a tome, whether to keep for herself or generously share with others, deeming it a meaningful endeavor. Simultaneously, it would spare the beast folk from numerous missteps, enabling them to thrive in this disaster-prone world. Of course, that was a matter for the future, best left unspoken for now. She fed the bouncing rabbits hay and tossed clumps of weeds to the milk mice and tree mice. Similar to the weed clumps fed to the clucking chickens and kalu ducks, these too were crafted from weeds. Yet, through Mukai's experimentation and seasoning, the current texture was particularly favored by the animals. As Mukai continued to discover more plants and expand her trials, she anticipated developing even better and more suitable feed ratios that would delight the animals and foster their growth. Mukai expressed her eagerness for this. The food for the garlic tortoises was a mix derived from the household's kitchen scraps, dried and occasionally supplemented with some plant-based greens to ensure a balanced diet to eye in the planting room. She had already sown taro tree cores, red banana flowers, and curled budgrass. However, the taro tree cores and red banana flowers had yet to show any signs of growth, as their growth cycles were quite lengthy. In contrast, the curled budgrass fern was thriving and had already been harvested for cooking. She picked the tender shoots that had just sprouted, the younger, the better. After removing the old stems, she washed them thoroughly and blanched them in boiling water. This step was crucial, for the curled budgrass contained toxins throughout, and consuming it raw would lead to poisoning. Only by passing it through boiling water could the toxins be neutralized. After draining the water, she chopped it into small segments in a hot pan. She heated oil and added ginger, tree bark, and a pinch of dried redcap mushrooms. Once fragrant, she poured the scalding oil directly over the chopped curled budgrass, causing a sizzling sound and an immediate waft of aroma. Subsequently, she added a pinch of salt and a sprinkle of fennel mushroom powder, mixing it well until it cooled, yielding a delightful salad of curled budgrass. For this time, Mukai opted for plant oil instead of animal fat. The oil was extracted from persimmon seeds, which could serve as nuts and were rich in fatty content. Lacking a juicer at home and unable to find any schematics in her memory, Mukai was undeterred. With inadequate tools, she relied on her abilities. Each persimmon seed was roughly the size of a fist. She chopped them into small pieces, toasted them, and then activated her wind abilities. With her formidable mental strength, she deftly controlled the wind, whether for centrifugal spinning or precise cutting. Extracting oil from the nuts was a trivial task for her, of course. This was a feat only Mukai could achieve, possessing the unique combination of femininity, shamanistic qualities, and wind abilities. Few, like Mu Zhao or other male beastfolk from the winged tiger tribe, could replicate it. After a long time gathering persimmon seeds, Mukai finally amassed enough to extract oil, yielding about 1 liter of persimmon oil. The quantity was modest, prompting her to use it sparingly. Mukai had also experimented with other nuts, but the oil yielded was scant. In total, the various nut oils in her household amounted to merely 5 liters. While this amount could sustain an ordinary family of 5 on Earth for over half a month, the beast folks' appetite was different, requiring more oil for their meals. This modest quantity sufficed for only a few dozen dishes. For instance, this time, she used nearly 300 milliliters for the salad of curled budgrass. As for the specific portion of the salad, it was served on the household's largest high-foot stone platter, measuring approximately 20 inches in diameter, a size typically found in restaurants or grand banquets, leaving the quantity to one's imagination. However, this was unavoidable. The winged tiger beast folk had substantial appetites, capable of consuming an entire banquet solo was no exaggeration. Without a generous spread, it would hardly be sufficient. In warm weather, dishes should align with the season. Besides the curled budgrass salad, Mukai prepared various dry season delicacies using tree powder, fructose tree powder cakes, tree powder noodles, and tree powder jelly. Sweet wild fruit juice was boiled down to a thick syrup, which was then filtered and baked into a semi-solid fructose. The tree powder was mixed with warm water to form a dough, left to ferment for a while, and then the fructose was boiled with water to create syrup. Small pieces of dough were pinched off, shaped into pancakes, coated with a layer of tree powder to form the raw dough, and fried in a hot, oiled pan until golden brown on both sides. Then the syrup was poured over, boiled until it thickened and adhered to the tree powder cakes, and a piece was lifted to reveal the stretching sugar strands. After cooling to a warm temperature, it was ready to be served. The tree powder noodles were made by boiling fructose water, adding tree powder to form a dough, rolling it into small segments, frying them, coating them with thick syrup, and finally rolling them in nut powder. These could be enjoyed as snacks or carried as provisions during outings. Mixing tree powder, semi-solid fructose, and mouse milk with a whisk, she poured in the persimmon oil and stirred well, placing in a stone bowl covered with gauze. Holes were poked, and it was steamed until ready, resulting in tree powder jelly. Tea could be topped with nuts and fruit jam, eaten directly after cooling, or mixed with nut powder, shaped in a dough, filled with preferred fillings, and chilled in the ice cellar for later consumption. Tree powder cakes, glutinous rice balls, tree powder dumplings, and tree powder cakes remained the staple breakfast in their home. Once prepared, Mukai called her younger brother and the 3 little ones to the table for breakfast. Having only been with them for a few days, the 3 little ones had yet to grow teeth, so they could only nibble on the tree powder jelly, followed by a mixture of mouse milk, egg custard, and meat broth. After finishing breakfast, Mukai packed the extra jerky, curled budgrass salad, tree powder cakes, glutinous rice balls, fructose tree powder cakes, tree powder noodles, and tree powder jelly into 2 large food containers for her siblings' lunch while they were out. In the sweltering dry season, she ensured to bring foods that wouldn't spoil easily in the heat. Although dumplings could last a while, the broth made them more prone to spoilage, so Mukai left them behind this time. She brewed ice heart mushrooms into tea, cooled it, and stored it in water pouches. Each person set out with 2 pouches, one filled with ice heart mushroom tea and the other with a salt sugar solution to replenish fluids after profuse sweating in the dry season. After preparing these, she spent some time playing with the 3 little ones, teaching them how to access the ice cellar and retrieve their provisions. Don't be reckless, understand? Be cautious at home. I don't want to return and find any of you frozen in the ice cellar. Nor should you wander out of the cave and risk overheating, Mukai repeatedly cautioned, her concern palpable. During these days, when they ventured out, it was often the 3 little ones left alone at home to manage their own lunch. While minor mishaps occasionally occurred, overall, the little ones had not caused Mukai much worry. This was also why Mukai and Mu Zhao were able to venture out with peace of mind. Woof, meow, woof. The 3 little ones nodded in unison. Responding with understanding, wasn't it simply a matter of retrieving the chilled milk and broth from the ice cellar when hunger struck and placing them on the low-heated platform in the kitchen? Among the 3 young ones in the household, the largest in size, most suited for the task of moving items, had long since become adept at these chores, in fact, when the caretakers were otherwise occupied. The trio had even been known to clandestinely prepare their own meals at home, indulging in foods not included in the cub's dietary regimen, such as jam and wine, along with the fish and juvenile mice that Victoria particularly relished. Their collaborative efforts were formidable indeed. As for the household supplies, Mukuai was well aware, and having ruled out the possibility of an external thief, her focus naturally shifted to the three little ones. However, after examining them and finding no signs of distress, Mukuai chose to turn a blind eye. Before long, voices echoed from outside the cave. "Zhao, Kuei, the great cleansing is complete. Come out quickly and join the gathering at the square in front of the tribe. Everyone has prepared the carts, and we must hurry to collect the beast carcasses to end this sweltering heat. If we delay, many will spoil." Upon hearing this, Mukuai responded affirmatively and carried several condensed wooden boxes outside. Thanks to their diligent nurturing over the past few days, the capacity of the condensed wooden boxes had more than doubled, allowing them to transport a greater quantity of beast carcasses at once, thereby accelerating the collection process. Upon reaching the square at the foot of the mountain, Meng wasted no time with pleasantries. Regardless of gender, everyone was promptly assigned tasks. Those who chopped wood did so, while others hewed stone, pulled vines, or cut grass. Some individuals with prior experience and nimble hands were even tasked with assisting in the construction of the carts. The carts were a design that had been utilized within the tribe for quite some time. Featuring multiple compartments and wheels crafted from stone, they were wrapped in bundled wild grasses and vines, providing commendable shock absorption that made navigating turns and climbing hills a breeze. While referred to as carts, their interior space could rival that of a large truck, but of course, this was quite different from the trailers on Earth, which run on fuel. With the press of a pedal, even an ordinary individual could drive one away. However, the carts Mukuai and her companions were constructing were truly pulled by human strength, a testament to the reality of vehicles in the beast world. Moreover, given the sheer size of these carts, it must be said that had it not been for the robust physiques of the beastmen, an ordinary person would be unable to move them. After a considerable amount of time and effort, the carts were finally assembled, and once Meng had accounted for the number of individuals and assigned each their respective cart, he issued a command, leading the grand procession forth. The females, possessing less strength, were assigned carts with 2 compartments, while the males, in a more exaggerated fashion, began with carts featuring 4 or 5 compartments. For the stronger beastmen, it was not uncommon to see them hauling carts with 10 or more compartments, akin to mobile trains, with their powers paving the way. Any obstacles such as protruding stones, trees, or vines ahead were swiftly cleared away by waves of wind blades, creating a smooth path. Thus, the procession made its way into the mountains, causing any wild beasts that encountered their formidable presence to flee in terror. Even those enormous creatures that dwarfed elephants and resembled small hills. There was simply no contest. The sheer number of participants, over 10,000, alongside their intimidating cargo, was enough to instill fear. The sight was reminiscent of a force that could level a mountain, carving a clear path in its wake. Naturally, the winged tigers were not oblivious. They understood the necessity of protecting the natural resources within their territory from widespread destruction. Ensuring future sustainability, as Mukuai and her companions traversed the mountains, they typically opened a wide pathway, stopping periodically to enter the forests and collect the carcasses of beasts that had perished during the Great Cleansing. Moreover, the winged tiger tribe had been rooted in this territory for at least a millennium, and their experiences in this practice were countless. The nearby mountains were, in fact, home to previously established flat pathways. However, due to the harsh weather conditions of the beast world, every change of season brought about a new wave of cleansing, resulting in the demise of numerous flora and fauna with lifespans of only a few months. Yet, the rapid renewal also meant that the paths opened before would increasingly succumb to the encroachment of new vegetation and the remnants of wild beasts. Thus, as the dry season approached, the beastmen were compelled to mobilize collectively once more, utilizing their powers to clear the old paths, facilitating their travels during the drought. This communal activity of collecting beast carcasses served a dual purpose, augmenting the tribe's food reserves and clearing the previously established paths for easier access during future foraging and hunting expeditions. During the rainy season, while the foraging teams crafted hollow trees into boats for transporting supplies, the hunting teams constructed larger vessels, primarily focusing on cargo capacity. The males, when venturing out, would casually fell trees to fashion rafts, bringing them back with ease. After all, Even if they were successfully constructed, the tribe's cliffside residence could not accommodate all the vessels and carts of its people, in the harsh climate of the eastern continent. Leaving their travel tools exposed to the elements meant they would not survive long. Team most, they would endure a month, and sometimes even just a day or two before succumbing to the weather. Along the way, many trees had withered. Some, like the water trumpet, left behind only a dry blade of grass or a withered branch. Others appeared half dead, with one side wilting while new tender shoots emerged on the other. Mukuai observed that these new shoots were characterized by thick, water-retaining leaves, a testament to the plant's adaptation to shed their rainy season survival strategies and embrace the dry season. Overall, however, it was the withered specimens that prevailed. Plants that thrived during the rainy season typically required substantial moisture to flourish. When the dry season arrived, the stark contrast between abundant and scarce water resources, often shifting overnight, proved too much for many plants to adapt, leading to their demise. The same held true for animals. Some beast carcasses lay strewn amidst the grass, caught in tree branches, or trapped within their burrows. Whether dragged away as prey by those animals that survived the great cleansing or quickly decomposed by flies, mantises, and maggots that took to the carcasses, these remains faced swift disintegration until they were utterly rotten. Such occurrences were rare during the windy and rainy seasons, and if they did occur, it was typically among a few larger specimens or those with altered structures capable of enduring the harsh conditions. Most, due to their diminutive size, were easily swept away by the winds of the season or drowned by the relentless rains. The same could be said about the snowy season. The bitter cold rendered activity difficult, often leading to extinction during the great cleansing or forcing creatures into cocoons to hibernate until the following year. The suppression experienced across 3 seasons left the beasts with a fierce resolve to survive. Mukuai approached a toppled black-haired wild boar, still towering over 3 meters, and was about to call her brother to assist in lifting the hefty creature into the cart. Yet, as her hand made contact with the carcass, the entire body crumbled beneath her touch. A swarm of flies erupted from beneath the boar's skin, alongside maggots as thick as fingers, spilling forth in a chaotic rush. The once intact boar hide, now rendered fragile as parchment, became riddled with countless holes. The foul stench only began to permeate the air at that moment, a realization that struck Mukuai, even with her keen sensitivity as a shaman. She had been oblivious to the grotesque contents hidden within. While the flies and cockroaches of the beast world bore similarities in size to their earth counterparts, they far surpassed them in terms of concealment. Often, one would find their hanging meat hollowed out by these vile creatures, only to discover the damage when preparing to cook. Disgusting, Mukuai turned away, gagging for a considerable time before finally regaining her composure. No longer glancing at the black-haired wild boar, which was left with nothing but tattered skin and bones, her gaze resumed its search among the trees for new targets. A bear, standing upright at 5 meters tall, remained intact, showing no signs of decay. At last, they had found a bear paw to bring home. The 2 siblings were overjoyed and hurriedly lifted it into their trailer. A once proud chicken now lay as nothing more than a skeleton, surrounded by scattered feathers. A truly pitiful sight. 2 badgers, their flesh still fresh, appeared to have died only recently. A soft-shelled turtle was left with nothing but an empty shell, its innards completely devoured. At a rabbit, upon being picked up, caused a swarm of small black cockroaches to scuttle out. But fortunately, these creatures had not yet gotten a good hold, allowing the meat to remain edible. 2 horned sheep were found. But as they were lifted, a horde of mosquitoes surged forth, relentlessly pursuing the siblings. Utilizing her wind abilities, Mukuai sent them flying, inspecting the condition of the sheep and finding their meat seemingly unspoiled. They quickly moved to place them into the trailer. These trailers were all open-topped, designed for convenience, allowing items to be tossed in from above, thereby enhancing their foraging efficiency. Several turtles, each shell measuring a meter in length, had also been left as mere shells after being consumed, but Mukuai needed turtle shells for divination, so she collected them, intending to take them back for her ritual. However, upon moving a shell, a swarm of large black ants, the size of a fingernail, spilled out, converging into a black tide rushing towards her. These were beast-eating ants, capable of devouring an orc to the last shred when in large numbers. "Let us go," Mu Kuei exclaimed, grabbing 5 turtle shells, using her wind abilities to blow the beast-eating ants away, and called to her younger brother. With a flap of her wings, she turned and fled. The swarming ants numbered at least in the thousands, with more arriving from other directions as they were alerted by the commotion that if they lingered any longer, given the ants' gregarious nature and their obedience to the ant queen, they could easily attract tens of thousands of beast-eating ants at that point. Escape would become impossible, and they would be mercilessly bitten. Ascending to the heights, Mu Kuei used her mental power to eliminate the ants clinging to her. Looking down at the black tide of ants below, she felt a shiver of dread. Mu Zhao also soared into the sky, and after Mu Kuei helped him remove the ants on him, he said, "There are far too many beast-eating ants here. We must quickly inform the chief and the others to come. Otherwise, if this swarm grows, the consequences would be unimaginable." Indeed, Mu Kuei nodded. If they had delayed even slightly longer, becoming ensnared by the ants would have led to a perilous struggle to break free. Upon learning of the siblings' encounter, Meng immediately gathered personnel and headed to the location where the turtle shells had been discovered. The wind howled, forming a tornado that swept away all visible beast-eating ants. Flames roared, fanned by the wind. Soon, the crackling sounds of burning ants filled the air as they were incinerated completely. Afterward, Meng sent people down to meticulously search the area, rooting out the ants' nest and confirming that no additional beast-eating ants remained before finally ceasing their efforts. Yet, this was merely the beginning as the group pushed their trailers further into the mountains. Waves of unexpected events continued to unfold. It was not only the beast-eating ants that had emerged. Many other creatures, such as scorpions and centipedes, also appeared, competing with the orcs for prey and sustenance. Additionally, numerous smaller creatures, akin to the beast-eating ants, surfaced, only to be quickly subdued by Meng and his companions, becoming the fallen souls beneath the claws of the male winged tigers. Once Mu Kuei's 3-trailer unit and Mu Zhao's 7-trailer unit were completely filled, they finally deemed it time to return, joining the larger group heading back home. The orc trailers typically measured 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter high, open-topped and without covers. The gathered beast carcasses could generally fit within. For those that were simply too large, such as the 20-meter-long antelope, they could be cut down on-site and then transported back. The items Mu Kuei and her brother collected were not excessively large. Even the 5-meter-long koala was considered small among the bears of the beast realm. Fitting snugly into the trailer, it was said that the truly enormous bears of the beast realm could rival elephants in size. Measuring over 20 meters long, a true behemoth on this outing. Their haul included a koala, 2 golden badgers, 5 horned sheep, a brown long-maned yak standing 5 meters tall and 8 meters long, along with various rodents, ducks, chickens, rabbits, and more. The yak was split in half, each portion placed into 2 trailers, along with the koala and other smaller animals wedged into the gaps, all to be pulled by Mu Kuei. The rest was pulled by Mu Zhao. In truth, with Mu Kuei's current strength, she could manage even the 7-trailer unit, but the tribe had not allocated her such a large trailer. Citing her gendered Adi, "How are you doing over there? Can you manage? If not, we can combine 2 trailers with mine," Mu Kuei said, somewhat worried as she glanced at her brother's 7 trailers. She wished to ease his burden. "It's not as if we're carrying all this back directly. I can handle it. I'm strong," Mu Zhao confidently replied, patting his chest. Males generally possess greater strength than females, and even after becoming a beast-patterned warrior, the growth factor in strength differs between the two. Thus, Mu Zhao's words were not mere bravado. Currently at the mid-stage of the first rank, well-fed and youthful, he could indeed pull a fully loaded 7-trailer unit without issue, though it might be somewhat taxing. He still wished for his sister to have an easier time within the limits of his capability, wanting to protect her in every possible way. Very well then. Mu Kuei relented, feeling a bit helpless. She cautioned him, "Don't overexert yourself. If you can't manage, just call for me. Otherwise, be careful not to strain yourself and stun your growth." All right, Mu Zhao agreed, though inwardly he mused, is it true that overexerting oneself can stunt growth? With such a large trailer, it was manageable when empty, But returning with a full load of live animals posed numerous inconveniences. The two siblings transformed into their beast forms, set up the trailers, and began their trek back to the tribe. Occasionally, to lighten their load, they would flap their wings to assist in their speed. The path forged by the orcs was not narrow, wide enough to accommodate 4 trailers side by side. Approximately 10 meters in width, dust billowed in their wake. Upon reaching the square before the tribe's entrance, a thick layer of dust had settled on the beast meat, choking anyone who inhaled it as the wind blew. However, there was little that could be done. The journey spanned many mountains, with no signs of habitation nearby, to smooth the path into a dirt road for easier vehicle passage. They were fortunate to have any road at all. To expect a paved cement road like on Earth, complete with regular maintenance, was simply unrealistic. Moreover, it was merely dust. There was a river in front of the tribe, and a good wash would suffice. The orcs were not overly concerned, and Yuko-A herself did not have the leisure to dwell on such matters. The collection of beast corpses was a race against time. A delay meant the carcasses would spoil. Returning with the haul, even if covered in dust, as long as they could secure the meat for their family's reserves, it was worth it. Then Yuko-A returned home to prepare brine, while Mu Zhao skillfully skinned and cleaned the prey by the riverbank. "Zhao, do you still want the entrails?" An elderly orc, accompanied by a disabled comrade, approached with inquiries, as their frail bodies confined them to the tribe. They remained within the settlement, tasked with gathering the discarded entrails of the orcs who ventured outside. After a thorough cleansing, the majority would be sent to the orphan cave, while a small portion could be retained for their sustenance. Mukuei descended with a brine solution, and upon hearing their conversation, she and her brother prepared to set aside the hearts, lungs, kidneys, and livers of the larger beasts, leaving the remainder for the elderly and disabled orcs. The intestines and the smaller organs required excessive time for cleaning. It would be far more productive to venture out again and collect additional carcasses at that moment. Another orc, who had been observing them intently, inquired, "Koei, would you be willing to exchange your tree kangaroo and golden badger? My young ones crave such delicacies, and I can offer you a larger beast in return." Mukuei's interest was piqued, and she asked what he intended to trade. He gestured towards a mountain camel. Still in its juvenile stage, but already quite substantial, he estimated it to be approximately 10 meters in length and 6 meters in height, indicating that it was of a half-grown variety. The mountain camel boasted 3 humps, and upon reaching adulthood, its height could reach 8 or 9 meters and length around 20 meters. Moreover, the beast he proposed was still in its prime, with tender flesh surpassing that of a fully grown specimen. By any measure, Mukuei and her companions stood to gain significantly. It was fortuitous that they were amidst a grand cleansing, and with an abundance of orc meat available, they were willing to barter for a mere indulgence. Such an opportunity was seldom encountered. "Very well. We shall make the exchange," Mukuei assented with a nod. Although she felt a flicker of curiosity about the flavor of the bear paw, she could not justify sacrificing the chance to procure more food for mere culinary pleasure. Their family had yet to escape the clutches of poverty. A prolonged 7-month drought followed by another 7 months of snowfall rendered food acquisition increasingly arduous, with only a meager 2-month supply of rations at home. It was evident that more was always preferable. Time was of the essence. The yaks, horned sheep, and mountain camels were eviscerated, with their hearts, lungs, kidneys, and livers extracted, skins peeled, blood washed away, and then sliced into strips, immersed in a concentrated brine before being transported home to dry. Smaller animals were skinned or plucked, their entrails discarded, and after being treated with brine, returned home. Along the riverbank, numerous orcs engaged in similar tasks. Some, lacking salt, resorted to slicing the meat thinly and setting up pots by the river to transform it into jerky. Young orcs like Xiangshu, who had just come of age and had yet to join the hunting party, resorted to this method. However, with the abundance of carcasses available, he was eager to gather and process the meat swiftly before it spoiled under the sun and fell prey to flies and maggots. In a state of urgency, Xiangshu approached Mukuei's home to borrow salt. "Sister Kei, do you have any extra salt? I'd like to borrow some," he said, his cheeks flushed. He assured her, "When the wind season comes next year, I'll be the first to repay you. Or, if I come across something valuable in the future, I can offer you that instead." As he uttered the last words, his embarrassment deepened, and his voice lowered considerably. Aware that his chances of acquiring anything of worth were slim, especially for someone who had yet to join the hunting team. Qiangshu had previously assisted Mukuwei and had seen her family as pristine white salt. Though he kept his thoughts to himself, he privately believed that if they could afford such fine salt, they must have ample coarse salt as well, which prompted his request. Mukuwei, understanding Qiangshu's character and recalling their time together in the orphan cave, was more than willing to assist her former companion. Of course. Mukuwei brought forth a large barrel of concentrated brine for Qiangshu, then pointed at herself, "I will remember this. Next year, during the wind season. After the gathering, I will come to collect." Upon receiving the brine, Qiangshu sampled it and his spirits lifted. "Thank you, Sister Kuei. I promise to repay you in the wind season. Go now, and be swift in processing the meat, so you can venture out again to gather more carcasses." And Kuei waved her hand at him, storing away the well-prepared beast meat before heading home. The little bit of salt she lent to Qiangshu was of no concern to her, whether he returned it or not, yet she still felt compelled to mention it. Otherwise, in a tribe where everyone was scarce on salt, it would be difficult for her to explain how her family could afford to lend it so freely. And such generosity could easily incite envy among others. Of course, while Qiangshu's failure to return the salt would not directly impact her family, if he were to stubbornly withhold it during the next windy season, it would undoubtedly diminish her regard for him and consequently reduce her interactions with him. There was no time to assess the situation of the three little ones. After transporting the beast meat home and hanging it up, the siblings again dragged their cart into the throng of passing beastmen, racing against time to gather more carcasses. However, it must be said that flies, cockroaches, and other pests were exceedingly rampant during the dry season. The sun overhead was blisteringly fierce. Kuei and her companion hastily consumed the lunch from their food box before continuing their work, which had barely progressed, as afternoon was only halfway through. Along the way, they encountered no more intact beast carcasses. What remained were only the mangled remains, exposed bones, and the foul stench characteristic of decaying flesh. On the final trip, without the pressure of time, and to conserve resources, Mukuwei decided against discarding the intestines of large animals and the innards of smaller ones. Instead, she meticulously prepared them to bring home for dinner that night. Upon returning home, they tallied their harvest: 1 mountain hare, 2 horned sheep, 1 brown-maned yak, 2 long-nosed water buffalo, 1 antelope, 3 large sparrows, and 10 large snakes exceeding 1 meter in length, along with several small animals. The bounty was indeed substantial. Altogether, the various meats amounted to enough provisions for half a month. Including their previous stock, they had a total of 2.5 months' worth of supplies, bolstering their resilience against the impending natural calamities. At the onset of the dry season, food was still plentiful, and with continued effort, they planned to stockpile even more, alongside expanding their domestic farming and cultivation. In this virtuous cycle, they would surely achieve self-sufficiency in due time. Mukuwei felt a profound confidence regarding this prospect. Although she had only gathered the last batch of innards, combined with the hearts, lungs, kidneys, and livers of the larger animals, there was still an abundance. With so much to consume, it was naturally impossible to finish it all at once. Even if they could, Mukuwei recognized that preparing a meal consisting solely of innards would likely lead to the siblings overindulging. To preserve animal innards for the long term, the best methods were salting or braising. Mukuwei prepared a bit of each. Low-proof tree powder liquor was distilled again to yield a higher concentration. For salting, Mukuwei first purified each innard with her ability, soaked them in water for a time, then removed and sliced them into strips, washed off the blood, drained them, added salt, and sealed them for curing. After a few hours, she added the higher-proof tree powder liquor for further curing, repeating the process for another few hours before draining and hanging them to dry. For braising, she cleaned the innards, prepared the braising spices, and began the process, then drained them once done and hung them up to dry as well, with the addition of tree powder liquor and fragrant fennel mushrooms to enhance flavor and mask any off-putting scents. The braised products this time were of even better quality than the previous braised musky bird wings. Seizing the opportunity, Mukuwei also braised some other meats and wings, enriching the variety of their food reserves. She made use of both large and small intestines as well, Pine core and ginger bark were boiled in water to extract a flavorful broth, to which a bit of tree powder was added to create a tree powder broth. The clean beast meat was minced and mixed with salt, fennel mushroom powder, fragrant tree powder, and a dash of tree powder liquor until well combined, then stuffed into the intestines, tied off with silvergrass, and hung to dry. Though the sausages made from large intestines were a bit challenging to cook thoroughly, this was not a concern for Mu Kuei's family. After all, with many large animals being rather tough, if she desired a softer texture, she knew they would require extended cooking. Of course, the meat from the beast was tender enough to eat without lengthy stewing, depending on personal preference. The insects during the dry season were particularly rampant. Inside the cave, they could already spot a few flies and mosquitoes flitting about. Although Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao would swat them away immediately, they were aware that these pests were insidious, and it was uncertain when their home might be infested with numerous eggs. After eliminating this batch, it was likely that new flies and mosquitoes would soon emerge. Previously, the beast meat had only been rinsed in brine, which was still somewhat risky. The white-striped vine, characterized by its white-striped tendrils and long, willow-like leaves, would bloom with clusters of tiny white flowers resembling grains of rice during its flowering season. This flower, known as the white vine flower, had a rich fragrance and was an excellent ingredient for spices, were it not for the fact that this plant only thrived during the dry season, and currently exhibited only vines without flowers. Mu Kuei would have been tempted to gather some for aromatic products or culinary experiments. Nevertheless, the white stripe vine also possessed a pleasant scent and was non-toxic, making it suitable for smoking cured meats. Many uniquely fragrant plants, whether in the form of grass, leaves, branches, vines, or flowers, would appear during the dry season. Among the fragrant trees that Mu Kuei knew, there were no fewer than a dozen varieties that exclusively flourished in this season. During this arduous period, acquiring food would pose significant challenges, yet spices remained readily accessible. Perhaps this was one of the rare advantages of the dry season. However, for the beastmen who toiled daily for sustenance, the difficulty of obtaining food was enough to haunt their dreams, rendering the abundance of spices inconsequential to them. Mu Kuei instructed her younger brother to fetch white-striped vine and began the process of smoking the coarsely prepared beast meat. Meanwhile, she prepared to lend a hand to her 3 unfortunate little ones. Buzzing. The mosquitoes of the dry season were especially ferocious, with some being as large as fingers while others were smaller than sesame seeds. Yet, without exception, they all targeted the 3 little ones at home. Meow. Howl. Woof. During the brief time that Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao were busy processing the beast meat at home, Shi GMO and Victoria had already been driven into a frenzy by the mosquitoes. Each little creature was swollen with numerous welts, making them appear significantly plumper, a truly pitiful sight. Thankfully, Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao, with their beast warrior skins and abilities, had not been overly troubled by the mosquitoes. Previously, they had been preoccupied with the beast meat, leaving no time to attend to their 3 little ones. Now that they had a moment to spare, Mu Kuei naturally sought to avenge her little ones and soothe them. First, she used her wind ability to blow away the mosquitoes buzzing around them. With a heart full of compassion, Mu Kuei gathered the 3 little ones into her arms, employing her purification ability to cleanse their bodies of the toxins introduced by the mosquito bites. Then, using her healing ability, she tended to their injuries. After this treatment, the swelling significantly diminished, yet since her healing ability specialized in external wounds, it was effective for closing cuts, but somewhat lacking in addressing bruising and reducing swelling. Mu Kuei was unaware of the exact moment the mosquitoes had infiltrated their home. Given the sheer number of welts on the 3 little ones, it was evident that they had not just been targeted since the time they returned home after collecting the last beast carcass. Earlier, when they returned, the 3 little ones had been evasive, avoiding detection by Mu Kuei and her brother. It was only after they had nearly finished processing the meat that Mu Kuei witnessed the scene of her little ones scrambling about, tormented by mosquitoes. Why had they not spoken up about their bites? Mu Kuei felt a twinge of irritation, yet was reluctant to scold them. Thus, she found herself simultaneously reprimanding them and applying a milky, cleansing paste made from dried and ground Qingxin fruit, Baikan fruit, and the shimmering green saint beetle, along with the blossoms of the mandarin duck narcissus and silver windletter. She meticulously coated their entire bodies with it, save for certain areas where they stubbornly clamped their tails shut. Instantly, the trio of cubs, originally adorned in golden and black hues, transformed into three pristine white creatures, resembling a snowy white lion cub, a white wolf pup, and a white kitten. Their entire forms were enveloped in white, with only the color of their pupils varying, darting about in a manner that was quite comical. Mo, adorned with the cleansing paste, nuzzled his small head against Mukai's palm, whimpering incessantly, while casting an accusatory glare at Victoria, as if to report her misdeeds to his female guardian. It was her. She insisted we remain silent, claiming that these minor mosquito bites were but a trifling annoyance. Their minuscule venom would not harm us, threatening us to behave and not cause a ruckus. The reality, however, was that the three cubs had unanimously agreed to avoid troubling the adults at home. As for why they had suddenly emerged in a flurry, it was twofold. They could no longer endure the incessant bites and sensed that the adults were sufficiently occupied, ready to assist them, prompting them to hastily seek sympathy and affection. That a meow? Mukai queried, her eyebrows raised in surprise as she glanced down at Victoria. Meow, Victoria retorted, directing an angry shout at Mo. You cunning, foolish wolf, you were in agreement with that lion before, and now you dare to slander me. Meow, meow, meow. After her initial outburst, Victoria's forelegs trembled, her entire form swaying slightly as she gazed at Mukai with a feeble expression, as if to convey her grievances, asserting her innocence. Meow. What troubles you? Mukai gently cradled her, utilizing her shamanic abilities to soothe her. In that moment, Victoria cast a triumphant glance at Mohumph. You think you can contend with this revered shaman? You, a mere pup with barely grown fur, are still too inexperienced. You. Mo bared his teeth at the similarly white kitten, despite his own lack of teeth. Go on, shout again. Shout as loud as you like. After all, she cannot comprehend the language of our wolf kin. No matter how loudly you call, she will remain oblivious to your words. Victoria shot a challenging look at Mo before comfortably purring in Mukai's palm, which only intensified Mo's ire. This cat, relying on her understanding of his and the lion's language to communicate, was utterly insufferable, monopolizing his female and vying for affection. The sorrow of language barriers weighed heavily on Mo. In finding himself at a loss against this cat, he too resorted to clinging to the female, seeking to regain a fraction of the affection he had just lost. You mustn't do this again. Understand. If you get bitten, speak up. Otherwise, I will only worry more. Moreover, such behavior is perilous. What if a more ferocious cloud mosquito arrives? In that case, you little ones could be drained of blood in an instant. Mukai implored, her heart heavy with concern for the trio. Before long, the cleansing paste dissolved, and the three cubs returned to their original fur colors. However, remnants of the paste clung to their coats, rendering them rather disheveled in appearance. The external temperature was rising, and the water in the tub had begun to warm. Utilizing this warm water, Mukai meticulously cleaned each of the three little ones in turn. She then prepared a cleansing herb, subjecting them to its aromatic smoke before allowing the trio, now sneezing incessantly and nearly overwhelmed by the pungent fumes, to scamper off and play. The cleansing herb, discovered by Mukai during the rainy season, was particularly effective in driving away mosquitoes. Yet, it was a torment for the trio's sensitive noses. They were left sneezing uncontrollably, unable to find respite for quite some time. For now, this will have to suffice. During the dry season, there are gentler alternatives to repel mosquitoes. When I venture out to gather supplies again, I will keep an eye out for milder herbs to replace this harsh smoke. Mukai casually assured them, before letting the three little ones wander off to play. Although the tree kangaroo had been traded away, there remained a brown long-maned yak and two long-nosed water buffaloes at home. Mukai could easily utilize the hooves of these animals to prepare a dish known as bear paw. Thereby feigning to herself that she had indulged, she first took a water buffalo hoof to experiment with. The hoof was charred until the entire latter became blackened. Then, she soaked it in water and scraped away the charred exterior with a stone knife, revealing the pristine hoof meat within to neutralize the gamey flavor. She soaked it in low-grade tree wine for a period before rinsing it again to further eliminate the odor. After draining the water, she made a slit in the center of the hoof to ensure it absorbed flavor during cooking. In a pot, she poured in tree powder wine, added the hoof, and began to simmer. After a while, she removed it, rinsed it with cold water, and allowed it to cool before simmering it briefly in tree powder wine again, followed by another rinse and cooling. This process, known as flying water, was repeated several times to thoroughly remove any lingering gamey taste. It was said that only in this manner could the hoof's odor be completely eradicated, resulting in a dish that could evoke the taste of bear paws. Once the hoof was properly simmered, she removed it, discarding the large bones inside, and shaped it into a bear paw form. She then drizzled the thickened sauce over it, and with a sizzling sound, an aromatic fragrance wafted forth, instantly stimulating the appetite. The red banana flower seedlings at home had all been planted, and the red banana flower lump powder, ginger taro powder, was quite limited, as Mukai had reserved some ginger taro for this purpose, allowing her to use it only for grand dishes. With the advent of the dry season, Mukai had long wished to use ginger taro powder to make cold jelly and noodles. But regrettably, the current supply was scarce, permitting only its use in stir-fries. With 3 buffaloes providing a total of 12 hooves, Mukai skillfully prepared them all as bear paw. Naturally, by the time this dish was ready for consumption, it was already deep into the night, accompanied by the other dishes of tree powder fatty intestines, tree powder lungs, dumplings, various grilled meats and skewers, meat soup, fruit syrup, tree powder cakes, tree powder noodles, also known as jiami noodles or loquat stems, and tree powder cold cakes. The family relished this sumptuous late-night feast. The bear paw had been stewed to the point of tenderness, easily yielding strands of meat with a gentle tug of chopsticks. Upon tasting it, the savory flavor burst forth, a symphony of tastes dancing upon the tongue, complemented by the unique, rich yet not greasy texture of the hoof, leaving diners salivating and willingly seduced by the culinary delights before them. Occasionally, a morsel of hoof tendon was extracted. It had softened to the point of being easily torn apart with chopsticks, yet retained a slight chewiness unique to tendons, providing an extraordinary gastronomic experience. After enjoying a bite of bear paw, should one feel overwhelmed, a subsequent bite of fruit syrup, tree powder cake, or dumpling-like dishes could provide a refreshing palate cleanser, while the rich flavors of meat and stir-fried intestines offered a delightful array of options. Ultimately, after indulging in such a hearty meal, Mukai and her brother Muzhao felt thoroughly satisfied, cradling their slightly rounded bellies as they reclined on the stone sofa, reluctant to rise. Mo, Victoria, and Shurji, lacking teeth, were treated to only the tender surface meat of the bear paw, which was sufficient to leave them savoring the flavors for quite some time. The meals provided by the caretaker are truly splendid. But alas, I have yet to grow teeth, rendering much of it inedible. Shurji gazed at the sumptuous feast laid out upon the table, his mouth watering in anticipation. To his surprise, the little shaman displayed quite the culinary prowess. It was commendable indeed, and could barely rival the private chef he had in the beast goddess temple. Victoria, pondering her circumstances, considered whether she should linger here a while longer once she recovered, extending her time teaching the little shaman, all in the hope of continuing to enjoy the hospitality at the Mukuei residence. Meanwhile, Mo was far more straightforward in his thoughts. He harbored but a singular notion. My female is truly remarkable. My female is the best in the world. No, I cannot allow such a treasure to be whisked away by another male. She must remain solely mine. After a restful night, the following day began with the consumption of the remaining bear paws for breakfast. Once the 2 young ones were settled, they scattered some repellent grass throughout the house to deter mosquitoes from biting their 3 little ones. Then Mukuei and Muzhao set out, armed with food containers and water pouches. The sun crested the horizon, and wispy white clouds, delicate as smoke, were still visible in the sky. The rising sun glowed a vibrant red, as if draping the morning world in a sheer veil of golden crimson. Descending the stone steps, the view from the mountaintop was exquisite. However, this beauty carried a venomous sting. The heat was oppressive. The stone steps had begun to scorch beneath their feet. Even with shoes on, it felt as though the soles were being roasted over an open flame. The siblings wore sandals woven from fine vines, simple and airy, yet Mukuei lamented their impracticality during the dry season. Perhaps wooden clogs with soles that did not directly touch the ground would be more suitable in this parched climate. I shall carve a few pairs from condensation wood and etch cooling runes upon the soles, Mukue resolved in her heart. If conditions allowed for her comfort, it was only prudent to take action. Beads of sweat emerged one by one, cascading down her face, some even trickling into her eyes, the salt stinging her orbs and prompting involuntary tears. For a moment, it became difficult to discern which droplets were sweat and which were tears born of irritation. Grabbing the gauzy vine cloth tied around her waist, she wiped her brow, but as soon as she finished, new beads of perspiration formed and cascaded down, repeating the cycle without respite. Just yesterday, the onset of the dry season had not been this stifling. Yet, in the span of a single day, the external temperature soared to the sweltering levels of midsummer. Gathering in the square before the tribe's entrance, the females were rife with complaints about the wretched weather. The sun is unbearably fierce. I fear that if I venture out for a few days, my skin will darken and roughen. Indeed, every dry season unfolded thus. Few orc inhabitants of the tribe escaped the resultant tan, all appearing uniformly dark, making it difficult to discern one from another. After the snowy season, windy season, and rainy season, I have finally managed to achieve such fair skin. Alas, I truly dread the thought of foraging. Yet necessity prevailed. The hunting party required a portion of their catch to be surrendered. While the females enjoyed a privilege, the fruits of their foraging remained theirs to keep. If they didn't gather sufficient food now, what would happen when the dry season rendered the vegetation barren and food scarce? The previous day's haul had been distributed among all. Today, everyone merely needed to claim their respective carts. They continued to follow Aku's team. A group first ventured to the great river before the tribe, gathering river flowers to fashion umbrellas, shielding their heads as they dragged their carts, all the while grumbling about their plight. In the beast world, river flowers, lotuses, predominantly thrived only during the dry season, with a few varieties emerging during this period, managing to survive the cleansing of the snowy season, thus transforming into snow lotuses and similar seasonal delicacies. Today, their journey was not far, for with the advent of the dry season, many plants unique to this time had sprouted rapidly. Within just 2 days, these plants had flourished, bearing edible fruits. The rapid growth of flora in the beast world was on full display. Many water-loving plants had perished, leaving only withered branches and leaves among the trees. Those that survived had adapted to their environment, altering their leaves. Some grew thin and small, others elongated, thickened, or akin to cacti, sprouted broad, fleshy leaves adorned with spines. This type of cactus was known as thorny tree in the beast world. Unlike those on Earth, they did not feature smaller varieties. All thorny trees had adapted from certain tree species during the rainy season to endure the dry season. Moreover, these transformed thorny trees no longer relied on cuttings for survival. They propagated by dispersing seeds onto the ground, sprouting and growing vigorously during the dry season. The nature of transformation, including the type of tree and whether mutations occurred, influenced the edibility of these thorny trees. Some were consumable, while others were toxic, identifiable by their respective varieties. Careful to avoid their spines, the females picked the thorny tree leaves that resembled cacti, starting from base, breaking them off, and gingerly collecting them to place in their carts. Currently, the known non-toxic edible varieties included red heart thorny tree, agate thorny tree, yellow jade thorny tree, green palm thorny tree, amber ball thorny tree, sky blue ball thorny tree, and white jade thorny tree. Conversely, varieties such as blackberry thorny tree were toxic, while waxy thorny tree had transformed from wax trees, useful for candle making and the like. In the rainy, windy, and snowy seasons, the external environment remained relatively cool, and lighting with torches indoors was unproblematic. However, during the dry season, such heat made lighting fires indoors akin to self-immolation, a reckless pursuit of death. In such times, the waxy thorny tree proved immensely useful, occupying little space and generating less heat, rendering the indoor climate of the dry season more bearable. Today, Mukue and her companions primarily sought to gather the spiny palms from these thorny trees. Though covered in spines, if properly handled, they could yield exquisite delicacies. For instance, the spiny palm of the yellow jade thorny tree bore little excess stem flesh. once the spines and skin were removed. It appeared as smooth and delicate as yellow jade, suitable for raw consumption, tasting akin to star fruit, justifiably classified as a fruit. The spiny palm of the red heart thorny tree resembled pink hearts adorned with spikes. Yet upon steaming, its texture transformed into a sweet, fragrant, and tender delight, verging on a natural snack. The spiny palm of the agate thorny tree, when crushed in a paste, could enhance grilled meats or be stir-fried, imparting a unique fragrance that lingered delightfully on the palate. The green palm thorny tree offered a crisp, refreshing bite, perfect for salads or stir-fries, equally delectable. The amberball thorny tree, made for excellent soup or could be roasted directly for consumption. The sky blue ball thorny tree served a similar purpose, although Mukue had yet to discover any new characteristics. The white jade thorny tree, with its smooth and delicate texture, could be roasted and eaten as is. Mukue was now able to openly showcase her prowess as a beast pattern warrior. Utilizing her wind abilities, she skillfully severed the spiny palms from their roots, placing them directly into the cart without needing to lift a finger. The efficiency and speed of her gathering drew envious gazes from the other females. Having wind abilities is truly a boon. If only I could become a beast pattern warrior as well. Ordinary females watched with longing, their hearts brimming with the desire to attain such status. Koei, how do you manage that? Why can't I do the same? Ping inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Perhaps it's because I often groom others, which boosts my mental strength, Mukue casually explained. She referred to the period shortly after she had moved out of the orphan cave, when she had frequently offered grooming services to contribute. Oh, I see. Then I shall practice more diligently, striving to reach your level, so I can gather things without lifting a finger. The remaining few females who had awakened as beast pattern warriors also approached. Engaging in a discourse with Mukue regarding the nuances of utilizing their extraordinary abilities, in this exchange, Mukue did not withhold her knowledge. She imparted several techniques tailored for the females' use of their powers. However, whether they would truly master these techniques remained uncertain, for not everyone possessed Mukue's innate prowess as a formally recognized shaman, coupled with a solid foundational understanding. Furthermore, when Mukue sensed varieties of thorny trees that were devoid of toxins, which the females had overlooked, she collected them to store in the carriage. Upon noticing this, one of the females inquired curiously, wishing to experiment. Mukue replied affirmatively. Hearing this, the females ceased their inquiries, as they had long grown accustomed to Mukue's habits. Throughout the morning, Mukue filled the 2.5 carriages with the thorny tree's spiny fruits. The remaining half carriage was intended for other assorted resources she had gathered by afternoon. The collection team concluded their work early. Mukue returned home, dragging 3 carriages laden with supplies. Upon her arrival, she first removed the large thorns from the thorny tree's fruits, then meticulously peeled away the smaller thorns along with the tree's outer skin until they were entirely clean. The fruits that could be consumed raw, with a delightful taste, were set aside as fruit. The majority were dried, while a smaller portion was reserved for salads or soups, in her quest to repel mosquitoes. Mukue had found a significant amount of fragrant 7-leaf plants during her foraging, bringing back a generous bouquet of flowers and even snipping a few branches to cultivate in her breeding room. The 7-leaf plant in the beast world bore similarities to its counterpart on Earth, albeit larger in size. This plant was a treasure trove, as its flowers, leaves, and fruits contained essential oils that, when extracted, could serve as perfume or effectively ward off mosquitoes. Additionally, it could be utilized in cooking and baking, enhancing flavors with its aromatic qualities. The branches and leaves were also suitable for creating shamanic potions, and they could be used to smoke cured meats, making every part of the plant, except for the roots, beneficial that a mere 1 or 2 branches could be propagated to thrive independently, growing robustly even in free-range conditions without requiring much attention. The branches were initially placed in a wooden vase with water and a bit of soil until they developed roots, at which point they could be transplanted. The 7-leaf flowers could be distilled using steam to produce essential oil. Mukue replaced the grass in her home, cradled her 3 small pets, and infused their fur with 7-leaf essential oil, leaving them fragrant. This enticing aroma also kept mosquitoes at bay, ensuring the safety of her young ones. Completing this task, Mukue also scented the living room, kitchen, and bedroom, preventing mosquitoes from thriving in her home. The thorny fruits from the yellow jade thorny tree, once peeled, exhibited a warm hue akin to fine yellow jade. Sliced and arranged in a plate crafted from lush green leaves, resembling exquisite pieces of art. Placing a piece in her mouth, the unique sweet and sour taste of starfruit enveloped her senses, evoking a nostalgic feeling. Reflecting on her days on Earth, she felt a sense of longing. Life there was indeed splendid, free from natural disasters and worries about food, with the ability to order delicacies from across the globe online and receive them within days. It felt like paradise, and she wished that life in the beast world could one day mirror that ease. After a moment of reminiscence, Mukue shook her head, burying those beautiful aspirations deep within her heart. Life must continue to be lived steadily, day by day. Such thoughts were premature. What she ought to focus on now was to gather more supplies, ensuring they had enough provisions to weather the upcoming harsh drought and snowy seasons. Additionally, she needed to persist in her daily prayers, channeling her energy to nurture the items inscribed with ritualistic patterns within her home, particularly in the ice cellar and storage room, which were of utmost importance. The high temperatures of the drought season made food prone to spoilage. Thus, maintaining a lower temperature in the ice cellar and storage room would extend the longevity of their supplies. The thorny fruits from the red heart thorny tree were steamed, while the amber ball thorny tree and sky blue ball thorny tree were roasted, and the green palm thorny tree was prepared as a salad. Accompanying these were glutinous rice balls, tree powder jelly, and 7-leaf stuffed rice cakes. The meats were primarily steamed or made into soups. This refreshing menu for the drought season was freshly prepared. The 3 small ones relished the thorny fruits, as they were all consumable for them. The yellow jade thorny tree needed no introduction. Whether sliced into thin pieces for them to savor slowly, or juiced or mashed and chilled in the ice cellar, it became their favorite treat amid the sweltering drought. The salad made from the green palm thorny tree's fruits was merely a taste for them, as they couldn't chew without teeth. However, the red heart thorny tree, amber ball thorny tree, and sky blue ball thorny tree were all suitable for their consumption. The sweet and fragrant red heart fruits were soft and glutinous, while the amber fruits had a texture reminiscent of sweet potatoes, yet sweeter with a unique fruity aroma. The sky blue fruits were tangy and sweet, with a slight grittiness. Had they not been roasted, one might easily mistake them for a type of fruit. The home was filled with the refreshing fragrance of 7-leaf plants. Though the indoor temperature was quite high, sufficient to induce a sweat without any activity, it was still invigorating and made the heat seem less unbearable. However, the bouncy rabbits, clucking chickens, and garlic turtles appeared somewhat lethargic, lacking their usual vibrancy. The garlic turtles seemed to fare slightly better, leaning against the water pool, yet the bouncy rabbits and clucking chickens were utterly listless, appearing as if they were suffering from a bout of depression. These 3 animals were species that should have perished during the Great Cleansing, but had somehow survived. Mukue felt a pang of concern and hurriedly inscribed cooling ritual patterns on the rabbit and chicken cages, periodically sprinkling water inside, hoping they could endure and not succumb to the unfamiliar environment. Having cared for them for over half a month, the loss would be significant if they were to perish. Additionally, the 2 horned sheep also seemed affected by the heat. Noticing the half-inch-long fur growing on them, Mukue decisively sheared them, transforming them into shorn sheep. She kept an eye on the clucking chickens and bouncy rabbits, contemplating that if their condition continued to deteriorate, she might need to shear them as well. The river in front of the tribe was not consistently flowing. The 4th month of the drought season marked a turning point. The sun during this month was the most scorching, with temperatures soaring to levels capable of evaporating vast bodies of water, leading to natural tree deaths and potentially triggering widespread forest fires. This month was known as the month of scorching heat, equally daunting with the hurricane month of the 3rd month of the wind season, the flood month of the 2nd month of the rainy season, and the chilling month of the 4th month of the snowy season. Together, these 4 months were referred to as the extreme 4 months, during which the beastmen would be confined to their homes. Following the month of scorching heat, the land would be reduced to parched earth, rivers and lakes would dry up, and the ground would crack, revealing deep fissures, with vegetation nearly non-existent and food increasingly scarce. Therefore, before the arrival of the month of scorching heat, Mukue and her companions needed to accumulate sufficient food for at least 3 months. Only by surviving the month of scorching heat and the subsequent 2 months. Until the drought season, as temperatures began to decline and new plants emerged from the desolate land ravaged by the heat, could they find enough food in the wild to sustain themselves. The river in front of the winged tiger tribe was named Leanbor River, meaning the water's surface glistens with clarity and ripples. Leanbor River had an ample water supply, yet it too would dry up during the month of scorching heat. Only when a shaman performed the rain ritual to reactivate the river's source water could it flow anew. This source water was considered one of the rare treasures of the beast world. Whenever a water source is encountered, there must be a source of water. This saying is widely recognized in the beast realm. It is said that the potency of the source water directly influences the water storage capacity of the source. Powerful tribes, even when migrating, will conduct grand rituals to employ forbidden techniques, allowing them to transport the source water from their original habitat. Once they have settled new, they release the source water, resulting in a bountiful water supply. The source water of the Lingbo River is no different. It is said that the Ihu tribe brought it along during their initial migration to this area. The source water can be nurtured and maintained through grand sacrifices. If the rituals are sufficiently elaborate and the offerings ample, it can even lead to the continuous growth of the source water, enhancing its output. Recently, the Ihu tribe has been preparing offerings for the source water, with the hunting party's tax share being higher than before. This has, however, slowed down the pace at which Mukue's family stores food. Yet, Mukue understands that this is a necessity. The source water is akin to a device that requires regular maintenance. Without it, how could one expect it to function normally and provide a steady flow post the scorching months? After a full 10 days, the tribe finally managed to gather the offerings for the source water. All capable adult beast folk, save those on vital missions such as patrolling, numbered over 10,000 and gathered at the great plaza before the tribe's entrance. The altar in the plaza was adorned with offerings. Holding a staff, Chun danced the sacrificial dance, reciting the intricate sacrificial incantations that resonated clearly in the ears of every beast folk present. Roar, roar! The females bowed their heads in prayer, while the males transformed into their beast forms and howled at the sky. Above, in the vast azure, a fiery line shot forth from the sun, instantaneously morphing into a colossal half-beast deity clad in golden imperial robes, its crown resting upon its head. This embodiment was immense, nearly occupying half of the sky above the crowd, gazing down with indifference at the beast folk below, its resonant voice echoing in every ear. "Why have you summoned me?" Chun hurriedly chanted the prayer, detailing their wish to exchange offerings for resources to maintain the source water. The deity nodded, and the offerings on the altar vanished, replaced by a radiant essence of water emanating a soft blue glow. Chun ascended the altar, reverently taking the water essence and approaching the Lingbo River. After performing another ritual, she infused it into the river, causing the waters to shimmer and refract dazzling light under the sun. The sacrifice complete, Meng declared, "Today, we feast on river delicacies." A cheer erupted as everyone rushed into the Lingbo River to frolic. During the dry season, the females were already dressed lightly, wearing a strapless beeskin top and a knee-length beeskin skirt. Their waists and long legs were confidently on display, rivaling the attire of cheerleaders on Earth. Moreover, in the beast realm, there was no such thing as a brassiere, making one's physique evident upon entering the water. They resembled mermaids, captivating many males who gazed in awe. Noticing this, the males began to flaunt their own physiques, attempting to impress the females with their bodies, more perfect than those of bodybuilders, hoping to win their affection and potentially escape their singlehood. In no time, many males began to whistle and congregate, discussing which females were more approachable and whom they desired. The females also commented on the males' physiques, signaling interest to those they found appealing. In the tribe, such grand events with numerous participants served as a matchmaking feast, fostering many pairings between males and females, leading to the formation of families. Anyone wishing to find a partner would showcase themselves in such gatherings. Mukue, however, was not in search of a partner. She was solely interested in the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the river. Transforming into her beast form, she submerged herself and caught a 2-meter-long fish, her fangs sinking deep into its flesh. In no time, she had bitten it dead and dragged it ashore. That Mu Zhao, too, was focused intently on fishing. Having spent years in the hunting party, his experience was greater, enabling him to catch 2 sizable river shrimp, each over half a meter long. Both shrimp were pierced through by his fangs, lifeless upon capture. Mukue felt a pang of regret. Shrimp, after all, taste entirely different when alive compared to when dead. Yet, she understood the river's inhabitants were cunning, especially those half-meter-long river shrimp, which could rival the lobsters on Earth. Capturing them alive was a formidable challenge, as they could easily escape if one were not careful. Thus, dealing a swift blow to kill them was a more reliable approach, despite the resulting meat being of lesser quality. Swiftly, she removed the shrimp's innards and cleaned them. Mukue, without further ado, borrowed a large pot from a nearby beast folk and began boiling water, instructing her younger brother to fetch seasonings and bowls from home. The dry season's water was already warm, boiling in no time. Once the shrimp were cooked, Mu Zhao returned with the requested items. He heated the red seed oil, then added ginger, pine bark, pine core, fragrant mushrooms, and red-capped mushrooms to saute until fragrant. After removing the ingredients, he sprinkled in the petals of the 7-mile flower, allowing the floral aroma to meld into the oil before using wind abilities to cool the oil to a warm temperature. He then added salt, poured in tree powder wine, and the freshly produced first batch of tree powder vinegar, creating a dipping sauce for the boiled shrimp, a delightful concoction devised by Mukue. The red seed oil, known for its rich aroma, is extracted from the red seeds, which are small oval nuts that can be devoured whole once roasted. The female who lent the pot, named Wu He, was intrigued by the enticing scent of the spicy and fragrant dipping sauce. "Mukue, would you trade a shrimp for some clam meat?" she inquired, drawn in by the aroma. Mukue, aware that her true desire was for the sauce, readily agreed, handing her a cooked river shrimp and sharing half of the sauce with her. Wu He eagerly accepted the sauce and shrimp, hastily peeling the shrimp shell, dipping a piece of shrimp meat into the sauce, and tasting it. The primary flavor was spicy, slightly piquant, accentuated by the fragrance of the fragrant mushrooms, the floral notes of the 7-mile flower, and the rich aromas of oil and vinegar. Particularly, the tanginess of the vinegar elevated the shrimp's freshness to an extraordinary level, a taste she had never experienced before. Wu Hie's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Delicious! Mukue, how did you make this? Can you teach me?" Mukue nodded, replying, "Certainly, but it involves some secret techniques from my family. Let me explain it to you." Immediately thereafter, Mukue recounted the various seasonings utilized in the dipping sauce. She merely mentioned that the juzi oil was extracted from roasted juzi seeds, alongside several other ingredients such as fennel mushrooms, ginger bark, conifer heart, and chili xiang. These could all be readily found in the outside world, and whether or not they were concealed held little significance. After all, it was merely the discovery of a few new spices by Mukue. However, she only briefly alluded to the tree powder liquor and tree powder vinegar, stating that she had stumbled upon the liquor in a tree hollow while in the wild, reluctant to consume it. She later found that a jar of liquor that had accidentally absorbed water had fermented into vinegar. The tree powder itself bore no distinct flavor. The liquor and vinegar produced from it tasted akin to low-alcohol spirits and vinegar. Mukue did not err in this regard. She simply chose to obscure the source, claiming it was fortuitously found in the wild. Such a discovery was undoubtedly limited in resources, scarce and precious, thus saving her from having to fend off further inquiries from Wu He. Indeed, Mukue harbored her own interests. She wished to keep her brewing skills a secret and was reluctant to divulge the recipes for her liquor and vinegar. Being too conspicuous might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, while preserving her secret recipes would prevent the methods she had painstakingly developed from being exploited by others for greater gain, in the current absence of a shaman in the Ihu tribe. The liquor could serve to disinfect and ward off the cold, while the vinegar possessed mild antibacterial properties, making both ingredients invaluable. There would always be a demand for such rare commodities. This was distinctly different from revealing the method for making tree powder. Tree powder was ubiquitous during the rainy season. Even if Mukue remained silent, Observant individuals could easily deduce its edibility by scrutinizing the items her brother and she possessed. Sharing the method would only enhance Mu Kuei's social standing. Allowing her to navigate the female circles more effectively. Point one was a social investment, yielding connections, while the other was a wealth investment, garnering contribution points and provisions. Could it be that monkey liquor mixed with water could achieve the same effect? Wu He's mind raced, quickly arriving at the crux of the matter. It should be. Mu Kuei feigned uncertainty. The vinegar we have was acquired by chance. I wonder if monkey liquor mixed with water for a time could transform into something similar. Upon hearing this, Wu He's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she leaned closer to Mu Kuei and whispered, Chun has monkey liquor at her home that I'll discuss it with her later to see if we can turn her monkey liquor into monkey vinegar. Once it's ready, I could trade some with Chun and give you a taste. And Yu Kuei felt a flutter of surprise. How audacious of Wu He to assert that she could persuade Chun to dilute her precious monkey liquor with water, risking its transformation into an uncertain monkey vinegar. This girl must be Chun's close confidant. Otherwise, how could she sway Chun's decisions to undertake such a foolish act? In the sweltering heat of the dry season, fish, shrimp, and crabs spoiled rapidly. Many beastmen set up pots in the square, cooking and consuming their catches on the spot. The aroma of fish wafted enticingly, and with the keen noses of the beastmen, they could discern whose fish was more delectable from a distance, prompting them to approach, either bringing their own cooked fish or fresh catches for trade. The boiled river shrimp from Mu Kuei's household were unremarkable in the crowd, but the flavor of her dipping sauce was utterly irresistible. While the two siblings relished their shrimp, numerous individuals approached with inquiries that Mu Kuei remained consistent with the narrative she had shared with Wu He. When asked about their stock of liquor and vinegar, she confirmed their availability but provided no further details, nor did she offer any for free. With over 10,000 people present, no matter how much liquor and vinegar her family possessed, it would hardly suffice to distribute. Typically, those inquiring were quite perceptive, often proposing exchanges as long as the items offered were not too meager. Mu Kuei exchanged them willingly, though each household received only a modest amount, sufficient for a bit of dipping sauce or to enhance their river delicacies. In return, Mu Kuei and her brother amassed quite a collection. They acquired 5 varieties of fragrant tree branches, each with a distinct aroma, perfect for enriching their seasoning repertoire. Fresh fish, shrimp, and clams were often left by capable male beastmen who could catch live specimens. Others were retrieved after being killed in the water, necessitating immediate cooking to prevent spoilage. The sheer size of the crab shells alone was impressive, large enough to span 2 adult hands when brought together. After being cleaned, the legs were tied, and the shells were placed in steaming baskets alongside ginger bark. The hissing sounds indicated they would soon be ready to eat. Both shrimp and crabs were best cooked while still lively. The larger they were, the more vigorously they would struggle. Yet, to the Ihu, the struggles of their prey were inconsequential. Compassion would come later, once the feast was consumed. As they pondered how to enhance their next meal, they began by detaching the crab legs and claws, allowing them to cool slightly until the meat naturally separated from the shell. The crab shell, spanning the distance of 2 hands when opened, revealed legs and claws stretching over half a meter in length. Such size ensured that even the meat within the legs was easily extracted. The meat from the small legs was only slightly thinner than an adult's pinky finger, succulent and delicious, reminiscent of indulging in fine silverfish. Even without dipping sauce, its exquisite flavor captivated the palate. Once dipped, it offered an entirely different experience. The meat from the large claws was as delectable as shellfish, with pieces plucked larger than an adult's thumb. Whether enjoyed plain or with sauce, each bite was a unique delight. The meat from the claw tips resembled strands of black silk, often considered the very essence of the crab. Though scarce, its taste lingered on the tongue, leaving one craving more. The claws were the size of an infant's fist, and the extracted meat was firm yet not greasy, devoid of any fishy taste, yet exceptionally savory. Truly a treasure for those seeking to manage their weight. Of course, Ihu females traditionally valued health and fullness, and none would intentionally seek to lose weight at the expense of their vitality. For such a choice often implied a reduced capacity to withstand natural calamities, and one never knew when a minor illness could escalate into a grave condition, potentially leading to death. The weight loss strategies employed by girls in peaceful times were a mystery that would forever elude the understanding of beast women. Is not health the most paramount concern? Gastronomy ought not to be squandered. Point 1 must simply remember to avoid excessive indulgence. Naturally, while the females may rarely be slender, they are nonetheless well-proportioned, with no excessively corpulent individuals in sight. Due to frequent hunger and the formidable digestive capabilities of the orcs, even the most copious consumption results in surplus energy being seamlessly converted into physical strength, propelling the orcs further along the path to becoming beast-pattern warriors. Indeed, it is a phenomenon where one cannot gain weight regardless of the quantity consumed, only enhancing a physique that elicits admiration. The flesh nestled within the crab shell should not be served too cold. It is best enjoyed while still warm. Gently pry open the small lid atop the river crab's navel. The male has a pointed tip while the female's is rounded, marking the presence of the crab's intestines, which are ineatable. Proceed to lift the crab lid and remove the 2 rows of soft, whisker-like appendages from its abdomen, known as the crab's gills, which are also not meant for consumption. Extract a triangular pouch from within the crab lid. The crab's stomach, which should likewise be discarded. Savor the half-liquid, delectable juices within the crab shell, followed by the golden crab oil enveloping the crab roe, both inhaled into the mouth, creating an aromatic and rich flavor that lingers delightfully, evoking a desire to devour even the tongue. The crab that Mukue is enjoying contains roe, indicating it is a female. Had it been male, it would possess crab fat, a translucent, slightly sticky delicacy equally exquisite. Finally, consume the crab body, first extracting the hexagonal crab heart nestled within. This part is particularly cold in nature and can be detrimental to females. The meat of the crab body is tender and smooth, with a hint of sweetness, making it equally irresistible, prompting one to crave more. In conclusion, gather the crab shells and discard the remnants. The crab shells have medicinal properties, as is well known. The garlic tortoise serves as the dedicated waste disposal for Mukue's household, showing no disdain for even the crab intestines, stomach, and gills. The crab heart, the coldest part of the crab, though inedible, can be utilized for medicinal purposes, crafting concoctions with cold properties or combining with other cold herbs to create cooling elixirs to enhance the efficacy of their household's temperature-reducing rituals. Even now, despite Mukue diligently nurturing their ice cellar with spiritual energy, it is yet to reach a state conducive to freezing. It merely serves to preserve food from spoiling. The dry season has persisted for 10 days, and the oppressive heat each moment is unbearable. Their household still lacks genuine icy refreshments. It must be said, this is indeed a source of great discomfort. Mukue yearns to establish an ice cellar capable of freezing, allowing for a respite from the sweltering drought with a taste of chilled beverages. Consequently, in the forthcoming exchanges, Mukue's household offers dipping sauces and occasionally showcases culinary skills, with Mukue personally preparing dishes such as pan-seared fish, which are seldom seen among the orcs, in exchange for river crabs. The more, the better, as their household relishes such indulgences, welcoming all offers. Following the completion of the sacrificial rites today, everyone is set to revel by the river for an entire day. While preparing river delicacies for others, Mukue keenly observes the hunter's catches. Hiss, such a lengthy river clam. Surely it contains pearls. I wonder how large they might be and how many. A female stretches her arms wide, estimating a length of approximately 1 meter and 60 to 70 centimeters, indicating that someone has caught a clam as long as her wingspan. However, what use is it? It can only be worn for a short while before it darkens and loses its charm. It is something to be worn only at home, to be shown off to the males of the household, merely to add a touch of allure during intimate moments. That Mukue discerns that they're discussing pearls, given that pearls cannot withstand sweat and are intolerant of dryness and heat. Although pearls from the dry season are indeed appealing, they are regarded by the females as fleetingly beautiful. Once fashioned into adornments, they quickly lose their luster and become worthless. The tribe has not yet reached a point of utter desperation. The river's bounty may only be harvested on a large scale during the latter half of the 3rd month of the dry season. This gathering of river delicacies is similar. One may catch them by hand, but tools such as nets for mass capture are prohibited. However, This does not deter the more capable orcs, who can catch fish by the handful. Just like during the last scavenging expedition, today, as fish caught from the river will not incur a hunting tax. In fact, aside from participating in hunting parties that collectively harvest with the tribe, during other times, if one ventures out to procure some game for personal use, the tribe does not impose any taxes nor oversight. Of course, venturing out alone carries significant risks, and one typically only captures smaller animals, unable to pursue larger game with full force, needing to remain vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. Generally, it is only during times when food acquisition is exceedingly easy and tax-free that orcs become generous, willing to trade their meat for items such as dipping sauces to satisfy their appetites. Kuei, how does this clam look to you? Bring me some dipping sauce. A bronze-skinned individual with pronounced features brings forth a half-meter-long river clam. Placing it into Mu Kuei's water bucket, the clam immediately opens, releasing its pristine white flesh. This reaction is due to the clam's inability to withstand the dryness and heat once removed from water. It eagerly seeks to replenish its moisture upon contact with water. Good. And Mu Kuei turned around and handed him a small leaf bowl filled with dipping sauce. Both the leaf bowl and the leaf plate were crafted from large leaves by the beastmen, serving a purpose akin to that of plastic bowls in the human world, used temporarily to hold various items. In the realm of beasts, plant leaves were ubiquitous. Plucking them and folding them into leaf bowls for gifting was a common, unregrettable practice. Similarly, crafting figures like grasshoppers, dragonflies, or foxes from grass blades was a task that the beastmen could easily manage. Having lived in the mountains and forests for so long, the Ihu tribe had indeed become adept in the art of weaving. It was advisable to soak river clams in slightly salted water for a few days to allow them to expel any sand and silt. Moreover, much like crabs, dead clams would turn toxic if left for too long. So the beastmen would only trade live clams, and Mu Kuei did not attend to these clams immediately, but rather intended to keep them alive for a few days before consuming them. The same applied to river snails. They also required a few days of nurturing before they could be eaten. However, someone had brought a half-meter-long eel. Its body is striking black with red hues. Thick as a child's arm, eels are known to be venomous. Generally speaking, the larger the eel, the stronger its toxicity. Of course, the venom of eels dissipates with heat. While uncooked, they possess significant toxicity, yet when thoroughly cooked, they become safe to consume. Furthermore, Mu Kuei had purification abilities, allowing her to eliminate any toxins during the cleaning process, rendering her unafraid of the eel's venom. The blood of the eel, while sensitive to heat, is highly toxic, capable of inducing numbness in limbs and respiratory failure. Additionally, it serves as a prime ingredient for potion making, whether for healing or crafting poisons. As a shaman, Mu Kuei would certainly not forfeit such a valuable medicinal material. She sliced open the eel at the neck, careful not to sever the entire head, merely breaking its bones. Next, she removed the tail to let it bleed out, collecting the blood once it had drained sufficiently. She then cut open the eel's mouth and split its belly, extracting the entrails. After thoroughly cleaning it, she placed it into a pot, adding boiling water, white wine, and white vinegar, along with a few slices of ginger and bark, and began to cook it until the slime naturally detached from the eel's body. After removing it and rinsing off the excess slime, she deboned it and cut it into sections, given its substantial girth. Mu Kuei opted to slice it crosswise, resulting in circular pieces that would absorb flavors well during stir-frying. In a hot pan with oil, she first fried the eel, then, using the remaining oil, added ginger bark, pine heart, and dried red-capped mushrooms. Once fragrant, she introduced the eel rings, drizzled in low-proof tree powder liquor, and added chunks of red heart, prickly pear, and white jade, prickly pear, to stir-fry together. Finally, she seasoned it with salt, added a broth thickened with ginger and taro powder, and simmered until the sauce reduced. Typically, the females among the beastmen often roasted or stewed meat, while the intricate preparation Mu Kuei undertook, involving so many steps, was a rarity to this moment. Many onlookers were captivated by her culinary skills. After all, beastmen had hearty appetites. Stewing and roasting meat required little effort and could yield large quantities at once. In contrast, Mu Kuei's method of cutting the meat into pieces and stir-frying it with prickly pear appeared laborious. especially when attempting to create a dish large enough to satisfy the beastman's appetites. Take, for instance, the dish she was currently preparing, braised eel with prickly pear. Although a half-meter-long eel seemed quite substantial, especially compared to human portions, it would merely serve as a tasting portion for beastmen. Even for an ordinary female of the Ihu tribe, presenting such a dish to them would barely suffice to fill them at all. Nevertheless, it must be said that the allure of stir-frying is boundless. Just as Mukue's dish emerged from the pan, numerous beastmen gathered to request a taste. "Kue, this eel you made smells delightful. May we have a try?" "Certainly," Mukue nodded, reserving a small portion for herself and Adi before distributing the remainder among the nearby beastmen. The Ihu tribe also had individuals skilled in various cooking methods, such as frying, boiling, and braising. However, hampered by a lack of seasoning, the flavors they produced were often subpar, far less refined than their prowess in roasting or stewing. Over time, those beastmen who continued to employ these cooking techniques dwindled. For instance, while Mukue's culinary skills did not rival those of the beastmen who had decades or even centuries of experience in roasting, she often found herself exchanging her fresh river delicacies or dipping sauces for their roasted fish during communal feasts. No, you've already had 3 pieces. You can't have any more. I've only just had a taste. Why can't I eat? Delicious. Kuei's cooking is splendid. Whoever becomes her partner will surely enjoy a life of culinary delights. Hey, I'm a female. Can't you all be a bit more accommodating? Finish this plate of eel before I let you have more. Haha, you lad. You deserve to be single. The beastmen clamored eagerly to eat tea that moment. Mukue and Adi were preparing to enjoy the braised eel with soft pancakes made from tree powder and animal fat, when the portion she had set aside for the others was completely devoured. In fact, several beastmen nearly came to blows over the last bites, prompting Mukue to hastily retreat with her dish alongside Adi. Fearing they might return for more if they felt unsatisfied, the eel, having undergone numerous preparation steps, possessed no muddy taste. Its flesh was tender and smooth, bursting with a spicy and savory flavor that made it impossible to stop eating. The red-heart prickly pear was sweet and sticky, and when braised with the eel, it absorbed the delicious broth. The soft, glutinous texture melded with fragrant sweetness, a hint of saltiness, mild spiciness, and the fresh taste of the eel, creating a symphony of flavors that exploded in the mouth, making even the accompanying dish exceedingly delectable. The white jade prickly pear was similarly exquisite, delicate and smooth, enhanced by the rich broth, each bite a true indulgence. Paired with tree powder soft pancakes, lightly salted and made with the oil of the gugu chicken, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over them. Throughout the morning, the siblings savored their feast in the square, gradually becoming more acquainted with the other beastmen. Connections formed with those they had previously not known, bonding over culinary discussions and exploring various ways to prepare beast meat. Through this process, Mukue learned a great deal, particularly regarding roasting and stewing techniques. Previously, she had merely salted and cured her meats, unaware of the intricate methods involved. For instance, some meats required the removal of fine sinews before marinating to eliminate any gamey taste, while others needed specific branches, grasses, or vines for smoking during the curing process. Some meats did not require smoking at all. They could simply be sliced and sun-dried without any salt for long-term preservation. During their culinary adventures, the siblings returned home briefly to nurture the shrimp, crabs, fish, clams, and river snails, also preparing steamed crab roe and crab cream egg for the 3 little ones. They whisked gugu chicken eggs until well blended, added tree powder liquor, then mixed in fresh crab roe or crab cream with a pinch of salt and cool boiled water, steaming the mixture in a dish. Once done, they could drizzle fish liver oil atop the crab cream and roe egg custard for added flavor. Victoria particularly enjoyed this dish, her paws clutching the plate as she devoured her portion, fixating on the crab cream egg custard in Shurji's dish. Alas, my dear lady, here you go. You can have it. I'll just ask the caretaker for something else to eat. Shurji lamented, reluctantly relinquishing his plate after a few frustrated growls. After 10 days of cohabitation, Shurji had sadly realized that the native young cat and dog in his home were far from easily manipulated. In fact, despite being a lion cub, significantly larger than both, he had found himself outmatched by them, a truly absurd predicament. Even now, Ji could not fathom how he, a lion cub with human intelligence, had ended up with the lowest standing in the household. Wasn't he the lion lord? Shouldn't he be the one whom the caretakers endeavor to please? How is it that he could not even manage the most ordinary of cats and dogs? After feeding the three little ones, Mukue ventured into the breeding room to check on the animals' conditions. The feathers of the clucking chickens and the hopping rabbits had been clipped a few days prior, leaving them looking rather bare and unappealing. However, as long as they could survive, that was what mattered. After all, they were a species that couldn't endure the great cleansing. The meticulous care they received had ensured that they did not succumb to the harshness of the dry season. At the very least, after all the hard work, they would not end up at a loss, would they? Interestingly, although the Luo ducks thrived in wet conditions, they surprisingly managed quite well during the dry season, hardly causing Mukue any worry. The garlic turtles, as long as they had water, could endure the sweltering heat of the dry season, and they seemed to have overcome their discomfort from the change in environment. Mukue tossed kitchen scraps to them and noticed they were eating with great enthusiasm, seemingly adjusting well to the dry season's challenges. The little tree squirrels had grown rapidly, with several reaching adulthood in recent days. Some were quite restless, prompting Mukue to separate the adult male and female squirrels in hopes that they would pair off and produce new offspring. The two horned sheep had also grown, perhaps adding around 10 centimeters in height, appearing quite robust. The milk mice had already produced 8 pregnant females, 2 of which were already expecting when captured, although Mukue lacked experience in raising mice. Her divination indicated that those 2 were likely to give birth in the next day or 2, one of them possibly facing complications. Recently, she had been cautioning the 3 little ones to keep an eye on them when she went out. And at night, she hesitated to sleep soundly, often getting up multiple times to check on the milk mice at home. The clucking chickens and Luo ducks laid eggs daily, yielding a consistent harvest of 5 Luo duck eggs and 14 clucking chicken eggs. Mukue believed it would be best to turn the duck eggs into salted duck eggs. After inspecting the available Luo duck eggs, she found there were precisely 40. Today, she had acquired 5 new aromatic trees, along with ginger bark, coniferous cores, fennel mushrooms, chili fragrant flowers, and tree powder wine, leading her to believe she could prepare 5-spice salted duck eggs. The Luo duck eggs were cleaned and allowed to air dry. In a pot, she added ginger bark, coniferous cores, fennel mushrooms, 6 different types of aromatic trees, including one she already had, and the petals of chili fragrant flowers. Water was then added and brought to a boil, before reducing to a simmer to allow the flavors of the spices to infuse into the water, creating a brine. Finally, an appropriate amount of salt was added to the brine and allowed to cool. The dried Luo duck eggs were arranged in a stone jar, each coated with purified tree powder wine, and the cooled brine was poured in until the eggs were submerged. After sealing the jar, they would be able to enjoy salted duck eggs in about 10 days. The taro tree cores soaking in the stone jar had transformed into genuine pickled vegetables through the brewing process with tree powder vinegar. Now, Mukue's family included this in nearly every meal, especially her brother Mu Zhao, who adored the flavor of the pickled taro tree cores. The wooden clogs made from condensation would have also been completed. However, unlike traditional flip-flop designs, Mukue's version was a sandal structure that did not pinch the toes. The upper was crafted entirely from flexible vines, resembling thick-soled strappy sandals, and the soles were engraved with cooling ritual patterns, ensuring that even when stepping on the scorching ground during the dry season, the wearers felt no heat. This made outings for gathering and hunting much more bearable for Mukue and her brother Mu Zhao. In the planting room, the taro seedlings, red banana flower seedlings, and spiral grass had all thrived. The spiral grass was particularly flourishing, allowing them to enjoy dishes made from it daily. The chili fragrant flowers had also survived the transplanting process, with the longest branch now exceeding 0.5 meters in length and even sprouting several buds. Yukue anticipated that in another 2 or 3 days, they would witness the first bloom of their cultivated chili fragrant flowers. She expressed great excitement at finally seeing the rewards of their hard work. They could always return to the square to celebrate later. Victorian, having benefited from Mukue's nurturing through her shamanistic powers over the past few days, still appeared to be a palm-sized kitten, but her condition had significantly improved, at the very least. While guarding the small altar that Mukue had deliberately left at home, she could serve as a medium, transmitting sound when needed, allowing Mukue to hear her voice from up to 100 miles away. While simultaneously setting up altars for both rituals, they could communicate across distances. Based on this principle, shamans had also devised more convenient methods for long-distance sound transmission. Among these, the ritualists would engrave ritual patterns and create corresponding ritual vessels. With Chun in the tribe, Mukue would never resort to using sound transmission ritual tools. Instead, she used the spirit wood. Spirit wood was not a naturally occurring species, but rather one cultivated by shamans through a special process that a variety of shamanic herbs were combined with shamanic powers to create a growth medium, into which a leaf from a nurturing tree was placed, causing it to sprout roots and grow into a small tree. This was spirit wood. The nurturing tree, as its name implies, is the tree of life. In the harsh climatic conditions of the eastern continent, every seasonal change brings about a wave of great cleansing, leading to the extinction of those plants and animals unable to adapt without the nurturing tree, which can give rise to life. It is likely that Mukue and others would not see the clucking chickens and hopping rabbits again in the following year. The reason they could witness these species was that, after the appropriate time arrived, those that had already gone extinct or were on the brink of extinction would be revived by the nurturing tree, allowing life to flourish once more. Moreover, due to the existence of the nurturing tree, the beast world does not experience the concept of endangered species. This means that regardless of how the beastmen consume or destroy, no species can be entirely eradicated, as they will still be born anew from the nurturing tree in the following year. Naturally, given the significance of the nurturing tree, any destruction of it is strictly prohibited. In fact, while ordinary beastmen can see the nurturing tree, it is akin to a mirage, visible yet intangible, let alone destructible. Even shamans and ritualists must set up altars and perform rituals before the nurturing tree, promising the beast gods multiple times before receiving a leaf or a small branch as a reward. Obtaining a branch does not imply that one can easily propagate a nurturing tree from it. Spirit would enable shamans to achieve one-way sound transmission. This means that Victorian, stationed by the altar, can transmit sounds to Mukue, who possesses spirit wood, but Mukue cannot send sounds back to Victorian. To facilitate receiving Victorian's transmissions, Mukue fashioned the spirit wood into leaf-shaped earrings, which glistened like jade. She wore one on each earlobe, corresponding to two distinct one-way communication channels. Currently, Mukue has activated only the right earring to receive messages from Victorian, while the left earring remains unused. However, she is confident that it will soon come into play. The offspring of shamans have the potential to become shamans themselves, just as the offspring of ritualists possess the potential to become ritualists. Mukue is certain that at least one of her parents became a shaman. After awakening her shamanistic powers, the first inheritance she received was from her parents. Moreover, in her previous life, her brother awakened shamanistic abilities after becoming a second-tier beast pattern warrior, acquiring the role of a shaman as a secondary profession. The left earring's communication channel is intended for her brother in the future. The inheritance left by her parents primarily concerns the preparation of shamanic herbs, with scant information related to the shamanistic arts. Mukue speculates that this may be connected to the fact that they had only recently become shamans before meeting their untimely demise. The ranks of shamans are categorized into first, second, third tiers, and so forth, corresponding to the levels of beast pattern warriors they are capable of healing. Within the legacy passed down from Mufu and Mumu to Mukue, there exists a prescription for treating six-tier beast pattern warriors. This indicates that at least one of them has achieved the stature of a six-tier shaman. However, Mukue is uncertain as to which one it may be. Yet, she intuitively suspects that the sealing order beneath Meng and Chun likely encompasses some enigmatic elements akin to causal spells. Should anyone divulge pertinent information to her and a D, it would inevitably trigger a response. Otherwise, it would not be possible to maintain such an impenetrable secrecy, which has eluded her for over a year. A year hence, the Ihu tribe is destined for monumental upheaval, leading to the disintegration of the entire tribe. In their past lives, Mukue and her companions were also scattered from their kin due to the events that transpired a year later. consequently losing the trail to investigate their parents' demise. Of course, by that time, the pursuit would hold little significance, for Meng and Chun would perish in that cataclysm. They bear the weight of leadership and the priestly duties, fighting for the survival and continuity of the tribe, only to sacrifice themselves. Yukue remains oblivious to the grievances between them and Mumu, nor whether it pertains to her parents' deaths. Moreover, even in her past life, there existed numerous frictions and discontent between her and the chief's family. Nevertheless, she recognizes and respects such leaders and priests. Naturally, witnessing the misfortunes of Chun and Meng's family brings her a sense of satisfaction. Admiration aside, it does not preclude her from enjoying the spectacle and seeking vengeance once the truth is unveiled. After instructing Victoria to make rounds in the breeding chamber and call her if there are signs of the mother rat giving birth, Mukue and her brother finally descended to the plaza, resuming this unending revelry. "Kue, you have finally arrived. Come, take a look at this magnificent grass carp from my home." Suddenly craving a pan-fried dish, she implored Mukue to ponder how to fry it perfectly without damaging the fish. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Ping, who had been eagerly awaiting, rushed towards Mukue, dragging her to admire the grass carp in her family's water tank. With a large family, Ping's water tank was equally sizable, measuring over 10 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width. Calling it a tank would be an understatement, as 2 or 3 people could swim side by side within it. Mukue was taken aback by the sheer size of the tank. As she gazed at the fish within, she marveled at the 3-meter-long yellow croaker, the 5-meter-long grass carp, and the 1.5-meter-long crucian carp, alongside other river creatures exceeding 1 meter in length, such as clams, crabs, and shrimp. The tank was completely filled with the aquatic life. If Victoria were to witness this, even her near-miss experience with being swallowed by fish would be of no consequence. She would surely pounce at the first opportunity. Oh, right? What did Ping summon her for? It was to seek her advice on how to prepare the 5-meter-long grass carp for pan-frying without damaging its body. Mukue stroked her chin in contemplation. Perhaps you could consider having your male relatives collectively retrieve a pot larger than this grass carp first. Yes, she nearly forgot. Ping, prompted by Mukue's reminder, smacked her forehead and called to a nearby companion. "Yagu, gather some people and fetch a larger stone pot." Oh. The individual responded promptly and soon departed. After approximately 15 minutes, Yagu returned with several males, bringing along a pot with a diameter of at least 10 meters. Witnessing this, Mukue's eyelids twitched. Her family's 2-meter-wide pot was already quite sufficient. Yet, Ping's family, upon hearing the request for a large pot, had produced one with a diameter of 10 meters. Frankly, Mukue had never encountered a pot of such magnitude before. The thought of using such a large pot for cooking was beyond her imagination. What about oil? A fish of this size would require a substantial amount of oil. Ping's family brought out a large quantity of fatty beast meat, boiling it for Mukue to see. What if the heat is uneven for such a large grass carp? A fire-type beastman personally took charge, using his abilities to heat the potas for the frying. Another male stepped in to assist. They needed to make several incisions to ensure the fish could absorb the flavors thoroughly. A few males competed to take charge. With a flurry of wind abilities, the incisions on the fish were nearly invisible to the naked eye. But Mukue, maintaining her mental perception throughout, counted and discovered that the 5-meter-long grass carp had been scored with at least several hundred cuts. By the end of the process, Mukue merely observed and offered a few comments. This left her in awe, truly a testament to Ping's household of 50 robust laborers. In this little life, as long as she spoke, there would be people to do everything for her, except, of course, when faced with certain challenges and occasionally contending with the chaotic male dynamics. "Kue, come join us for a meal." Ping beckoned Mukue to join the table. Under the cool canopy set up at Ping's place, several large stone tables were arranged, accompanied by beastmen with ice abilities providing continuous cooling service. It could be said to be a royal treatment. No, we just ate at home and were planning to catch some fish in the river. Mukue waved her hand to decline. With 10 or so males under the shelter, all belonging to Ping's family, she felt it inappropriate to join them. Moreover, sitting among so many males would make her uneasy. "Oh, then that's fine." Ping felt somewhat disappointed, but did not insist further. With only Mukoe and her brother home, it was only natural they would seek to catch more fish to supplement their household. A large flower carp, over 2 meters long, swam gracefully in the water. Its head, nearly a third of its body, appeared to Mukoe as the perfect ingredient for a spicy fish head dish. Lurking, she became utterly still, concealing her presence with her mental energy. When the large flower carp swam past her, she swiftly seized it. Blood spread through the water. Shortly thereafter, a golden-haired, double-winged, saber-toothed female tiger emerged, carrying a struggling large flower carp in its mouth, leisurely making its way to the shore. With the fish in tow, it approached its family's water tank and placed the fish inside. Instantly, the already modest tank became overcrowded. Stealthily channeling healing abilities, Mukoe mended the wounds of the still-living large flower carp. Just as Mukoe transformed in her human form, the wetness from her skin dampened her beast skin clothing, perfectly showcasing her burgeoning figure. That moment, a male boldly approached, presenting her with a bouquet of flowers. The blooms were the size of an adult's palm, white and layered, with petals pure and beautiful. Standing elegantly, their fragrance wafting in the air, evoking a sense of serenity and delight. This was the frost moon lotus, a flower used by beastmen to court. Mukoe decisively rejected. Take it back. Give it to the female you admire. I will not accept it, but the one I admire is you. The male persisted, gazing at Mukoe with a heartbroken expression. Unmoved, Mukoe reiterated, take it back. I do not wish to accept it. Alas, the young man's handsome face fell instantly, his head bowed in dejection as he walked away. Haha, Atai, your approach is so outdated. Females today do not favor males they do not know presenting flowers. Indeed, there should be feelings. Familiarity is essential before giving flowers that don't lose heart. Unlike Ji and Chi, you can't rely solely on your looks to captivate females. Take your time. You'll surely win her over. After a round of playful banter, the onlookers teased the young man named Atai, offering him advice and encouraging him to persist. Mukoe savored the gossip. Her lips involuntarily twitched. It was peculiar. She used to feel quite secure, rarely encountering suitors. Why, all of a sudden, were strangers approaching her with flowers? Lowering her head, she noticed that she had developed some flesh, no longer resembling a mere skeleton. Glancing at her hands, Mukoe suddenly became aware. As if struck by a revelation, she seemed to have grown more beautiful, and her hands appeared more dexterous. Just as she was lost in thought, a young man approached, shyly extending a white jade clam towards her. I would like to exchange some dipping sauce with you, okay? The white jade clam was exceedingly rare. Unlike river clams that could settle anywhere and remain motionless, easily caught, the white jade clam moved swiftly in the water, making it incredibly difficult to capture. It was evident that trading such a precious clam for mere condiments would put the young man at a distinct disadvantage. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Mukoe was puzzled about this unexpected interaction. Just as she was contemplating how to respond, a series of faint cat mews suddenly emanated from the spiritual ear studs she wore. Very well. I'll give you the dipping sauce. I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. With that, Mukoe left those words behind, not even taking the white jade clam, and hurriedly packed her belongings to return home. This moment, Victoria calling her indicated that there was likely something urgent at home. The thought of the 2 pregnant baby mice in the breeding room, expected to give birth in the next couple of days, completely captivated Mukoe's attention. Of course, this also served as an excuse to evade the transaction with the young man. It was best to minimize debts to others. Otherwise, repaying favors could become a tedious affair in the future. Hey, you haven't taken the white jade clam, Koe? The young man gazed at the left-behind dipping sauce and clam, on the verge of tears. After all his efforts to catch one, he had approached his favored female, hoping to strike up a conversation. Little did he expect that she would provide him no opportunity, leaving the sauce behind and walking away. You little rascal, you're quite capable, much better than that fellow just now. But alas, Koe has no intention of accepting your offering. Keep trying, kid. With a thicker skin, you'll eventually catch her attention. The beastmen nearby watched on, munching snacks and cheering him on. As soon as she returned home, Victoria clambered up Mu Kuei's pant leg and swiftly hopped on her shoulder. This place had essentially become Victoria's throne, each time making him owe. The little milk wolf whined in envy from the sidelines. Unfortunately, as a small creature, he lacked the sharp claws and agility of Victoria, making it difficult for him to climb up. Wang looked up resentfully at the smug Victoria, barking at Mu Kuei a couple of times before turning towards a breeding room. Mu Kuei thought to herself, "Indeed, is it time for the birth? Or has it already begun?" Rushing into the breeding room designated for the tree mice and baby mice, Mu Kuei found one of the pregnant females hissing and straining to give birth in the cage she had prepared for them. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a tiny mouse head already peeking out. Mu Kuei reached out her hand, using her healing abilities to soothe the mother mouse while simultaneously offering the carefully prepared nutritional feed, bringing it to the mother's mouth. The mother mouse hissed, nibbled a few bites of the feed, and with a great effort, delivered 2 baby mice. Continuing this process, the mother successfully birthed a total of 5 little mice, finally emptying her belly. At this moment, it seemed the other mother mouse had also been influenced, as she began to hiss as well, indicating that she was about to give birth. According to Mu Kuei's divination, one of the baby mice would face difficulties during birth. With the first mother having delivered smoothly, it was likely that the remaining one would encounter complications. Gently stroking the mother mouse's belly, Mu Kuei fed her nutritional feed while feeling a surge of anxiety. Both mothers had bellies of similar size, leaving her puzzled as to why the divination indicated a difficult birth. Difficulties in human births were generally perilous, often threatening either the mother's life or that of the child. It was not an exaggeration to say one was walking through the gates of death. Would this difficult birth threaten the life of the mouse mother or her offspring? Mu Kuei had never raised such creatures before. Lacking any experience and was uncertain about what to do, the mother mouse, determined, finished all the nutritional feed in her trough and began to labor. The hissing continued, yet no baby mice appeared. Watching in distress, Mu Kuei felt an urge to intervene physically and assist the mother mouse in delivering her young. Yu Zhao was witnessing the scene of animal birth for the first time, inexplicably caught up in the tense atmosphere. Remaining silent while feeling a shared anxiety with the mother mouse's hisses, Victoria licked her paws and jumped on Shiji's head, boredly purring. Shiji glanced up, suppressing his inner indignation, remaining frozen in place, afraid to move. During the time when the 2 caretakers were away, he had endured many lessons from this cat. With no choice but to concede, he silently vowed, in the future, when the opportunity arose, he would make this cat pay. Although he could not overpower the dog, whenever he sought recognition from the female caretaker, the dog would seize the chance to cause trouble while the caretakers were away. However, the dog's anger was predictable. As long as he did not provoke the female caretaker, all would be well. But this cat, without provocation, treated him as a mount, often scratching him and stealing his food. It was intolerable. It concerned his dignity as a man. With the dog, Shiji could turn a blind eye and choose forgiveness. But with this cat, absolutely not. Mu Kuei found herself unable to focus on the playful antics of her 3 young offspring, as her mind was wholly consumed by the plight of the mother mouse. Although she had been forewarned of the mother mouse's impending difficulties in labor, when the moment finally arrived, Mu Kuei felt utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Her heart raced as she intermittently channeled her healing powers to the mother mouse, hoping to stave off excessive bleeding. Beyond that, she felt powerless, resigned to fate. With no experience to draw upon, she was at a loss regarding how to assist the laboring mother mouse. After a long 15 minutes, the mother mouse finally delivered her first offspring, a tiny creature, even slimmer than Mu Kuei's pinky finger. Soft and squirming, resembling a fleshy worm. Ignoring the blood that clung to the newborn, Mu Kuei gently cradled the little mouse, utilizing her purification and healing abilities to assess its condition. Only after confirming its well-being did she breathe a sigh of relief. She placed the tiny creature into a meticulously prepared nest lined with hay and again turned her anxious gaze to the mother mouse. She thought to herself, now that the first baby has arrived, the subsequent ones should follow more smoothly. However, their wait extended into 2 arduous hours. The mother mouse, utterly drained, would likely have succumbed to severe hemorrhaging had it not been for Mu Kuei's healing abilities. which had staunched the bleeding. The situation for the newborn mice was similarly grim. Despite the mother mouse's sizable belly, she managed to deliver a staggering 30 offspring. Many of these were born with missing limbs, while others lacked fully formed features, eyes and ears absent, and some were stillborn or perished shortly after birth. Mucoa's healing powers, while formidable, were not a panacea for all ailments. Preserving the mother mouse's life was a commendable feat in itself. Yet she felt utterly helpless concerning the fragile babies. The ancestral knowledge bestowed upon her by her parents contained no guidance on the care of newborn mice post-delivery. There were remedies for sick winged tiger cubs, but the disparity between a beast man and a common rodent rendered such knowledge largely irrelevant. That it was akin to the distinction between a physician treating humans and a veterinarian caring for animals. Both may treat ailments, yet their expertise diverges significantly. Ultimately, Mucoa counted the surviving offspring from this litter. 23 in total. 5 appeared healthy. Having been born first. 6 had missing limbs, 3 were earless, and 4 lacked one or both eyes. 2 were tailless, yet could be regarded as healthy mice. The remaining 3, upon scanning with their mental prowess, revealed internal deficiencies, leaving their survival uncertain. Furthermore, aside from the initial newborn, the subsequent mice grew progressively smaller, with some barely the size of a fingernail. Most emerged stillborn or did not survive long after birth. Only 3 with compromised organs remain alive, yet Mucoa doubted their longevity. With a heavy heart, she sighed deeply, feeling regret. Had she foreseen such a scenario, she would have scanned the mother mouse's belly with her mental abilities in advance to ascertain the number of offspring she carried. It was a lapse in judgment attributable to her inexperience, and now that the situation was irrevocably settled, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps in the future, should she encounter another case of difficult labor, she could attempt a cesarean section. With her healing powers at her disposal, she need not fear excessive bleeding during surgery. By extracting the offspring and subsequently healing the mother mouse's wound, she could ensure a scar-free recovery, potentially safer than modern cesarean procedures with fewer side effects. Reflecting on this, Mucoa could not help but admire her own ingenuity, albeit with a tinge of regret for not having considered it sooner. Placing the tiny mouse in a cooling wooden box inscribed with temperature-regulating runes, Mucoa lined it with soft fabric and covered it with a small blanket. Once the mother mouse had recovered somewhat, Mucoa offered her a nutritious liquid meal before presenting the firstborn mouse to the nursing nipple. After ensuring it had latched on and consumed the milk, she reluctantly returned the little one to the box, carefully selecting the weakest and smallest mice to nurse next. She treated them merely as tools for milk extraction. But given the circumstances, it was unavoidable. Witnessing the birth and subsequent death of each tiny creature weighed heavily on her heart, and she felt compelled to maintain balance by caring for the weakest, striving to ensure the survival of all the newborn mice. Having delivered 30 offspring, the mother mouse was utterly exhausted, and her milk supply was insufficient. After nourishing the weakest 18, the remaining 5 healthy mice were unable to extract any more milk. As the mother mouse began to grow agitated, attempting to push away the persistent mice, Mucoa swiftly intervened, relocating the 5 to another nursing mother. To her dismay, this new mother seemed to recognize they were not her own and attempted to harm them. In response, Mucoa had no choice but to call upon her brother, and together they restrained the new mother, allowing the 5 nursing mice to feed successfully. Afterward, Mucoa pondered the unsustainable nature of their current arrangement. With both she and her brother absent from home during the day, and the younger ones, Mo and Sherji, too small to assist, she needed a solution. After much contemplation, Mucoa resolved to express and store extra mouse milk, keeping it in the ice cellar to be warmed periodically for the newborns. However, this would place an additional burden on the little lion cubs, who already relied on Sherji to deliver their meals during her and her brother's absence. Embracing the little lion cub, Mucoa instructed it on its forthcoming responsibilities, assuring it that while the tasks would be demanding, she would reward it with delicious food upon their return. Hearing this, Sherji opened its mouth in a semblance of a smile, though it felt a twinge of bitter humor. With Mucoa holding it so closely, it could already feel the weight of the dog's piercing gaze. As for the food, Sherji would never consider hoarding it for itself. To do so would invite the wrath of the 2 dominant cubs at home. Once again, regret washed over Shurji as it lamented under its breath. It should never have underestimated those two local cubs. Their raw strength far surpassed its own. Being a modern individual thrust into this realm, without any significant advantages, it was utterly humiliating to be bullied by ordinary cats and dogs. It is he who has brought shame upon his fellow time travelers. Among all the sojourners, he seems to fare the worst. With 2 litters of mouse pups to care for, and coupled with Mukuei's inaugural experience of assisting in the birthing of livestock, her initial enthusiasm has waned, leading her to abandon her excursions to the square. Now, she entrusts fish catching to Mu Zhao, who, after a successful haul, merely carries them home. Ultimately, the fish they caught have surprisingly provided an additional day's worth of sustenance for the family. It may be a modest gain, but with river delicacies available at their leisure, the unexpected bounty is indeed welcome. As customary, she prepared fish soup, steamed crab roe, and crab fat custard for Mo and Victoria, along with fish skin jelly and tree powder cold cake, seasoned to perfection for their leisurely enjoyment. In light of the newborn mouse pups, the latest supply of mouse milk is prioritized for them, leaving the 3 little ones to supplement their diet with additional food. Strangely, during mealtime, Mukuei fancied she noticed the little lion cub beginning to sprout teeth. To confirm her suspicion after the meal, she inspected each of the 3 little ones, only to find, as anticipated, that all 3 had indeed begun teething. The little lion cub had a couple of teeth, while Mo and Victoria had merely sprouted tiny tips. Yet it was evident they were progressing towards consuming regular food. Quite encouraging, she gently nudged each of the 3 as a form of encouragement. Once you grow a few more teeth, I shall share a portion of what I eat with you. Upon hearing this, the 3 little ones' eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly anticipating that day, due to the need to tend to the 2 litters of mouse pups, particularly the one that had faced complications during birth. Mukuei and Adi had difficulty sleeping that night. The 2 took turns keeping watch, one guarding the first half of the night while the other took the latter, ensuring that the nest of pups was never unattended. Nonetheless, despite their vigilance, 2 of the pups, lacking vital organs, did not survive and perished in the middle of the night. Victoria, who usually relished the tender mouse pups, remained silent this time, observing with disdain as Mukuei mournfully disposed of the deceased pups into the waste pit. Secretly scornful of the little shaman's excessive compassion for the 2 pups that had barely seen a day of life. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously resolved not to consume the mouse pups she had witnessed being born. Much like how Mukuei had discarded the deceased pups without protest, Victoria too remained unperturbed. The following day, after repeatedly instructing the 3 little ones to behave and ensuring that the little lion cub kept a watchful eye over them, Mukuei, laden with a food container and a cold wood box bearing expanded ritual patterns, hitched up a cart and joined the gathering team for their expedition. Remarkably, in just 10 days, the forest had transformed dramatically. The spiny trees, adorned with thorns, were ubiquitous, and other vegetation had also undergone significant changes. Some leaves had become diminutive yet abundant, densely clustered like a canopy, while others had thickened, enhancing their water retention capabilities. Countless transformations had occurred, far exceeding these 2 examples. In essence, the flora had adapted more effectively to the arid season. The plum trees no longer resembled their flood-stricken state of the rainy season, where one had to dive underwater to harvest their fruit. Instead, they now thrived amidst towering trees, with shrubs reaching half a person's height, laden with fist-sized, vibrant red fruits, glistening under the scattered sunlight filtering through the dense foliage. The plums are seedless, composed entirely of pulp, and propagate through cuttings or root division. Unrefined plums do not bring misfortune nor confer any enhancements. They are simply ordinary fruit. The bright red fruits, as large as a fist, boast a plum-like flavor, delightfully sweet and sour, much adored by the females. This mountain, once named Plum Fruit Mountain by Ku, is home to countless plum trees, upon witnessing the first batch of plums for the dry season. The females were overjoyed, flocking eagerly to harvest them. They engaged in cheerful conversation, discussing plans to create dried fruit or preserves, and even to chill them for refreshing beverages. Yet at that moment, Mukuei harbored thoughts divergent from those of the others. She mused that the coveted plums of the dry season had finally arrived. As for Qingyu, it was time to put an end to matters, since that unfortunate incident during the rainy season, where she had nearly tumbled off a cliff due to San Shan's antics. And upon discovering that San Shan had lost that particular capability, she had been seething with rage, biding her time to confront Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao. However, with Mu Kuei now on guard, she had not been afforded any opportunity, especially after the incident involving Yin Fang and Yin Kei's treachery against Mu Zhao that Mu Kuei had strategically employed a secret technique, rendering the two brothers incapable of distinguishing which was Mu Zhao. If they could not discern, then it would be challenging to strike. Even if they attempted to trip someone up, the target would invariably not be Mu Zhao, but rather a decoy amidst the smokescreen devised by Mu Kuei. Each of the decoys possessed profound backgrounds, and provoking them would only lead to future troubles. In recent days, Qingyu's household had endured considerable hardship. The brothers Yin Fang and Yin Kei were now too fearful to even contemplate their previous schemes, behaving themselves within the hunting team, not daring to act out. This was largely due to the many stern warnings they had received after provoking Mu Kuei's smokescreen of a Beastman family. Their contribution points had dwindled to a mere pittance. Even when acquiring water pouches, they found themselves borrowing contribution points from the males who associated with Tong and Qingyu. This decline in status further diminished their standing within Qingyu's circle, breeding resentment towards her. Although they harbored a desire for revenge against that rascal Mu Zhao, their motivations were primarily to curry favor with their mate that, in truth, they had long since lost any profound feelings for their biological father, who perished in the calamity 4 years prior. For a female, they could disregard their own mother. To claim they held any fervent emotions for their biological father would be sheer nonsense. Females, everything revolved around females. 4 years ago, they chose to stand on the same side as Qing Wei, allowing her to torment their mother, which ultimately granted the elder brother Yin Kei the right to procreate, resulting in the birth of his son. Yanhua 4 years later, witnessing the growth of their father's murderous children, the vigilance from Meng's side had also relaxed considerably. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Qing Wei harbored the same animosity towards the siblings Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao, prompting them to contemplate a similar approach as in the past to secure reproductive and mating rights with the females. Yin Kei yearned for another child, preferably a daughter. Such a child would facilitate Yanhua's future pursuits, allowing him to leverage his daughter's partner status to gain entry into the company of other females. Yan Fang, consumed by the desire for a child, was nearing madness. Both he and his elder brother Yin Kei were third-tier beast pattern warriors, capable of living for 700 years, yet he was already over 300, akin to the once mighty San Shan, and still childless in his middle age. Compared to San Shan, he could at most claim to have gained mating rights with a female. Without offspring, their lineage would falter, much like many creatures in nature. The continuity of their bloodline was an instinct deeply etched within the orcs. In pursuit of a progeny bearing their blood, they were indeed capable of any deed. The brothers Yan Fang and Yin Kei were but a microcosm of the stark gender imbalance within the beastly realm. Many, like them, driven mad by the quest for mating and reproductive rights, had severed ties with their kin, both tragic and absurd. Mu Kuei remained oblivious to the brothers' plight and held no desire to understand it. She was equally disinterested in why Qing Wei targeted her brother and herself. When the enemy struck, turning red, they retaliated to erase that mark. Nothing more. The first batch of dried plums of the dry season had not yet reached its peak potency, possessing numerous shortcomings, yet it sufficed whenever the opportunity for vengeance arose, along with the corresponding strength. Mu Kuei would never hesitate, lest prolonged waiting lead to unforeseen complications. The apothecary was suffused with the fragrance of herbs, a delicate hint of fresh plum wafting through the air. Initially, it elicited no particular sensation, but over time, it possessed an alluring magic, compelling one to desire the consumption of the fragrant liquid. This was a unique phenomenon of the ill-fated potion. Should it have been an enhancement elixir brewed from dried plums, it would not exude such enticing aroma. Yet, this was insufficient. Mu Kuei added Xinxing fruit and Wuwei grass to the ill-fated potion, dissipating the alluring plum scent. Wuwei grass, a universal agent in potion crafting, could neutralize odors. rendering potions with distinctive fragrances tasteless. Shinshing fruit, likewise a universal agent, when a few drops of its juice were introduced into the potion, rendered it colorless and transparent, akin to pure water. Incorporating these two ingredients ensured that even the most distinctive witchcraft potion would become colorless and tasteless, a formidable tool for the witch doctors. Naturally, Mukue intended to use the ill-fated potion to cast a curse upon Qingyue's family, while minimizing her own presence to avoid detection by Chun. It appeared that there was no need for Qingyue to consume the ill-fated potion directly. Mukue's actions seemed somewhat superfluous. However, employing witchcraft directly on an individual differs significantly from using it as a medium to enact spells. Direct application of the potion focuses on its efficacy and actual results. In contrast, when utilized to assist in spell casting, one must consider the inherent properties of the potion. For instance, Mukue could achieve similar outcomes using a potion with properties akin to the ill-fated one, containing attributes such as luck, instant death, misfortune, and certainty. This was quite remarkable, for these potions with unique effects could indeed be crafted by witch doctors and shamans. Otherwise, why would their profession bear the term witch? The witch, a conjurer of the supernatural, is inherently enigmatic. After crafting 14 bottles of ill-fated potions, each of impeccable quality, Mukue retrieved a small altar, placing it within the apothecary, and instructed her younger brother to stand guard outside. Offering protection, the 7 bottles of ill-fated potions were uncorked, positioned at the 7 corners of a heptagram, encircling Mukue. The remaining 7 bottles were placed upon the altar as offerings and mediums to summon the beast god. Soon, as Mukue formed hand seals, the ill-fated potions at the 7 points began to emit radiant light, with their contents flowing forth, intertwining to form a heptagram that enveloped Mukue. The colorless and tasteless attributes provided by the Xinxing fruit and Wuwei grass were crucial for her. This was an incantation of concealment, which could only be performed using potions possessing colorless, tasteless properties and containing causal attributes. Subsequently, under the protection afforded by the incantation, Mukue rose to commence her ritual. Summoning the beast god, the solemn and reverent atmosphere permeated the space. The 7 bottles of ill-fated potion shattered, their essence transforming into a vessel for the beast god, coalescing into a diminutive figure clad in a black imperial robe. "What is thy command?" Upon hearing Mukue's request, the beast god acquiesced, utilizing the vessel form from the ill-fated potion to assist Mukue in casting the curse of misfortune, targeting Qingyue's family. The ill-fated potion inherently possessed causal attributes, allowing it to automatically track its target. Once the curse was cast, it immediately locked onto 4 individuals. Among them, the bond of causality between Qingyue and Mukue was the most profound, marking them as the primary targets of the curse, followed closely by the brothers Yanfeng and Yinkei. When it came to locking onto Qingyue's son, Yinhua, the effect of the curse diminished significantly, merely causing his fortune to be slightly worse than that of an average person. The innocent child bore no guilt. Clearly, this causal entanglement was primarily instigated by Qingyue and the brothers Yanfeng and Yinkei, leaving little to no impact on the next generation, Yinhua, who had not committed any actions against Mukue and her kin. As for Qingyue's other partners and children, they appeared entirely unconnected to the situation, remaining untouched. After completing the incantation, Mukue opened her eyes, her gaze profound. Now, she could observe how Qingyue's family would unwittingly seal their own fate. Suddenly, the heptagram's light flickered ominously, akin to a short circuit. Mukue's expression tightened as she hastily tidied her actions and terminated the incantation. Evidently, the high priest's prowess was indeed formidable, as she had detected the disturbance so swiftly. However, a slight smile played on Mukue's lips. The incantation of concealment, reliant on the use of colorless and tasteless potions imbued with causal attributes, was not so easily unraveled. The protective measures of the incantation comprised 2 layers. The first layer diminished the caster's presence, obscuring the traces of their spell casting. The second layer activated immediately if a probing force was too powerful and breached the first barrier, transferring the causal ties from the caster. In essence, while Mukue was orchestrating chaos, should Chun sense something amiss, upon scrutiny, the instigator would certainly not be Mukue. Thus, a scapegoat would be automatically designated to take the blame for her actions. It remained uncertain who would bear the brunt of this misfortune. How unfortunate indeed. Mukwe uttered her apologies, yet her expression betrayed no remorse. Under the influence of hidden causality, the scapegoat would undoubtedly share a deeply negative causality with her, at the very least representing an opposing stance to Mukwe's in the future. She found amusement in inadvertently ensnaring a potential future adversary. Now, all that remained was to await the unfolding spectacle the following day on the other side, within the stone chamber where Eugene Wee resided. Candlelight flickered, illuminating her exquisite visage. Before her lay an oval bronze mirror, its frame resembling a crouching nine-tailed fox, with a fox's body forming the mirror's surface and its head resting above, while 9 tails fanned out like the many hands of Avalokiteshvara. Year after year, we execute the second plan. You will bring 5,000 fertile females from our clan. The remaining tribespeople shall migrate with Huernyang, plundering weaker tribes for their females along the way to ensure our clan's continuation. Traversing the barrier to the central continent to seek refuge with a female named Lin Jingjing. The copper mirror reflects the fiery image of a youth clad in crimson, exuding an air of audacity and mischief. After listening, he nonchalantly nods. Sister, whatever you say goes. However, the youth's peach blossom eyes suddenly turn icy. Do not call me Yin Yin. With a hint of helplessness, Eugene Hui concedes. All right, if you don't want to be called that. It shall be so. Alas, my younger brother is grown up and no longer allows me to call him Yin Yin. After a moment of playful reproach, Eugene Hui's expression sobers as she asks, the desert eagle emblem from the sacred text. Do you still remember it, little brother? On Lin Jingjing's right wrist, there's a tattoo of the desert eagle, which serves as a guide for the second matriarch. Once they arrive at the central continent, they can find someone using this tattoo, surely without error. The red-clad youth responds with a detached him, still puzzled by his sister's actions. Why risk everything and travel so far to the winged tiger tribe to please an old and ugly male? Sister, with your abilities, what kind of male could you not find? Why must it be the fierce ones of the winged tiger tribe? Upon hearing this, Eugene Wee pauses, her thoughts drifting back to the cataclysmic event that nearly obliterated the fox tribe. Her expression turns sorrowful as she murmurs, a solitary tear of blood escaping from the corner of her eye. Everything is for the continuation of our clan, without borrowing luck from Meng and Chun or from Lin Jingjing in the central continent. Our fox tribe will ultimately face extinction. The red-clad youth, witnessing her distress, appears pained and reaches out to wipe away the blood tears from his sister's face. Yet his hand hovers in midair as he suddenly realizes he is no longer by her side. Unable to assist her, his lips move, and awkwardly he retracts his hand, turning away to say, all right, I understand that I will follow your plan. Sister, do not worry yourself further. Before he can finish, a thunderous sound emanates from the stone chamber door, which begins to stretch upwards. With a darkened expression, Chun materializes from behind the ascending stone door. Is this your trump card? With a shaman backing you. Chun casts a cold glance at the copper mirror. As her staff radiates a brilliant glow, crack. The copper mirror shatters, leaving behind the final image of the red-clad youth collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Little brother. Eugene Hui's eyes widen in anguish as she reaches towards the mirror. But upon realizing all is lost, she abruptly turns away, her gaze icy. Chun, do not presume that just because you are the high priestess, you can act with impunity. The foundation of my fox tribe is not something you can contend with. Behind Eugene Hui, a figure of an extraordinarily elegant man in white gradually materializes. Chun scoffs coldly. You believe your fox tribe's foundation is profound, yet you think my winged tiger tribe is merely a pushover? Countless ethereal spirits appear behind Chun, all coldly observing Eugene Hui and the white-clad spirit behind her. As usual, they took turns watching over the young ones through the night. The next day, Mukwe felt rather lackluster, though her mood remained quite pleasant. Let us gather at the square. Seizing the moment before everyone arrived, Mukwe went to the riverbank to check on the river flowers, lotus flowers. Some had already sprouted buds. Whether red, pink, white, or yellow, each bud was nearly half a meter long, and the blossoms that would emerge later would likely exceed 1/2 meter in diameter. The river flowers of the beast world are generally larger than those on Earth. One can easily imagine the magnificent scene when they eventually bloomed. I wonder if lotus roots have grown beneath. Diving underwater, Mukue pulled up a river flower. With a splash, she successfully extracted a snow-white, tender lotus root, measuring a full 3 meters in length. Indeed, given the size of the river flowers in the beast world, a 3-meter root is merely tender. That a lotus root, someone exclaimed from shore. The sound of splashing water became incessant as many females decisively jumped in to retrieve lotus roots. Others remained, gathered together, seemingly in discussion. Mukue emerged from the water and walked toward the crowd. "Hey, have you heard? Last night, Chun and Huan got into a fight and accidentally broke through the cave, ending up in Qingyue's home." "Really? But I heard that the hole was made by Meng, that it was clearly dug by Zhu." Aku had expelled Zhu, who then secretly used a mechanism beast to dig a tunnel to her home. Listening to the females' chatter, Mukue marveled at their efficiency, pushing her way into the crowd and inquiring further. Mukue finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The cave at Qingyue's home had indeed been breached from the outside, fortuitously leading directly to the room where Qingyue stored her animal skin scrolls. Moreover, during the chaotic fight, Chun had discovered that very scroll from Qingyue's abode at the time. Qingyue was oblivious to her actions, leading Chun to mistakenly believe she was colluding with Eugene Hui, secretly assisting her while also employing the malevolent spells recorded in the scroll to harm her own kin. The reason stemmed from a careless remark made by the white-clad spirit behind Eugene Hui. The spirit had said, "Oh, I sent this our tribe as a sacrificial inheritance scroll. How did it end up here?" The scene was undeniably humorous, as one calamity after another seemed to fall upon Qingyue, sealing her fate. Mukue was unsure whether the white-clad spirit's comment was mere coincidence or a deliberate act. But it was indisputable that this timely intervention was nothing short of brilliant. "What has become of Qingyue now?" Mukue inquired. "What else could it be? She has been sent to the Atonement Cave. She probably won't be coming out anytime soon," as Chun divined that she had used wicked spells against others, affecting over 10 individuals, including 7 females such as Eugene. Eugene. I remember her. She was a frail female who, like Kue, was quite resourceful, often emerging with a large wooden basin during the rainy season to gather resources. She succumbed to a cold last year, and everyone assumed it was merely her frailty. Who would have thought Qingyue had a hand in it? Isn't that so? Eugene was such a well-behaved child, hardly interacted with Qingyue. I still can't fathom why Qingyue would target someone so young. As the female's conversation gradually shifted towards the unfortunate female named Eugene, Mukue was taken aback by Qingyue's cruelty. She had not only harmed Eugene, but had also inflicted suffering upon many others. Within the tribe, while females who killed were typically confined to the Atonement Cave, the severity of their actions dictated the consequences. If one were to kill a male, they might simply serve their time in the cave and emerge after raising a couple of cubs. However, if the victim were female, the situation was dire. They would be confined until they could no longer bear offspring. In Qingyue's case, having used spells to kill over 10 individuals, including 7 females. She would never see the light of day again, destined to share the same fate as other tribal females imprisoned for similar reasons. Mukue felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. While this incident may not have cost Qingyue her life, it had effectively sentenced her to life imprisonment, which was not insignificant. I heard Yin, who was quite close to Eugene before she reached maturity. If all goes well, once Yin who matures, he might have moved in with her. I truly wonder what Qingyue was thinking. Now, Yin who must despise her. He had his sights set on a beloved female, ready to bond as soon as he matured, only to have it ruined by Qingyue, his own mother. The gossip among the females continued, while Mukue listened nearby, washing the lotus root in the river, and took a bite. It was crisp and sweet, delicious. Mukue closed her eyes in bliss, munching on the tender root while enjoying the gossip unfolding around her. The debate over whether the hole leading directly to Qingyue's chamber was created by Chun and Eugene Hui, or rather by Meng, who intervened, persisted among the females without resolution. Zhu and Aku also became the focal point of the females' gossip, as Zhu had indeed attempted to dig a tunnel to steal from others. However, It was unclear how many beastmen's homes Zhu had penetrated, leading to widespread discontent, and the blame for the hole at Qingyue's home was also unjustly placed upon Zhu. After Aku arrived, she was bombarded with questions from the females, flustered and angry, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Finally, after a long pause, she managed to exclaim, "I will definitely hammer that incorrigible rascal when I get back." Today marks the 12th of January, the peak of the dry season. The impending beast tide on the 15th draws near as we venture out to gather supplies. Everyone exerts themselves diligently, loading their respective carts. Overhead, the river flowers, measuring a meter or two in diameter, serve as makeshift parasols, shielding the females from the sweltering heat. Simultaneously, they protect against the harsh rays of the sun during this dry season, which could otherwise lead to skin ailments, heat stroke, or an undesirable tanning of the skin. The mosquitoes during the dry season are rampant. Those without adequate resources carry a few bunches of herbs to ward off the pests. However, many prefer to seek out fragrant flowers and plants known for their mosquito-repelling properties, weaving them into fragrant balls with fine vines, which they then carry as charms. Mukawei has also hung several sachets filled with the scent of 7 Mile fragrance around her waist. She refrains from using perfume, for under the relentless heat of the dry season, one sweats profusely during outdoor activities, rendering perfume rather ineffective. After a day of gathering, Mukawei inquired about the situation with the hunting team. Yin Kei, during a hunt, had his leg bitten off by a swift badger. Although holy water was applied, the bone was shattered, leaving him destined to be a disabled beastman. Yin Feng narrowly avoided taking a life, having been ordered by Meng to refrain from joining the hunting team henceforth. Overall, the circumstances appear favorable. However, Mukawei's curiosity was piqued regarding the beastman who had nearly fallen victim to Yin Feng's misfire. The prospect of accidental harm to others had not crossed Mukawei's mind. The bone knife used by Yin Feng was tainted with poison, which he inadvertently inflicted upon AC. The latter succumbed to the toxin almost immediately, prompting other beastmen to inform Meng. Despite Yin Feng's claim that he had poisoned the blade in a fit of rage to eliminate the swift badger that had attacked his brother, no one believed him, and a unanimous decision was made to bar him from the hunting team. Understanding her sister's concerns, Mukawei briefly explained the situation, that he used the same poison as last time. "Fortunately, I have the antidote you prepared, so I secretly administered it to AC. Rest assured, nothing grave has transpired." Upon hearing this, Mukawei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, due to their family's past grievances with the Qingyue clan, the innocent AC had been inadvertently implicated, leaving her feeling somewhat distressed. After careful consideration, Mukawei resolved, "AD, you should spend more time with AC from now on. If he needs assistance, lend him a hand." Given the circumstances, this was the only course of action. This incident was indeed an unfortunate mishap. However, it also ignited a sense of caution within Mukawei. Regarding curses and hexes, unless one possesses sufficient assurance that the innocent will remain unscathed, it would be prudent to refrain from their use in the future. Mukawei harbored no desire to harm an innocent due to a momentary lapse in judgment. Such an outcome would weigh heavily on her conscience. Aside, the little author is diligently typing away, striving to produce more chapters. There may be some errors, but they will be addressed later. If any adorable readers notice them, feel free to inform the little author. Lastly, I humbly request votes, recommendation votes, monthly votes. Anything is welcome. There are already over 10 monthly votes. Once they reach 20, I shall add more updates. The clams and snails kept in the tank have been thoroughly cleaned after several days of freshwater rinsing. Today, the hidden threat posed by the Qingyue clan has been resolved. I in high spirits. Mukawei ventured to Lingbo River and returned with a fair amount of tender lotus roots. I end this scorching dry season. A cold dish of lotus slices is essential. Due to their tenderness, the lotus roots require no peeling. They can simply be sliced and briefly blanched in water before cooling with a mixture of juicy oil. Ginger bark, pine core, and redcap mushrooms is sautéed until fragrant, then drizzled over the lotus slices, followed by salt and tree vinegar, resulting in a plate of spicy and crispy cold lotus slices. The lotus root and pork rib soup also requires the ribs to be purged of their odor and blood in a hot pan with oil, ginger bark, pine core, fennel mushrooms, and fragrant tree pieces are sautéed until aromatic. Then the ribs are added to sear. Once browned, chopped lotus roots and bright yellow thorny palms are added, and after adding water and simmering, the dish is ready to serve. The clam meat, once cleaned, is sliced and marinated in ginger water, salt, and low-alcohol tree wine in hot oil. Ginger bark, pine core, and redcap mushrooms are sautéed until fragrant. Then sliced clam meat and thorny palm are stir-fried together. Finally, a sauce made from ginger yam powder and broth is poured in to thicken before serving. The stir-fried snails require no further explanation. Heat the oil, add sliced ginger bark, saute until fragrant, then add the snails. Followed by salt and water, low-alcohol tree wine, redcap mushroom powder, and fennel mushroom powder, stirring until the sauce thickens. Additionally, to cater to the three little ones at home, Mukuwe specially prepared steamed clams. The clam meat is cleaned, marinated with tree wine and ginger water to eliminate the fishy smell, chopped finely, then returned to the clean shell, topped with salt and the juice from boiled pine core and ginger bark. Mix well that a layer of fish liver oil is spread on top, followed by a layer of agate thorny palm mud. Finally, small dumplings the size of fingernails, red heart thorny palm, white jade thorny palm, bright yellow thorny palm, sky blue thorny palm, and finely chopped tender lotus pieces are placed atop, drizzled with juice from fried yellow jade thorny palm, covered with the other half of the shell, and steamed. The final product is nothing short of delightful. Even Mukuwe and Mu Zhao, who are no longer cubs, found themselves tempted, hastily preparing the remaining clams using the same steaming method. A lavish spread adorned the stone table. Cold lotus slices, lotus root and pork rib soup, stir-fried clams, steamed clams, stir-fried snails, sauerkraut fish, dumplings, meat-stuffed tree flower cakes, roasted meat, grilled fish, cold fern salad, cold slices of thorny palm, tree flower jelly, fish soup, and silver ear soup. The three little ones sat on chairs specially elevated to match the height of the stone table, gazing longingly at the banquet laid before them. Alas, they had only just begun teething and could only partake in the steamed clams, tree flower jelly, fish soup, meat soup, and lotus root and pork rib soup, along with a sweet silver ear soup for dessert. While their meals were already quite sumptuous, compared to Mukuwe's, they felt woefully inadequate. Not enough. They craved more, and more. As if sensing the little one's discontent, Mukuwe scooped them up once more. Inspecting each one, that excellent. Aji's two teeth are firmly in place, and the third is just beginning to emerge. And Victoria had also sprouted a tooth, with a second one on the horizon. It is worth noting that only a day had passed since Mukuwe first discovered their burgeoning teeth. Mukuwe couldn't help but marvel at how quickly her cubs were growing. After a moment of reflection, she cheerfully declared, "Now that you all have teeth, you can sample the dishes on the table. But remember, if anyone overindulges and ends up with a stomachache, there may not be such wonderful offerings next time." At this, the three cubs nodded in unison. Victoria darted beneath the high stone plate containing the sauerkraut fish, signaling her desire to taste that dish. Aji plopped down on a Mu Zhao's lap, ready to command this diligent caretaker to serve him some food. Mo also edged closer to Mukuwe, sitting upright, and let out a few playful barks, wagging his little tail in a display of obedience that it was unbearably hot. Mu Zhao expressed great disdain for Shiji's proximity, swiftly lifting the milk lion, which resembled a large mutt, onto a nearby chair. Yet, every time Shiji bellowed at a dish, Mu Zhao tirelessly ensured that it found its way into his bowl. Victoria had a penchant for fish, and after she specifically ordered stir-fried river clams, stir-fried conchs, and sauerkraut fish, she returned to her seat, contentedly indulging in her meal. Mo, the silent observer, would bark twice whenever he saw a dish being enjoyed by the female, signaling his desire for a share. Gradually, it became customary for Mukuwe to serve a little something into Mo's bowl during mealtimes. The cold lotus root slices were delightfully spicy and sweet, complemented by a hint of acidity from the tree powder vinegar. With each bite of lotus root and a taste of the tree powder cake, one could unknowingly consume quite a lot. The lotus root and rib soup had been simmered to the point where the meat nearly fell off the bone. The ribs were tender enough to be bitten off with ease, while a piece of lotus root yielded long strands of silky texture. The broth was a clear yellow, infused with the aroma of meat, offering a sweet fruitiness akin to that of sweet potatoes, making it a perfect palate cleanser. The stir-fried clams were spicy and fragrant, while the stir-fried clams were both tender and crisp. Paired with roasted meat, grilled fish, tree powder cakes, and sauerkraut fish, it wasn't long before everyone felt pleasantly full. Occasionally, they would add some cold dishes or sip soup to cleanse the palate and maintain variety. Finally, a spoonful of steamed clams soaked in flavorful sauce, imbued with a hint of pine and the spiciness of ginger bark, was simply extraordinary. The combination of soft and smooth glutinous rice balls, sweet and tender red heart clams, delicate and slippery white jade clams, and the refreshing sweetness of the clear yellow clams, along with the slightly sour and sweet taste of the sky blue clams, created a medley of flavors that exploded in the mouth, culminating in an exquisite experience. A final sip of white fungus soup was the crowning touch. After savoring this splendid feast, the family of five, including Mu Kuei, reclined on the stone sofa, lazily contemplating nothing at all. The oblivious black kitten, Victoria, and the all-black little wolf, Mo, sprawled out like boneless creatures. Yukue first teased the little black cat, but upon being playfully swatted away, she extended her hand to poke the belly of the black little wolf. "Woof?" Mo barked, puzzled by the female's intentions. It wasn't until Mukue rubbed him thoroughly and her mischievous hands approached his curled tail that Mo, with an alert expression, turned over, clutching his tail tightly and barking at Mukue, as if to reason, "Female, I'm still small and have not grown up. That is not something to be seen." Seeing this, Mukue shrugged, seemingly understanding yet not fully grasping the situation. Inadvertently, she had momentarily mistaken Mo for a domesticated puppy, overlooking his true identity as a beastman, capable of shyness, blushing, and possessing considerable intelligence. After the meal, Mukue visited the breeding room. Tragically, 2 more of the struggling mouse pups had perished, leaving only 18, including one that had died the previous day. However, it was noteworthy that among the 5 healthy pups, one that had initially been weak was surprisingly surviving against the odds. Ensuring the mouse nest maintained an appropriate temperature, Mukue gently covered the peacefully sleeping pups with a small blanket, silently praying for the tiny mouse with half a liver lobe, hoping it would become the miracle she wished for. "You must be resilient and live on." In the planting room, the 7-mile fragrance flowers were in bloom. One by one, delicate white, single-petal blossoms, fragrant and fresh, blossomed on thorny branches. Lacking the lush layers of roses, these flowers possessed a unique, understated beauty. Yukue cut several branches of the 7-mile fragrance flowers and arranged them in water-filled wooden tubes, filling the kitchen, living room, bedroom, and study with these simple floral arrangements. Upon returning to her bedroom, inhaling the fresh and fragrant aroma of the 7-mile fragrance, Mukue retrieved 4 palm-sized boxes made of condensation wood, opening each one in turn. Inside, resting on soft rabbit fur, lay lustrous pearls that sparkled even against the backdrop of the white fur. A total of 14 pearls were present, the smallest comparable to a finger, 15 millimeters to 18 millimeters, and the largest rivaling a 1 yuan coin, 25 millimeters. Among them, 11 were perfectly round, flawless, and gleaming. Their luster, when refracted by candlelight, was almost blinding. Additionally, there was 1 heart-shaped pearl and 2 teardrop-shaped ones, all in impeccable condition. Common pearl sizes on Earth typically range from 2 millimeters to 10 millimeters, with 2 millimeters pearls